Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1. You can't expect a jujitsu sorcerer to have much morality. His head was fuzzy and throbbing, and his limbs were ice cold. He had tinnitus and was extremely thirsty and weak. These were undoubtedly symptoms of massive blood loss. The wound was in his abdomen. It was a penetrating wound and his internal organs were probably damaged too. At this rate, he would die soon. Despite his mind being in a fog, Hiiragi, a jujitsu sorcerer who had achieved special grade status through unparalleled mastery in the crafting and use of cursed tools, could still accurately assess his own injuries. At the same time, this battle experience, practically carved into his soul, immediately prompted him to make the correct response: use the reverse curse technique. That was a technique that multiplied negative cursed energy by negative cursed energy to produce positive cursed energy, which could then be used to heal injuries. If one's control was precise enough, even minor damage to the brain could be repaired. But it won't work. Did I exhaust my cursed energy before this? Recalling the purple radiance he'd seen just before closing his eyes, Hiiragi resigned himself and stopped trying to circulate his cursed energy. He'd fought that bastard Gojo Satoru for so long, it made sense that he had no cursed energy left. Wait, no. Before he closed his eyes, he'd clearly taken that bastard Gojo Satoru's full power hollow technique, purple head on. Whether he even still had an upper body was questionable. Where would a gentle injury like a penetration wound come from? So it's not that my cursed energy is used up. This body simply has no cursed energy to begin with. Realizing this, Hiiragi, lying face down in a pool of blood, forced his eyes open. His vision was completely blurred. Everything overlapped like a silver chariot accelerating after shedding its armor, and of course, he couldn't make anything out clearly. Except for the hand stretched out before him, a slender, small limb that didn't match the body he was used to, its fingers digging deeply into the ground with startling clarity. Guh. Blood bubbled up from deep in his throat. He didn't want to die. There were still so many research topics he hadn't tried, so many inspirations he hadn't realized. He hadn't even taken his revenge yet. Both soul and body trembled and screamed with this unwillingness. As if responding to his struggle, Hiiragi suddenly felt a warmth spread across his chest. The numbness in his abdomen began to fade. Only then did he register the hard object pressed against his chest, and the extraordinary life force within this new body, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. A cold forge. Various equipment and finished products hanging on the walls. Coal piled in the corner. As his vision gradually steadied and he looked around, this was the scene that greeted him, familiar yet foreign. An old-fashioned smithy. Not one of the over 200 workshops he owned worldwide. Even if he had, out of nostalgia, set up a few more traditionally styled workshops, he would never have chosen equipment as inefficient as these antique models. Then his gaze fell upon two figures lying in blood, figures that seemed to pierce his heart with pain. Probably this body's parents. Breath, none. Even at a glance, the blood loss was clearly fatal. Absolutely no saving them. Considering the traces around, it was probably murder. The culprit's trail, nothing. Jujitsu, as expected, unusable as well. So I've been reincarnated into someone else's body. Having reached this conclusion, Hiiragi wasn't particularly surprised. In a word, he'd read all kinds of manga, novels, and watched dramas to gather inspiration for crafting cursed tools. The concept of Isekai reincarnation wasn't especially hard for him to accept. Well then, is this what saved my second life? Ignoring the pain tearing through his body, he laboriously turned over and pulled the hard object from his chest, a pendant, holding it before his eyes. Not only had it resonated with him just now, but it was likely because of this pendant that the life force within this body, though not effectively utilized, had sustained its vitality, giving Hiiragi the chance to awaken in this new vessel. A mixture of spiritual energy and life force. I feel like I've seen this setting somewhere. It's chakra, isn't it? The energy system from Naruto. So, this family is from the Uzumaki clan. Normally, ordinary people wouldn't have this level of life force. How did someone who could create or possess something like this die so cleanly? Feeling the energy released from the pendant, Hiiragi's thoughts, which should have been heavy and dulled by massive blood loss, seemed to lighten somewhat. No, not an illusion. He really was improving. The contradiction between his agile thinking and his body's weakness was jarring, like swimming with lead weights tied to his feet. Is it because my soul is too mature compared to my body? After receiving treatment or adapting to the body, my mind can ignore the physical weakness to some extent. He'd always been the type to let his thoughts run wild, and in this situation, it was even more so. Likewise, inspiration tended to gush forth at times like this. Alright, let's give it a try. Not generating positive cursed energy by multiplying negative with negative, but directly using positive life force to heal. Cursed energy is energy generated from negative emotions. Anger, hatred, disgust, jealousy, these negative feelings are the trigger for cursed energy. Jujitsu sorcerers, without exception, train to produce cursed energy from the smallest sparks of emotion. Even after changing bodies, with Hiiraga's perception of energy and his precision control, it wasn't impossible to generate cursed energy from scratch. But for healing an injury of this magnitude, cursed energy squeezed out on short notice would be like trying to put out a house fire with a cup of water. Although he remembered that techniques in the Naruto world, including medical ninjutsu, required chakra to activate, for treating physical damage, plain life force should work just as well. Besides, Hiiragi didn't know any ninjutsu anyway. In any case, if he could sense and perceive the life force in his body, there was no reason he couldn't mobilize and direct it. Incoherent, meaningless mutterings escaped his mouth, bubbling up with the blood froth, as he clumsily attempted to mobilize the life force that had lain dormant in this body. Stagnant, sluggish, viscous, but even so, that power began to circulate according to his will. Slowly, a faint green fluorescence emerged from the vicious wound piercing his abdomen. Internal organs, flesh, and skin visibly began to heal. Each breath still carried the rusty sweet taste of blood, but the pain in his abdomen had subsided. That should do it. The damage to his organs and flesh was healed, but the massive blood loss was another matter. This was his first time using such a self-healing technique. Hiiragi couldn't yet restore blood quickly. But though he was still weak, he was no longer in mortal danger. He wouldn't die again just minutes after opening his eyes in his post-death transmigration. Forcing himself to turn over, Hiiragi crawled bit by bit through the sticky blood to the wall. Sitting up, he pursed his lips and laboriously raised a small hand caked with semi-coagulated blood, weakly clenching his fist a few times. This feeling of being filled with lead was absolutely terrible. Going from his original body, that of a master cursed tool user honed through countless trials, into the body of a 5- or 6-year-old child was like forcing himself into a wetsuit several sizes too small. It was only natural for his soul to feel intensely uncomfortable. Combined with the weakness from massive blood loss, being unable to control his body effectively was only to be expected. But his problems definitely didn't end there. When he'd mobilized his life force earlier, Hiiragi had noticed something. This body was honestly quite awkward. It wasn't just the difference in sensation from shortened limbs. It was a more subtle disconnect between spirit and flesh. Like trying to solve a multi-tiered Rubik's Cube while wearing thick insulating gloves. It's probably because the original soul lingering in this body hasn't completely dissipated yet. Hiiragi speculated thus, maintaining consciousness through his mumbled mutterings. Though it was speculation, he was fairly confident in it. Both the undignified struggle while dying and the heartache he felt upon seeing those two stranger corpses indirectly proved this point. Then, he made up his mind. I need to eliminate this hidden danger promptly. The problems he faced at the moment were countless, but among them, the soul remnant in his body was of paramount importance. As for feeling guilty about occupying a child's body. Was he joking? Hiiragi was a jujitsu sorcerer. Jujitsu sorcerers, the straightforward understanding is people who use jujitsu. But what's called jujitsu, in the conventional sense, actually refers to the innate techniques imprinted on sorcerers' brains from birth. These are things determined at birth, impossible to learn. And there aren't many cursed energy techniques that can be learned, like secret traditions passed down through families, in the jujitsu world. This is why, whether they possess innate techniques or not, jujitsu sorcerers must master various forms of taijutsu. From this perspective, jujitsu sorcerers are quite different from the onmyoji of conventional fiction who scatter talismans. If you really want to compare them to something, they're closer to mutants, superpowered beings. He didn't even need to cite other fantasy works about societies of superpowered beings as evidence. Just within the jujitsu world he actually inhabited, the number of people who had become anti-human criminals for various reasons was considerable. As for cursed energy being generated from negative emotions, among a group of people who drive superpowers with negative emotions, how could there be any universally recognized saints? Besides, even if Hiiragi's soul hadn't seized this body, this child would have died anyway. Might as well let him make use of the remains. As for whether he could eliminate the other's soul. He'd been lurking in the jujitsu world for over 20 years as an evil old bastard. Was he no match for a 5- or 6-year-old child? And so, his consciousness began to sink. Hello everyone, CNBLUE here. This is my new Naruto fanfic that I've just uploaded. If you enjoy it, please don't forget to drop power stones and leave a reviews, it really helps the story grow and reach more readers. Thank you all for the support. Chapter 2, So-called Binding Vows. White. A vast expanse of white. Up and down, left and right, every direction was monotonously white. Then, not far from where Hiiragi stood, a small child was sitting huddled up with their knees drawn in. "Ah, so you're the one, huh? The original owner of this body." Running his hand through his hair, Hiiragi offered a disingenuous apology, then reached towards the child's head. "Sorry, but from now on, this body belongs to me. Just go ahead and pass on peacefully." Wait a second. Seeing Hiiragi's movement, the child squeezed his eyes shut and scrambled backward, but at the same time, shouted out in a trembling voice. "You can have my body. But I want you to promise me one thing." Even though his body was shaking like a quail, he clenched his fists and stood up. Sensing the slight resistance at his fingertips, Hiiragi clicked his tongue and withdrew his hand. Oh. Since the rightful owner had spoken, he didn't feel like spoiling the mood. Besides, he still hadn't figured out the relationship between souls and bodies in this world. Rash action probably wasn't wise. "If you get the chance, please find the ninja who killed my parents and avenge them." Without a moment's hesitation, the child blurted out his request, as if he would have said it even if Hiiragi hadn't stopped his action. "That sounds way too troublesome." "No way. A brat's soul like yours is easy enough to deal with. It's different. If you don't agree, you won't be able to use my body without any trouble." Before Hiiragi could finish, the child interrupted urgently and aggressively. But the pause caused by his limited vocabulary, along with the tears at the corners of his eyes, made him seem less confident than he was trying to appear. "And the pendant my parents left me, it needs my soul to work properly. It's a treasure that's valuable even among us Uzumaki. TCH. Leaving aside the claim about it being a treasure, Hiiragi had indeed sensed some resistance both earlier and while circulating his life force. This proved that at the very least, if he didn't resolve the child's soul, he would face interference. And considering the kid was only 5 or 6 years old, if he could manage this much, there might be irreparable gaps left even after dealing with him. Besides, if he was going to operate in this world, he'd eventually need to find some faction to align with. Seeking revenge against the murderers of his family wasn't a bad excuse. Though the child seemed overly eager, overall, Hiiragi wouldn't lose anything by agreeing. After some brief consideration, finding no real downside, Hiiragi decided not to refuse. That said, being threatened by such a small child still annoyed him slightly. "Aren't you worried I'm just agreeing verbally? Doesn't really matter, since I can't hold on much longer anyway. Even if you said no, there's nothing I could do. But since you're asking like that, does that mean you agree?" The child's flustered reaction that Hiiragi had expected never came. Instead, the kid sighed with relief and offered an awkward smile. So that's how it is." Before he'd even finished speaking, the child's figure began to dissipate like a bubble, dissolving into tiny specks of light. At the same time, this pure white world showed signs of collapsing. Hiiragi crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow, not particularly surprised. After all, the child had been so anxious that Hiiragi could have dragged things out a bit longer. But his own condition wasn't great, and he didn't feel like gambling. "If you hadn't entered my body, mister, I might have already disappeared completely." The child bit his lip, stepped forward a few paces, then awkwardly averted his gaze. "Mom and Dad taught me not to lie, but they're not here anymore. Maybe it's okay to cheat a little. I think it matters quite a bit." Well, saying that now doesn't change anything. Watching the child vanish completely, Hiiragi couldn't help but inwardly lament the bitter irony. Perhaps it was because the child's lingering traces were so faint. Had the child not spoken up, Hiiragi might never have realized any connection had ever existed between them. In truth, this child's actual soul had long since scattered. What appeared before Hiiragi now was merely the lingering obsession and memories within the body, a reverberation formed by the ripples of Hiiragi's own soul. His parents had left behind a treasure capable of protecting him, yet his own fragile spirit had wasted this precious opportunity. That regret had latched onto Hiiragi's soul as it entered this body, becoming an obstacle. The so-called self-resisting self. And when Hiiragi agreed to this request, in a sense, forming a binding vow, with avenging the family, as the condition for fully possessing this body so that no one could distinguish his soul from the original, that reverberation faded into nothing. The conditions were extremely broad, with no time limit. As for what he gained in exchange, it was hard to say whether it would prove useful. Amid Hiiragi's complicated thoughts, the pure white world collapsed. Consciousness, surfacing. Troubles just keep piling up. For an opening, this is way too harsh, isn't it? Having fully sorted through the original body's memories, Hiiragi muttered with his head lowered. Just as he'd predicted, this was indeed the world of Naruto, and the original owner was a pure-blooded Uzumaki. Hiiragi scratched his hair in annoyance. The sticky blood plasma on his hands matted his crimson locks into clumps, making him feel even itchier. Just like his current situation. Knowing the name of this world naturally meant he'd read the manga and watched the anime. But as mentioned before, his purpose in consuming these fantasy works was purely utilitarian, just seeking inspiration for crafting cursed tools. To save time, Hiiragi only paid attention to techniques, special materials, and skills that seemed worth experimenting with. As for the plot, those byproducts of memory. Not my preferred content. Ignored directly. JPG. But considering the current timeline, remembering the plot probably wouldn't make much difference anyway. Fingering the pendant hanging from his neck, he circulated life force through his body to slowly compensate for the weakness from blood loss while adjusting his mental state. Simply put, although the original owner and his parents were pure-blooded Uzumaki, this smithy that served as their home was clearly not located in the Uzumaki clan's ancestral land. In fact, the vast country of fire lay between here and the country of whirlpools. The original owner's parents had grown tired of life as ninja. During the First Shinobi World War, they faked their deaths to escape, wandering incognito until they settled in the country of rivers to live in seclusion. Yes, from time to place to bloodline, Hiiragi's current position existed in a subtle state, connected to the world of Naruto, yet not quite connected, in ways that made sense but also didn't. After the death of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the absolute deterrent vanished, exposing the conflicts between the 5 great nations that had never truly been resolved. The false peace treaties were torn up, and the First Shinobi World War erupted. Nearly 10 years had passed since that war, which left all 5 great nations severely weakened. The ceasefire treaties signed back then had, by now, begun to lose their restraining power. The great nations stirred restlessly, the small nations harbored their own schemes. During this period, even if the original work never mentioned it, one could easily imagine the turmoil this world endured. To be honest, purely in terms of concealment, the original parents' choice to flee to the country of rivers was quite clever. Red hair was relatively common in the country of wind, so the Uzumaki signature crimson locks weren't particularly conspicuous here, near the wind border. The couple did indeed spend several relatively peaceful years here, even giving birth to their child. Their strength, while not reaching Jonin level, far exceeded ordinary Chunin. Simply wanting a stable life wasn't too difficult for them. But the problem lay with the child himself. Once they had a child, this couple had far more to consider. Especially the timing of the child's birth, it couldn't be called good. For this couple to fake their deaths during the war, flee to a foreign land, and live incognito certainly required luck. But doing so also demonstrated their sharp perceptiveness. They could naturally sense the growing unrest in the ninja world. Under these circumstances, they began preparing for their son's future peaceful life. Take the pendant between Hiiragi's fingers, for example. It was a container crafted using Uzumaki clan sealing techniques, containing years of chakra that this couple had continuously poured into it. In their vision, this chakra could heal their son when injured, gradually improve his constitution, and even allow him to inherit this power when the time was right. Earlier, Hiiragi hadn't noticed, but now that he was fully merged with this body, he could clearly sense the power within. In a sense, this pendant resembled the special grade cursed objects he'd handled in his previous life. The former was something unrelated people couldn't perceive as special at all, the latter gained almost invincible physical resistance at the cost of not harming humans. Perhaps the original parents had inadvertently touched upon the power of binding vows through their sealing techniques. And maybe it was precisely to create this container that this couple, nearly as strong as Jonin, had weakened to the point where they could be so easily killed by some unknown ninja. But regrettably, although this gift, condensing a parent's purest love for their child, did indeed save the boy's life, his spirit couldn't withstand the shock of watching his parents die before his eyes. If not for that, Hiiragi wouldn't have so easily inherited everything he now possessed. Chapter 3. Ignore it. First things first, I need to find somewhere to hole up. When it came down to it, even though the Warring States period had ended, there was no way the current ninja world offered lasting peace. Thinking along these lines, Hiiragi adjusted his physical condition while his eyes began searching the smithy for anything worth taking. Food and water, forget it, just water is enough. I can find food on the way, this body can't carry much anyway. I'll check the bedroom later. I remember there's a hidden compartment there, probably with training materials. The steel stock. Forget it. No time to process it into weapons. That forging hammer, no, the handle's too long. Even if I sawed it down, the center of gravity would be off. Kunai. This I can. Wait a minute. Kunai. Why would an ordinary smithy have these things? The young weapon master's expression turned serious. Suspecting it might be his imagination, he narrowed his eyes and took another look, confirming he hadn't misidentified them. You could easily buy kunai at ninja tool shops in the hidden villages. Even ordinary civilians could buy unsharpened ones as toys for their children. But finding them in an ordinary smithy outside a ninja village meant something entirely different. A kunai or two that could be explained away. You could say someone ordered them as toys. But an entire box. In this day and age, that couldn't be brushed aside so easily. Hiiragi knew this firsthand. He himself had been hunted down and killed by Gojo Satoru precisely because he conducted so many dangerous experiments that Gojo worried his students wouldn't be able to clean up the mess after he died. His authority on this matter could only be described as absolute. Absolutely authoritative. Did they get caught privately forging military weapons by someone from a hidden village and get eliminated? Or were they collaborating with some village from the start? Damn it, was this kid too sheltered by his parents? How come there's no memory of something this crucial? From a plot perspective, Hiiragi himself was a prime example of not remembering things, but his silent complaints weren't entirely unreasonable. After all, it hadn't been that long since the Warring States period, when even 5- or 6-year-olds were sent to die on battlefields. Kids the original owner's age should generally have been exposed to the ninja world's cruelty by now. Not to mention the original parents were also ninja who'd come off the battlefield. When it came to raising offspring, they shouldn't have lacked this level of awareness. Yet in the original owner's memories, there were warm daily moments with his parents, training that wasn't too harsh, common sense about the ninja world, lessons on identifying herbs and basic trap placement, even knowledge about identifying ores and controlling forging temperatures. But aside from that, the thing most connected to being a ninja was a single piece of advice, spoken with weariness and disgust: if you have any choice at all, absolutely don't become a ninja. They hadn't even taught him how to refine chakra yet. What does this mean? If he could, Hiiragi really wanted to grab the original parents by their collars and demand an explanation. Unfortunately, he couldn't. If you have any choice, absolutely don't become a ninja, huh? Well, that's not wrong. When it came down to it, weren't ninja just mercenaries? Though Hashirama Senju originally established the villages to protect the next generation, now it seemed they were returning to an era where children would be sent to war. Pretty damn dark. An even more hostile work environment than the jujitsu world, honestly. But in this world, you have to seize your own options. Complaints aside, preparation still needed to be made. The fate of the original owner's family was the best example. Feeling that his body had recovered enough to at least stand up without immediately faceplanting, Hiiragi wobbled to his feet. He laboriously tore off his clothes, soaked through with his own blood, and used water from the quenching bucket to wash the blood off his body. The water in the bucket was cold, the kind that would wake you right up if you poured it over your head. But he was still somewhat hypothermic, so maybe he'd skip that for now. Then he walked to the counter, crouched down, and squinted at the kunai he'd just discovered. These aren't the cheap standard issue ones Academy students use. The kunai in the box had been finely crafted with a matte finish, arranged neatly in staggered layers like premium cigars. Judging by the capacity, it probably held 3 layers total. The design wasn't standard, the blades were slightly narrower, the edges adjusted for better piercing. The handles were wrapped with dark non-slip cord, each one's size and center of gravity subtly fine-tuned. Even if an adult, not current Hiiragi, picked one up, the kunai's size would be closer to a dagger or short sword. Though narrower than standard kunai, the extra length added more weight. Not for throwing, custom-made for close combat, huh? Clearly, these were high-end custom pieces ordered by a ninja with considerable wealth or skill, or both. Hiiragi's fingertip pressed against the kunai, feeling its cold, murderous intent. Then his finger slid down to the handle. He gripped it and raised it slightly higher. The forge's furnace had gone cold, leaving only a few oil lamps casting dim light. Under the dim light, this kunai reflected nothing, like a coiled viper lying in ambush. If he hadn't been paying extra attention to elements of this other world, he might have overlooked these valuables sitting in their box. This box of kunai made the original family's cause of death even more puzzling. Goods like this could fetch a decent price even on the black market. Just how urgently had the perpetrator left that they missed something practically sitting in plain sight? Or did the killer's identity make them look down on kunai of this quality? Either way, whichever reason, it probably meant the killer wasn't likely to double back and search the scene. Hiiragi didn't need to flee in too much of a hurry for now. Besides, in my current condition, I couldn't get far even if I ran. Don't substitute delusion and hope for tactics, was indeed a golden rule. But when you had no other options, you had to temporarily ignore the multitude of possible risks. Ignore it. Surely everyone recalls that famous line from Hiroshi Moto. Hiiragi picked another kunai from the ones behind the counter, waited a few times to confirm its weight and center of gravity, then tucked both kunai into his belt along with the first one. Back in the day, he could have replicated that mysterious arrow-shooting guy's crane wing triple combo, a technique you could probably classify as taijutsu, but that was out of the question now. I'll be borrowing your son's body from now on. Consider this my apology, I suppose. Glancing at the 2 former ninja who were somewhat less than breathing now, Hiiragi inexplicably felt his lips go dry. If there was time later, he'd bury them. Thinking this, he slowly walked into the living quarters behind the smithy, preparing to loot the family's final legacy, or rather, inherit it would be more accurate. Chapter 4. Accumulated experience always comes in handy in unexpected places. Alright, over here. After combing through the memories once more, Hiiragi located the hidden compartment in the living quarters. Following the remembered instructions, he opened the mechanism and retrieved several booklets. These were the ninjutsu notes left by the original parents, along with secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan. The latter weren't extensive, just a few sealing techniques and yang release secret arts with instructions for practice. But that only emphasized their value. Things worth preserving as a clan's core heritage always had their unique qualities. Leaning against the wall, he quickly flipped through them, not seeking deep understanding, just memorizing everything. Fortunately, these booklets, deliberately prepared for a child, weren't written obscurely. With his considerable experience in techniques and barriers, Hiiragi could easily grasp the concepts and extrapolate from them. There were fewer than 5 ninja like Hashirama Senju, the god of Shinobi, who could simply clap their hands and manifest whatever they wanted. In contrast, ordinary ninja needed hand seals to perform ninjutsu, and the 12 seals used in conventional techniques were clearly derived from the 9-syllable seals. In Hiiragi's original world, jujutsu sorcerers frequently used various hand seals and incantations when employing their techniques. That bastard Gojo Satoru, for instance, used a variation of the Indra seal when activating his domain expansion. Hiiragi's own techniques and domain expansion utilized the Isana seal. As for barrier techniques, they were essential prerequisites for domain expansion. He'd also frequently used them to disperse unrelated people or conceal troublesome cursed objects. In these areas, Hiiragi could never be lacking in knowledge. The only thing he'd never applied before was yang release. For now, he could only cram it through rote memorization. After all, it was a system primarily utilizing physical energy, not exactly in line with Hiiragi's specialty. In fact, they were completely unrelated. Though he'd used the pendant to heal his injuries earlier, he couldn't understand this system so quickly. Using techniques certainly required imagination, but research couldn't be so frivolous. These were things he'd be applying to himself, caution was always better. And even if he wanted to unleash the power of imagination, there wasn't enough time right now. Having committed the contents to memory, Hiiragi didn't hesitate to burn the booklets he'd read. Regular nature transformation notes aside, things like Uzumaki clan secret techniques, a defenseless child like him couldn't possibly keep physical copies on his person. As bargaining chips, the difference between possessing and having memorized was enormous when one couldn't defend oneself. Really suspicious, so they had some connection with Sunagakure, huh? After disposing of the Uzumaki technique notes and flipping through the nature transformation manuals, Hiiragi grew increasingly confident in his inferences. When organizing the original owner's memories, he'd vaguely noticed clues from various details. Since the original owner could remember, their family had occasionally received commissions to manufacture strange small parts. To his trained eye, these were clearly components for certain mechanisms, or more specifically, for puppets. As everyone knew, the puppet technique was Sunagakure's signature skill. Even relatively unimportant parts probably wouldn't be entrusted to unaffiliated persons to manufacture. Combined with that box of custom kunai, it was easy to conclude the original family had connections with Sunagakure. After all, the country of rivers had no hidden village of its own. If anyone were commissioning finely crafted kunai, it would logically be people from either the country of fire or the country of wind. And in those nature transformation notes, wind release accounts for an overwhelming proportion, with fresher handwriting, clearly added recently. For Hiiragi, the word chakra more readily evoked the Indian philosophical concept of kakra, but he did have some recollection of Naruto's energy system. Chakra natures typically referred to the 5 regular elements: fire, water, wind, lightning, earth. And nature transformations meant imbuing ninjutsu with these elemental properties. While nature transformation could indeed be learned, each person's constitution predisposed them towards certain elements from birth. He vaguely recalled there being some tentacle monster in the original work who acquired different natures by stealing hearts, further evidence that chakra nature was a physical gift. The Uzumaki clan were characterized by their robust life force and possessed yang outside the 5 regular elements. This emphasized physical energy. The formidable vitality of the Senju and Uzumaki clans was its most intuitive manifestation. Many secret techniques that altered body structure were typically extensions of yang release. Therefore, in mixed-blood Uzumaki, the elemental tendencies of the non-Uzumaki parent would be further emphasized. Pure-blood Uzumaki, however, rarely displayed extreme tendencies towards any of the 5 regular chakra natures. Uzumaki possessing yang release chakra generally experienced no obvious difficulty in transitioning between the 5 conventional natures. They either specialized purely in yang release and sealing techniques, or if they pursued all 5 elemental transformations to broaden their tactical options, they wouldn't choose just one. So unless this couple suddenly discovered latent wind release talent and rapidly advanced to compile these notes, they'd likely acquired them through trade elsewhere. And as everyone knew, Sunagakure in the country of wind was practically all wind release users. The answer spoke for itself. Of course, there was also the possibility that, given their residence near the country of wind, Konoha had deliberately supplied large quantities of wind release materials to help conceal their traces, some kind of, I predicted your prediction, nesting doll scenario. But let's not forget, this couple were originally deserters from Konoha. If discovered, they'd be lucky not to be immediately executed for defection. There was no room for negotiation. As for other, more distant villages, they weren't worth considering. Recruitment. Or some other reason. Oh, they probably needed sealing techniques. Though Hiiragi wasn't entirely certain about this, considering the Uzumaki clan's most notable asset was precisely this area, what other reason could there be? If so, the value of his Uzumaki identity and techniques as bargaining chips had just jumped several notches. Even if, as a 6-year-old child, he wasn't qualified to sit at the negotiating table, he still needed to make himself valuable enough to be worth keeping around. Ninja, in essence, were mercenaries. And weren't mercenaries just another kind of business person? Well, more or less. Chapter 5. Chio, well, crap. Lost in thought, Hiiragi suddenly detected a faint presence in the distance, like spotting a dim candle flame in a pitch-black, empty room. So this is chakra sensing. What a novel experience. Ah, there are so many research topics to explore. I'm almost looking forward to the days ahead. His tone lifted noticeably, sounding quite cheerful. As someone Gojo Satoru had called a technosexual deviant, Hiiragi was well aware of his own abnormal mental state. Ignoring ethics and morality, holding life cheap, if it meant some technique or realizing some concept, he'd act without hesitation, completely indifferent to how much trouble he caused. Someone like him, in a manga, would typically get blown up by some trio of good citizens who could combine with their eyes closed. Can't do that. Can't let that show. I need to look sad. But recognizing the problem and suppressing his instinctive excitement were two different things. Hiiragi patted his cheeks, estimating the approaching party's speed while forcing himself to wipe the smile off his face. Then he grabbed a handful of charcoal dust and smeared it on his face, rubbed his eyes until they were red and teary. His acting couldn't be called outstanding, it was more like completely worthless. Without some external help, he probably couldn't fool a ninja's perceptive eye. The smell of blood. As a ninja in her early 30s, Chio was at the absolute peak of her abilities. Equally outstanding in medical ninjutsu and the puppet technique, she frequently handled various poisons, and her sense of smell had long been honed to sharpness. From a distance, she could already detect the faint scent of blood in the air. For most people, this wasn't a happy omen, and for Chio at this moment, it was no different. Frowning, she gazed toward the distant smithy, her heart sinking to the depths. Sunagakure had long confirmed that the blacksmith family living there were members of the Uzumaki clan. Over the years, they'd expended considerable resources courting this family, helping them conceal their identities, commissioning large orders, senior management's overt and covert contacts and gestures of goodwill. To be honest, while that couple were certainly stronger than average chunin, they hadn't reached jonin level. After so long without actual combat, it was questionable how much of their ability remained. Normally, such rogue ninja wouldn't be worth one of the 5 great villages going to such lengths to recruit. But the Uzumaki clan identity alone justified all of it. To put it precisely, a rogue ninja might be worth 10 points, and an ordinary Uzumaki clan member at most 50. But an Uzumaki ninja living outside the village? Probably worth 300 points. Especially for Sunagakure. Before the first Hokage established peace treaties between the great nations by distributing the tailed beasts, Sunagakure had already captured Shikaku, the one-tail. But it wasn't until the second Kazekage, Shaman, assumed the position and dedicated himself to tailed beast militarization research that Shikaku was sealed within a Jinchuriki. Bunpuku, who became the one-tailed Jinchuriki as a child, trained diligently and could skillfully ride Shikaku while maintaining a friendly relationship with it. But this stability, built on peaceful human-tailed beast communication, wasn't considered reliable by Sunagakure's leadership. Later, to prevent the Jinchuriki from running wild, San's leadership ordered Bunpuku imprisoned. In a word, Sunagakure's research and foundation in sealing techniques were pathetically weak. So weak that they could barely maintain Jinchuriki reliability through sealing alone. And as everyone knew, the Uzumaki clan were the foremost experts in sealing techniques in the entire ninja world. To say Sunagakure didn't covet Uzumaki sealing techniques would be impossible. However, the country of whirlpools, where the Uzumaki resided, was firmly shielded by the country of fire. Konoha and Uzushio-gakure were the closest of allies. Under these circumstances, the difficulty of infiltrating the country of whirlpools to steal Uzumaki sealing techniques went without saying. So when Sunagakure discovered Uzumaki clan members, ninja, no less, living as refugees in neighboring rivers country, how could they not be overjoyed? It was a bit embarrassing to admit, but even techniques leaked by mere chunin were superior to anything San possessed. In fact, the couple had deliberately revealed their Uzumaki identity to Sunagakure. Though they'd faked their deaths and hidden in River's country to escape ninja life, they understood that the post-war peace wouldn't last long. If it were just the two of them, they wouldn't care. But with a child born, they needed to secure their son's future in the gradually destabilizing situation. As deserters who'd faked their deaths, they couldn't return to Konoha or Usoshio. Their best option was Sunagakure. As one of the 5 great villages with a desperate need for Uzumaki sealing techniques, these two factors combined meant Sand would certainly offer them quite generous treatment. This couple weren't particularly skilled as ninja, nor could they claim much loyalty to any village. But their discernment was undeniably sharp, and their love for their child undeniably strong. As for Sunagakure, after confirming their identities, of course they'd considered violent means. 2 ninja below Jonin level, killing or capturing them wouldn't be difficult for Sand. But preventing them from committing suicide? That would be far too hard. In this transaction, Sand wasn't exactly in an advantageous position. With no room for maneuver, they couldn't possibly resort to extreme measures. What they needed were living, cooperative Uzumaki, especially the next generation they could influence through various channels to become true Sunagakure ninja. So Sand chose, and had to choose, a conciliatory approach, continuous, generous commissions and promises of safety to negotiate with this couple. Even though, years later, they still hadn't joined Sand, proving the couple were holding out for a better offer, Sand's leadership could see this but remained helpless. Such was the cruel reality of a seller's market. Look on the bright side, at least Sand had acquired some sealing technique notes from this couple. Not completely empty-handed, right? Compared to the costs of gathering such knowledge elsewhere, these years' investment could hardly be called expensive. But now, all that investment was probably about to go down the drain. Sighing inwardly, Chio silently deployed an ordinary puppet, directing it to push open the half-closed door. Chapter 6. Chio, hell yeah. Both the puppet technique and medical ninjutsu demanded considerable skill in chakra manipulation and perception. Yet Chio, renowned for her prowess in both, detected no trace of chakra within the smithy. So the puppet she deployed was merely the most ordinary humanoid model. Not meant to guard against any lingering enemy, simply to test for traps. After a brief inspection, the gray-haired kunoichi silently stepped through the doorway. Though long accustomed to the smell of blood, though she'd anticipated the scene before her, actually seeing the couple lying lifeless in their own blood, even Chio, usually so fond of joking, couldn't muster a smile. Just irritation. Sand was a village that was simultaneously rich and dirt poor. The higher-ups especially hated watching money go down the drain. But soon, amid the chaos, Chio noticed something unusual. Is that their child? Her gaze followed a bloody trail, dragged or crawled, leading to the corner. From memory surfaced the image of that child with flame-like red hair, occasionally peeking curiously from the doorway. Truth be told, probably because her own son had red hair too, she rather liked that kid. But his parents hadn't wanted him involved in the ninja world, so Chio never had much chance to interact with him. That child had always been well protected by his parents, they'd even proactively revealed their identity to Sand partly for his sake. If they'd left him something life-saving, he might have survived. Judging by the blood trail, the boy must be very weak. If he'd survived, he couldn't have gone far. Her chakra-enhanced vision and reflexes processed these thoughts in an instant. Just then, she heard a faint but definite sound. Chakra threads connected to her puppet tightened with a flick of her fingers. The doll-like puppet surged toward the living quarters deeper in. With a crash, the door burst inward amid dust and debris. But simultaneously, Chio felt something snag her puppet, its movements slightly distorted. Before she could register surprise, the puppet's left arm went completely limp. Exploiting the opening, a figure with blazing red hair burst from the doorway, kunai in hand, charging with all his might. To a Jonin's eyes, though, his speed was pathetically slow. Pity and surprise flickered in her gaze, but Chio's hands never stopped. She didn't even need to twitch her wrist, just curled her fingers slightly. The crude puppet shook off the cloth draped over it and, with a sharp crack, pinned the charging figure to the ground, simultaneously disarming him. The puppet's force was gentle, even tender, clearly accounting for the child's injured condition. Meant only to stop him. Through this exchange, Hiiragi confirmed his speculation and relaxed slightly. Cough, puppet technique. Sand ninja, huh? He coughed as if choked by dust, his trembling voice projecting utter weakness. Trembling, weak, all genuine. No acting required. To ensure this performance, he'd reopened the wound on his abdomen in advance with the very kunai now lodged in that puppet's left shoulder joint. Ah, that's right. I'm a sand ninja. You've probably seen me a few times before. Seeing Hiiragi's deathly pale face, Chio hastily moved the puppet aside. Speaking soothing words to establish rapport, she turned him over. Spotting the torn wound on his abdomen, the gray-haired kunoichi's expression sharpened. She pressed her hand above the injury. Green fluorescent glowed from Chio's palm, vivid in the dim smithy. Her neat gray bob and focused, handsome features became clearly visible. Noticing Chio's concerned gaze, Hiiragi felt mildly surprised. Then he remembered, he was apparently the sole surviving Uzumaki here. Of course Sand Ninja would treat him this way. Under Chakra's influence, his wound healed rapidly. Even his lost blood partially restored. So this is real medical ninjutsu. Witnessing medical techniques far more efficient than his pendant-assisted self-healing, Hiiragi's curiosity stirred again. Ah, speaking of which, that kunai really is quality. Didn't get any blood on it at all. Sensing his expression threatening to slip, he turned away from Chio, distracting himself with trivial thoughts. Child, can you tell me what happened here? After treating Hiiragi's wound, Chio hesitated, worried about reopening emotional wounds. But she carefully phrased the question anyway. At this, Hiiragi's shoulder trembled slightly. Already turned away, he now curled entirely inward, burying his face in his knees. What else could have happened? Isn't it obvious? Muffled by his legs, his voice still trembled noticeably. Some ninja showed up and killed Mom and Dad. That simple. You're strong, child. Chio found herself momentarily speechless. She'd never been good at comforting others. Playing dead to scare people, pulling pranks, that she excelled at. But in situations like this, saying something to ease the atmosphere. That was asking too much. After awkwardly struggling, all she managed was this, words that felt almost like rubbing salt in wounds. Realizing what she'd said, Chio's hand, reaching to pat Hiiragi's head, froze midair. If being sad helped, I'd cry louder than anyone. If the original owner were here, he'd probably be sobbing. But Hiiragi couldn't care less. He sniffled, then pushed himself up on trembling arms, facing his parents' bodies. His young eyes were bloodshot, clouded as if robbed of all hope. The red swelling around them starkly contrasted his bloodless pale face. Clenching his fists, his voice came out hoarse. But no matter how much I cry, they won't come back. Chio fell silent. Seeing Hiiragi like this, the mother in her couldn't help but feel pity. But as a Sand Jonin, she also felt profound relief. Conflicting emotions intertwined. She had nothing to say. Chapter 7. Coach, I want to learn ninjutsu. In that case, how about coming to Sunagakure with me? After waiting a bit longer, judging that Hiiragi's emotions might have settled somewhat, Chio crouched before him and asked tentatively. With her strength, kidnapping a child like this would cost her nothing. But if she could get him to willingly commit to Sunagakure, that would be ideal. It cost nothing to ask, no harm in trying. But the moment she spoke, Hiiragi's eyes went wide. He fixed her with an indescribable gaze that made her deeply uncomfortable. Why are you looking at me like that? Do I have another choice? It wasn't just the dust in his eyes making them water, he genuinely wondered about this. Even if he might be completely unaware of his parents' dealings with Sunagakure, he was still the child of two ninja. He'd just crippled one of her puppet's arms, though that thing looked pretty crude, with sloppy joint protection. Anyway, did he look like some brat completely oblivious to his own situation? What kind of mindset was she operating on to even ask that question? Well. Meeting Hiiragi's gaze, Chio inexplicably recalled her younger days, her teacher's booming, then let me ask you. Sensing she'd lost face, she pursed her lips and responded with two drawn-out hums. Then you should also know about the transactions between us and your parents. Not really. But probably something to do with sealing techniques. Walking past her as if she weren't there, Hiiragi ducked into the living quarters, grabbed some clothes, and pulled them on while answering, I figure that's the only thing our clan would be worth coveting. You're a sharp kid. You'll definitely become quite the ninja. And without even refining chakra, you still managed that much. Chio's gaze flicked to her puppet. She left the second half unsaid, simply sealing the puppet back into the scroll on her wrist. Hiiragi's performance did raise some questions. The wound seeming disproportionate to blood loss. Detecting her approach and preparing behind the living quarters. Even easily disabling one of her puppet's arms. But his status as a pure-blooded Uzumaki descendant was genuine. Everything else mattered less. If he willingly served Sunagakure, excellent. If not, well, Uzumaki made far better sacrifices for tailed beast sealing than anyone else. Either way, his very existence counted as gain at their expense. Whatever final application they chose would offset some losses. Wrong. With my brain, I'd probably succeed at anything. Hiiragi made no effort to hide his disgust for ninja. Chio shrugged understandingly, her expression revealing nothing of whatever dark plans might be brewing. No matter how much motherhood inclined her to pity children, she'd still clawed her way through mountains of corpses. An elite jonin didn't wear her emotions on her sleeve. Even if she'd already been acting pretty outrageous before. Times. Besides, wasn't it normal for a child whose parents were just killed by ninja to hate them? No matter how mature or strong he acted, a child was still a child. Do you know where your parents kept their training notes? Deciding to set aside pity and treat him as an elite jonin should, Chio asked this. Though her tone remained quite gentle. Clearly, she couldn't fully set it aside. But Chio had her reasons. Hidden compartments based on mechanical locks. She could crack those easily. Inheriting the puppet technique founder's masterpiece, Chikamatsu's 10 puppets, and mastering them wasn't just empty praise. Calling Chio the era's foremost expert on mechanisms probably wasn't an exaggeration. But remember what Sunagakure had been trading with the Uzumaki couple for. What if those materials were stored in barriers that would destroy everything inside if triggered? If they could handle Uzumaki seals and barriers, they wouldn't have needed this trade in the first place, would they? This was exactly why Sand had been left drooling like a hungry fish. Sigh. Seller's market. Sigh. Priceless goods, no price to name. Those don't exist anymore. Oh, if you can restore ashes to paper, pretend I didn't say that. But if you can't. He didn't know why this kunoichi sought those materials. But that didn't stop him from feeling relieved about his advanced preparations. He tapped his temple lightly. Then you'll have to look here. The veins beneath Chio's headband twitched, heart rate spiking. First discovering her trading partner's whole family assassination. Then finding a surviving child. Now this kid tells her the valuable trading items have been burned to ash. These ups and downs weren't good for the heart. Chio almost wondered if the kid was punishing her for arriving too late to save his parents. But thinking further, no one could have known she'd come to this smithy. So he was simply raising his own value. Looking down, meeting Hiiraga's gaze, after a long moment Chio sighed in defeat, shoulders slumping. Ha, fine, you win. Kid, tell me your name. Cory. Hi Cory. Her address had shifted from gentle child to grit-teethed kid. But this actually showed Chio no longer viewed him as an ordinary child. The implication wasn't hard to grasp. Cory calmly gave his name. Hi, Cory. Not a bad name. Chio rolled the name around her mouth, then broke into a smile and slapped Cory's shoulder. I'm Chio. Easy to remember, right? Yeah. Anything else you want to bring? The forge and hammer. Those were Dad's usual tools. A nostalgic kid in some ways, huh? Not bad. Looks like we might get along. Chio glanced at the cold forge. Surprised, but not bothered. She casually unrolled a scroll and sealed the forge along with other tools inside. Hey, Chio-senpai. What? I want to learn ninjutsu. Will you be my teacher? Chapter 8. Toward the distance. Hey, Cory wasn't just saying things randomly, he came prepared. Asking to take that forge served two purposes. On one hand, he genuinely needed it. On the other, it was a test. This family's ability to accept Sunagakure commissions wasn't just due to the village's favoritism, they ran a genuinely capable smithy. Unlike the small coal furnaces common at ordinary blacksmiths, their forge was a large-scale setup capable of processing large quantities of materials at once, incorporating auxiliary equipment like power hammers. Even after removing the flues embedded in walls and the water tank on the roof, its total weight exceeded 7 tons. Under normal circumstances, even a taijutsu specialist jonin couldn't carry equipment this bulky and heavy from the country of rivers back into wind country. Unless they sealed it in a scroll. To be precise, this type of storage device was a composite product of sealing techniques and space-time ninjutsu. Through sealing techniques, objects were stored in extra-dimensional spaces opened within scrolls, enabling large-scale material storage. Such items were common among puppeteers or ninja who used a large number of tools. Even certain powerful weapon holders would specially use scrolls for safekeeping and portability. You could say scrolls represented the most widespread applied extension of space-time ninjutsu in the entire ninja world. Correspondingly, though these scrolls had no specific connection between manufacturing and usage, users only needed sealing technique experience. Their widespread circulation didn't mean they were cheap, accessible tools. Scrolls with capacity for only a few shuriken and a dozen kunai were indeed cheap. But as capacity increased, scroll value multiplied exponentially, even dozens of times. Meaning, a ninja carrying a scroll capable of holding that forge was either wealthy or powerful. Either way, huge asset for Cory. Though the puppet Chio had used earlier was quite crude, and she seemed somewhat unreliable, her manipulation technique, skilled medical ninjutsu, and the strong presence Cory vaguely sensed all indicated she was no ordinary fighter. This test just added another layer of insurance. Besides, from Chio's words and deeds earlier, he'd sensed some inexplicable kindness. Under the circumstances, not leveraging that would be wasteful. Once at Sunagakure, his identity should ensure relative stability. But one could never have too many allies. Trouble avoided early was always good. I don't mind, but you'll need to spend some time at the Ninja Academy first. Unaware of Hiiragik's calculations, Chio assumed he wanted strength to avenge his parents. Given how easily he'd spotted her puppet's mechanisms, he seemed to have a talent for puppet technique. Teaching him wouldn't be bad. Thinking this, Chio, busy unrolling a large sealing scroll, answered without turning around. After considerable effort, using chakra threads to detach the forge from walls and floor and pack it into the scroll, she turned to find Hiiragi slowly dragging his parents' bodies together, arranging them atop the fuel pile. What are you doing? Uzumaki ninja corpses made decent research materials. Chio had planned to send a clone back to recover them after leaving with Hiiragi. Burning them. The whole house too. Dragging two stiff bodies several times his own weight was too much for a 6-year-old. Hiiragi braced one hand on his knee, wiped sweat from his forehead with the other, and answered breathlessly. Burn everything here to ash. I don't want any memories of this place left. Yes, sensei. Chio's hand wasn't large, but it still enveloped his childish palm. He took a deep breath, then turned, together with Chio, his back to the still-burning smithy, and walked toward the distance. Never looking back. Chapter 9. I might have to go all out raising you. For real. The weather's been good lately. At this pace, another 3 days and we'll reach Sunagakure. Having just returned from fetching water in some village within the country of wind, Chio ducked into the roadside shelter and smiled, patting Hiiragi's shoulder. He simply nodded and continued chewing his soldier pill. Swallowing the pill, he silently accepted the water skin Chio handed him, took 2 small sips, and then capped it. Though they could buy food from village shops, Hiiragi was curious about these pills, considering it early adaptation to ninja field life. Truth be told, soldier pills weren't exactly palatable. But one small pill could fill your stomach and quickly restore some chakra. For ninja, there was nothing to complain about. The only real drawback, after eating these glutinous rice flour-based pills, you couldn't drink too much water. But similarly, opportunities to guzzle water were scarce in the desert anyway. Complementing soldier pills was another type called thirst-quenching pills. These contained shredded pickled plum, stimulating saliva secretion to somewhat alleviate thirst. Their main function, though, was soothing throat pain, preventing coughing during missions that might disrupt breathing rhythm or expose position. Sand ninja typically mixed thirst-quenching pills with drinking water to reduce consumption. Seeing Hiiragi had finished resting, Chio began explaining Sand's history and various ninja trivia, preparing him for future life. Partly this was at Hiiragi's request, but also due to Chio's naturally lively personality. For someone like her, who'd chatter endlessly about random topics when the mood struck, Hiiragi, who rarely responded, never complained, simply listened, was an ideal audience. After nearly a month traveling together, this pair had grown accustomed to their dynamic. During breaks, listening to Chio's lectures gradually veer off topic had become routine. Hard to say whether Chio deliberately used this approach to dispel any shadows lingering in Hiiragi's heart. But, shadows. Hiiragi had none to begin with. Chio's efforts were like casting flirtatious glances at a blind man. Still, he rather enjoyed being cared for, it gave him that warm, corpse-like feeling. So he didn't rush Chio to hurry. Among the 5 great nations, the country of wind was largest in area and population. Yet this nation occupying the vast southwestern portion of the map consisted mostly of unusable desert and wilderness, with minimal annual rainfall. Harsh living conditions forced wind country citizens to build settlements almost exclusively around desert oases. Scarce arable land made self-sufficiency in food impossible. Vegetables, grains, all heavily dependent on foreign trade. Poor transportation meant import costs often carried premiums, while export prices were frequently depressed by several tenths. One could say Wind Country maintained its status as a great nation primarily through its large population and Sunagakure's unbroken lineage of exceptional talent. Like other Wind Country settlements, Sunagakure sat within a desert oasis. Routes there shifted with seasons and changing desert climate. Alone, Chio could return from River's country quickly. But with Hiiragi? Impossible. He was only 6. No way his body could endure such intense travel. Besides, Wind Country was unlike other nations, he'd need time adapting to the harsh desert climate. Those first few days entering Wind Country, Hiiragi suffered heatstroke almost daily. Chio panicked, and he gained clearer appreciation of this body's fragility. Fortunately, Uzumaki's constitution proved reliable. After several days' adaptation, the unbearable heat ceased affecting him. As a precaution, Chio taught him chakra refinement methods to enhance physical conditioning. Chakra, simply understood, mixed spiritual energy and physical energy. Given his special grade sorcerer soul and Uzumaki body, Hiiragi should easily generate large amounts of chakra. But reality differed. No matter how simple the definition, actual operation spawned countless details demanding attention. Like mathematics, simple at first, but the moment you encounter that damned variable x, alarm bells should ring. Hell awaits. Times. For instance, rotation direction when mixing spiritual and physical energy. Chakra had two rotational forms, left rotation and right rotation. One could determine their natural direction from hair growth patterns. Following your natural rotation improved efficiency. But rotation angle and speed. Choosing optimal values? Maintaining subconscious refinement after adjustment. All required repeated experimentation. Or optimizing chakra flow through the systemic meridian system. Filling every corner of that network like blood vessels without waste. Fully mobilizing all 361 chakra points to minimize release blind spots. These details couldn't vary from person to person, be clarified by others. Having experienced Black Flash as a jujitsu sorcerer, Hiiragi knew precisely how much such detailing enhanced strength. Hence he didn't immediately focus on chakra quantity. Besides, encountering an energy system entirely different from his previous life, how could he not be fascinated? From Chio's perspective, however, the whole situation was rather alarming. These detail issues requiring years of accumulation to gradually adjust and internalize, things many ninja never noticed throughout their entire careers, she certainly hadn't taught him initially. A child his age refining chakra independently within a day would be remarkable enough. Chio had merely intended to guide him in testing his chakra cap. But how had things escalated to this point? I'm not asking you to restrain your talent. I'm not jealous of ability. But researching this stuff now. Where's your beginner's confusion? You're 6 years old. At this rate, you'll become Jonin at 12, develop forbidden techniques at 24, and end up as Kazekage. As your foster mother, not really, I might have to go all out raising you. For real. Chapter 10. What the F? The remaining journey passed without incident. 3 days later, Chio and Hiiragi arrived at Sunagakure as scheduled. Unlike previous stops at other villages, Chio didn't take time to familiarize Hiiragi with Wind Country's customs this time. After a brief registration at the village gate, they hurried straight to the Kazekage building. Chio had originally been passing by the smithy during a mission, encountering all this was pure accident. She'd already notified the village of her itinerary en route, so now she needed to report with her mission achievements promptly. Hiiragi had no objections. Settling in sooner rather than later suited him fine. Truth be told, there wasn't much to see in Sunagakure anyway. As mentioned, Sunagakure, indeed all of Wind Country, was simultaneously rich and poor. Abundant resources they couldn't convert into usable wealth, plus harsh environmental conditions, you wouldn't find bustling prosperity here. Even ninja clans lacked superior conditions. Their dwellings and facilities resembled those in other villages and towns, looking like adobe houses, merely larger. Dome-shaped dwellings blended seamlessly with the desert, interconnected. Almost all social activities occurred indoors to shelter from the wind and sand. Streets served solely for material transport. Or for urgent travel, like now. Tucked under Chio's arm, Hiiragi watched roadside scenery blur past, eyes clear. Regarding physical enhancement, chakra, with physical energy as a primary component, far surpassed cursed energy. Without special techniques, cursed energy enhancement, only top jujitsu sorcerers could briefly maintain such speeds. Different specializations, I suppose. Thus musing, he began considering cursed energy's applications here. He hadn't attempted refining cursed energy earlier, mainly because explaining to Chio how an Uzumaki specializing in yang release could produce energy is extremely inclined in release would be inconvenient. But once enrolled, he could look through materials and attempt openly. Like seeking funding, you can't just pitch raw concepts. You need citations. Never mind whether your references relate to your proposal, as long as they impress. Hiiragi did this effortlessly. Research burned through money, after all. Speaking of which, didn't I have several proposals pending? Thinking of funding, he suddenly remembered leaving unfinished contracted work before dying. Probably blown sky high with his workshops and labs by that bastard Gojo by now. Suffered that bastard's absolute lack of virtue this lifetime. Those investors, so pitiful. Thus silently mourning, Hiiragi conveniently ignored being the evil and crazy researcher whose dangerous experiments forced Gojo to clean up messes worldwide. Just then, wind rushing past his ears ceased. Looking up, he saw Chio had brought him to their destination, the Kazekage building. Building was generous, this rounded structure barely taller than other sand buildings. With economy heavily dependent on mining, Wind Country's underground construction technology was developed. Naturally, sand followed suit. Complex underground networks served as natural barriers against invaders while allowing Wind Country's fragmented, cramped habitable zones to accommodate the 5 great nations' largest population. Brushing accumulated sand from his fluffy hair, Hiiragi followed Chio down the descending staircase. This spiral staircase wasn't narrow, several could walk abreast. Along the way, he noticed numerous ninja hurrying past, turning into lateral corridors at various levels. Everyone is busy, acknowledging elite Jonin Chio with nods sufficed for social etiquette. Hiiragi, a child. Ignored. If Chio brought him, she must have reasons. This didn't indicate Sand Ninja only swept the snow in front of the door. Mainly, civilian staff working dungeon faced considerable pressure. Above ground, in surface passages, everyone happily chatted. Though ventilation systems were adequate, underground remained underground. The dull air couldn't compare outside. Lighting also fell short of normal buildings. No one wasted precious breakdown here. Descending about 5 levels, Chio stopped before an office door. Kid, wait outside. Few minutes. If anyone asks questions, say you don't know, send them to me. Before knocking, Chio crouched to whisper instructions. Seeing him nod, she knocked, expression solemn, and entered alone. Hiiragi had no complaints. Whether debriefing previous missions or discussing him, Chio couldn't bring him inside. That advice carried undertones, unclear intentions given current circumstances. Leaning against the wall, Hiiragi tapped rhythmically, thinking. Nearly 10 minutes passed, no answers, but Chio emerged, equally solemn. Meeting his questioning gaze, she crouched before him, hands on his shoulders, expression heavy. Hey, kid. What? Seeing Chio like this, Hiiragi felt uncertain. What's this? Straight to dissection. Memory extraction. I don't recall such techniques existing. Thoughts geysered from his mind, intensifying suffering with Chio's silence. His gaze began waving. Finally, the atmosphere froze to breaking point. Chio suddenly flashed a triumphant G. Rin. Come on. Call me Mom. Huh. What huh? From today, you're my adopted son. Hard to understand. Ah. I get it. Have you finally lost it, old hag? Damn brat. I'm 35. Calling me old hag. Chapter 11. Mom mode, maximum overdrive. Let's rewind just a bit. Kazekage building, 5th basement level, the 3rd Kazekage's office. You're saying that on his very first attempt at chakra refinement, he noticed those detail issues. Having listened to Chio's report, the 3rd Kazekage, mid-approval of documents, lit up. He tossed aside the file, propped his chin on one hand, and repeated with interest. That's correct. You're young, your ears work fine. So don't use clumsy to escape work tactics. The next second, chakra threads flung the discarded file back before him. As contemporaries, Chio knew the 3rd Kazekage's personality and abilities inside out. She saw right through his escape work ploy. Ah. I'm just no good at it. Can't help it. Thus scolded by a subordinate, the supreme leader of Sunagakure didn't angry. Just pulled a face like he'd eaten a pickled plum and miserably resumed approving documents. Don't say such willful things. Everyone's already handled what they can. These remain for your decision and final approval. Snatching a random document, Chio pronounced this mercilessly. The 1st Kazekage, Reto, a man who unified the warring factions through overwhelming force, establishing Sunagakure in the desert through sheer power. Simultaneously, he tirelessly negotiated with other villages to strengthen national power. Even the fertile lands underpinning San's existence came from his efforts at the 5 Kage summit. Reto's successor, Shaman, inherited and expanded his philosophy. Sand manipulation techniques enabling one to fight many, magnified power on home turf. Puppet techniques substituting for ninja in combat. Weaponization research on Shikaku. These technologies emerged under Shaman, paired with military expansion, Sand's strength developed epically. After the First Shinobi World War ended, hidden injuries and accumulated illness forced Shaman into behind-the-scenes retirement. Upholding the concept of military expansion, his successor, the 3rd Kazekage, became Sand's strongest. His unique magnet release Kekei Genkai earned him reputation as the strongest Kazekage in history. But governance? He had no talent. Though magnet release required precision computing, and attaining Kazekage status demanded intelligence, years of training hadn't helped him master administrative work. Different specializations, just couldn't learn. Combat ability. Overwhelmingly strong. Paperwork. Absolutely useless. Like a rabbit head calculator, math filling every neural crevice, no space for anything else. Even Shaman, who'd chosen him as successor, hadn't anticipated this. Hence Shaman had to assist the contemporary ninja spend years restructuring San's entire administration. The 3rd Kazekage chose B5 for his office himself. As Kage, his governance skills were pathetic. Working prison time alongside civilian staff, alleviating psychological pressure from this environment, that was his limit. Oh, and serving as a motionless stamping machine. For a beginner, that child's keenness is indeed exceptional. Pages turned, stamps thudded. Resigned to fate, the third Kazakage revised the document while steering conversation back to Chio's report. But aside from that, nothing else is unusual in your report, right? Perhaps this unusual sensitivity is precisely why Uzumaki ceiling and barrier techniques are so powerful. As a user of demanding techniques and calculation, the third Kazakage himself was particularly sensitive to chakra flow. He didn't find this particularly suspicious. What he regretted were the burned Uzumaki couple's bodies. But he agreed with Chio, not worth creating grudge with the living child over two corpses. Perhaps so. Chio crossed her arms, tilting her head slightly. Various little inconsistencies, but thinking carefully, not incomprehensible. Probably what they call genius. So how does the Kazakage propose handling that kid? The shift in address signaled changed attitude. This concerned San's future development, even close friends must treat it more formally. Find a trustworthy family to adopt. Subtly influence him, make him truly part of Sand, that was the initial plan. But now seems unnecessary. At this, the third Kazakage stopped stamping. He steepled his fingers beneath his nose, gazed deep. 7 or 8 years since the First Shinobi World War ended, contradictions and frictions between nations gradually heating up. Under these circumstances, each country and village almost certainly harbored spies from others. Hence Sand never planned loudly welcoming that Uzumaki family. Receiving Chio's report, they'd intended secretly raising Hiiragi. But clearly, Hiiragi's talent and mind far exceeded expectations. Plans are for average kids were obsolete. That kid consciously improves his own value. So let's deal with him straightforwardly. Provide resources, help him get revenge, let him complete what his parents left unfinished. No other demands. After all, we always expected nurturing him over a decade before seeing results. Nothing fundamentally changed, just removed deliberate guidance. After living in his home for over a decade, surely he'll develop some emotional attachment. Then, let me adopt that kid. Because of his red hair. Piss off. Don't act like I have some fetish for red hair. But it's a plausible reason, isn't it? Encountering a talented orphan during mission return, moved by sympathy because his hair matches your husband and sons, deciding to adopt him. The third Kazakage's gaze burned, as if seeing through Chio's thoughts. He couldn't handle government affairs, but he could read old friends' minds. Shut up. The gray-haired Kunoichi flushed crimson, snapped, turned, and stormed out. Chapter 12. A son in the house. Hiiragi naturally refused to call Chio mom, but that didn't stop the adoption. The village had decided he was to become Chio's adopted son. Rejection wasn't an option. Besides, he had no reason to refuse anyway. Going from apprentice to adopted son meant closer relations, which meant more convenient learning techniques from Chio and a smoother time in Sunagakure. Win-win. However, when he moved into Chio's home, he met her son, whom she had mentioned frequently over the past month. Seeing the boy, who was more than twice his age and had red hair, Hiiragi finally understood Chio's inexplicable kindness. This future big brother was named Mataza and was already an independent chunin. Chio's husband was away on a mission and wouldn't be back anytime soon. That was the downside of all ninja families. Family reunion dinners were difficult to coordinate. Mataza's attitude toward this little brother, who appeared out of thin air, was subtle, not welcoming, not repulsive. Given Hiiragi's persona, he couldn't initiate conversation either. Clearly, their future dynamic would be rather awkward. After a stiff greeting, Hiiragi followed Chio to handle his luggage. Not that there was much. The pendant, apparently solidified with a binding vow, hung around his neck. That box of custom kunai and scattered forging tools, Chio had brought along. Hiiragi wondered whether the kunai should be returned to whoever ordered them. Chio explained, those kunai were themselves tools for his parents. The special blade shape was another smoke screen. If ninja from other villages spotted them, they'd misjudge there being some operative using special kunai. Sometimes, these minutiae and ambiguous intelligence could decide battles. This was normal among ninja, scheming and being schemed, tricks and counter-tricks. The name of the game was cunning. Until two people popped up piloting Gundams, kicking everyone else to roadside wild dog status. Now those two were gone, so everyone returned to the original dark atmosphere. What else could they do? It's not like just anyone could pilot a Gundam. Hiiragi could only remark that Sand really knew budget conscious. Custom kunai weren't cheap, but relative to Sand's military budget. Nothing. One expense serving two purposes, Sand was truly poor and used to it. He tested those kunai the day he met Chio. This particular style didn't suit him. Once the forge was set up, he'd reforge them into proper weapons. Speaking of that dismantled forge, the base just needed ground connection and reinforcement, but flues and pipes required rearrangement. Especially flues, poorly designed for wind country's ghost weather, they'd clog with sand constantly. Fortunately, Chio had post-mission leave. If Hiiragi handled it alone, construction time would be more than double. Occasionally, Mataza came to observe. With such a massive installation suddenly in the house, any ninja inheriting Chio's puppet technique would be curious. What's this for? On Mataza's 8th visit, curiosity finally overwhelmed him. Thus began the first conversation between these unrelated brothers. That power hammer. See, different heads and molds can be swapped, easy to hammer out various shapes. Ah, you know a lot. Studied before. Back then I thought I'd inherit the family, smithy. Be a blacksmith my whole life. Hiiragi paused momentarily, then continued as if nothing happened. And now? Remembering what his mother told him about Hiiragi's experience, Mataza sensed he'd broached a sensitive topic. His voice faltered, then asked tentatively. Use weapons forged here to kill everyone who won't let me live peacefully. Good. Sensing the pure murderous intent in Hiiragi's words, Mataza pursed his lips and slowly shuffled backward. You keep busy. I'll check if there are missions available. With Mataza's fleeing in panic, this ice-breaking attempt officially failed. Long road ahead. From her hiding spot, Chio slapped her forehead and sighed quietly. Her son had always been worry-free, just a bit blunt speaking, lacking confidence. How'd he develop such a personality? Because he couldn't fully master her puppet technique, felt unworthy as her successor. Suddenly recalling rumors she'd heard by chance but never taken seriously, Chio's expression gradually became solemn. Whether idle gossip or someone scheming, with Mataza's current mindset, facing Hiiragi's talent wouldn't end well. Maybe I should delay teaching the kid puppet technique. Murmuring quietly, utterly unskilled at such matters, Chio silently withdrew to consult her younger brother, Ebizo. Unlike Chio, obsessed with puppetry studies, Ebizo handled San's intelligence and espionage work. Intelligence gathering and speculation, he'd surely be better. Unaware of Chio's thoughts in those few seconds, Hiiragi merely found Mataza's sudden departure inexplicable. What does this mean? He hadn't said anything strange. Though teaching 5-year-olds to kill sounded pretty damn dark, even more than jujutsu shurja, and humanistic care seemed odd for such schools, in this era it was understandable. Like Hiiragi disliking certain writers' works, yet acknowledging their era demanded such writing. Every age had its necessities and obvious truths. In the Warring States period, average lifespan under 40. Clan children learned combat from the moment they could walk. Enemies deliberately killed opposing clans' women and children. That era's obvious truths. Until one undefeated man crushed the entire ninja world, establishing Konoha with his friend, ending that barbaric age. That man, called the god of Shinobi, was first Hokage Hashirama Senju. And his friend who ultimately diverged, the demon of the Shinobi world, Madara Uchiha. Reading their histories and achievements, many wondered why he didn't simply conquer the entire ninja world. But consider, he was just a ninja from the Warring States period. Never receiving systematic education beyond killing techniques, he probably never knew how to rule or govern a nation. Hashirama likely acted on simple ideals: no more slaughter. No more children dying meaninglessly. Only an idealist would commit the folly of distributing tailed beasts to maintain peace. If he and Madara hadn't possessed world-overwhelming power, such idealists would have died miserably in the Warring States period. Looking now, Hashirama's efforts seemed wasted. Peace's fig leaf about to be torn away again. But at least ninja and civilians alike lived dramatically longer. Even brief peace had meaning. History spirals upward. Development trend from low to high, simple to complex forward motion. Even when repeating past stages, it repeated differently, on higher foundations. Conversely, restoration backslids or trying to leap too far, neither ended well. As for teaching 5-year-olds to kill. Hey buddy. This is a ninja village. What do you think ninja do? Chase cats and dogs all day. Spy missions, sabotaging enemy facilities, assassinations, long-term bodyguard duty, these were ninjas' main income. Daimyo funding alone couldn't sustain a village. Not state organs, more like permanent employment organizations. In mercenary organizations, children learned killing. Besides killing techniques, the academy taught seemingly non-combat skills. Children lacking ninja talent weren't discarded as waste. Worst case, they dropped out. Helping family business or finding shop work, they'd survive. Having essentially lived over 30 years as a jujutsu sorcerer, infinitely close to curse user, Hiiragi had no psychological burden about killing. How many of these kids will still smile on the battlefield? Through the window, watching children play ninja games on the playground, Hiiragi felt uncharacteristically sentimental. Not for the children, for the academy's teaching philosophy. If hesitant, don't pull the trigger. Enrolling in the academy meant at least reverence for this profession. Treating a career is almost tied to life as play, to someone who passionately revered research and literally died for it. This was hard to stomach. Or is this their last playtime? Well, thinking that way, it doesn't matter. They're just kids. Never experienced life and death, how could they understand awe? Glancing at his own slender hands, Hiiragi realized he might be too demanding of his peers. He pulled out Mataza's old textbooks and flipped through them to pass the time. Chapter 14. You're actually quite talented. The standard academy textbooks naturally contained nothing particularly valuable, just chakra refinement methods, physical training guides, shuriken throwing techniques, and such. Nature transformations. Forget it. The final graduation exam only tested the 3 basic techniques: transformation, clone, and substitution, E-rank auxiliary techniques. Almost every student new to ninjutsu resented this. They curved flashy, powerful techniques. The 3 basics held little appeal. But children from ninja clans, or even just those with ninja parents, knew before enrollment, these 3 techniques were the most valuable things the academy offered. Transformation, mimicking other things with surface illusions; clone, creating insubstantial phantoms; substitution, rapidly swapping with prepared objects. Though sounding humble, these 3 represent the most fundamental derivatives of chakra application and growth. Transformation required uniform and sustained chakra output through whole body tenketsu. Fail, and your form destabilized. Clone requires careful manipulation, externally released chakra, shaping it. Even without substance, achieving lifelike illusion wasn't simple. Substitution used chakra to strengthen body, relying on instantaneous burst speed to swap positions with a substitute. Principle-wise, practicing these 3 simplified abstract, complex chakra control into 3 steps. Without one-on-one instruction, this was remarkably efficient teaching. Tactically, though most later replaced clone with solid variants, transformation and substitution served entire careers. The latter could substitute for almost all body flicker techniques. Yes, all body flickers. Body flicker wasn't a standalone technique, it collectively refers to any instant movement or high-speed displacement achieved through chakra, space, time manipulation, or kekkei genkai. And high-speed displacement. Substitution achieved that too. Can't maintain sustained ultra-high-speed movement. Use multiple substitutions. As that sunglasses-wearing flamingo once said, abilities depend on usage. Shout, this old man has arrived, elsewhere after thunderpalming, that's displacement too. Times. As for transformation, with sufficient chakra control precision, it became essential for infiltration and camouflage missions. Makeup has flaws. Props can be seen through. So use both. Anyway, Hiiragi valued the 3 basics considerably. Though the original owner never received ninja training from his parents, Hiiragi's Black Flash experience with Cursed Energy Core Control, plus the original parents' technique notes, weren't just decorative. Having memorized those notes, he accepted Mataza's old textbooks hoping to contrast and understand both perspectives. Though expectations were low. In this regard, Mataza's notes didn't disappoint. Guess I expected too much. Though Mataza was now a chunin with various nature transformations and puppet technique, these notes were pre-graduation. Expecting insights was unrealistic. Dull. Just dull. Not remotely comparable to the original parents' notes. Even chakra refinement and circulation insights fell short of what Hiiragi had summary in 1 month. First war, deserter, experience really delivered. Nice handwriting though. Steady hands, good puppet material. Hand deformation often appears in nature specialist ninja from year-round forming specific seals. But since this deformation helped faster sealing, ninja generally does not correct unless affecting daily life. Slapping the textbook shut, Hiiragi expressionlessly tucked it neatly into his bag. Unhelpful, but it was the thought that counted. And books, Hiiragi always treasured them. Why damage them intentionally? Unless there is no last resort. Just as Hiiragi grew bored enough to fiddle with his pendant, Chio finished the tedious paperwork. A very san ninja-looking man led him to a classroom. Everyone quiet down. We have a transfer student today. Entering with the teacher, Hiiragi scanned the room. At the teacher's call, 40-plus gazes focused on him. Curiosity, indifference, even inexplicable provocation. Kids' minds, so hard to read. Thus thinking, Hiiragi took chalk and casually wrote his name on the blackboard. Hiiragi. Dead fish eyes expressionless, he scratched his fluffy red hair, wondering what else to say in self-introduction. Last time he'd introduced himself was at Jujutsu High in his previous life. After that, anyone he encountered and interacted with already knew him. Alright. Likes, techniques. Dislikes, trouble. Dreams, none of your business. What's with that attitude? Who are you making that face at? Yeah. Instantly, some kid shouted dissatisfaction, followed by his little clique jeering. Part of the school experience, I suppose. Murmuring, Hiiragi completely ignored them, slowly walked to an empty seat, and sat. 2 months was enough for these kids to form cliques. Kids loved attention. Nothing to mind. Hello. I'm Karura. Nice to meet you. Seeing Hiiragi's unapproachable demeanor, the girl beside him greeted timidly. Ah. Hello. Turning, he saw a girl with sandy brown shoulder-length hair, slight baby fat, cute face. Her gray-purple eyes held a hint of uneasiness, worried. Whether they'd get along. Looking her up and down, Hiiragi raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly. You're actually quite talented. In the entire class, your chakra circulation is the smoothest. Huh. Chapter 15. Researchers must be cautious. All right. Class begins. Chio had requested no special treatment for Hiiragi in advance, so the teacher simply called for order. Still, in this class of new students, the teacher held some authority. The noise subsided. Seeing quiet, the ordinary sand ninja began teaching by the book. This lesson was Ninja Basics. The first half of the textbook covered definitions, ninja, ninjutsu, chakra. Middle sections covered chakra refinement. This academy is unbearably dull. Hiiragi listened briefly. The teacher's explanation fell short of even Mataza's notes. His mind immediately wandered. Perhaps they simplified for students without foundation. But what did that have to do with Hiiragi, already researching optimal chakra circulation? His body was young, his mind hadn't regressed to infancy. This kindergarten-level instruction was unbearable. One hand propping his cheek, the other unhooked his pendant, dexterously flipping it between fingers. Throughout the journey to Sunagakure, he'd studied this pendant, crafted with all the original parent's strength. The material was ordinary jade, nothing special. Yet as a chakra container, even in Chio's perception, it showed no trace. Inactive, only Hiiragi could sense its power. That was remarkable. Both Chio's indirect answers along the journey and the original parent's notes clearly stated, there were no absolute seals or barriers in this world. No matter how tightly applied, foolproof was impossible. More layers and complexity meant more tiny errors could crash the entire system. Seals and barriers never sought complexity. They aimed for optimal effect with minimal means. Balancing these two was the essence of sealing techniques. Yet this pendant seemed to contradict the fundamental definition of sealing in the Naruto world. For Hiiragi, though, he'd seen similar things, theories, settings. His original world had special grade cursed objects that traded, not harming humans, for nearly indestructible physical resistance. That resistance rooted in the basic concept of binding vows. Binding vows were vows or constraints made with oneself or others. Trade must do X or must never do Y for something else. Violate the vow, and suffer unknown punishment. This was common sense in the jujitsu world. But common sense though it was, almost no one knew why it worked, or why punishment remained unknown. Hiiragi had guesses. Cursed energy, ultimately, derived from spirit. Since spirit-based, psychological states naturally affected it. When forming a binding vow, one couldn't help but wholeheartedly believed, this must be done. Perhaps that momentary burst of determination formed the vow's foundation. Coincidentally, he'd seen similar concepts in Hunter x Hunter. In that manga, the fundamental ability, Nen, freely manipulates life energy, aura, emitted from the body. Everyone constantly emitted trace amounts of life energy, but most couldn't control its loss. Controlling this energy required sublimating and training the mind, enhancing self-will. Through training, Nen users awakened various abilities according to their nature. Nen abilities likewise had no absolute elements, but could approach near infinite. Imposing constraints and oaths during training, the more difficult the rule, the more explosive power. Though Nen built on life energy, will, or spirit, still drove it. Having actually traveled to the Naruto world, even without experiencing Nen firsthand, Hiiragi felt it worth referencing. These vows and binding, fundamentally, individual will tangibly affecting reality. So they inadvertently touched binding vow power. No, more than that. Perhaps their dying obsessions played a part. He recalled Hunter x Hunter's post-mortem Nen left by deceased Nen users that couldn't be extinguished. All life energy and obsession solidified into near-permanent existence before death. This further proved that spirits could strongly interfere with reality. Meaning I can try using binding vows to enhance strength here. Thoughts clarified, Hiiragi planned to experiment when opportunity arose. Though upon awakening in this world, encountering the lingering reverberation, he'd formed a binding vow, its conditions and effects felt almost intangible. Back then, he'd had no mental space or chance for repeated testing. Things applied to oneself couldn't be too cautious. Having miraculously gained a second chance, Hiiragi cherished his life. Haikuen. Why did you say that earlier? Throughout most of class, Karura occasionally glanced at the spacing out Hiiragi. Curiosity finally overwhelmed her, she stealthily tapped his elbow and whispered like a thief. What? Not great at acting, relying on poker face, Hiiragi excelled at zoning out. Movements unchanged, not even turning his head, he responded. About my chakra circulating smoothest. Because it's true. In this whole class, besides me, your chakra circulation has fewest pauses and smallest speed variations. And that kid has most chakra. That girl's is easiest to distinguish. Pendant back on his chest, Hiiragi pulled out a pointed pen, pretending to write a few characters, then indicated two people with the pen tip. The former, a boy with reddish-brown short hair. The latter, a girl with dark green hair and ochre bangs. Then he added. Besides you three, no one else in this class is worth noticing. Chapter 16. Researchers must be bold in making judgments. I am not as amazing as Razakuen or Pakura-chan. Probably never having heard such direct praise, Karura shrank back immediately, murmuring quietly. She seemed the type to habitually elevate others. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have approached Hiiragi, who'd just incurred public wrath. I say what I say. Your denial isn't modesty, it's C. Filing those two names away, Hiiragi retorted while smoothly standing to answer a question without changing expression, then continued, you're doubting my perception. So confident, Haikuen. His seamless volume switching and ability to answer calls left Karura dumbfounded. She blinked, staring blankly, then got caught daydreaming and called on for the next question. B. O. B. Just as Karura panicked, Hiiragi's voice drifted into her ear. Crisis averted, Karura exhaled in relief, then another string of instructions arrived. Face forward. Lean down. Pretend you're thinking. Oh. Instinctively following Hiiragi's words, Karura only then realized, this was his technique for spacing out in class. Her deskmate wasn't as cold as he initially appeared. Just lacked desire for active communication. See. She'd initiated conversation, and he was quite chatty. Even if his expression never changed. You trust me that much? Not afraid I'm lying. Switching his finger dexterity tool to a pencil, Hiiragi spun it more smoothly. A stress reliever from when stuck on lab report, here, he could claim it built foundation for hand seals. Because Haikuen immediately spotted the two most talented classmates. Drawn to Hiiragi's movements yet afraid to openly stare, Karura continuously glanced sideways. Her hesitation resembled a curious hamster peeking from its tunnel, quite cute. That. I actually inquired before enrolling. Really? Liar. I sensed it. Ugh, so mean. Karura's voice drew out long. Even without looking, Hiiragi could imagine her pouting. He retracted his earlier assessment. This academy was incredibly entertaining. Lessons were dull, but it compensated for never experiencing elementary school, teasing same-age girls. Even better, no lessons, he could tease all day. Different from returning to Sunagakure with Chio. He didn't engage her because their knowledge gap was too vast. Now he enjoyed chatting with Karura for the same reason, the knowledge gap. Researchers operated like this, don't understand, shut up and listen. In one's own field, boldly judge. Current topic, cursed energy, advanced sealing and barrier techniques, couldn't be solved through mental derivation alone in class. Needed entertainment. Besides you three, barely anyone in this class can smoothly refine chakra. Saying you're the only ones worth noticing isn't wrong. Flipping the textbook to a new page, Hiiragi steered conversation back. Those without foundation, fine. But if your family has ninja elders and you still can't steadily refine chakra after 2 months. That's limited talent. Not that exaggeration, we've only been in school 2 months. Karura didn't share his perspective. To her, everyone seemed impressive. 2 months is plenty. How long from learning to successfully refining chakra? 2 days. No, maybe 1 day. The sandy brown-haired girl counted on her fingers. She'd learned chakra refinement from family at night, meant to practice, somehow fell asleep. Next day, played with friends, practiced in afternoon. Calculating, not much time at all. See. Hiiragi tilted his head slightly, giving Karura an exactly expression. For talented people, this doesn't take long. Unable to retort, and seeing Hiiragi hadn't continued, Karura didn't know how to extend conversation. She puffed her cheeks, slowly blowing air out in bubble-popping sounds. Then, inspired, stealthily elbowed Hiikori's arm. Haikuen, what did you mean by liking techniques? Like powerful jutsu? Not forced conversation, Karura genuinely wondered. Usually people said they liked activities or things. Techniques as preferences sounded strange. Exactly what it sounds like. Not just ninjutsu, mechanisms, cultivation, breeding, forging. I love all techniques. So, Haikuen wants to be an artisan or pharmacist. Karura nodded uncertainly, asking with puzzled expression. It's not about what techniques can do. I simply love technique itself. Put differently, mastering these crystallized wisdoms, accumulated and passed down through generations, then innovating, that process itself is fascinating. Whoa, so profound. Despite his explanation, she seemed more confused. But watching Hiikori's previously dull gray eyes noticeably light up, she sensed it must be something wonderful. How nice. I still don't know what I like. No rush. We're still kids. Limited exposure, normal not to find your passion yet. As the teacher dismissed class, Hiikori stood, stretched, and patted Karura's head. Her soft hair felt remarkably pleasant. He suddenly understood why Chio constantly ruffled his cheeks flushed, the girl's eyes seemed lit up. Looking up at Hiikori, she nodded emphatically. Though embarrassed by this sudden intimacy, beyond that simple emotion, Karura felt another indescribable impulse budding in her heart. A premonition, as if she'd just encountered destiny. Chapter 17. How to raise a rabbit. If evaluating Karura, Hiikori's judgment might have been slightly off. Even unaware herself, she was actually quite perceptive, able to instinctively sense others' true nature. This unconscious talent, combined with her kind personality that emphasized others' strengths, explained her habit of elevating those around her. Perhaps Hiikori would realize his error later. Snapping out of that inexplicable throb, Karura realized she'd been too focused on her transfer student, completely missed the entire lesson. Staring at her textbook with not a single note written, the girl let out a short, blank exclamation. Relax. Anything you don't get, I'll tutor you later. Physical training, shuriken throwing, drills, those aside, first-year theory was predictable. Stretching, Hiikori sat back down, lazily sprawling across his desk while soothing Karura's confusion. Or look through this first. An elder's old school notes. Thinking he should ask Chio for small research topics to pass tomorrow's time, he pulled Mataza's old textbooks from his bag. Useless to him, but plenty sufficient for tutoring first years. Thanks, big brother. This silent gratitude was utterly sincere, not a trace of falsehood. Thanks. Instinctively accepting the old textbooks, Karura paused. These are from your family, right? Is it okay for me to see them? Don't worry about it, rabbit girl. I don't need them anyway. Still playing dead on the desk, Hiikori mumbled his philosophy, useful things should be utilized to the maximum extent. You looking at them isn't waste. Oh. Recalling Hiikori's classroom performance, Karura couldn't deny it. Figuring he'd already previewed everything, she stopped refusing his kindness. But. Rabbit girl. Pouting, blinking, cheeks flushed, she never actually asked. Yawning boredly, Hiikori raised his right hand slightly. A tiny hexagonal light screen condensed at his fingertip, slowly rotating. Pure chakra construction, with no additional effects, simply exists to block inside from outside. A barrier. In other words, the foundation of all barrier techniques. Massive copying and splicing of these tiny barriers yielded flexible manipulation barriers with various traps. Enlarging one yielded integrated barriers characterized by solidity and stability. Ultimately, however complex, barriers extended from these two theoretical directions. Of course, advanced barrier techniques blurred these boundaries. Achieving more complex functions with simpler means, that was the essence of barrier techniques. However complex the final effect, unraveling its starting point revealed as just this tiny screen. From Hiikori's perspective, barrier techniques were quite understandable. Speaking of which, what's next class? Clenching his fist, crushing the casually constructed barrier, Hiikori realized he hadn't checked the schedule. P.E. Buried in copying textbook notes, eager to return the books quickly, Karura answered without looking up. Good. Moving around beat sitting in class spacing out. So Haikuen really was spacing out. I thought you were thinking something incredible. Hearing his slip, Karura looked up and laughed cheerfully. Even whispering in class, Hiikori's knowing demeanor had made her feel distant, as if they inhabited different worlds. But now, Karura felt no distance between them. As famous villain, prestige maintainer, and philosophical theorist Osuke Aizen once said, admiration is the furthest emotion from understanding. Not without reason. Yeah, I'm thinking about things 1,000 years from now. Not quite grasping her humor, Hiiragi nonetheless didn't want to spoil her mood. That's way too far. That far lets imagination run free, unbound. Hiiragi saying incomprehensible things again. Pen cap against her chin, Karura tilted her head and complained. Too slow gets you caught by hawks, rabbit girl. Seriously, what's with rabbit girl? Because you look like one. How? Just like this. Eh. In another corner of the classroom, a boy watched Hiiragi and Karura's interaction through gritted teeth. That damn transfer student, first day and already lovey-dovey with the cutest girl in class. What's next? Unthinkable. Though silent, his eyes clearly conveyed this meaning. With her cute appearance and temperament, Karura had been popular since school started. This boy was among those harboring feelings. Normally, boys this age still attracted attention by dropping caterpillars in girls' desks, childish pranks. But ninja children matured earlier. At least so far, Karura hadn't encountered such things. Perhaps another literally strong and powerful girl in the class served as deterrence. Pakura, the girl Hiiragi noted for highly distinguishable chakra, was one of 2 students already mastering nature transformations. When some kid bullied a girl in class, one fireball technique from Pakura left him without even underwear. With that cautionary tale, even the most mischievous kids wouldn't risk public humiliation by acting stupid. It's fine, next PE, I'll beat him senseless in front of Karura. Then she'll definitely like me, mutter. Though jokes were out, other means remained. Thus fantasizing about future bliss, the boy unconsciously wore an embarrassingly foolish grin. Chapter 18. I'm kind-hearted. Hiiragi, today's lesson is practical combat training. Want to wait and join next time? Before class, the very sad-looking teacher called Hiiragi aside and asked. Given Hiiragi's awkward enrollment timing, beginner's physical growth was most significant in early training. If he were a second-year transfer, this teacher, Misawa, wouldn't have mentioned it. Clearly, he worried a newly enrolled student couldn't keep up with classmates already trained 2 months. Even though Chio said no special treatment, he still reminded. From this perspective, he was indeed a conscientious teacher. It's fine, Misawa-sensei. Actually, I'm looking forward to it. Hiiragi certainly wouldn't agree to sit out. Over a month had passed since awakening in this world. During this time, he'd really been in contact with only 2 ninja for a long time. Chio went without saying, elite jonin, one of Sunagakure's top experts. Undoubtedly capable of spinning him like a basketball. As for his cheap big brother Mataza, those years of practical experience didn't impress Hiiragi. But he was still over a decade older, physical and chakra advantages were overwhelming. If aiming for Mataza as a benchmark, Hiiragi figured he needed more training. At least until mastering the 3 basic techniques. He could fight with barrier and sealing techniques, but chakra insufficient. Uzumaki child was still a child, undeveloped. His current chakra cap roughly 30% of Mataza's. In a real back-and-forth tug-of-war, he'd lose. Now, an opportunity to beat up, learn from peers. No way Hiiragi refused. Ah, all right. Teacher Misawa considered briefly. A child personally brought by Chio must have something special. Besides, with him, a chunin, supervising, nothing should go wrong. He agreed. Thus, PE class arrived as scheduled. Today's practical combat training, pairs as usual. Those not called can warm up, spar with classmates. On the training ground, Misawa held a notebook recording student performance and announced routinely. Then he called 2 students forward to spar. Sparring for first years wasn't exciting. Throw all your shuriken, then devolve into small children pushing each other. Waste time. Whoever fell first, Misawa would intervene and call next pair. Other students scattered around were long accustomed. Some warmed up, others played in groups. The real attraction was always Raza and Pakura's spars. Hiiragi looked around, walked to the tool chest by the training ground, and rummaged casually. So light. Predictably, kunai, shuriken, all wooden training supplies, even edges rounded. Obviously first years wouldn't use real metal ones. But wooden ones couldn't match real weight. This buoyant feel killed his interest. Hey, transfer student. You think you're pretty tough. Just then, seeing Hiiragi alone in the corner, that boy seized his opportunity. Calling several regular playmates, he approached. Ah. Who are you? Glancing at the students surrounding him, Hiiragi yawned, lacking interest. Weak. Very weak. Thin chakra. Mediocre physicals. Surrounding him yet leaving such a huge gap. Unwatchable. What, remember this. I'm the leader of the super invincible gang, Kitaro. Whether provoked by Hiiragi's tone, genuinely unfamiliar, or contemptuous gaze, spacing out from boredom, Kitaro shouted, attracting warming up students' attention. Ah. And even the interest to complain about this outdated gang name couldn't be mustered. Hiikori scratched his hair, tone even more boring. I'm gonna spar with you. Don't you dare refuse. Pointing at his underlings, Kitaro's meaning was clear. Hiikori finally understood. Accustomed to his perception abilities, he'd forgotten kids this age couldn't accurately gauge strangers, especially peers, strength. Earlier he'd wondered what these guys wanted. So that's it. He'd seen this before. Clique bullying. Must try list for District 11, as they say. Ah. I believe I mentioned hating trouble, didn't I? Realization hit, Hiikori perked up immediately. Voice pretending to be deep, actually barely suppressing a grin. Oh ho, not bad. Free delivery of sandbags to punch. Who said this academy was bad? This academy's great. Maybe his mind was affected by physical age. Hiikori didn't mind. Youth should be full of spirit. Otherwise, what's the point? Ha! Who cares? Not leaving room for refusal, Kitaro charged before finishing. From his mid-run twisted expression, probably fantasizing about beating Hiikori senseless while classmates cheered. Such a straightforward charge posed zero threat. Hiikori lightly flicked a few pebbles with his toe, then kicked. Even a trace of chakra strengthens enough to send stones flying like slingshot pellets. Thud. 3 stones slammed into Kitaro's shins and knee. Shocked by pain, his leg gave out. He stumbled, pitching face first toward Hiikori. I'm kind-hearted, can't stand watching you fall so hard. Thus taunting, Hiikori stepped forward, reaching out toward face-planting Kitaro. From below upward. Chapter 19, Chapter 19. The only thing I love is my own talent. 5 fingers, closing one by one. Hiikori twisted his neck, leaning forward and delivering a clenched fist. The white crescent of his palm swept across the ground, trailing a shrill whistle straight toward Kitaro's face. Rising. Dragon. Punch. Gravity's restraint and the fist's impact clashed on Kitaro's nasal battlefield. 0.1 seconds later, gravity declared defeated. His head, plummeting groundward, snapped upward from the punch. The momentum carried his entire body flying in the opposite direction, tossed over a meter like a ragdoll. KO. Like a victorious boxer raising a bloodied fist, Hiikori held his uppercut pose, an electric current seemed to be coursing through his body. Traveling back to Sunagakure with Chio had maintained a relaxed pace. Now, utilizing full body functions without injury, Hiikori's first time. With his soul completely fused with this body through the binding vow's influence, he could clearly perceive what fully activated bodies could achieve. Double soul, Uzumaki body, superb computational power. The switch, already flipped. You all coming too? Slowly withdrawing his fist and shaking off blood, Hiikori bounced on his toes, gaze shifting to the other kids encircling him. His voice is so smooth, as if he'd just done something trivial. You kidding? One guy acting all high and mighty. 5-year-olds couldn't handle such provocation. Retreat prompted by his performance instantly buried under false confidence from numbers advantage. Shouting like cannon fodder, they rushed in. And were sent flying one by one. Merciless. ABAB. Sa. Yo. Nah. RA. Ultimately just low-level warriors, no, not even ninja yet, third-raters. Failing was normal. Everyone saw it, right? These guys started it. Casually wiping blood on the fallen kid's clothes, Hiikori faced classmates with a calm expression. All he saw, confusion and fear gazes. To them, cool ninjutsu like Raza and Pakura's, or teachers disappearing Shunshin, that was understandable, strength. But Hiikori, each movement is clearly visible, yet incomprehensible how he dodged multiple attackers and effortlessly sent them flying. Like a monster. Don't look at me like that. I'm not a demon. Why would I go over something trivial? Worst they got is broken noses. Right, Raza-kun. Did I get your name right? Besides Misawa, a few present understood what he'd done. Like Raza, arms crossed, staring fixedly at him. With small pupils, even expressionless, his gaze looked quite fierce. You're strong. Chakra's thin, but body control is simply impossible at this age. Acknowledging Hiikori's point, or simply unconcerned with trivialities, Raza stepped forward, meeting his gaze. As expected of Chio-sama's adopted son. You're mistaken, Raza. Seeing Karura worriedly approaching, Hiikori slowly helped up the kids he'd downed, letting Karura escort them to the infirmary while correcting the red-haired sour-face error. What? I'm not strong because the old hag adopted me. She adopted me because I have great talent. Raza, knowing his identity, didn't surprise him. Possessing such a huge chakra at this age, with decent circulation, not pure talent. By contrast, Pakura's chakra circulation was rougher. Partly due to her naturally restless chakra nature. But overall, Raza clearly received meticulous one-on-one counseling from experienced elders. Such calm families, even if not ninja clans, held considerable influence in Sand. And family news tended to circulate. Hearing Hiiraga's rebuttal, Raza paused momentarily. His perpetual sour face, like someone owed him custom kunai, momentarily slipped. Clearly, he hadn't expected Hiiragi to focus on this point. But this was precisely Hiiraga's only concern. His talent. His wisdom. His techniques, after abandoning countless things, even being accused of disregarding human bottom lines, these remained clutched in his palm. Hey, Misawa-sensei. I'd like to request a practical drill with Raza-kun and Pakura-chan. Is that okay? Turning to Misawa, back from the infirmary, Hiiragi suddenly proposed. Having witnessed Hiiraga's skills, Misawa had no reason to refuse. But one-on-one pairings always meant someone fighting consecutive matches. Or would you prefer a three-person melee? I don't mind. Pakura's interested voice came from distance. She'd accompanied Karura to the infirmary, returning naturally slower than Misawa's body flicker. But with Hiiraga's perception, timing suggestions within earshot wasn't difficult. As a recognized genius of this academy year, Pakura naturally wouldn't refuse such challenges. Besides, she usually only sparsed with Raza, others couldn't last a few moves. A new opponent. How could she refuse? Now pressure fell on Raza. Under everyone's gaze, the reddish-brown-haired boy uncrossed his arms and asked one final question. That flashy takedown just now didn't take too much energy. Ha. That was nothing special, just calculation. Cal Cu La Tian. Hiiragi drew out his words. Calculate the outcome, then accurately execute the correct action at the correct time. What else is needed? Those idiots couldn't recognize strength gaps. But, you're arrogant. They weren't wrong, Abu. That. That review I'll politely decline. Scratching his hair, Hiiraga's already flat tone turned even colder. If you replaced it with confident, I'd be happier. Chapter 20. I was born with super strength. On the training ground, Raza, Pakura, and Hiiragi each stood at one corner, forming the rival seal toward the other two in their field of view. This was a ninja sparring ceremonial hand sign. Before training or matches, form the seal with the right hand. Afterward, both extend their rival seals and join them into the reconciliation seal, symbolizing they remain comrades. No matter how much you hate someone, greetings are indispensable, even the Kojiki says so. No, it doesn't. Even among Tsuchigumo ninja, there exists the shake hands, shake both hands etiquette, undoubtedly true. Stop making things up. But with three people, can't form the reconciliation seal. Thinking this, Hiiragi inexplicably felt like laughing. Ready, begin. As other students retreated to safe distance, Misawa returned to the training ground and shouted. Wind release, flurry of air. Before his voice faded, Raza formed several hand seals, casually unleashing wind release. A simple technique with no lethality, merely moving air. Generally useless, but in Sunagakure's sandy environment, it could exceed its cost in value. Accumulated dust on the training ground lifted on multiple air currents, rapidly spreading dust that obstructed vision. Adapting to local conditions, this tactical thinking was more valuable than powerful techniques in this era. Killing wasn't difficult. Even kids with kunai could manage. But using minimal resources for optimal effect, defeating stronger opponents, or at least retreating safely, that's what most ninjas should consider. Even if caught in random AoE, the first to die were those blindly charging forward. Well, if genin indistinguishable from cannon fodder had such clear thinking, they'd qualify for logistics early on. No need to struggle on front lines from the start. Pakura, apparently accustomed to Raza's opening move, clicked her tongue lightly, retreated on light feet, and produced two kunai from her tool pouch. Hiiragi stood motionless as if caught off guard. Pakura felt somewhat disappointed. But watching from outside, Karura felt quite relieved. Knowing Hiiraga's sensory abilities, she doubted he'd struggle against such techniques. Even she could handle it. Sand manipulation. Seeing Raza genuinely vanish in the dust, Hiiragi first showed surprise, then recalled Sunagakure's famous technique system. Though the second Kazekage developed techniques emphasized attack range, sand manipulation applications weren't so narrow. Like covering your body with sand to hide within the dust, right? Hiiragi slightly turned, as if explaining to someone. The next moment, he raised his knee while his elbow swung with fierce force, contrasting him calm tone toward the knee's direction. TCH. A short, annoyed tongue click came from empty space. A clear airflow swept past, Hiikori's knee and elbow struck nothing. Having witnessed him literally sending his peers flying, Raza dared not take that hit. Against Pakura, he'd risk trading blows. But Hiikori landing that. Elimination. As Hiikori noted, Raza had used exactly that method to conceal himself. He'd planned to test Hiikori with a first-time killer move, didn't expect immediate detection. Tactically, Raza's choice was impeccable. His only oversight, Hiikori possessed sensor talent, exceptional even among sensors. Simultaneously, a kunai thrust from behind. After 2 months as sparring partners, both thought alike. Seeing the kunai at nearly unavoidable distance, Pakura, having silently approached, suddenly lunged. One arm and one leg had exhausted momentum, too late to change, too early to generate new force. Such an opening, plus attacks from 2 directions, Pakura could almost assert. Got him. Not quite. Hiikori enjoyed shattering such unrealistic fantasies. His supposedly track-locked arm and knee suddenly snapped back as if swung open by something. Using that inexplicable force, he twisted, grabbed the incoming kunai, and kicked toward lunging Pakura. The spinning red-haired boy stirred a violent whirlpool in the dust, voice distorted by rapid motion. Pakura, seeking to exploit his opening, now found herself riding a tiger with no dismount. Mid-air with no leverage, she hastily crossed her arms before her and flew awkwardly from the dust cloud, slamming hard into the training ground fence. Hiss. Her exposed back marked red by the chain link, Pakura hissed in pain. Back didn't matter. If not for chakra reinforcement, that kick might have broken both arms. Kunai clashing, bodies colliding, pained grunts, she distinguished sounds from the battlefield, judging Raza was also getting beaten. Mood slightly balanced. Damn, this guy's strength is insane. But she wouldn't quit so easily. Silently complaining, the panther-like girl crouched low, melting back into the dust. If Hiikori knew her rant, he'd probably laugh. Why do you think the Senju competed equally with the Uchiha, whose kids could awaken Sharingan, during the Warring States period? Obviously their absurd physique, all musclemen. As documented relatives, close kin, of the Senju, Uzumaki's physique was equally formidable. Even without yang release training, his pure-blooded Uzumaki body was overwhelmingly superior to his peers. Sir, I was born with super strength. Chapter 21, Chapter 21. Not a single proper movement. After a few more exchanges, Raza and Pakura fully realized, relying on taijutsu alone, they couldn't handle Hiikori. Which was only natural. Combat techniques only work when the strength gap is no more than threefold. 4 ounces deflect 1,000 pounds, was ultimately exaggeration. Though Hiikori's strength wasn't multiples higher than theirs, their taijutsu couldn't compare either. The ultra-precise body control brought by soul-flesh fusion, Uzumaki's naturally superior physical qualities, and Hiikori's years of accumulated combat experience as a special-grade sorcerer, combined, these gave him absolute dominance in taijutsu. Currently limited to peers, plus maybe 5 years older. But as he grew, this advantage would only widen. Thud 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 thud. Fists and feet colliding, bone and flesh meeting, sounds like endless tides, stacked on the training ground. Wind release stirred dust had long settled. The chaotic battle became clearer. No, hardly chaotic anymore. Raza and Pakura now team up to attack Hiikori from both sides. Yet even 1 against 2, Hiikori showed no signs of fatigue. His smile grew more discernible. Aura 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 aura. Parry, dodge, redirect, neutralize. Every attack seems to be predicted. Occasionally he even counterattacked. Such unexpected scenes drew gasps from watching students. Even teacher Misawa was quite surprised. Though he'd witnessed Hiikori's taijutsu, this level seemed exaggerated. Professional teaching instincts kept him silent, but the exclamation lingered. For Raza and Pakura, enduring this pressure was even more miserable. They knew taijutsu couldn't match him. Breaking the deadlock required ninjutsu, but no opportunity. This guy seemed to predict their movements. Whoever tried withdrawing got blocked. Forming hand seals. Forget it. Neither mastered one-handed seals or seal-less jutsu. They weren't besieging him, they were trapped by him. Supposedly besieging them, yet Hiikori felt like a tornado surrounding them. Step beyond the boundary, and he'd tear them to shreds. Like now. So naive, sweet enough to rot my teeth. Seeing Raza engage Hiikori on the opposite side, Pakura twisted and kicked toward his temple. But Raza, whom she'd had high hopes, failed to occupy him long enough. Spinning, Hiikori stomped Raza's foot, elbowed his chin, dodged Pakura's kick, and clamped her ankle. With sudden force, he lifted her off ground. Ha! Yua. Center of gravity abruptly reversed left Pakura disoriented. A short question escaped before interrupted by pained cry. Whoosh. The girl, held upside down, became a weapon swung full circle into Raza. Already dizzy from chin punch, Raza couldn't resist. Didn't even break fall properly before being sent flying with the released Pakura. Your backhand's weak, forehand's imprecise, footwork's loose, reactions are slow, not a single proper movement. And you want to compete with me? Dream on. GUH. Despite feeling like vomiting breakfast, Raza suppressed dizziness, using Pakura, crashed into him, as cover to rapidly form seals. Wind release. His already small pupils contracted further. Cheeks puffing, he expelled violent blast, violent fan wind. Pakura, less injured than Raza and having taken impact on her durable back, was in better condition. Feeling Raza's movements behind her, she nearly simultaneously raised hands to form seals. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Fire release. Fireball technique. Chakra gathered in her throat ignited searing heat. The next moment, a huge fireball erupted from her mouth. Though considered the Uchiha clan's representative technique, it was widespread, users numerous as carps crossing rivers. Any ninja with fire release nature likely learned fireball technique first. Reason. This Uchiha created technique was simply too useful. Impressive scale, powerful, yet easy to learn, perfect for ninja without clan heritage. Risks. We scatter and run, even if Uchiha deploy their entire clan, they might not kill us all. JPG. Thus Uchiha didn't stop its spread. In some ways, it spread their clan's reputation. Now this famous technique revealed its ferocious flame fangs before Hiiraga's foreign soul. Wind aided fire, fire borrowed wind's momentum. The huge fireball, the last to arrive, rode the fan-shaped gale into rapid flame waves, vowing to engulf Hiiragi. Wind release, normally weak to fire, frequently combined in combination techniques. This scene demonstrated why. So this is wind and fire release. Chakra really is more convenient than cursed energy. Firelight illuminated Hiiragi's face, mingling with the gleam in his eyes. Then this counts as round 2. Thoughts racing, he charged toward the roaring flames, not retreating but advancing. Displaying the brightest smile since arriving in this world. A sincere, pure smile, indistinguishable from a child eyeing a coveted toy through a shop window. Chapter 22, Chapter 22. Super Assembly. Right hand clenched into a fist at his waist, left hand with pinky and ring finger bent, remaining 3 slightly raised and erect. This was the Isana seal. In the past, this was the hand seal Hiiragi used to activate his domain expansion. Now, having lost his previous jujitsu, this hand seal's meaning transformed into a hint. An hint to lift chakra refinement restrictions. To fully experience every detail of chakra flowing through his body meridians and tenketsu, Hiiragi had initially refined only the minimum, barely enough for a single cycle. How it should circulate in the left hand, how long it should stay in the lungs, how to stimulate the feet, how to spread chakra through back tenketsu, how much vision could be strengthened. Since learning chakra refinement, he'd tirelessly repeat these tests. Test, adjust, increase chakra output. Test, optimize, adjust, increase again. Up to his current upper limit. Then he began to adjust the chakra refinement volume regularly. Partly to adapt to different chakra levels' physical states, partly to deliberately retain spiritual and physical energy for various experiments. No results yet, but experimentation never yields conclusions quickly. Right now, though, fighting was more important. Chakra, full liberation. Got to step it up, geniuses. His words are tinged with almost frenzied delight. Simultaneously, a figure tore through the flames, body reflected fiery red, invading everyone's senses as fiercely as piercing sound. Come on. Show me more interesting techniques. Faster than the thrown Raza and Pakura, Hiiragi kicked deeply into the training ground, propelling himself forward. Chakra released from his fists blazed like blue flames, trailing 2 striking streaks through the air. Singed clothing corners scattered embers, then died in the wind pressure of his charge. Bang. A heavy footstep, audible to all. Hiiragi twisted, stepping forward. Toes, ankles, knees, hips, waist, shoulders, elbows, wrists, the speed of his charge transmitted upward through each joint, translated with each rotation offset, then injected into his limb's end. Into that palm, 4 fingers clenched, extending outward. Like hell will let you. The alliance, moments ago combined techniques, shattered instantly. Pakura, with Raza behind her as a leverage point, quickly twisted, grabbing his collar. She spun him forward, kicked off, sending Raza toward Hiiragi while retreating to create distance. 6 hand seals completed in an instant. Fireball techniques flames erupted again on the training ground. TCH. Raza, face even sourer, didn't sit idle. Forming hand seals, his figure disappeared with a poof, replaced by a battered wooden log, instantly blasted to splinters by Hiiraga's palm thrust. Substitution technique, one of the 3 basics. Heh. Interesting indeed. Seeing this, Hiiragi raised an eyebrow with interest. A soft laugh, and his shadow swallowed by fireball technique's explosion. Exclamation point. This entire sequence unfolded in seconds. Most students couldn't follow, just gasped at the impressive ninjutsu display. Karura, obviously more perceptive than others, grew tense. Seeing Hiiragi take a direct fireball hit, she clutched her sleeve. Misawa's expression also gradually serious. This had clearly exceeded first-year norms. Normally, Raza and Pakura's one-on-one spars reaching this intensity would warrant intervention. But that kid's chakra, even among genin, it's outstanding. Though not a sensor type, unable to locate other ninja from distance or finely perceive chakra flow, at this close range, Misawa could feel Hiirag's chakra had obviously surged multiple times. Considering Hiirag's previous performance, Misawa decided to observe further. Sure enough, explosion smoke and flames barely rose before being shredded by several slashes. Then Hiiragi emerged, surrounded by light green flowing light. Pakura, who'd assumed him eliminated and engaged Raza in a fight, tilted her head examining him. Not bedraggled, completely unscathed. Ah, enough already. Pakura's shoulders slumped, expression tinged with self-abandonment. Even sparring with Raza, they traded wins and losses. Today, forced to join forces, they'd achieved nothing. 2 fireballs techniques, she'd thought decisive. Instead, she exhausted chakra while her opponent suffered nothing beyond singed clothes. Pakura could accept defeat. But being utterly crushed by a peer, she, with some genius pride, naturally felt defeated. Men who cling are annoying. Her final dozen shuriken flew toward Hiiragi with her complaint. Nonsense. Combat's about whoever's left standing after beating and kicking, right? The light green streamer moved like living things, intercepting all shuriken. Only then did Pakura realize they were small barriers. Out of options, further struggle pointless, Pakura collapsed exhausted, signaling surrender. What is that? Your Kekei Genkai. But she was curious about those barriers Hiiragi manipulated. They'd apparently protected him from fireball technique. And those earlier, impossible movements, likely achieved through them too. Just barrier techniques. Adjusted into this easily manipulated form, like building blocks. The light green fluorescent barriers assembled into a staff under Hiiragi's operations, landing in his hand. Convenient, but almost weightless. Feels strange. Chapter 23, Chapter 23. Clumsy Pakura. But in other words, having no weight means you can do this too. Whoosh. A staff far longer than his height, thicker than his wrist, yet in Hiiragi's hands, it moved with lightness contradicting its form. Only the air-tearing whistle matched its size. Sure. Thud. Raza, sneaking up from behind, couldn't even complete his despairing cry before Hiiragi, swinging the massive staff like a twig, slammed him from above into the ground. He twitched twice, then lay motionless. That dull sound, probably not just the hollow staff's echo, but the reverberation inside Raza's skull. Outside the training ground, Misawa, already sensing something wrong, had just raised his hand. It fell limply with that blow, the light in his eyes suddenly extinguishing. Forget it. Let it go. This kid's shown he knows his limits. Raza's probably fine, right? Worst case, he loses a few fingers. Not like he'll have to commit seppuku. With this near self-hypnosis, Misawa wore an expression of enlightenment. Casually dispelling the barrier-constructed staff, Hiiragi glanced at Raza, half his face embedded in the ground. After a moment's thought, he flipped him over with his foot. He pulled his punch, at most a concussion. But suffocating face down in dirt was possible. Though he disliked Raza's sour face, he wouldn't let him die over it. Crouching, he checked Raza's pupils and the marks on his neck. Confirming he hadn't accidentally killed him, Hiiragi stood and walked toward the girl behind him. Now then, Pakura, your turn. Sensing the atmosphere shift, the exhausted, collapsed girl instinctively scrambled backward until her bare back hit the chain-link fence. No retreat. End of the road. No options left. Somehow, no, Pakura knew exactly what she'd done. And she was certain Hiiragi had noticed. Hence her guilt. Even using underhanded means, you didn't want me to win. Hiiragi's shadow loomed, blocking the sun, enveloping her in darkness. Backlit, his expression was completely unreal. Pakura could only gauge his mood from his tone. Yet his words carried no discernible emotion. Anger. None apparent. Annoyance. Not detectable. If anything, he seemed quite pleased. But how? Ah, well. Swallowing nervously, Pakura waited uneasily for judgment. Speak. I'm listening. But not too loud, you wouldn't want this getting out, would you? Seeing Pakura's hesitant demeanor, Hiiragi guided her with steady voice. Clearly, Bakura's earlier conversation wasn't just curiosity, it was distraction, aiding Raza's sneak attack. Against anyone else, they might have succeeded. Perhaps due to desert terrain, Sand Ninja seemed naturally better at concealing presence and footsteps than other villages. But Hiiragi was a sensor type. From the start, Raza's dust only obscured their vision. Hiiragi saw every move clearly. If they'd opened with lethal ninjutsu, he might have struggled. This sensory ability seemed another Uzumaki talent, just a difference in strength and weakness. Only the most extremely developed earned special names like Kagura Mind's Eye. Legend had it, with eyes closed and Mind's Eye activated, such sensors could sense anomalies within dozens of kilometers through chakra. Punishment. Chapter 24, Chapter 24. Chio, you schemed against me. To be honest, Hiiragi didn't actually think Bakura's actions were wrong. If an experienced ninja were here, they wouldn't admit to such a thing, let alone feel ashamed for using such tactics. After all, ninja were never an honorable profession. As long as you completed the mission or defeated your opponent, any means were permissible, even if they violated your own morals and principles. Having an unfeeling heart, that's what it was about. Responsibility, professional ethics, basic human decency, personal feelings. If you couldn't balance these aspects, you'd eventually be driven mad by the ninja life. Better to retire early than that. But such matters were still too early for a 5 or 6-year-old child. Not understanding was normal. If anything, these days when they still feel ashamed by such simple moral concepts should be cherished. While jujitsu sorcerers who maintained good mental states weren't non-existent, this profession produced far too many psychopaths. Drawing parallels, ninja in an even more treacherous work environment probably had it worse. But what did other psychological construction have to do with him? Few worked up a good sweat. Pushing those trivial matters aside, Hiiragi rotated his arms, rolling his shoulders. Sensing his physical state changes, he was in quite a good mood. Practice leads to true knowledge, a maximum that held at any time. Relying solely on simulation scenarios from computational power couldn't fully replace actual combat. A movement causing meridian deviation, an injury disrupting chakra circulation. No matter how precise your calculations are, high-intensity combat inevitably introduces bias. That's your body's instinct when you need it to regulate. His training, which seemed more like self-torment, was designed precisely for such situations. Just then, Hiiragi spotted Karura pushing through the bustling crowd, then trotting toward him. Looking so nervous, little rabbit. He raised his hand in greeting. Because it really was intense. Karura had given up correcting his nickname. She naturally fell into step beside him, eyes shining as she looked at the boy. But Hiiragi is amazing. Even watching older students practice drills, I've never seen such intense fighting. Ha. That's because older students can mostly hold back. Though he hadn't witnessed older students' fights personally, Hiiragi doubted the intensity differed much from just now. By Chio's standards, Raza and Bakura were unquestionably genuine genin level, ready to graduate with appropriate teachers. Older students still plodding through the academy. Not without talent, but clearly the gap from true genius. Such students, even crossing the genin threshold during school, wouldn't be too overpowered. But with maturity, their spars would be more measured. Such precipitation required time, not redeemable by talent. Hiiragi seems to really enjoy fighting. What he thought, Karura naturally couldn't know. The rabbit-like girl only felt Hiiragi seemed like a different person, his expression shifting from battle fever back to the calm waves of their first meeting. Silently noting this in her Hiiragi observation record, Karura ceased speaking, merely blinking her shining eyes and quietly listening to his further explanation. Truthfully, compared to his excited battle cries, she preferred this smooth, slow voice. It held a maturity beyond their age. She liked it. We all got carried away, me and them both. Otherwise, it wouldn't have reached this point. Hiiragi didn't bother hiding his gaffe, even modest in self-assessment. But in taijutsu, I'm pretty confident. At least among current students, purely taijutsu, I shouldn't lose. Shouldn't lose. Such an arrogant yet contradictory brat. But, he's not wrong. Listening to their conversation while carrying the knocked-out Raza, Misawa had to admit, though Hiiragi's words sounded arrogant, he had the capital. Knocking out a sneak attacker from behind with such a twisted stance, leaving no serious injury, that taijutsu skill was indeed remarkable. If physical conditions equalized, Misawa doubted he'd win in taijutsu either. Kids these days are getting more and more impressive. Alright. Today's practice ends here. Free time, everyone. Sighing internally, Misawa announced, then headed to the infirmary with Raza. Even after repeated confirmations, professional conclusions required professional doctors. To avoid finger-slicing fate, Misawa wouldn't leave any loopholes for criticism. Besides, with those 3 outstanding students setting the bar, others probably lacked the heart to display their poor performances. Noticing Misawa's glance, Hiikori shrugged and continued chatting with Karura. Lunchtime now, right? Where's the cafeteria? There's no cafeteria. Everyone brings their own bento. Karura subtly poked his waist, reluctantly delivering this cruel news to the turning Hiikori. In an instant, countless assumptions and possibilities flashed through his mind. But only one answer remained. Chio, you schemed against me. No need for words, Hiikori's reaction made it obvious he hadn't prepared lunch. Thinking how exhausted he must be after such intense fighting, Karura considered sharing her bento. But before she could speak, a less than confident voice reached them first. If you don't mind, have my bento. Chapter 25, Chapter 25. Astringency is proof of regret. If you don't mind, have my bento. Turning around, Pakura stood behind them, visibly shaken, nervously rubbing the hem of her clothes, unsure what to do with her hands and feet. Meeting Hiikori's expressionless gaze, she grew even more awkward, drawing aimless circles on the ground with her toe. Don't overthink it, this is just an apology for that mean thing earlier. Under Hiikori's inorganic stare, Pakura's shame meter skyrocketed. Soon, face red, eyes squeezed shut, she shouted in self-abandonment. Though he just thought himself unconcerned with others' opinions, faced with this situation, Hiikori had to explain. Somewhat depressed, he rubbed his temples. Pakura, I don't think you did anything needing apology. With their perceptions misaligned, Pakura voiced confusion. Combined with her completely bewildered expression, she resembled a groundhog whose burrow had been excavated. Speaking of which, rabbits and groundhogs both have desert-dwelling species. Observing Pakura's reaction, Hiikori's thoughts wandered elsewhere. This feels like being hit by gold experience, excess life energy causing mental outbursts. Not dissimilar. Not to the point of dissociation, just easily distracted. I said, your actions earlier were completely fine. Facing the puzzled girl, he patted his cheeks and spoke calmly. As a ninja, for victory, anything goes on the battlefield. But if you've confirmed that you can't win, then ensuring your enemy can't win becomes priority one. Your plan and execution had no flaws. Only flaws, not considering what to do if it failed. But as an impromptu counterattack plan. Not bad. Then, but. You called it mean. Sensing Hiikori's words slightly diverged from her education, Pakura couldn't pinpoint rebuttal points. The less articulate girl was mumbled. That was also part of the tactic. See if I could mess with your mind, make you unable to beat me. Waving casually, Hiikori dropped this fluttering remark and turned away. Karura, his daily deskmate and pleasant conversationalist, aside, he didn't want to waste energy on relationships. Hiikori wasn't the type to care for others' emotions. Pissing people off in few words. He excelled. Without changing his approach, interpersonal communication basically equaled trouble. And Hiikori hated trouble most. Haikuin's words sound like he's just fooling people. Karura walked beside him, eyes curved, laughing merrily. Seems so cold, yet calmly spouts such nonsense. Haikuin's quite interesting. Something funny I'm missing. Not a thing. Karura drew out her words, tone bright with laughter. Seeing her smile so brightly, Hiikori's mood lightened. Smiles are contagious. Absolutely true. Wait. After seconds frozen, realizing she'd been teased, Pakura watched the chatting pair's retreating backs. An inexplicable complex and sour emotion rose within. Well done. Not bad. What's that supposed to be? The genius girl reached out, then stopped mid-motion. Her mouth, capable of spewing lethal fireballs, couldn't utter a single syllable. She couldn't accept Hiikori's words as sincere, only as comfort. Yet that only highlighted her own cowardice. And Hiikori, bragging about his talents, genuinely proud and confident, so dazzling. Defeating me so easily, then not caring at all, makes me look even more mean, more insignificant, doesn't it? Hey! Look at me again. Even scolding would be fine. Taking that astringency as proof of unwillingness, the girl gritted her teeth and chased after them again. Wait for me. Question mark. Why are you still here? Though Hiikori said nothing, his gaze clearly conveyed this. What now? As a girl, can't you be a little more reserved, Pakura? But however direct his stare, his words remained peaceful. Children had the privilege of being unreasonable. Such harmless willfulness didn't matter. Though, given Pakura's earlier comment about clingy men being annoying, her current performance was particularly ironic. Hard to bear. Despite self-perception, women's minds were truly unpredictable. Add children's unpredictability and whimsy, even more elusive. Hiikori figured his computational power shouldn't be wasted on matters potentially without answers. Right, thanks, it's thanks. As if her meridians opened, Puppeteer found an excuse without hesitation. Thanks for keeping your voice down earlier, not letting others know. Even she almost believed it. Fine. Staring at the insurgent girl for a long moment, realizing this hurdle might be insurmountable, Hiiragi pursed his lips and sighed, 2 parts helpless. But lunch is unnecessary. Your combined bentos probably won't fill me. Not an excuse. Far surpassing physicality requires eating a lot. Besides, taking lunch from 2 girls. He wasn't that desperate. Reaching into his tool pouch, he tossed 2 pills into his mouth, chewing as he added in slurred voice. Been eating these over a month anyway. One more day won't matter. Chapter 26, Chapter 26. A love triangle is a brutal deadly battle pit. Soldier pills. Not bad. Filling, restores chakra, easy to consume. Aside from being somewhat unpalatable and lacking the actual sensation of eating, truly not bad. Hiiragi had always considered nutritional gel, meal paste, and such among the world's finest inventions. So convenient for saving time. Taste. Eating these, did anyone think he cared about taste? Efficiency versus culinary desires, never comparable for Hiiragi. At least during closed experiments. Occasionally relaxing, he'd treat himself at recommended places. He simply had low material desires in other areas. Not taste impaired. You've been living on soldier pills all this time. This concept was too ahead of its time for Puppeteer. In her understanding, even ninja on missions avoided soldier pills exclusively when conditions permitted. Yet Hiiragi endured over a month straight. With such perseverance, surely he'd succeed at anything. Thinking this, she suddenly felt relieved. Had to travel back to Sunagakure. No leisurely cooking along the way. Swallowing the pill, Hiiragi retrieved a water flask from the scroll fixed in his tool pouch's inner lining and took 2 swallows. That scroll was from Chio, small capacity, only fit for odds and ends. Perfect for practicing sealing techniques. If he impulsively dismantled it, no one would miss it. In meticulous budgeting, sand was too authoritative. Speaking of which, Hiiragi was adopted by Chio-sama. Karura recalled Raza's words before the spar. Yeah. Old hag saw my exceptional talent, 1 in 10 million genius, and brought me back. Not a lie. Just omitted troublesome explanations. Then Hiikuin's parents. Dead. Killed by other ninja right before my eyes. His tone is utterly bland, as if discussing someone else's business. Sitting at a desk, Hiiragi licked his slightly chapped lips, drank again, then added, I cremated them myself. Burned everything, house included. Both girls fell silent, exchanging bewildered glances. His delivery felt mismatched with the content. This overly matter-of-fact attitude even made them overlook his disrespectful address toward Chio, one of Sunagakure's top players. What's with those faces? In this era, such things are taken for granted. At least I'm not dead. Propping his cheek on one hand, the other continuously extracted and replaced various trinkets from his tool pouch. Raising an eyebrow, he reminded, lunch breaks limited. You two should eat. Right. With Hiiragi actively changing the subject, the girls' dwelling stopped on unmanageable issues, redirecting focus elsewhere. They exchanged glances, then sat opposite sides, opening bento boxes. Already full, Hiiragi glanced over. Both contained home-cooked dishes. Only notable feature, abundance of dried goods. Given Wind Country's climate, understandable. But neither girl touched their chopsticks. He figured they felt constrained with him present. From previous life's understanding, girls typically chatted over meals and drinks. Thus thinking, Hiiragi turned toward Puppeteer. Speaking of which, Puppeteer's chakra is fire nature, rare in Wind Country. Beyond the resource-rich, geographically diverse fire country, other great nations ninja naturally followed regional, social chakra characteristics. Wind Country, sand-swept desert nation, naturally produced mostly wind nature. Puppeteer's fire nature was indeed rare. I actually have dual natures, wind and fire. Hearing Hiiragi address her, Puppeteer's eyes visibly brightened. She glanced at Karura, then eagerly explained. Her fire nature made her feel special. A unique existence. Though this exquisite pride had just been shattered by Hiiragi, all the better. Wind and fire. Sunagakure probably lacks many fire techniques. What's your plan? Switch back to wind. Normal enough. Puppeteer not having wind nature would be strange. You're so strong, must have special training methods. I'll learn them and defeat you. Puppeteer huffed, setting down chopsticks, crossing arms, tilting her head confidently. Clearly, this was her found reason to spend more time with Hiiragi, transforming that inner astringency into over-defeat and neglect. Genuinely wanting to defeat this opponent, then make his gaze lock onto me forever, never look away. Is this Sunagakure's prevailing atmosphere? Hiiragi was speechless. Ignoring her non-sequitur response, wasn't this essentially, I'll copy your bottom-pressing techniques? A bit too much, no. Even in his past life, he never did anything so blatant, though he imitated everything worth imitating. Including just now, recording Pakura and Raza's hand seals and chakra circulation during techniques. Thinking that, can't quite confidently refute. Hiiragi sensed his bottom line might be eroding, meaning more moral than before. Probably. Karura blinked, looking uncertain. Joking, she was certain. The poor mountains breed cunning people. Nowhere in the ninja world had poorer mountains or more poisonous waters than Wind Country. Even the other minor nations refused to trade territory with them. Need something? Take it. If you didn't take it, you got nothing. That was the atmosphere in Sunagakure, indeed, in all of Wind Country. The same applied to desired people. Hiding her eyes behind a smile, Karura felt an unprecedented desire to compete for something. Chapter 27. Chio is thinking about things 20 years from now. Yo, kid. First day of school and you already stole the show, with 2 cute girls hovering around you, how's it feel? Entering the room, Hiiragi found Chio with one leg draped over the sofa back, the other folded with her foot tucked beneath her, half her body hanging off the sofa like some degenerate, upside-down creature. Seeing this scene, anyone would struggle to imagine this woman was one of Sunagakure's top players. Image, that's how it collapses. Spotting Hiiragi's return, Chio tossed the document she'd been reading onto the coffee table, executed a carp leap to flip onto her stomach, and looked at him with teasing expression. Though she'd had work to handle and hadn't stayed after dropping him at school, she'd long asked her brother to monitor the situation. Having witnessed Hiiragi's skills during their first encounter, his dominating all rivals came as no surprise. Sending classmates to the infirmary barely injured them. Such restraint at this age, bound for greatness. But the 2 best girls in class hovering around him. What does this brat have that attracts girls so much? Troublesome. Hiiragi's response was crisp and clean. Recalling the afternoon's experiences, his face gradually crumpled. Sure, he'd initiated casual conversation to break the stiff lunch atmosphere. But after that, things spiraled in completely unexpected directions. The atmosphere between Pakura and Karura grew subtle, then they began various ways of attracting his attention while provoking each other, the latter being key. Hiiragi found it inexplicable and exhausting. I don't understand, but I'm deeply shocked. JPG. Ever consider those 2 girls might like you? Clearly enjoying the drama, the bigger the better, Chio grinned like a cat. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bent over rummaging through his bag, Hiiragi replied with conviction. His voice was slightly muffled from crouching. Truthfully, while this appeared as over him, essentially anyone, or anything, could replace him. As children, curiosity toward unique, novel existence was natural. As academy students, Hiiragi had stacked buffs. Outstanding in both academics and combat, especially having effortlessly defeated Pakura, naturally attracted attention. But that was all. Even if they mistook curiosity for goodwill, without mutual cultivation, this unilateral spark remained ephemeral. We've known each other 8 hours at most. Love at first sight isn't that common. I don't believe love is so cheap, nor do I possess such charm. Hiiragi believed this. Humph, you think so? Chio didn't retort. Just hummed twice, then genuinely slithered off the armrest like a cat, leisurely flipping back. His analysis of children's psychology couldn't be called anything but objective, professional, thorough to perfection. Chio found no fault. But he overlooked one point. Even first-year academy students were preparatory ninja. Untrained students aside, those with family instruction might seem childish compared to him, but relative to age, they were quite precocious. Whether they understood complex emotions like love, hate, gratitude, revenge was debatable. But recognizing liking? Definitely. And Wind Country's customs, haha. Your urgent priority, brainstorm names for future children.jpg. Still. Pakura and Karura. Vaguely recalling these names, Chio considered investigating their families in advance. As Sunagakure's most important strategic resource, if Hiiragi produces offspring, natural preference is given to capable, talented, or well-blooded women. If Hiiragi could read minds, he'd surely sigh too much ninjutsu erodes humanity. He was 6. This old hag already planning his breeding. Even fully utilizing seemed premature. Namu-san, another aspect of this degenerate age. Speaking of which, where's Big Brother? Mission. And why do you call Mataza Big Brother so naturally, while I'm old hag? Hiiragi's response, while organizing things, was, back-turned, raising one hand, flicking his middle finger with a beering sound effect. Hey you little. Chio was angry, slapped the handrail, ready to discipline this brat on respecting elders. Stay put, old hag. What ingredients do we have? Grumbling, Chio lay back down. Some marinated lamb left. Onions and tomatoes fresh. Oh right, someone sent cactus fruit today. Clearly, Chio had no intention of cooking dinner herself, waiting for 6-year-old Hiiragi to do it. This reeked of exploiting child labor. Yet he complied without complaint. Not obligation or gratitude, simply refused to eat Chio's cooking. Though famous for mastering Chikamatsu's 10 puppets, her poison and pharmacology skills were equally superb. Perhaps from constant work with medicines, her cooking, let's say her dishes had therapeutic effects. Completely impaired. Eating them might cure illness, but healthy people definitely wouldn't touch them. Medicinal cuisine at least had cuisine. Chio's creations were pure medicine. Mata's surviving childhood on this must have been tough. Hard to tell whether Chio's failure to prepare Hiiragi's lunch today was self-awareness, genuine forgetfulness, or mischievous urge. Hiiragi had no qualms attributing the worst motives to his nominal foster mother. You know who we're talking about. It's Chio. Clicking his tongue, Hiiragi entered the kitchen with an expression full of determination. Chapter 28, Chapter 28. On the applicability of past experience. 2 months had passed. Hiiragi sincerely realized how naive his past self had been. Yes. Exactly. Having confirmed from Karura just how Wind Country's customs were, why had he still judged based on past experience? Have I grown dull? At this moment, with his left arm tightly held by Karura and Pakura's chin resting on his head, Hiiragi regretfully thought this while flawlessly inscribing complex charms on a scroll. This was a study room, originally for upperclassmen learning ninjutsu. A week after enrollment, Hiiragi had requested usage rights from Misawa. Reason: unable to endure being constantly pulled between Karura and Pakura in front of classmates. He'd even shot pleading glances at passing Raza, who hesitated briefly, then never approached again. In that instant, Hiiragi truly realized, in this cold ninja society, only oneself could be relied upon. Step by step, climb to the top. Higher than anyone's height. Times. Approval for this room came from forming a study group with Karura and Pakura. As this year's top students, the school granted special permission. Accordingly, they needed presentable results. No one expected first years to produce groundbreaking work, just results matching their abilities. Hiiragi's choice: storage scrolls. Specifically, the sealing techniques on them. These scrolls were prefabricated with space-time ninjutsu extended dimensions. Hiiragi was depicting the sealing formula. Perfect. Sand wanted his inherited barrier and sealing techniques. Give them that, continue pleasant research life. Though Karura and Pakura clung tightly, both were unusually quiet, breathing slowed. Initially, they'd merely observed silently. But as time passed, they'd instinctively gravitated to Hiiragi's side. A habit formed during their study exchanges, mainly Hiiragi explaining and guiding chakra matters. One left, one right, fair and convenient for notes. Perfect. And Hiiragi, pressed by the girls. Heart like still water, utterly undisturbed. One could even vaguely discern a zen-like quality. Not Mei with her turbulent waves, 2 bony-armed girls hugging him. Nothing to get excited about. Truthfully, immersed in Karura and Pakura's increasingly overt rivalry, even as the vortex's center suffering a lot of troubles, Hiiragi couldn't in good conscience claim. Though often deprived of daydreaming time, Karura was really cute, and Pakura's adorable foolishness was also adorable. He forgave them. Integrated segmentation, as it were. Hiiragi had many times sensed his thinking influenced by this body. Former inorganic, indifferent, even inhuman aspects had genuinely softened. His past self would never have accepted their pestering so lightly, let alone coexisted harmony like now. Soon, Karura and Pakura realized their behavior troubled him, and restrained considerably. Not just Hiiragi, the girls also felt relieved. Karura's gentle personality, Pakura wasn't the aggressive type. Forcing disliked behavior burdening anyone. But did that mean the girls gave up? Absolutely not. Just shifted from overt to covert. Hiiragi found this state acceptable. Creating the study group partly aimed to redirect their energy toward self-improvement. Seemingly successful. Pakura, with rare fire nature in Wind Country, received little guidance from academy teachers. Unlike Raza and Karura, her parents were ordinary civilians, no family instruction either. Yet through pure talent, she'd become second only to Raza among talented students. This proved Pakura's talent and her stubborn tenacity. As known, fire techniques, on average, have the lowest training difficulty among 5 natures, none exceeding A rank. But rather than low difficulty and relaxed operational precision, the operation difficulty of fire techniques was actually too high. In any mystical system, fire is almost insulated from precise manipulation. Restless, intensely hot, burning freely, consuming all, that was fire's intuitive impression. Such things should be difficult to manipulate. Thus, the philosophy behind fire technique development: confirm the general direction and scope, guide, then let fire handle the rest. If difficult to manipulate, don't manipulate. Higher level fire basically increases firepower in various ways. Scarce variation supports this theory. Not to say no alternative fire techniques existed, like fire release sealing techniques. But unless deliberately studied for fire's properties or user convenience, most niche oddities had easier substitutes in other natures. Thus, fire's characteristics led to extremely polarized performance. Non-Uchiha pure fire nature users had mediocre operational capabilities. Multi-nature users excelled at fine operations. Clearly, Pakura belongs to former. Lack of guidance and her chakra nature's influence left her chakra circulation quite lame. What a coincidence. In this group, the other two excelled at fine operations. Comparing notes, learning techniques, chatting during breaks, what wonderful campus life. This was what he wanted now. Chapter 29, Chapter 29. A harvest-like joy. Under Hiiragi and Karura's guidance, Pakura's chakra manipulation capabilities made great progress. Utilization efficiency, circulation speed, and fluidity, these details easily overlooked often determined combat flow by the slightest margins. Accumulating advantages while seeking opponents' openings to secure victory. This was routine ninja combat. Lacking exceptional chakra quantity, Pakura naturally needed this idea. Her temperament's stubbornness, competitiveness, and desire for strength occasionally reminded Hiiragi of a past acquaintance, a regular curse tool customer. That acquaintance's circumstances before Hiiragi's death were far from favorable. Based on this familiarity, he couldn't possibly ignore Pakura. Karura, while tutoring Pakura, learned medical ninjutsu basics alongside Hiiragi. Though temperament concealed it, Karura's delicate chakra manipulation revealed considerable talent in medical ninjutsu and Sand's unique sand manipulation. In fine operations of small amounts of sand, she might surpass Raza, more adept at large-scale sand manipulation. Hiiragi, having long noted her chakra circulation, anticipated this. Even Pakura, knowing her longer, hadn't realized. Karura's school demeanor was uniformly kind and gentle, never conflicting with others, let alone displaying strength. Such a soft-natured, rabbit-like girl seemed ill-suited for ninja life. Yet her determination to firmly confront Pakura for Hiiragi's sake demonstrated how seriously she took this. Receiving such one-sided kindness, Hiiragi couldn't completely ignore it. He wasn't that cabbage-loving, mango-faced police officer allergic to kindness. If you dislike conflict, learn medical ninjutsu. Healing others' pain with your own hands should resonate with you. Thus beating around the bush, he'd handed Karura medical ninjutsu notes. How brightly the perceptive girl smiled then, Hiiragi felt he'd never forget. Previous life included, his resume contained little cause for other smiles. Crazy scientist reincarnated another world, gaining family and love, thawing heart, sounds quite light novelesque. Asking where Hiiragi got medical ninjutsu. Obviously fled from Chio. Did Hiiragi not notice? Karura and Pakura's actions absolutely involved that old hag Chio's fueling the fire. Thus of course demanding operating expenses. As top 5 pharmacological master worldwide, scraps of her knowledge sufficed for Karura's graduation. Of course, Hiiragi wasn't so altruistic as free help based on mere favor. In this study group, he benefited most. A spiritual elevation. Even mentioning it made him unable to keep a straight face. His mental state was more like falling into or merging into this world rather than elevation. Anyway, he'd fully adapted. Furthermore, previously envisioned divided thinking made rapid progress. Taking on its true color. The only special grade curse tool without any technique, renowned purely for physical strength, Yukon. Just kidding. Hiiragi indeed loved that curse tool. But recreating it here? Premature. The weapon he forged was indeed a 3-section staff. Each section reaching his chest, roughly 2 adult fingers thick, the ends slightly wider. The staff's surface was treated to be slightly rough, non-reflective, improving grip. Each section's chains had 5 links, with special caps forming an integrated structure at the ends. If needed, releasing mechanisms could launch or extract neither thin nor thick short rods from ends. Adjustable to replace one side with chakra wire-connected hammerheads or spikes. Compared to sharp-bladed swords, Hiiragi always prefer plain blunt weapons like staffs. Though unable to cut, sufficient force enabled piercing like a cone. Mastered, staffs surpassed swords in impact and range. In some great nation not existing in this world, wasn't there a saying, the spear is king of 100 weapons? The foundation of this weapon's unshakable status. The staff supporting the spearhead. With wind release mastered, the cutting flaws were compensated. Forged from a mixture of chakra metal and high-quality hard steel, this 3-section staff smoothly transmits the user's chakra. A specially designed end structure enabled the chakra to extend into various forms, spear tips, blades, without deformation. Combined with Wind Nature Chakra's superior cutting ability, this staff in Hiiragaki's hands can handle almost any situation. During initial forging, the smithy with the furnace was quite lively. Present, Chio, enthusiastic, making one wonder if she doesn't have a job, Yatsuke, dragged along unwillingly, and Pakura, pulled in to do free work, training. Not deception, forging demanded precise furnace temperature control. Maintaining a specific temperature for extended periods required blacksmith experience. Similarly, using fire release techniques. Adjusting the furnace temperature demanded considerable chakra manipulation skills. For Pakura, lacking such ability, this was excellent training. Wind Country was the world's largest producer of chakra metal. Materials expensive elsewhere were readily accessible to Sunagakure. Thus, even forging with such materials, Hiiragi didn't worry about Pakura overheating and wasting material. With Pakura's help, he naturally spent an extra half-month after school finishing this weapon. Expected. If not for such experience, Pakura's chakra manipulation precision wouldn't have improved so rapidly. But at the time, Pakura, covered in furnace ash, felt she'd made a complete mess. After forging, she wore an apologetic expression, not daring to wipe her face. In many ways, she'd indeed messed up multiple times. Even harsh scolding would be expected. Yet Hiiragi didn't reprimand her, instead gifting her ankle and wrist guards. This stubborn, strong girl nearly cried on the spot. Initially clinging to Hiiragi out of resentment at defeat, after so long together, she was ultimately attracted to this powerful yet exceptionally mature peer. Under these circumstances, fearing his dislike was absolutely natural. Compared to the gentle, skillful, better bento-making, and unpretentious Karura, Pakura felt she had no advantage. Even simple liking was hard to express. So when Hiiragi wiped her face clean and praised her efforts, Pakura completely lost control. The chimney-emerging kitten-like girl hugged him, crying her heart out. From Hiiragi's perspective, he'd done nothing so moving and worthy. One furnace firing naturally produced more than his weapon, gifts for Chio and Yatsuke, finger guards, 4 Karura, blade set, and Pakura's ankle and wrist guards all forged together. His praise was too ordinary, given Pakura's foundation, growing so much in such a short time through sheer effort. She'd done excellently. Hiiragi's own extraordinary growth stemmed from previous life's accumulation and inherited legacy. He wouldn't measure others by his standards. But softened by physical influence, he wouldn't speak words chilling the atmosphere now. He simply let her tears soak his shoulder, quietly stroking her smooth, delicate back, calming her. Uzumaki's ultimate perception, Kagura Mind's Eye, could discern lies through chakra. Former special-grade sorcerer's emotional discernment need not be mentioned. Hidden beneath her stubborn shell, inferiority complex, accumulated fatigue from competing as a true amateur, and once confused but now clear affection. All laid clear before Hiiragi. This wailing was an emotional breakdown and catharsis. Since his easy defeat, the shell she'd built from the pride accumulated through her relentless efforts. It was riddled with cracks. Without such a long time together, Pakula would have forced herself to endure it. But now, she unreservedly revealed her softest, most vulnerable side to him. Beautiful, delicate, fragile, this heart was like a glass flower. Now, this glass flower seemed to have taken on its true color, his color. Chapter 31, Chapter 31. How can you sleep at this age? Done. Exhaling the turbid air, Hiiragi inscribed the final rune on the scroll, declaring the storage scroll complete. Unlike conventional sealing techniques for sealing objects, storage scrolls involved space-time ninjutsu applications. Applying sealing techniques was more difficult. During inscription, if the sealing formula reacted with the scroll's inherent space-time ninjutsu, the entire scroll could be easily damaged. Similar to sealing techniques facing resistance when sealing others, or genjutsu failure when disrupted by the target's chakra, fundamentally, chakra conflict. The larger the storage space desired, the more complex the required space-time ninjutsu, and the harder to inscribe sealing formulas avoiding traces of technique. Hence storage scroll prices are directly proportional to different space size, and inversely proportional to scroll dimensions. Notably, storage scrolls absolutely cannot contain another storage scroll. Paper or cloth-based ninjutsu created by space-time ninjutsu weren't stable enough. Even with sealing constraints, superimposed different spaces risked collapse, and rendering storage failed. Traveling through time to past or future, damaged by spatial distortion, or simply drifting to other spaces. Exploding on the spot would be the best outcome. Hiiragi's completed storage scroll had capacity roughly a quarter of this study room, about 36 cubic meters. Excluding redundancy, usable capacity around 34 cubic meters. Not particularly large for this scroll size, but sufficient for their 3 needs. Yes, while meant to show results to the school, Hiiragi wasn't turned in this scroll. At least not yet. This study room was assigned as their student activity room. Naturally, they'd arrange it properly. Bookshelves, blackboards, desks, learning essentials. Training equipment and seating areas are also necessary. All frequently used but difficult to store odds and ends would be tucked into the scroll, eventually wall-mounted. Within the scroll, placement wasn't an issue, space utilization far exceeds that of the classroom. Different space structure, normal. Storage function, normal operation. Sealing technique no problem. Quite successful try. Casually stuffing it in and then taking out the just-used inscription pen, Hiiragi happily shook his head, not from pride, but pure delight in mastering new technology. So all that stuff can go inside now. Holding his left arm, Karura looked up, pointing to the pile in the corner by the window. Besides weight plates, dumbbells, and training equipment, assorted clutter remained, Hiiragi's tools and parts, purpose unknown to the girls, Karura's medical ninjutsu notes, various medicinal ingredients. Even an anatomical model, Hiiragi's teaching aid for guiding the girls in taijutsu. Storing everything inside would make the study room much more spacious. First, I'll teach you how to unseal this scroll. Extracting his arm from Karura's loosened grip, Hiiragi clapped, drawing the girl's attention. Basic reusable sealing technique, principle like unlocking a mechanical lock with a key. Inject chakra here, then unlock in predetermined order. After storing all clutter into the scroll, he pulled out a folding table near the window, placing the scroll and 2 cups on it. Want to try? Okay, yeah, coming. Responding, Karura and Pakura approached. Following his guidance, they attempted to send cups into the scroll. Predictably, Karura succeeded easily. Pakura, however, struggled. Need to turn faster here. With an expectant expression, Hiiragi took Pakula's hand from behind, guiding her chakra injection to unlock the seal. MMF. Got it. Such ambiguous positioning stimulates Pakura, her face instantly reddened. But she followed Hiiragi's guidance for another attempt. Though their guidance had dramatically improved accuracy in Pakula's chakra operation, accumulated habits since learning weren't easily corrected. Lacking confidence in her operating ability, she injected chakra too cautiously. Speed insufficient, failed to unlock. This is a common anti-hacking measure for protecting valuables with sealing techniques. Often paired with self-destruct formulas locking storerooms. No need to memorize, rarely used, won't be on exams. Pakula nodded. Meanwhile, Karura's attention fixed on Pakura, hand held from behind by Hiiragi. What's this? How's this different from hugging? Thus internally accused, the cute rabbit puffed her cheeks and coquettishly at Hiiragi. Hey, Cory, I didn't learn either, whoa. Stop fooling around. 2 fingers slightly curved, he lightly tapped Karura's head as punishment. Eyes narrowing, little rabbit, haven't you been meaning to submit that Tenketsu unlocking technique analysis? Working on it, but 2,000 words on ninjutsu analysis is too hard. Karura crouched, covering her head, grievance whining. Can't finish. Absolutely can't finish. Medical ninjutsu, saving lives rather than killing, demanded absolute precision. Such topics naturally require more brainpower. She was only 6. Medical ninjutsu basics aside, who makes kids this young write technique analyses? Devil. Cory's a very, very bad devil. Pouting, looking up at Hiiragi with a triumphant smile. Ha, fair point. Sensing he might have pushed too far, Hiiragi scratched his fluffy red hair, then proposed a tempting offer, 1,000, no, 800 words. Write that, and I'll give you a reward. Deal. Really? Yeah. Yay. The rabbit girl literally jumped like a rabbit. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 32, Chapter 32. Alive. Want to move around a bit? Having easily coaxed Karura, who wasn't really sulking anyway, Hiiragi twisted his neck and issued a dual invitation to Pakura. Writing on the scroll for 2 or 3 hours had left him somewhat backache. Gotta exercise. Sure. Hearing this, Pakura perked up immediately. This was her specialty. Sealing techniques, medical ninjutsu, sounded so troublesome. Oh right, Cory, can you not use Yukon? Eagerly running to the door, Pakura suddenly thought of something and turned back. Watching him handle 2 opponents without breaking a sweat, she'd assumed that was his taijutsu limit. Who knew that armed, he was like a Souls-like boss entering phase 2. Big windmill into big windmill into big windmill, terrifying, bro JPG. Of course. Just for fun, why would I be so serious? No problem. Hiiragi shrugged, then turned to Karura, already seated at the desk. Hey, Karura. Want to join? No thanks, I'll stay here and study ninjutsu. It's just warm up anyway. Pakura-chan won't get hurt, right? With Hikori's reward promised, Karura suddenly had motivation to continue studying. She only wanted to write a paper. No other worldly desires. Fine. We'll call you when heading back. Raising an eyebrow, Hikori dragged Pakura, protesting, why assume I'm getting hurt? Out of the study room. Good. Whatever the purpose, learning itself is wonderful. Not everyone needs to immerse themselves in research like me. But if slight motivation can motivate others, why not? Yo, hi, Pakura. Sparring again. Walking hand in hand with Pakura toward the third training ground, they encountered older students greeting them friendly. Over 2 months, he and Pakura sparred daily at the training ground. Witnesses naturally remembered those sessions, comparing to their own level. Moreover, anyone asking Hikori taijutsu questions received answers. His reputation among students was quite good. Not really sparring, just warming up. Hikori responded with a lazy vibe. Speaking of which, your arm's probably not healed. I wouldn't recommend strenuous exercise yet. Ahaha, gotta rehab a bit. Should be fine. The guy with fluffy brown curls, even longer than Hikori's, collecting half a gene of sand per outing, very unsuitable for desert life, and loud ahaha laugh, waved awkwardly. His arm had been injured during recent practice. Karura used him as teaching aid for medical ninjutsu practice. I'd think throwing shuriken is more suitable for rehab than practicing hand seals. Throwing, you can stop if your arm feels off. Hand seals speed up, not so much. Hikori squinted, complained. The other responded with trademark, ahaha laugh. His name was Sakaki Tatsuma, 2 years ahead. From the patches on his clothes, Sakaki's finances were tight. Probably couldn't afford unnecessary wear on shuriken in this inaccurate state. Consumables weren't exactly cheap. Practice shuriken throwing today then. What do you think, Pakura? Knowing she'd never refuse, Hikori asked anyway. After her affirmative, he casually tossed Sakaki a pack of shuriken. Since we met, wanna practice together? Ahaha, don't mind if I do. Accepting the shuriken, Sakaki didn't decline. Though appearing silly, from observation, he seemed quite shrewd. Precisely why Hikori extended this kindness. Being used required utility value. Without strengths, people wouldn't even glance. Not expecting this slight connection to amount to anything, but relationships weren't built little by little. Just do it. Thus thinking, Hikori stood at the throwing range's edge. Hand swept across his tool pouch, 10 shuriken, each a third palm-sized, fanned between fingers. Wrist flick, they crossed 10 meters, embedding in wooden posts with almost stacked thuds. Confirming wrist condition with basic throwing, he began formal practice. Curve throws, timing attacks, ricochet angle changes, various techniques are at your fingertips. Shuriken collisions and post-impact stirred across the range. The sun vanished below the horizon. Riding desert evening wind, Hikori walked alongside Pakura and Karura on open roads. He preferred sky-visible paths over enclosed tunnels. Weather permitting, he chose this route home. Desert nights are almost always starry, dazzling, magnificent. Long accustomed to city lights, dulled skies, he couldn't grow used to this view no matter how many times seen. Someone once said vast distances made one feel humble. But beneath this starry sky utterly unlike his familiar charts, Hikori felt something else, a strong impulse. A throbbing making him truly feel his life, that this incorrigible bastard truly existed here. So beautiful. What's up? Hearing his sigh, Karura asked curiously. Just thinking, besides us, maybe life exists on other stars. Hikori's talking nonsense again. I'm serious. Don't you think, Pakura? I don't even know how to beat you, how would I know that? If gods truly existed, they were far too merciful to him. Hikori sincerely believed this. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 33, Chapter 33. The Wind's Matazaburo. Though vast stretches of its land were desert, Wind Country's winters couldn't be called hot. Who? Exhaling a white mist, Hikori, now clad in winter wear, suddenly paused by the path to the library, as if waiting for someone. Winter wear, but compared to most people's cotton-padded clothes, his beige turtleneck and brown long coat seemed more like autumn attire. Hikori loved winter, or rather, he loved this kind of refreshing chill. This was his 3rd year in Sunagakure, yet he still hadn't adapted to the dry air and hot climate. Even if winter made Sunagakure even drier, that was fine. Dry eyes and mouth could be fixed with more water. But experiencing cool temperatures. Only this season offered that. Of course, he also loved life here. Learning ninjutsu, training taijutsu, forging various weapons, researching barrier techniques and sealing techniques, occasionally finding new research topics, taking breaks now and then to stroll around the village with Pakura and Karura. Such monotonous, repetitive life, Hiiragi found it as sweet as sugar. He had always been the type to easily immerse himself in his own rhythm. A life that could fully satisfy all his desires was something he couldn't ask for more. Not coming out, old man. After waiting a bit longer, Hiiragi turned toward a certain direction and shook his head helplessly. Seriously, how are you so perceptive, you little brat? A gentle breeze brushed past his ear, then a broad palm landed on his head along with these words. Turning around, a tall, red-haired man stood behind Hiiragi. His left hand held a bunch of bags, and with a gloomy expression, he rubbed his chin with the hand he'd just lifted from Hiiragi's head. I'm an Uzumaki. Keen perception is only natural, isn't it? This tall man was Chio's husband, Hiiragi's foster father, Matsuburo. Truth be told, Hiiragi hadn't seen him often. This man was always traveling outside Sunagakure. Though there was the mission reason of gathering intelligence, it was mostly Matsuburo's personal preference. He was the type who couldn't stay in one place too long, his gaze always fixed on distant horizons. Hiiragi felt that Matsuburo, more than a ninja, resembled those romanticized pirates from fantasy works. Born alone, set sail proudly, die bravely. As a father and husband, Matsuburo could hardly be called conscientious. But from a personal standpoint, he thoroughly implemented his own will. This unabashed self-centeredness was quite similar to Hiiragi. Perhaps sensing a similar aura in each other, their relationship was quite good. How long will you be home this time? Arms crossed, Hiiragi asked in a steady tone. Probably leave the day after tomorrow. The red-haired man scratched his hair, his tone somewhat vague. It's because you're like this that Big Brother has so little confidence, crushed by the old hag's talent. Hiiragi squinted and kicked Matsuburo, his words unabashedly complaining toward his foster father. And you think you're not part of the reason? An adopted child, yet you ended up inheriting my wind release, I think that hit Mataza even harder. Matsuburo, long accustomed to such accusations, couldn't care less. With a dead pig not fearing scalding water demeanor, he shrugged in response. Perhaps precisely because of his wind-like personality, Matsuburo's mastery of wind release was unprecedented. Known as the Wind's Matsuburo, he had once been considered by shaman as a candidate for third Kazekage. But clearly, his personality made it absolutely impossible to sit obediently in an office handling official business. A wind release master like Matsuburo, his technique notes were priceless treasures. Yet over these 3 years, Hiiragi had learned all the wind techniques he developed and used them with ease. That talent, like an abyss, greedily devouring all knowledge within reach, could be called detestable in some eyes. In fact, just as his personality had softened slightly under his body's influence, his soul had also caused certain changes in his body. Take his chakra nature, for example. Uzumaki almost lacked regular chakra natures. The elemental techniques they mastered were nature transformations cultivated from yang nature. Though not exactly common knowledge in the ninja world, it wasn't entirely unknown. But during training, Hiiragi clearly felt learning wind release came far more easily than fire release. Sensing something off, he proactively asked Chio for chakra paper to test. The result, the moistened paper split in two, symbols of wind and water natures. At the time, Chio was completely confused. From Hiiragi's mother cheating to him not being Uzumaki, all kinds of conjectures ran through her mind. Finally, after an overnight search of countless ancient texts, she found a plausible explanation. Though chakra nature was a gift determined by the body at birth, chakra itself was a mixture of physical and spiritual energy. If the spiritual aspect underwent serious distortion, chakra nature could change accordingly. And because childhood offered the greatest plasticity, this phenomenon was more common in children, so Riko. Ride the Kojiki. Chio even speculated that Hiiragi's chakra nature change was proof he'd fully integrated into Sunagakure. The water nature might represent subconscious awareness that the ninja who killed his parents had fire nature chakra, or something. But Hiiragi knew clearly, though this body's chakra nature had indeed been rewritten due to spiritual upheaval, the reason had nothing to do with Chio's analysis. In the ninja world, wind nature was seen as blade-like chakra capable of cutting anything. Water nature was seen as adaptable to colorful shape transformations, versatile and excellent auxiliary effects. But in Hiiragi's view, wind and water share certain commonalities. Absorption, conversion, flow, and circulation, in a word, the properties of flux and change. Also the nature of his former jujitsu, the most fundamental expression of who he was. What can I do about that? With new knowledge and techniques right in front of me, could you expect me not to learn? Hiiragi responded equally confidently. When it comes down to it, we're both the type of bastards who can hardly be considerate of others' feelings. Bastards who, despite that, are fortunate enough to be loved. Under the Winter Sky, Matazaburo sighed thus. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 34, Chapter 34. Win-win means I win twice. What can I do about that? With new knowledge and techniques right in front of me, could you expect me not to learn? Hiiragi responded equally confidently. When it comes down to it, we're both the type of bastards who can hardly be considerate of others' feelings. Bastards who, despite that, are fortunate enough to be loved. Under the Winter Sky, Matazaburo sighed thus. I don't mind on my end, but you and the old hag are all in tune with each other and completely understand each other. Are you just not going to bother with Big Brother at all? Seeing Matazaburo gazing skyward with a wistful expression, Hiiragi squinted and mercilessly poked at his sore spot. Don't act like you two are true love and Big Brother was some accident, you old bastard. This was his unique way of interacting with his foster parents. Chio's personality was far from serious, and her kindred spirit Matazaburo was naturally just as unreliable. Communication with them demanded this pure combat, cool atmosphere. Looking at it this way, Mataza, their biological son, ended up being the most serious person in the entire family. Though their dynamic had been awkward initially, living together for a long time, Mataza and Hiiragi had grown accustomed to their seemingly cold, end conversations within 3 sentences approach. They even found it quite comfortable. In terms of actual atmosphere, their relationship was probably better than outsiders imagined. Matazaburo had been away too long, hence his misunderstanding. In reality, Mataza had long been relieved about Hiiragi's talent. Jealousy and fear only appeared when the gap wasn't that large. When faced with a gap that obviously couldn't be bridged or even touched, no superfluous emotions arose. Besides awe, nothing else. There would always be true geniuses in this world, why couldn't one be his adopted brother? Harboring such thoughts, Mataza had become much more cheerful and relaxed than before. So, given the opportunity, Hiiragi was happy to fight against injustice for his big brother. Getting lectured by you, kid. Guess I really have been pretty bad. Pressed to this point, Matazaburo dropped his subject-changing attempts. Even if aware of his own shortcomings, without someone pointing them out, he'd still harbor wishful thinking and ignore them. Walking back together. I brought adzuki bean cakes. Matazaburo lifted the bags in his hand and shook them. Most contained souvenirs from his travels. Chio loved all kinds of beans and bean products. Mataza preferred pastries. Hiiragi had no particular favorite foods but had a high sugar demand. Adzuki bean cakes, 3 wishes, 1 fulfillment. You go ahead. I'm off to the library for new research. Hiiragi waved dismissively, indicating that if Matazaburo hadn't suddenly returned, he'd already be in the library, studying in the dark and not knowing what the world is. Hey, kid. How often do you take medicine now? Hearing this, Matazaburo frowned slightly, his tone growing somewhat serious. About once every week or 2. Don't think I'm that stupid. I wouldn't abuse drugs. Hiiragi tucked scattered sideburns behind his ear, pulled a pair of large round-frame glasses from his lapel, and put them on, answering nonchalantly. After completing twofold divided thinking, Hiiragi had further optimized his physical energy utilization. Combined with medical ninjutsu applications, he'd even compressed sleep to just 20% of each day. But even with nearly 80% of his time devoted to various research, it still felt insufficient. So after reigniting cursed energy sparks with his spiritual power, he attempted a new binding vow, trading inability to sleep for the ability to maximally absorb and convert consumed substances. Undoubtedly, for ordinary people, inability to sleep was an extremely severe cost. Before long, severe mental depletion would completely destroy one's mind. But from Hiiragi's perspective, this cost was exactly what he needed. He'd always believed that as a jujitsu sorcerer, one must make good use of binding vows, even finding loopholes to profit. Though even his Uzumaki constitution couldn't maintain sleeplessness indefinitely, can't sleep didn't mean can't close your eyes. Zazen meditation could also regulate physical and mental states. Worst case, medication could assist with regulation. As for energy, his soul strength wasn't just for show. Just sleepiness. Watch me push it back with curiosity. JPG. In short, this binding vow was fundamentally a win-win deal, the kind where you won twice. Win-win, shrug. This was another main reason Mataza felt no jealousy toward Hiiragi's talent. Already is extremely talented and working this hard, of course he'd succeed at everything. Conversely, Hiiragi, having achieved twofold divided thinking with quadruple parallel processing, able to learn and research 24/7, still took 3 years to fully master Matazaburo's wind release notes. That proved just how terrifying this man's mastery was. Even without incorporating high-level wind techniques, just pure conceptual analysis and operational methods, it had enabled 9-year-old Hiiragi to achieve strength rivaling Chunin. At least in a true all-out battle, Mataza stood no chance against Hiiragi. But Hiirag's learning style, though unproblematic to him, wasn't something others could accept or understand. Chio had repeatedly expressed concern about his physical and mental state. She'd even refused to provide medication, citing irreversible damage from overmedication. Back then, it was Matazaburo, rarely home, who'd vouch for him. Precisely because he sensed a similar aura in Hiiragi, Matazaburo understood better than Chio. Even if refused, Hiiragi would find another way to solve the problem himself. Fine. Matazaburo clicked his tongue, said no more, and turned toward home. Compared to his biological son Mataza, Hiiragi truly wasn't worrisome. After his foster father's figure gradually disappeared from view, Hiiragi lingered no longer by the roadside and headed for the library. Winter, still want to see snow, though. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 35, Chapter 35. I'm the #1 puppet master, none of you are. You're late, Cory. After skillfully weaving through rows of bookshelves and tables and pushing open the door to a silent reading room, the first words Hiiragi heard were this slightly teasing scolding. After all, over the past 3 years, it had always been the boy waiting for others, never him being late. Well, judging by appearance, young men might be more appropriate now. The Uzumaki constitution, combined with the superb digestive ability gained through his binding vow, had made Hiiragi's height rapidly growing over these 3 years, from just over 120 centimeters rapidly growing to above 150 centimeters. Normally, children his age from ordinary families only reached around 130 centimeters. Even kids from ninja families rarely exceeded 140 by much. Given this era's productivity and dietary conditions, providing adequate nutrition like in modern times was difficult. This was another main reason Hiiragi chose digestive ability as his binding vow's benefit. Ran into an acquaintance. Chatted a bit. Hiiragi unbuttoned his coat, hung it on the hook behind the door, then sat across from Karura and Pakura. Didn't keep you waiting too long, did I? Though phrased as a question, his tone was quite steady, sounding more like a statement. Knowing the girls as he did, how could he not know when they'd arrive? As expected, Karura, sprawled on the table, let out a silly, soft laugh more convincing than any verbal response. Pakura, hands cupping her cheeks, elbows on the table, simply blinked and gave him a faint smile. Compared to Hiiragi, the girl's changes weren't as dramatic. Karura's face remained round, though the baby fat was gone. Pakura's figure had grown more slender, probably fire nature chakra comes with fat-burning effects. In another 2 years, the girls would enter their fastest development period. Here's that form you asked me to make. As Hiiragi sat down, Karura stood up straight and, with a praise-me expression on her face, took a stack of papers out of her bag and slid them across to him. Thanks, he said. After petting the little rabbit, Hiiragi picked up the form to review it. All Pakura could do was pout. She couldn't act coquettishly like Karura because of her personality. But her advantage zone lay elsewhere. Karura couldn't spar with Hiiragi like she could. Thinking this, the girl gazing absently at Hiiragi smiled more brightly. Though accustomed to each other's presence, that didn't mean Karura and Pakura lacked competitive feelings. A maiden's love wasn't so forgiving. Hiiragi, long mentally prepared, didn't interfere. He quietly wrote and drew on the form. These were various indicators he'd compiled, daily physical conditions, etc. Tabulating them helped him plan their training more easily. Seeing this, Karura and Pakura began their reading. The silent reading room filled with only page-turning and occasional writing pauses. Meanwhile, one core of Hiiragi's dual-core 4-thread artificial intelligence processed the form. The remaining 3 threads pursued different research, weapon and puppet designs, water release application derivation, and yin-yang release core construction. After Mataza fully reconciled with his mediocre talent, Chio officially taught Hiiragi puppet technique knowledge. That said, puppet technique itself held little appeal for Hiiragi. In his previous life, he designed and manufactured Yorozu Kokichi's puppets, Mechamaru and the final weapon, Ultimate Mechamaru, Absolute Form. In puppet manufacturing philosophy and experience, he could claim without exaggeration to be far ahead across all Wind Country, the entire ninja world. After all, this world's puppet technique was pioneered by second Kazekage shaman, barely 2 or 3 decades old. As a means to bridge the troop gap, puppets still require chakra threads for operation, proof the technique hadn't reached full status. Yorozu Kokichi's heavenly restriction, granted cursed energy range covering all Japan, was indeed an unparalleled anomaly. But even so, Jujutsu world puppets didn't need manual thread operation like here, let alone fully autonomously acting, cursed corpses. Combined with design inspiration gathered from various sources, Hiiragi couldn't take this world's puppet technique too seriously. When Chio manipulated her puppet crashing through the door, he'd instantly spotted its weak spot for this reason. Still, Puppetry's clever details had merit. Hiiragi was extracting worthwhile aspects, integrating them into his own puppet system, and further optimizing. Also, creating some handy little tools. On another note, Hiiragi, who now possesses wind and water natures after receiving Matazaburo's true transmission, had no further room for improvement in wind release. He just needed to learn more techniques. But water release differed. Unlike other natures, water release resembled sand manipulation, both requiring specific environmental conditions. Just as sand manipulation displays tremendous power in deserts, water-rich environments favored water release. Unlike wind, fire, lightning, which tend to directly convert chakra into elements, water release included many techniques utilizing environmental water sources. This paralleled earth release's use of earth and stone. But earth's materials were far more widely distributed than water. Hence, performing water release in waterless areas was proof of elite water release users. Sunagakure's natural water content apparently couldn't satisfy most water release conditions. Even converting water with chakra incurred losses several times higher than in normal environments. With techniques unusable, Sunagakure naturally lacked water release learning materials. Under these circumstances, Hiiragi could only resort to brain testing. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 36, Chapter 36. Kekkai Genkai. As for yin and yang release cores, these referred to Hiiragi's envisioned locations for storing different chakra separately. Generally, chakra within the body didn't exhibit attribute tendencies. It only gained corresponding attributes when using corresponding attributes or through deliberate manipulation, yin and yang included. The yang release training method recorded in Hiiragi's biological parents' notes essentially transforms less chakra into yang release chakra, strengthening physical constitution during circulation. But while generating cursed energy through spiritual power, Hiiragi realized, since two different energies, chakra and cursed energy, could coexist within the body, perhaps different chakra natures could too. For the regular 5 natures, this might only save attribute conversion time, enabling faster ninjutsu release. But for yin and yang, the implications were entirely different. Yin release, sourced from spiritual energy, possessed the properties of creating matter forms from nothingness. Yang release, sourced from physical energy, possessed the characteristic of influencing all things through one's existence. Though opposite in nature, their training methods share common ground. If such cores could be built and run, it would be equivalent to continuously circulating yin and yang release training methods. At first glance, this seemed an impossibly fanciful idea. From ancient times to the present, no one had ever simultaneously endowed chakra with different attributes. Though combination techniques existed, these were either coordinated by multiple people or rapid sequential techniques through extreme hand speed. The closest approach was various nature-based Kekkai Genkai. For instance, the invincible Hashirama Senju's wood release was considered a water plus earth hybrid. But essentially, this created an entirely new chakra attribute, not simultaneously endowed with dual attributes. Yet Hiiragi didn't believe this impossible. As a former Black Flash experiencer and jujitsu sorcerer who'd mastered cursed energy core control, his grasp of energy flow needed no elaboration. In fact, regarding core creation, Hiiragi had already succeeded. Designing the spiritual energy source, the brain, as the yin release core, and the physical energy engine, the heart, as the yang release core, mixing less chakra in the dantian and transmitting it to both cores, continuously injecting spiritual and physical energy to transform it into yin and yang release chakra, this wasn't difficult for him. Moreover, once cores accumulated sufficiently, like oil droplets gathered on soup surfaces, less chakra would spontaneously flow toward cores, transforming into yin and yang without his conscious control. The current problem: how to run these two different chakra natures simultaneously. Hiiragi had seen yin-yang release in manga. But such late-stage concepts never detailed principles. In this world, related records were equally sparse and vague, completely useless as reference. Unlike puppet improvements or water release research, this bothered him long-term. Predictably, even years might bring no progress. But wasn't that how research worked? Most great discoveries arose from improvisation and intuition. Hiiragi felt he lacked that single spark of inspiration. Speaking of which, that guy Raza might be graduating early. Thinking of Kekkai Genkai reminded Hiiragi of that perpetually sour-faced redhead in class. Recently discovered to have lightning release talent, he'd been taken under the 3rd Kazekage's wing. By manifestation, Kekkai Genkai roughly divided into 2 types: nature combination types, mixing different chakra natures to create entirely new attributes, and physical mutation types, directly manifested in organs. Nature-based Kekkai Genkai were mostly new attributes developed by exceptionally talented ninja themselves. Due to differing fusion ratios, even same nature combinations might differ, even the same blood successor's manifestations varied. But confirmed, once a new mixed with chakra nature, this bloodline would be recorded in the ninja's genes and passed to descendants through bloodline. The third Kazakage's magnet release seemed like an innate ability. Judging by attributes, it was wind plus lightning hybrid. Still single, the third Kazakage is apparently intended to teach the next generation Kekii Genkai, inheriting his Kekii Genkai. Or possibly escaping paperwork through teaching students, not impossible. Either way, this demonstrated that the widespread claim, Kekii Genkai can only be inherited through bloodlines via genes, was pure nonsense. Hence occasional voices claiming nature-based Kekii Genkai weren't true Kekii Genkai, probably from physical mutation families. Which made things even funnier. Shikatsumiyaku aside, this world's eyeball-based Kekii Genkai were hot-swappable, anyone could pop them out and install them on the spot, more convenient than USB drives. Hiiragi knew this was just expression. Actual use required adaptability and other conditions, mismatches brought side effects. But anyone who'd seen the follow-up manga couldn't forget those scenes. The stereotype was fixed. Regardless, whether Kekii Genkai or not, being learnable and detachable was better, right? Such convenient, useful things should be maximized. Hiiragi's wind and water chakra, in the country of water's Kirigakure, developed ice release, a famous Kekii Genkai. Lately, he occasionally tried mixing these two natures, seeing if he could fuse ice release to pass the time. Actually, I just got notified too. About graduating ahead of time. But Hiiragi's casual remark made Pakura guiltily avert her gaze. Misawa-sensei said a ninja's willing to be my mentor. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 37, Chapter 37. Graduate early. Isn't that great? Getting long-term mentoring from a jonin, that's a pretty valuable opportunity. Hiiragi looked up, somewhat confused by Pakura's expression. He vaguely recalled from the manga that academy graduates formed three-person teams led by team leader jonin. But in Sunagakure, that system didn't seem fully developed yet. At least in current Sunagakure, jonin didn't have that much free time to teach newly graduated genin. More often, chunin handled this work, and the fine division of three-person teams didn't exist. Under these circumstances, gaining a jonin's favor proactive offering to teach, why wasn't she happy? If I graduate, won't I have to break up from you guys? Meeting Hiiragi's gaze, noticeably more emotional than usual, Pakura bit her lower lip and hesitated. Yabai. Yabai yo. Hiiragi's tactical backpedal, wearing an expression like, the fruit-selling old man getting countered by Zangief, taking full damage and instantly dying. Unlike Karura, who always clung to him, Pakura seemed normal most of the time but often suddenly unleashed explosive output he couldn't block. Like now. Flushed cheeks, moist eyes, slightly trembling nose, paired with a softer, more fragile tone than usual. Phew. Powerful contrast killer move. They say childhood bonds are the most sincere. Wasn't this moment's emotion equally pure? Such uncalculated, I feel sorry for the vulnerability, how could he resist? It's just graduating early, not transferring to another country. No need for that expression, Pakura. But, can't you keep guiding me, Cory? Oh, impressive. Second hit follow-up. Don't expect so much from me. I'm just your peer after all. I've already taught you everything I can. Thinking this, Hiiragi adjusted his glasses, quickly recomposing his expression. Not peers. But this wasn't an excuse, it was the real deal. Hiiragi was an excellent researcher, but not a good teacher. He could figure out Pakura and Karura's chakra circulation patterns, calculate their physical qualities and potential, and formulate training plans tailored to their individual status. He could even teach them medical ninjutsu and taijutsu basics based on his experience, adapting his own state to theirs. After all, tenketsu positions varied but were more or less the same. Basic taijutsu practices and techniques were relatively general. That was the extent of Hiiragi's ability. The claim that chakra nature reflected personality might be biased, but wasn't entirely groundless. Pakura's aggressive fighting style, her preference for sacrificial technique in taijutsu, her personality inherently contained strong aggression, only suppressed around Hiiragi. Similarly, her ninjutsu talent leaned more toward fire release than wind. Hiiragi would happily teach her the wind release techniques learned from Madasaburo. But application techniques and concepts differed vastly between natures, not teachable on demand. His fire release knowledge, conversely, came entirely from Pakura. Having him guide her fire release would be somewhat anti-Tiangong. As for jonin, even if not fire release specialists, they were well informed and had their own understanding. Once everyone's theoretical knowledge was accumulated sufficiently, Hiiragi wouldn't mind continued communication. But now. Too easy to mislead students. Teaching students in accordance with their aptitude wasn't his strength. Ultimately, each ninja must forge their own fighting style. What I've mastered and excel at isn't all for you. You understand that, right? Cradling Pakura's cheeks, feeling their warmth, Hiiragi advised her earnestly. Yeah. Knowing priorities but unable to get past this mental block, the girl lowered her head, buried her face in Hiiragi's palms, rubbed lightly, and let out a muffled hum. Somehow reminded of a cat, Hiiragi instinctively flipped his hand and scratched under her chin. Such intimate contact made Pakura tense up instantly, yet she didn't lift her chin from his hand, just red-eared and quietly enjoying it. Speaking of which, Karura should be able to graduate early too, right? Hiiragi acted unconsciously, turning to Karura. The old hag's medical corps is pretty understaffed. With your current level, getting in wouldn't be hard. Really? Can I? The little rabbit obviously lacked confidence. Without clear comparison, she couldn't accurately gauge her ability. Be a little confident. In a sense, you're the old hag's direct disciple. True. The medical ninjutsu she learned basically came from Hiiragi fleecing Chio. Calling it direct discipleship wasn't wrong. Clearly, Karura trusted Hiiragi's reassurance more than her own feelings. Hearing his confirming tone, the little rabbit instantly relaxed. What about you, Cory? Me. I don't really care. Graduating or not, wherever I go, all the same. Nothing much would change anyway. He left that half unsaid. Whether regular graduation or early graduation as some jonin's disciple and subordinate, none of it would affect his resume. San's primary requirement for him had always been sealing technique mastery. Early in his time here, Chio often asked tentatively about his progress. Though seemingly urging, Hiiragi sensed concern and care in her inquiries. A child obviously couldn't compare to his parents. Chio's word alone might reassure other senior officials. If his talent proved insufficient, who knows what treatment he'd face. In places unseen, Chio endured considerable pressure too. But once Hiiragi's talent fully manifested, no one asked Chio those questions anymore. Under these circumstances, he personally felt no rush to graduate. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 38, Chapter 38. Come fight me now. Probably because this was a long-lost family reunion dinner, tonight's spread at the Chio household was richer than usual. Considering Hiiragi had just walked in, and the dish's excellent presentation, only one conclusion remained. You've got skills like this, old man. Peeking toward the kitchen, sure enough, Matazaburo and Mataza were working inside, a picture of father, son, filial piety, warmth and harmony. Literally. No signal axes here, thank you very much. Humph, your old man here travels, known as the Wind Wanderer. Naturally, I've got a few specialties to be proud of. Hearing Hiiragi's remark, Matazaburo's nose nearly pointed to the sky. Clearly, he was quite proud of his skills. Wind release. Just something he inexplicably mastered, no big deal. The favored act with impunity, true words never spoken. Yeah, whatever you say. As long as I don't have to cook, you're absolutely right. Hiiragi retreated to change clothes, not bothering to retort. Just sat at the table, ready to eat. As a jonin household, the Chio home certainly didn't lack quality ingredients. But the desert only produced a few types. After 3 years of cooking, he'd truly be at his wit's end. Lamb and beef. Then more lamb and beef. Onions and potatoes. Then more onions and potatoes. No wonder grilled meat was popular in desert regions, vegetable variety was sorely lacking. These were even specially improved and bred strains developed over generations to withstand desert climate. Fruit quality here was excellent, but you couldn't live on fruit alone. This impressive spread probably relied heavily on ingredients from Matazaburo's bags. Speaking of which, Old Man's travels weren't just personal preference and intelligence gathering. There was also the mission to find crops suitable for wide cultivation in wind country. That sea buckthorn patch I saw earlier came from seedlings he brought back. Leaning back, staring at the khaki ceiling, this thought suddenly surfaced in Hiiragi's quadruple calculation brain. Tough life, desert kids. Speaking of which, I heard besides Raza, a few others are graduating early, getting solo instruction from jonin. Are jonin really that leisurely lately? Soon, the final dish arrived. The family of 4 gathered around the table, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. After some eating, Hiiragi casually brought this up. That. Choo-choo-choo, it's modeled after Konoha's team leader system. Choo-choo. Testing pilot operation with a few talented students. Next summer, we'll try with a batch of graduates to see the effect. Chio, eating like a hamster, swallowed and explained intermittently, stuffing more food in between. If the effect is good, jonin will rotate into team leading. No dangerous missions, plus teaching subsidies, pretty good deal. Konoha system. Not surprised each village had spies and others, mercenary organizations in competition without spies would be surprising. What amazed Hiiragi was Konoha's foundation. Villages, systems, all transformation in the ninja world seemed to originate from that fertile land. Rather, precisely because those two founders dominated their era, they could claim that land and continuously snowball. Back in the day, the first Kazekage practically threw tantrums to secure Sunagakure's territory, nearly getting surrounded and kicked by the other three Kage. That Reto escaped unscathed, even securing land, owed not only to Hashirama's mediation but also wine country being pure wasteland. Conquering it brought no gains, possibly losses. That frozen great nation didn't kill the mustache guy using winter climate advantage. Natural defensive advantage. Of course, who'd willingly live in the desert if they had any choice? If we could build our village in Konoha, we'd gladly beat up other villages. JPG. But you little brat takes the initiative asking about this. At this, Chio suddenly flashed a mischievous grin. Let me guess, is it because of Pakura-chan? Your tone's disgusting, old hag. Hiiraga's eyes instantly went dead fish, Chio's laughter giving him goosebumps. But he didn't deny it. This old hag had been playing matchmaker for days, so she'd definitely know before him. Why don't you graduate too early, brat? No way. Graduating means constant missions. Way less comfortable than school. Skip class to study whatever, spar whoever I want. Village funds me, what's the rush? Hiiragi remained unmoved. Only real working people appreciate campus life. With money no issue, of course he'd keep learning. Not only would he stay until normal graduation, he'd stay in school to take postgraduate entrance examinations, study for a PhD, keep adding degrees. Haha, you think you get a choice? Too late, brat. Your graduation application's already submitted, you'll be under me. Ha 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 ha. Chio slammed the table with wild laughter, leaving Hiiragi no choice. Also signed you up for next summer's Chunin exams. Get ready to work under me. Original family ruins my doctorate dream. Yeah. You mean old hag? Come fight me now. Hearing this, Hiiragi couldn't take it. He slammed the table, retrieved a gauntlet like a gauntlet from his wrist scroll, and leaped, punching at Chio. But the long-time elite Jonin wouldn't be hit so easily. Chakra threads shot out, tying Hiiragi, dragging him out the door. I'll go check on my little brother and mom. Seeing this, Mataza dropped his utensils and chased after them. Question mark. Matazaburo looked at the nearly cleared table, dishes waiting to be washed. He felt like he'd been tricked. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 39, Chapter 39. Three-dimensional tactical expansion. Boom. Hiiragi was flung into the courtyard. With light dust, the red-haired boy rolled twice to relieve his strength, then flipped up and brushed himself off. Not using your Yukon, brat. Casually following his foster son into the courtyard, Chio squinted at the gauntlet on his hand. 3 years, she'd witnessed Hiiragi improvements and upgrades that 3-section staff. Using sealing techniques to almost permanently seal other ninjutsu into tools, an exquisite concept. Actually achieving it. Genius level. This convinced Sunagakure's other top brass to fully trust Hiiragi's talent. By now, Chio couldn't determine how many new techniques he'd added. But undoubtedly, wielding the plus taijutsu. Even she might get hurt if careless. Since it's between puppeteers, only fitting to settle with puppet mechanisms, right? The black iron gauntlet shell clicked open, splitting into 4 claw-like segments that flexed, then closed again. Besides, I've got something new for you to take a look. TCH. What kind of puppeteer are you? Somewhat scoffed, Chio flicked her wrist. 4 humanoid puppets, 2 on the left, 2 on the right, materialized beside her. Not Monzaemon's Chikamatsu 10, but her own meticulously crafted masterpieces. 2 fingers manipulated 1 puppet. They traced fluid trajectories through air, then unfolded mechanisms, fiercely charging Hiiragi. You'd be more like a mechanical craftsman, don't you think? As the puppet's blades sliced air, Chio's sarcastic remark arrived belatedly. True. None could deny Hiiragi's puppet talent. But he preferred crafting personal armaments over conventional puppets. Like the claws on his right, Puppets I can make anytime. Priority's not that high. With an air of self-righteousness, Hiiragi slammed his clawed right hand on the ground. A cylindrical barrier rose beneath him, intercepting all blades. Such flimsy barriers are nothing. With a slight movement of his fingers, Chio withdrew the 4 puppets. The giant wielder spun and slashed, its pure iron block blade literally shattering the makeshift barrier. Simultaneously, the spiked puppets darted through the broken barrier, stabbing at Hiiragi's back. Dual blade and claw wielders struck too, tearing his figure to pieces. But neither the attacker nor watching Mataza showed any sign of wavering. Sure enough, a poof announced substitution technique. Impaled Hiiragi became a slashed, explosive tag-covered log. Seeing the tags glowing, Chio cursed under her breath, this brat using explosive tags. But her hands never slowed. She manipulated the puppets, flinging the log away, no explosion. Just lit up papers shaped like tags. Quack. Realizing the tricked into an opening, Chio involuntarily ducked, quickly maneuvering the puppets back to defend. Compared to ordinary ninja, Hiiraga's taijutsu logic was exceptionally elusive. This guy once substitutioned in place just to bait someone into turning around. Uzumaki's Kagura mind's eye, besides sensing others, could seal its own chakra to hide its tracks. With that foundation, plus substitution, body flicker, shadow clone, distinguishing real from fake grew nearly impossible. This tactic especially countered powerful sensory ninja. In forests, rocky terrain, caves, complex environments, it could be a one-hit kill. Even open areas effectively disrupted judgment. Whether taking advantage of the situation or using transformation to hide and find openings, highly effective. Add Matazaburo's brief aerial wind release tricks. Hiiraga's wiggle room expanded further. Even Chio, a sensing type, couldn't assert that her sense chakra was real. Fooled once by this tactic, she wouldn't make the same mistake again. Wherever the real body, whatever attack, just shrink the defense and she'd be safe. Playing this conservative against her foster son, over 20 years younger, embarrassing. She'd made a 6-year-old cook until he was 9. Did she look like someone who cared? Bringing you cruel Chio household truths today. But after hundreds of spars, Hiiragi had counters. Dozens of alien shuriken rained down, clinking into the puppets. Such scattered attacks couldn't damage Chio's, but his target wasn't like their first encounter masterpiece, piercing joints. He aimed for the puppet's soul. No matter how powerful, how many mechanisms, puppets were still controlled via chakra threads. Sever the threads, just dead wood. TCH. Seeing those manji-shaped shuriken, Chio instantly grasped his goal. She increased chakra output. Though threads weren't cut, the shuriken's shapes entangled and disrupted them. The 4 puppets' movements turned comically stiff. Undispersed barrier fragments rapidly rotated, forming hundreds of shuriken, repeatedly piercing and pinning the uncontrolled puppets' joints. Barrier technique, chaotic shuriken wedge, is what I'd call it. Materializing quietly behind Chio, Hiiragi introduced his technique with cold tone, gray eyes gleaming light, short staff brazenly thrusting at her waist. This is the end. Dash for 100 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 40, Chapter 40. Don't worry about me. Ah, it's the manipulated cutting blades. But before the iron staff touched Chio, Hiiragi stopped. Because several kunai had already pressed against him. His shoulders slumped. He exhaled long and slow, then slouched down on the ground. Right. You're a puppeteer who's achieved the 10-finger technique, old hag. Having that kind of spare capacity makes sense. Able to operate one puppet with each finger, Chio could have easily severed those chakra threads and reconnected them. Even controlling 4 puppets with 2 fingers each, her thumbs remained idle. Her reaction just now. She'd held back considerably. Young people need patience. You know how many ninja let their guard down at the final moment and died. Withdrawing the puppets, now punctured with 10,000 transparent holes, Chio stood over her foster son, hands on hips, a look that hates iron but cannot be made into steel. What's with you, brat? Got too impatient at the end. She emphasized, final moment, sighing and shaking her head. You know about maintaining calm, right? Calm. Have you lost your mind? Still in pajamas, Hiiragi sincerely questioned his foster mother. We only ran out together to avoid doing dishes. How did it escalate to this? I just wanted to test some new mechanisms I've been working on, then head back after Dad finishes the dishes. Why so impatient? I'm cold. Emphasizing his point, he grabbed his pajama collar and shook it, looking at his perpetually unreliable foster mother, the one who never disappointed when it counted. Worried about my state? You're the one scheming something, aren't you? Ah, that obvious. Chio's parenting class failed spectacularly. She awkwardly scratched her cheek. Matazaburo brought back news that might relate to your biological parents' deaths. I was worried you'd react strongly. So you decided to knock me around first, remind me of my place. Hiiragi rolled his eyes and stood, expression utterly calm. But his chest heaved with fierce breaths. Proof of the binding vow formed with the original child's reverberation upon arriving in this world. His heart didn't ache, only a touch of sadness remained. Not urgency, just indelible traces. Do I seem like the type to act on emotion? It's fine. Spit it out. Hiiragi exhaled. Likely Kumogakure. After hesitation, Chio revealed everything. Metazaber investigated the land of frost, waterfalls, grass, birds, bamboo. Based on timing and sequence of similar incidents, those operatives definitely originated from the land of lightning. Objective probably, destroy outlying intelligence networks and contacts, facilitate infiltration into other nations, prepare for further invasion. Your parents likely undertook Sunagakure commissions, so they were deemed contacts of another village. Hiiragi nodded silently. Kumogakure, not unexpected. As the nation is most interested in expansion, this behavior makes perfect sense. Based on memory, Kumogakure even had plans to kidnap Kekkei Genkai ninja for breeding, strengthening the village overall. Though Hiiragi might face similar in Sunagakure, treatment clearly differed. Hard to say if his family suffered undeserved misfortune for their red hair. River's country bordered wind and fire. His parents' seclusion plan was meticulous, but couldn't stop those bastards from opportunistically stabbing, just to see what the redheads were about. If so, his parents might have deliberately avoided self-healing to conceal their Uzumaki identity, bleeding out. Chio withholding this now was also sparing his feelings. They were your blood relatives' hatred. No one can guarantee your emotions. At some point, Matazaburo had also entered the courtyard. Interpreting his silence as inner torment, the tall man knelt, draping a coat over him, gently comforting. So don't blame Chio for not telling you immediately, okay? They're dead. I cremated them myself. The red-haired boy inhaled deeply, responding softly. Letting the living worry over the dead's revenge, that would be putting the cart before the horse. Before age 4, I barely remember them. By my memories, you've been with me longer. His gaze swept across Matazaburo, Mataza, finally resting on Chio. It started as a transaction, but you've helped me since our first meeting, haven't you? Why would I blame you for this? Right, old hag. Brat, at least call me Mom sometimes. Chio bit her lip, eyes glistening, looking away. Heh. Let's talk utilitarian then. With my personality, I wouldn't abandon research for revenge. That's not very convincing. Lightening the mood, Mataza slapped his adopted brother's shoulder, teasing. Every break since school started, you've been hanging with 2 cute girls. Truth is, you're pretty smitten too, aren't you? Ha. If they were ordinary girls, no matter how cute, how clingy, you think I'd waste energy on them? Shooting his brother a sidelong glance, Hiiragi sniffed disdainfully. Karura and Pakura are talented. Their existence alone has high value, plus family and village investments. Befriending them. Never lose money. Moreover, they have more free time than formal ninja, and they're happy to follow my lead. At this age, their plasticity and learning ability peak. I can teach them some of my hypotheses needing verification. Of course, personally tested, completely harmless. I help them quickly realize their talents, they feed back experimental results. Win-win. Plus, learning secret techniques through them means not owing favors to other jonin. Ignoring Mataza's increasingly horrified, like he was looking at scum, expression, Hiiragi explained. Finally, they're cute girls. Of course I like them. Since the day old hag saved me, I decided, I'll live for myself. Love and hate are unavoidable topics, but beyond them, I have purer pursuits. Right. So don't worry about me. Dad. Mom. Big brother. Dash for 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 41, Chapter 41. Suppressed Fire. After learning about the enemy, Hiiragi felt life hadn't changed much. No matter how anxious, he couldn't send all of Kumogakure sky high yet. In Unity, Kumogakure and Iwagakure were indeed the ninja world's benchmarks. That was the trouble of human nature, kill one, you must kill their whole family. If not thoroughly or cleanly handled, trouble would keep knocking. Wasn't Hiiragi himself such trouble? With insufficient strength, no matter how unhappy that lingering sorrow, how much he wanted to resolve this binding vow's influence, he could only ignore it as best he could. But though he believed the rhythm of his life remained unchanged, his attitude toward others was the same as ever. In others' eyes, Hiiragi's restlessness was quite obvious. Unconsciously tapping tables, tapping feet, clicking tongue, since that day, these little mannerisms increased dramatically. His brows were perpetually slightly furrowed. Those close to him couldn't help worrying. But they had no good way, nor the right attitude to resolve this melancholy. Instead, Hiiragi, annoyed by their inability to comfort, realized his own abnormal state. Which logically made him more irritable. Unable to vent dissatisfaction on others, he could only internal dissatisfaction. This actually yielded results in fire release, and generated a lot of cursed energy from these emotions, but under these circumstances, hard to call that benefit. Time passed. Spring blossoms, winter snows melting, such words utterly unrelated to Sunagakure. The closest thing to green here were probably the breeders in the cultivation department. And, cool, winter's departure naturally didn't improve Hiirag's mood, added more bipolar instead. Everyone busy with early graduation matters, time with Bakura and Karura plummeted. Currently, he is sitting idle in a Sunagakure drink shop. Idle, his quadruple thoughts never stopped. Just didn't feel like writing. Also pointless. From winter till now, his mental deductions were all repeated basic calculations. Emotional instability caused lack of inspiration. Like the draft before him, a repeatedly revised design. Octuple shuriken launcher. Prototype was part of last winter's device he'd planned to show Chio. All-purpose multi-role logic verification composite weapon system prototype model 13 revised, prototype 13 for short. That fist claw was literally a composite armament for verifying various designs. Equipped with floating gun-like functions based on sand manipulation, wind-fire dual nature conversion, and expansion module connection ports. The former had been reverse optimized into wired remote cannons. This device was too heavy compared to sand grains. Remote control via chakra alone. Sluggish, operable range drastically reduced. The latter still underwent optimization, stabilizing wind-fire chakra ratios. The original shuriken launcher, an external module, was removed and redesigned as a standalone device. Integrated shell, sandproof, waterproof, fully detachable. Multi-stage launch mechanism with wind release acceleration seals, rate of fire 300 rounds per minute, shuriken speed rivaling Jonin suppressive throws. Obvious drawbacks: to increase speed, recoil considerable. Average Chunin first use would have trajectory deviation. Also, fired shuriken followed fixed trajectories, couldn't apply various techniques like hand thrown. But this was designed for mounting on puppets or fixed positions for suppressive fire. Those drawbacks negligible. Core concept: utilize summoning techniques mechanism, summoned objects repatriated after time, recycling fired shuriken for pseudo-infinite ammo. Minimum recycling time, 3 to 5 minutes for auto-dismissal. Considering loss and redundancy, at least 1,000 shuriken reserve. For individuals, financial costs prohibitively high. Some genin, even chunin, wouldn't use that many their entire careers. Though thrown in handfuls during wars, shuriken were recycled from battlefields, rarely disposable. For an entire village, though, this expense was a drop in the bucket. Biggest current problem: precisely summoning shuriken sequentially into the magazine. Shuriken weren't summoning beasts, couldn't cooperate with the summoner. Technically achievable. But miniaturizing to fit in a launcher? Quite difficult. Ahaha, looking grumpy, Korikuen. At that moment, Sakaki Tatsuma, working here, wheeled his cart over with trademark laugh, placing ice cream before him. Eat something sweet to ease the mood. My treat. Thanks. But treats unnecessary. Your wage probably isn't much. Spooning sea buckthorn ice cream into his mouth, Hiirag's expression softened slightly. He had high sugar needs. Cold things currently ranked among his favorites. He'd always wanted to say, instead of watching him with worried eyes, drowning him in ice cream would be more effective. Korikuen's been in a bad mood lately. Shop wasn't busy. Sakaki sat across from his junior, grinning and chatting. Not bad mood exactly. Just irritated. Speaking deeply with a shallow acquaintance was taboo. But he did feel like confiding to someone. Sakaki, not close, but familiar, seemed a decent choice. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 42, Chapter 42. Passion. Things aren't going smoothly. Irritable, can't calm down, which makes things even less smooth. I know my state's off, but can't quite adjust. Feels like falling into a vortex, can't find direction. I'm even considering lowering my standards. Such appeasement thinking is too weak, isn't it? My past self would have laughed loudly, patting his belly. Fingertip pressed against the ice cream glass, watching condensed droplets slide down, Hiiragi lounged on the table, eyes unfocused. His tone felt more like soliloquy than conversation. Sakaki Tatsuma clearly noticed. Chin propped on hand, he quietly listened to Hiirag's calm, lazy talk. Research frustrations, dry climate, dust falling into his glass, recently purchased terrible pens, endless trivial matters. As if Hiiragi was dissatisfied with everything around him. Speaking of which, Tatsuma, your parents also died on missions, right? Suddenly, Hiiragi looked up at Sakaki. Seems so. I don't really remember. Though abrupt questioning might sting, such things were everywhere in this era. Plus Hiirag's also was quite clear. Sakaki, those two existences, forming current Hiiragi, overlapping together, whispering. They said, we haven't been alone for a long time. So truly embrace them. Ha, ha 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 ha, so that's it. I've been this dull, this affected. Shameful. So shameful. But, not bad either. Laughing until tears flowed, nearly choking, Hiiragi clutched his aching stomach with one hand, the other on the table, muttering. Really, have to thank you, Tatsuma. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 43, Chapter 43. Today I finally know who I am. Ahaha, I helped. Sakaki obviously hadn't expected this reaction. He'd assumed his junior would snort in disdain or just ignore him. The player is lost, the onlooker sees clear. Hiiragi's tone returned to its usual calm and ease. Properly accepting others' opinions is necessary for progress. To be honest, not just emotionally, research needs more assistance too. Ah, can't help with that. A 9-year-old, even a ninja, talking seriously about research might make others chuckle. But those unaware of the facts. Sakaki, having paid close attention to his junior's activities, knew well. Couldn't understand. Absolutely couldn't understand. Sakaki figured the hardest equation he'd ever solve was a shuriken's parabola. Hiiragi's writing was heavenly script. Where did this take me? Am I still in the country? JPG. Next time, add more syrup to my ice cream, that'd help plenty. Hiiragi patted Sakaki's shoulder, left triple tip on the table, and walked out quite cheerfully. When you open your shop, I'll definitely patronize. Ahaha, hope your words come true. Hiiragi, as a former jujitsu sorcerer, his cursed technique awakening in subsequent circumstances could hardly be called peaceful. His life had always been solitary, even ending up killed by acquaintances, stemmed largely from his twisted personality formed during that period. Though somewhat relieved after discovery and enrollment at Jujutsu High, he'd long reached the point of no return. No complaints, though. Being killed by a friend, Gojo Satoru's implied form, was better than post-mortem dissection. He'd always been aware his mental state was dangerous, could create something worse than special-grade cursed spirits anytime. But deep down, Hiiragi may have harbored thoughts like, if only things had been different from the start, could I have lived a different life? Perhaps retaining this most sincere regret was why he revived in this child carrying similar regrets. Might be considered a form of harmony of yin and yang. Now he had family, cute childhood sweethearts, decent friends, most importantly, the ninja world's moral standards were far lower than his previous life. He could do whatever he wanted. Refreshed. The stagnation in Hiiragi's heart suddenly brightened. He felt even lunch appetite improving. Sunagakure's dry air, well, never mind. No matter how good his mood, he couldn't force that compliment. Well, whatever. 3 or 4 months till the Chunin exams. Take the exams, polish resume, then directly set up a lab. People, equipment, funding, all there. Walking toward the Kazakage building, his steps noticeably lighter than in recent months, the boy muttered continuously. What he told Sakaki was the truth. He wasn't some superhuman, his brain processing could err. Assistants would advance the research. Besides, even with a dual-core 4-thread artificial intelligence brain, he had only one body. Limited simultaneous operation. Considered shadow clone technique. It created a physical clone with evenly split chakra, some durability, independent consciousness distinct from the user. Upon deactivation, the clone's memories and experiences returned to the original. This property aided combat and training. Problem lies in those last 2 points. First, Hiiragi's split consciousness was, strictly speaking, a bodily function, inheritable by clones. And he knew his personality. If clones had self-awareness, they absolutely couldn't resist thinking about various topics outside of combat. Sound manageable. But deactivating shadow. Clone brought back experience and fatigue. Terrifying, bro. Hiiragi himself maintained balance with various builds. Suddenly doubling energy drain. He'd kill himself. JPG. So until he could sustain his own energy drain, he absolutely wouldn't use shadow clones non-combat. The tragedy of an exquisite egoist, with a sense of independence, even clones and original can't understand each other. Shakes head. Hiiragi's steps are lighter than recent months, he soon reached his destination, the Kazakage building. He knew this place well. Chio, as a jonin, didn't take missions too frequently. 1. Her commission fees were high. Sunagakure lacked that many missions for her level. 2. As the current strongest puppet user, she moonlights as puppet division instructor, regularly teaching puppet techniques. Then her main business, medical corps work. Though San's leadership is somewhat criticized, felt she should focus more on puppetry, she stayed in medical corps against all odds. Chio's reasoning, sand already scarce. Researching how to maximize saving lives mattered more than faster killing. That makes sense. Besides, Chio herself was, half-step to peak leadership, another decade, she'd sit on the Elder Council. No one wanted conflict over this. So in Sunagakure, Chio split time evenly between hospital medical research and Kazekage building paperwork. When Hiiragi couldn't be bothered cooking, he'd grab takeaway from the Kazekage building cafeteria and eat with Chio. Better chef skills than the hospital cafeteria. This time, though, not here for food. Greeting the station ninja, Hiiragi stood before the Kazekage's office door on the 5th basement floor. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 44, Chapter 44. Oi, old man, cough up some gold. Come in. Hiiragi knocked. Tens of seconds later, a response came from behind the door. Entering the office, he surveyed his surroundings. Same as always. As the 3rd Kazekage's self-selected prison cell, this place naturally lacked lavish decor, average size too. Judging by the desktop documents, the 3rd Kazekage had hastily packed them in those tens of seconds. Seeing it was Hiiragi, the Kazekage's work posture immediately slumped. His expression clearly said, if I'd known it was you, why bother pretending? Normally, entering the Kage's office requires umbu notification. But those familiar knew the 3rd Kazekage was basically here, eagerly awaiting anyone to chat and kill time. So they'd cancelled notification, it would eliminate the sense of surprise. Hiiragi was a regular in this building, sometimes wandering various departments delivering documents for Chio. The stationed umbu were accustomed. Above-ground offices still required notification, though. Now, Hiiragi pulled a stack of design drafts from his coat and laid them on the Kazekage's desk. Shuriken summoning circulation system optimization. That could wait. First, request some funding. He cleared his throat, preparing to demonstrate his exquisitely ingenious communication skills. What defines smart communication? 4 steps. Politely greet, introduce yourself, start from close relationship to draw each other closer, then present desired goals. Domo, Vegeta-san, Hiiragi Diso. Please give me money. No, who the hell is Vegeta? The 3rd Kazekage choked on his water, coughing on the table, then helplessly shot back. This question had troubled him nearly 3 years. Since their first meeting, this kid had called him by that name. He'd probably never learn the answer. How could Hiiragi explain? Say his hairline resembled a certain bedrock Jinchuriki. Some things you just can't understand just by explaining. JPG. As for Hiiragi asking for money immediately. Perfectly normal. All research costs money. Initially, no one expected results. Now they were long accustomed to this kid suddenly appearing with new ideas and bizarre funding requests. They say 21 days form a habit. Hiiragi had been in Sunagakure far longer, and his contributions. Not much. Setting aside everything else, numerous puppet structure and concept optimizations, co-developed with Chio. His 3-month cycle custom ninja tools, sealed with techniques he called cursed tools, received rave reviews. Even if he weren't Uzumaki, these contributions alone earned the 3rd Kazekage's attention. Remember, Hiiragi wasn't even 10 yet. Moreover, his sealing and barrier technique mastery already let him spin Sunagakure's barrier team with one hand. Initially prepared to nurture him over a decade before seeing returns, never expected such talent. Maybe time to show him that thing. Casually flipping through Hiiragi's drawings, the 3rd Kazekage considered. This device is indeed good. But your annotations suggest incomplete design. Using the drawings as conversation starter, Vegeta broke the office's calm atmosphere. Despite distraction, as a combat-oriented Kage, he couldn't miss this device's strategic significance. Shuriken might be useless in Jonin combat. But battlefields mostly comprised Genin and Chunin. Tying up Jonin, this launcher could area attack Genin groups. Shuriken consumption. Insignificant to Sunagakure. Wind Country's mineral resources were abundant, and the forging industry was mature. Cost-wise, Sunagakure's advantages over other villages. Right. Miniaturizing the summoning circulation loading system's a bottleneck. Without miniaturization, puppets can't carry it. Hiiragi pointed at the blueprints, explaining the technical difficulties. But fixed emplacements feel wasteful. Wind Country's city defense system basically doesn't use this damn desert is the best line of defense. Sunagakure always attacks out, no one wants to attack Wind Country. So I'm considering, continue miniaturization, or redesign the structure into a mobile artillery vehicle. Latter option. 1 or 2 weeks for the final draft, then production. Though here to cheat funding, Hiiragi wasn't hiding anything. He laid out the advantages and disadvantages clearly. Treating others as fools made one the real idiot. This machinery couldn't fool seasoned ninja, let alone a Kage. As long as he brought reasonable proposals, funding came relatively easily. No rush then. I'll approve funding, keep researching. The third Kazekage pulled a stack of slips from his drawer, scribbled a few lines, tore one off, and handed it to Hiiragi. Focus on preparing for the Chunin exams. After passing, approving funding gets easier. Chunin exams, no pressure. Glancing at the slip, numbers acceptable, Hiiragi tucked it into his coat, boringly scratching his chin. Really, no pressure. Chunin exams. There wasn't a Chunin in Sunagakure he couldn't beat. Using all means. He could even touch Jonin. Problem, fighting within the village, even sparing couldn't use lethal force. Given Hiiragi's positioning, Sunagakure wouldn't allow out-village missions, not at this age. Unrelated to strength. For freedom out-village movement, he'd at least need to leave his Uzumaki bloodline in the village first. Bored, huh? Then take on a mission. A rank, at that. A rank. That thrill. Hiiragi's gaze, previously staring at his fingernail as if flowers grew there, immediately perked up. A-rank missions involve village or national strategic trends, potentially affecting regional balance of power. Usually troublesome matters requiring Jonin. But given to him. Ah. I see. It's that ceiling thing, isn't it? The red-haired boy's eyes narrowed and he asked with determination. TCH. I hate perceptive brats like you. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 45, Chapter 45. The meaning of tailed beasts. That thing or similar descriptions were commonplace in manga. Usually referring to something needing long foreshadowing or currently unidentifiable due to circumstances. But due to writing ability issues, scriptwriters of insufficient level abuse such terms, many things described this way ultimately left one feeling, that's it. But what Hiiragi and Vegeta vaguely discussed was genuinely taboo. The nine-tailed beasts. Most held by the 5 great villages, essentially equivalent to nuclear weapons as strategic deterrents in his previous life. Sunagakure possessed one of them, Shikaku, the one-tail. However, that Hashirama could distribute tailed beasts scattered across the ninja world to various nations at the first 5 Kage summit meant he and Madara could spin all 9 like basketballs with one hand. The uninformed might think tailed beasts weren't that intimidating, but it's not like anyone in the ninja world back then could beat those 2 Gundam pilots. As deterrence, tailed beast strategic significance was never about clashing with enemy masters. After tying up enemy high-end combat power, you release them to slaughter lower-tier forces or simply plow the land. Even the 5 great villages didn't have that many Jonin, their regular highest combat power. Jonin might be the mainstay, but the Real Foundation comprised Chunin. No matter how strong, Jonin couldn't replace thousands of Chunin and Genin's work. Besides, after Hashirama, Mulma, and Madara Duck went beyond the time, discounting terrain advantage and sealing teams, heavily restricted examples, the current ninja world probably had fewer than 10 fingers worth of people who could spar with tailed beasts. Counting combinations. Under 20. Averaged, each village might have 1 to 4 such masters. Wartime freely available. Even fewer. Under these circumstances, tailed beasts' deterrent power manifested. Moreover, with current productivity levels, if a tailed beast plowed major settlements, even the great nations would suffer. Population plunge, land uninhabitable, production lines complete collapse, haha, hair-pulling just thinking about it. Exit and restart the game.jpg. But tailed beasts existing in beast form were as hard to tame as wild animals. So utilizing their power generally requires indirect means, sealing them inside Jinchuriki. And Sunagakure's sealing techniques. Those who know, know. Sunagakure's continued stability owed to decent secrecy, other villages never fully figured them out, and Wind Country's utter lack of invasion value. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so favored the original parents. Jinchuriki. Lying on the office sofa, waiting for the 3rd Kazekage to prepare the permit to meet the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Hiiragi stared idly at the ceiling. He'd seen similar existences in his previous life, that boy who ate Ryaman Sukuna's fingers was essentially no different from Jinchuriki. Back then, he'd even reread Naruto because of it. Though indifferent to plot, he'd focus on tailed beasts. Simple reason, initially seeing the 9 tails, suffering millennia of war, hatred, and betrayal, incarnation of malice, sounded very cursed spirit-like. Imaginary vengeful spirits born from urban legends, famous ghost stories, monsters. Excessive cursed spirits manifesting through obsession with someone. Specific disease cursed spirits born from history's great illnesses. Incarnated bodies from cursed objects affecting humans. Though he didn't use cursed spirit manipulation, his techniques could turn different classifications of cursed spirits into interesting cursed tools. Driven by raw material desire, he'd even cultivated cursed spirits himself for a while, too time-consuming, so he stopped. Then reading further, he discovered tailed beasts were things extracted from alien tree saplings, no curse connection at all. Disgusting. But having read that far, couldn't waste the manga. Sharing bibliomania with Kayagaka Natsuhiko, he finished it. Thus he vaguely remembered the final boss. That cute eyebrows, white-haired alien three-eyed girl's power level was indeed off the charts. Pity she was an idiot, actual emphasis. Locked in the moon over 1,000 years, even super aliens capable of physically traveling across the universe inevitably become brain-dead. Besides, no matter how excessive, if you can't release her, she might as well not exist. Though plot memories weren't deep, even a Conan-style mastermind's filial son story wasn't entirely forgettable. Original manga timeline unclear anyway, remembering precisely didn't matter. Just know the troublemaker's appearances, following major ninja world events, clues would appear. So Hiiragi wasn't worried. Nothing he could interfere yet. Just maintain a steady pace, enjoying family life, steadily improve status, expand influence. Here. Show this to the prison guards. Recollection interrupted, Hiiragi looked up at Vegeta. The latter waved the permit, then whoosh tossed it to him. Made from thick cardstock, interlayer containing iron sand. The third Kazekage could use magnet release to manipulate the iron sand to depict complex crests as identification. Fine. Meeting the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Hiiragi felt no tension. Typically, tailed beast-related missions were S rank. Yet assigned as A rank to him, at best special Jonin-level kid, clearly the Jinchuriki's status wasn't worrying. Oh right, considering this mission's special nature, no need to wait. Mission fee, 600,000 Ryo. Collect it with your research funding. Yes. Exactly what he wanted to hear. Already at the door, Hiiragi flashed a, just as planned, smile, then turned to the third Kazekage with a brilliant grin. Hi, thank you, Kazekage-sama, for generously opening your pouch. This humble one shall bend every effort for Sunagakure until death. Maybe just call me Vegeta. That tone's a bit terrifying. The third Kazekage hesitates to speak. Oh okay. Bye, Vegeta. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 46, Chapter 46. Heart and receive, give and receive. Creak. A teeth-grinding sound, testament to how long this door hadn't been opened. But this signal of a long-awaited visitor's arrival didn't distract the one-tailed Jinchuriki, the monk with graying eyebrows and beard. Implanted with Shikaku since childhood, becoming the one-tailed Jinchuriki, this monk had through arduous training successfully harnessed the tailed beast's power. But Sunagakure's leadership couldn't trust their crude sealing techniques, fearing the Jinchuriki might rampage, so they imprisoned him in prison. By now, even his name was forgotten. Even the prison guard called him simply by the tailed beast's name, Shikaku. Yet despite this, the monk felt no dissatisfaction about his circumstances. He continued to meditate in this sunless prison. Decades of day and night cultivation had long rendered him calm. Why would a mere visitor's arrival disrupt? Does he sit in meditation and enter concentration? And stepping into the prison, Hiiragi was equally surprised. Though he'd previewed information about the Jinchuriki, he hadn't expected a monk. A pure monk. He could clearly sense vast chakra within this elderly monk, yet not a shred belonging to the monk himself. Spiritual energy is as calm as water, still clear but waning life energy, distinct, with no trace of fusion. Plus Sunagakure's signature comical-looking sealing formula. If the tailed beast within so wished, such seals couldn't block Shikaku long. Seeing this, he understood why Sand had imprisoned this Jinchuriki. Yet a monk with no chakra of his own, relying on such crude seals, how had he kept the tailed beast stable for so many years? The answer was obvious. Spiritual. Binding vow. Regardless of records, Shikaku's temperament should be fiery. Yet before Hiiragi lay chakra, his state perfectly matched the old monk's aura. Calm, peaceful, like an undisturbed pool deep in a cave. Through meditation, the monk hadn't gained power, but a serene and tranquil state of mind. This clear mind and character, which Shikaku praised as resembling the sage of six paths, had forged friendly relations with the tailed beast. Domo, Jinchuriki-san, Hiiragi Diso. Influenced by the zen atmosphere surrounding this cell, Hiiragi pressed palms together and bowed to the nameless Jinchuriki. Domo, Hiiragi-san. Bunpuku Diso. Since greeted thus, even in deep meditation, Bunpuku couldn't ignore him. Addressed not by the tailed beast's name, but emphasizing Jinchuriki identity, he should report that long unspoken name. Those ignorant of profound etiquette are but 3 parts, suffering cruel, ninja 8 parts, is taken for granted, so recorded in the Kojiki. Though not a ninja, Bunpuku felt obliged to observe such etiquette. What brings a young man like you to such a place to see this old monk? Bunpuku looked up, taking in Hiirag's appearance. After long scrutiny, this monk, who'd reached the mind of clear mirror and still water, inevitably felt puzzled. Though the boy seemed mature and calm in temperament, his bone age was indeed 8 or 9. Sending someone still practically a child here, what was the intention? Bunpuku couldn't make head or tail. Mission. Check the tailed beast seal. Reinforce if needed. Hiiragi raised his hands, a golden, hemispherical barrier quickly opening, enveloping him and Bunpuku. Ah, don't mind. Looks bluffing, but just a soundproof barrier. Work, you know. Though you obviously don't need my help, I gotta at least go through the motions. Not intending to explain in detail, Hiiragi stepped forward, sitting cross-legged at appropriate distance. Removing his round glasses, those gray eyes fixed on the old monk. For a moment, he couldn't help but sigh. Seeing Shikaku's chakra within you, I can assert, as long as you're Jinchuriki, there's no room for my sealing techniques. Ah, don't repeat that. Namu. Though slightly surprised, Bunpuku pressed palms together and murmured consent. Time-wise, I can stay a bit longer. Mind if I chat, personal reasons. Phrased as question, obviously Hiiragi wouldn't leave even if refused. Back when he was a jujitsu sorcerer, finding a monk to communicate was nearly impossible. Now encountering one here. No way he'd leave. Clearly reading his thoughts, Bunpuku just smiled and shook his head. Master Bunpuku, those eyes of yours, are they the pure eye? Since not refused, Hiiragi wouldn't simply talk. Gaze lowered to familiar palm prints, he asked softly. Pure eye, attributed to eminent monks, supposedly manifests observed emotions and psychology as smoke or color. That gaze was the very embodiment of transparent insight. Ho ho ho. Live long enough, you encounter wonderful things. Never expected to hear that word from a child. Bunpuku started in surprise, then cheerfully stroked his beard, sighing with emotion. Still, this old monk's cultivation is not home. Can't see that much clearly. Not at all. Living so harmoniously with a tailed beast, you're more transparent than 99% of the world. Feeling with the heart, that is great love. Bunpuku spread his palms. On each was inscribed a character, receive and heart. Then he pressed palms together, entering samadhi, softly expounding his philosophy. If you truly accept each other, what difference between humans and tailed beasts? Indeed. If humans and tailed beasts can communicate, naturally they can accept each other. Hiiragi didn't deny this. This old monk was proof. But precisely because only Bunpuku existed, it proved something else. Yet humans can't understand each other, let alone humans and tailed beasts. Even understanding doesn't guarantee hand-in-hand peaceful coexistence. He reached out, tracing heart on the ground before him, his voice full of emotion. Understanding each other can breed deeper murderous intent. Not uncommon. Fingers moved, adding strokes to heart, transforming it into give. Give and receive. How you treat others, treat the world, that determines results. That's my view. What do you think? If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 47, Chapter 47. The limitations of the era. If one could let go of so many complicated obsessions and become without desires, naturally one would attain liberation, gaining transcendent vision on par with yours. But in an era like this, people's vision is inevitably fixed on the trivial matters before them. Even if it makes their spirit humble, they must survive. Let those close to you survive too. And if possible, live a bit more easily. Those exhausting every effort just thinking about this have no obligation to understand others. Do you consider understanding an obligation? When Hiiragi finished, Bunpuku calmly asked, to understand, to feel, to love, these should be human abilities. This old monk believes so. Of course, of course. But abilities also deteriorate, don't they? Like our hands, to more flexibly grip tools, their original weapon function degenerates accordingly. Hiiragi extended his hand, pressed down with his fingers one by one, then reopened. In our species' overall directionality, undoubtedly a success. Mastering tools gave us far more convenient weapons. Understanding, same principle, Master Bunpuku. As part of society, understanding and integration with others, unavoidable. He interlaced his fingers before him, calmly elaborated. But as relationships grow complex, understanding becomes basic social entertainment for personal comfort. Common, no. Break unspoken rules, face village 8 points ostracism. Follow the social atmosphere, fit in. If everyone does it, no matter how cruel, one can easily participate. Push it far enough, understanding is just blind. Yet calling this mere inertia isn't quite right. Stretching perspective to nations and villages, it's clearer. Even if someone genuinely harbors peace ideals and disarms, other nations won't believe it. No one can afford the price of misplaced trust. So perpetual armed fight, slaughter, a marathon run bleeding, unable to stop. Until all others kneel and fall, or a new enemy emerges capable of destroying the old order. Then the victor enjoys peace, and the weak fearing annihilation join forces. Ultimately, this world only just emerged from the warring states period. Without external force, clearly distinguishing you from me between nations and villages is impossible. Only when this turbulent era is completely settled, creating a world where enlightenment can endure, does love and enlightenment become meaningful. It should be so. Unable to deny Hiikori's words, Bunpuku pressed his palms together in silence. An 8-year-old spouting such a long discourse was strange. But a monk of Bunpuku's level wouldn't judge by age. Early awakening, innate wisdom, the world lacked not such geniuses. Even claiming his eyes couldn't see that much, Bunpuku could be certain Hiikori's words held no falsehood. He'd experienced, contemplated, and concluded. Moreover, before Shikaku's implantation, before imprisonment, Bunpuku had witnessed the chaos of the world. Having taken decades to become kindred spirits with Shikaku, he couldn't deny Hiikori's argument was valid. Tough, isn't it, young man? For this reason, Bunpuku's gaze held added tenderness. He didn't expect this young man to become the realization of his ideal world person. Having such insight at this age meant he'd experienced many complications. As long as his eyes still held bright light, at least live for his own happiness. As Hiikori said, in this era, not a sin, nor selfish. Me. Not so bad. Found family love, made friends. Crazy busy, but overall trending positive. I'm quite content. Realizing what Bunpuku meant, Hiikori laughed, scratching his hair. But to keep researching peacefully, I'll have to crush all things that get in the way. He left that unsaid. Regardless, it had nothing to do with this old monk. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 48, Chapter 48. Shikaku's request. Compared to you and me, I think the next Jinchuriki and Shikaku will have it tougher. The red-haired boy propped his chin on his hand, analyzing with detachment. His personality contained much modern society couldn't tolerate, hence feeling like a fish in water here. Sakaki had pointed out his changed feelings. Hiikori genuinely didn't feel he'd suffered much. Most Jinchuriki have tailed beasts implanted in childhood, right? To a child, the tailed beast takes away their normal life, more like an enemy. Of course, the same for tailed beasts imprisoned inside Jinchuriki. Starting point that twist, building good relations is impossibly difficult. True. Shikaku's temper isn't great. This old monk struggled too, when young. A monk purely specialized in Buddhism, Bunpuku mastered no wonderful techniques. With such crude seals and immature cultivation, how he fought against Shikaku surely wasn't something to laugh off. But now, those past were just a little bit rough. Hey. Even you saying that, I'll get mad. Nowadays, this big tanuki just acted cute in his consciousness. Bunpuku pressed palms together, smiling without saying a word. Hey Bunpuku, ask this kid if he can come in. I want to talk. Oh. Can't this old monk convey it? Shut up. If I could, I wouldn't ask. In consciousness, Shikaku crossed his arms, splashing water. Ah, fine. Young man, Shikaku wants to see you. Can you manage it? Bunpuku could communicate with Shikaku in consciousness space, but bringing others in. Impossible. I'll try. Give me your hand, Master Bunpuku. Though puzzled, Hiikori didn't refuse. Taking Bunpuku's gaunt hand, fingered it pressing his palm, he wrapped spiritual energy in Yin release chakra and inserted it. Perhaps with multiple physical effects, Hiikori used Yin release smoothly, yet utterly lacked genjutsu talent. Rather than interfering with others, he excelled at Yin's creation characteristics. If using spiritual energy offensively, he preferred offensive applications, like mental impact blast, or such. So to be safe, he used precisely controlled Yin chakra, infused with some physical energy, as a sustained release capsule. Yin chakra dissipated, then consciousness descended. Boundless water stretched into darkness. Though lightless, sight functioned. Well, you're quite imposing. Standing on the water, Hiikori released Bunpuku's hand and turned to look up at the massive-tailed beast. Shikaku, the one-tail, a sandy brown tanuki or raccoon covered in gray-green curse seal. Most distinctive, that giant tail, seemingly countless tails gathered together. Have to admit, any creature magnified to this size felt oppressive. And Shikaku's physiognomy wasn't exactly gentle. But are you tanuki or raccoon? No tail ring on your tail, so tanuki. Erudite though he was, Hiikori had weak subjects. He'd researched bionics, but taxonomy. Example, he didn't learn mushrooms weren't plants until his 20s. His geography knowledge was similarly niche, which regions produced what ores and gems, timber properties, all clear. The rest? Clueless. Oh, and some Kanyugaku, learned from Shinto and Yamabushi. Pragmatism, that's the word. How should I know? Shikaku, who'd wanted to ask a favor, got blocked by questions before speaking. He couldn't help roaring dissatisfiedly. His good temper was only for Bunpuku. Others got no such preferential treatment. But Hikori's previous words suited his taste, so he did nothing else. Red-haired kid, you said you came to reinforce the seal, right? Cutting off Hikori's questions, Shikaku slowly lowered his body, almost burying his face in water to meet his eye level, showing sincerity. Then hurry up and reinforce my seal. Now both Bunpuku and Hikori knew why Shikaku wouldn't let Bunpuku speak for him. If firmly sealed, Bunpuku could leave the cell and see outside, Shikaku's childish, straightforward thought. Even unsaid, both understood. Which Bunpuku would never willingly convey. Might be tough. Hikori picked his ear, sighing. Didn't you say you were sent to reinforce the seal? Hearing this, Shikaku whooshed straightened from the water, yelling loudly. Hey, what's the rush? Tough doesn't mean impossible. Splashed, Hikori wiped his face and glanced at Bunpuku with an, aren't you going to control your kid, expression. What do you say, Master Bunpuku? Namu. What could Bunpuku say? He didn't want Shikaku sacrificing for his freedom. But Shikaku directly asked Hikori, did his agreement matter? Hikori represented Sunagakure on a mission. Agree or disagree, someone would be put in a difficult position. So, silence. Fine. I'll design something. 3 to 6 months for optimal solution. You've lived long, you know designing this stuff takes time. Seeing Bunpuku's reaction, Hikori accepted the task. Collect mission fees from Vegeta, debate self-cultivation with Bunpuku, grill Shikaku about secret history, he'd make a killing. Oh yeah, you never answered, Tanuki or Raccoon. Who cares? Probably embarrassed at taking matters into his own hands before Bunpuku, Shikaku whoosh splashed, ejecting Hikori from consciousness space. Kicked out. Opening his eyes, the red-haired boy clicked his tongue, still unfinished. This tailed beast's way cuter than special-grade cursed spirits, appearance and communication. In your eyes, am I a thorough person? Checking the time, he should leave. Hikori asked his final question. In this old monk's eyes, not penetrating at all. Quite the opposite, deep desire. Haha, that's so. He didn't take this as disparagement. If anything, given who he was now, quite the praise. I'll visit again, Master Bunpuku. And Shikaku. Next time, bring snacks. Kazekage building cafeteria's pretty good. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 49, Chapter 49. Take him out and shoot him for 5 minutes. To summarize, the shuriken launcher research is postponed. In Vegeta's prison cell, correction, the 5th basement floor of Kazekage's office, Hikori chewed dates and mumbled through his mission report. He'd grown increasingly fond of this food lately. High sugar, easily absorbed, not too cloying, and most importantly, cultivable in Sunagakure. Truly top-tier stuff. Since it concerns the Jinchuriki, priority is indeed higher. Fingers steepled before his nose in a profound pose, the 3rd Kazekage emitted a muffled hum, actually concealing the fact that he was also munching away. This time, he didn't mention the Chunin exams. Hikori's strength was obvious to all, that earlier mention was just idle conversation. Oh, one more thing, shouldn't the prison guards be replaced? Tightening the scroll acting as his wrist guard, Hikori produced paper and pen, casually tossing another pack of dates to the 3rd Kazekage while speaking nonchalantly. Though Vegeta was imprisoned here, he loved this office, quiet, uncluttered, perfect for drafting designs. Oh. What did they do to offend you? Accepting the dates and instantly eating like a hamster, the men who'd completely lost all Kage dignity in Hikori's presence asked with interest. Can't help it, eating makes one's tongue short. This kid constantly produced delicious stuff. Couldn't he snack while imprisoned here? Offend me? Do I seem like a kid who holds grudges? You're not. That Raza kid only ignored your plight once when those girls clung to you, and ever since, every spar you pretend is real but actually beat him within an inch of his life, right? Talent-wise, Hikori apparently surpassed Raza. By normal logic, if taking disciples, he'd be first choice. But Hikori lacked lightning release. The 3rd Kazekage's main goal was passing down magnet release. Besides basics, he had nothing to teach Hikori. Taijutsu. He rarely used it himself. Ninjutsu. Wind release. probably inferior to Matazaburo. Ceiling and barrier techniques. If he knew those, would he need the Uzumaki? This kid occasionally proposed constructive ideas, inspiring him in return. Meanwhile, Raza, his designated disciple, got spun like a top by Hikori in spars. Thinking about it, makes this Kage look useless. Damned. Ah, so melancholy. Better eat more sweets. Slander. You're slandering me. I'm writing this down in my little book. Give back my dates, no more for you. So, Hikori didn't actually take back the dates, but looked very seriously at the third Kazekage. To be honest, those small fry don't matter to me. But don't they take themselves too seriously? What do you mean? People think of Jinchuriki as disaster-bringing tailed beasts and ignore them, that's fine, just show it's because they don't know. But prison guards are ninja, right? Hikori looked up and sketched the sealing technique roadmap, and his tone showed that he was confused. We know our village's sealing techniques are really bad, and the Jinchuriki could lose control and get imprisoned, but they still shout at Master Bunpuku all the time. Are those idiots plants from other villages? Or do they do it without being punished because they know Master Bunpuku won't be angry? When conversing with Bunpuku, he directed a soundproof barrier. But as the barrier's creator, if he couldn't freely choose whether to hear through it, that'd be ridiculous. Those slack, negligent guards muttered complaints. Hikori heard every word. Conflating Jinchuriki with tailed beasts, pouring out malice, even cursing him, the visitor. Hard to understand where their hatred came from. Did tailed beasts kill their whole families? If so, weren't they afraid of it rampaging again and killing their current families too? As guards, not diligent. As ninja, lacking sense of awe. Truly wasting Sunagakure's rice.jpg. The third Kazekage agreed with Hikori's assessment. He didn't understand why the guards were acting the way they were. Direct dereliction of duty charges. Vegeta looked very serious. Bunpuku had been the third Kazekage's stable for decades, and he had gradually become less interested in it. As Kage, he had lots of work to do. He put thought and decision into everything, except for things like paperwork, development strategies, and money issues. If a ninja didn't go on missions for a long time, they would get really weak. As the highest-ranking combat power representative, he made sure he trained hard too. I wonder if those guards had become careless. Hikori said that Bunpuku was the most stable Jinchuriki, but he didn't believe it at first. He knew San's humorous ceiling level better than anyone. But now, maybe not. Even if they were to frame guards who had never been seen before, who would use a pretext that could be checked by simply visiting the prison? You're the boss. You decide. Hikori was not particularly invested in the situation. He was simply dissatisfied with the way the eminent monk had treated him. He cared more about something else than the guard's fate. What did we talk about before? If the ceiling works well, will it let Master Bunpuku out of prison? If it actually works, there's no harm in it. Almost no civilians in the village know Bunpuku anymore. Jinchuriki were used to help protect the village in battle. Although Bunpuku himself couldn't fight, and was old, relying on Shikaku alone was still very powerful. Even just releasing him to advance the next Jinchuriki beat keeping him locked up. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 50. Chapter 50. Is it really necessary for someone to be locked up in this prison? After receiving authorization from the village's highest authority, Sunagakure prison officially joined Hikori's daily track. Not every day, but about 2 or 3 times weekly. Those previously derelict guards, after being joyfully transferred from their posts, were never seen again. Probably gone to meet their ancestors, big lie. On each visit, he brought extra snacks for Bunpuku. Daily meals had already been upgraded to Kazekage building quality, diet levels have skyrocketed. Add Hikori snacks, and Bunpuku jokingly called him Marapapiyas, the temper-hindering cultivation. To which Hikori strongly requested being called Maakala instead. His commonly used hand seal was the Isana seal. Isana was considered a synonym transformation of Mahasvara in esoteric Buddhism, and Maakala existed as an incarnation of Mahasvara. If he had to be a villain, naturally he'd choose Maakala, frequently appearing in manga, always high villain rank. Bunpuku, whose Buddhist scriptures differed from Hikori's previous world's versions, naturally knew nothing of this. But since the kid liked it, he went along. After all these years, only Hikori regularly visited, even debating Buddhist principles with him. Those never-heard insights greatly benefited Bunpuku. But from Hikori's standpoint, his most pressing question had been answered on first meeting. Subsequent Zen discussions merely served to adjust his mental state. Yes, adjust mental state. The Chunin exams were easy. But not long after becoming Chunin, Vegeta grabbed him and made him work in both the barrier and ceiling teams at the same time. They were just ordinary members, but people who knew what was going on understood what was meant by this. The village has decided, you're now in charge of barrier and sealing. Hiiragi wanted to refuse, but he was a 9-year-old who had just been promoted to Chunin, and he didn't want to take on such a big responsibility. However, Vegeta offered him a lot of money. You will earn twice as much money, you will be able to take part in a free workshop with a forge, you will have no restrictions on your experimental project, and you will receive subsidies that only require Kazekage approval. You're tempting me. No researcher could resist such a test. After getting to know the barrier and sealing teams and releasing Bunpoku in his workshop, Hiiragi officially started teaching. Then he had a bad dream. What part of this basic configuration don't you understand? Speak. Look me in the eyes. Talk. Such words were heard almost daily by the teams. There was no need to actively draw out negative energy, just 2 hours of teaching made his blood pressure rise. The Uzumaki pendant was used to seal the cursed energy that was building up. Hiiragi began to think that the reason Sunagakure couldn't learn sealing might have something to do with where it was located. The logic behind this was similar to the idea that Kimogakure was known for its love of robbery and that Iwagakure was known for producing few geniuses. He taught diligently. The sealing team studied hard. But they stopped at a point where they didn't know enough to move on. If he hadn't practiced Zazen meditation with Bunpoku, he would have turned into a cursed spirit right away. Because Bunpoku and Shikaku were in frequent contact, it was natural to deal with Shikaku when installing seals. With Bunpoku acting as an intermediary and having seen a lot of sinister cursed spirits, Hiiragi and Shikaku, whose first impression was decent, got along relatively well. Most likely. Initially, Hiiragi sought unknown secret history from Shikaku. But Shikaku wasn't all-knowing about this land, he was 2 eyes black, a complete idiot. Not knowing about the white-haired alien 3-eyed girl was understandable, legend said tailed beasts were created by the Sage of Six Paths after she was sealed. But not knowing about the sage himself. Created then barely saw him. Yin-yang release. Didn't know that either. Such a big-tailed beast, what use are you? JPG. Every conversation ending with Shikaku's don't know devolved into roughhousing in Bunpoku's consciousness space. Fighting fiercely, but Bunpoku felt Shikaku actually enjoyed playing with Hiiragi. Sunagakure lacked large water sources for water release practice, but Bunpoku's consciousness space had water everywhere. If it looked like water, felt like water, tasted like water, it was water. Adhering to the will-led spiritual world, Hiiragi completed water release training lacking practical experience. Probably feeling he'd lost face, Shikaku offered to teach his magnet release as reward for sealing him, freeing Bunpoku. Unlike original ninja who mixed the chakra's nature to create Kekkei Genkai, Shikaku's magnet release was innate instinct. He used it instinctively, couldn't teach. So Shikaku chose to share a portion of his chakra with Hiiragi for his own research. A transaction was completely kept secret. The tailed beast chakra Hiiragi extracted was insufficient for even incomplete tailed beast transformation, basically one use. But he just needed samples. Used up, he could ask Shikaku for more. Better to remain hidden. Not that the village would forbid it, but as a ninja, hidden trump cards were essential. Like accumulated chakra and cursed energy in his pendant, the one-tail chakra he studied, various weapons in his wrist scroll. Like the initial completion of the yin-yang circulation prototype. Yin and yang release were most closely tied to spirit and flesh in this world, precisely for that reason, they were firmly confined to their respective natures. Yin, symbolizing spirit, had almost no effect on the flesh. Yet cursed energy, also originating from negative emotions and derived from the spirit, could strengthen the flesh without hindrance. Leveraging this subtle characteristic, Hiiragi could temporarily use cursed energy as a separating medium, simultaneously circulating yin and yang chakras through the meridian system. He could even, conversely, incorporate spiritual or physical energy into utilization. Life and death, the cycle of reincarnation, spirit and flesh, karma. Though differing from previous worlds' theories, Zazen meditation allowed him to perceive these mysteries. Not overnight enlightenment, but this spiritual growth greatly benefited him. From this perspective, calling Bunpoku master was a truly heartfelt expression of admiration. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 51, Sasori. In the Sunagakure Barrier Team's conference room. The oversized, ostentatious round table that once took up so much space had been removed. In its place stood a blackboard that occupied nearly an entire wall, a podium below it, and row after row of desks and stools. At the podium, Hiiragi held a baton formed from barrier techniques. His gaze swept sharply over the trainees below, his expression extremely stern. As for the trainees, ninja assigned to the barrier team, each one hunched over their desks with a troubled conscience, terrified of meeting his eyes. They looked exactly like moles huddled in their burrows. A group of chunin, even jonin, were being completely dominated in presence by a child not even 10 years old. The thing that had created this truly magnificent spectacle was their utterly shameful performance over the past few months. You. Number 183. Stand up. Yes, sir. The trainee whose number was called squeezed his eyes shut and stood up with the look of someone about to make a glorious sacrifice. Answer me. What is this barrier? Whoosh. The barrier combat baton whistled through the air, tearing it apart as it pointed directly at the nose of the ninja whose name hadn't even been remembered, only his designation, number 183, remained. It's a closed-type partition barrier. The crimson combat baton felt like glass, but his gaze couldn't go through it. It was covered in a hazy mist. Number 183 looked at the characteristics one by one, and compared them with the knowledge he had learned. His eyes opened wide, and he spat out his answer as if he was being chased by something scary. Then I'll ask you this. What are the good and bad points of a closed-type partition barrier? Just list 3 of each. Even though Hiiragi was wearing glasses with round frames that blocked his view, his gaze still felt like a sharp stab into number 183's skin. Advantages include strong blocking capability, high stability, no obvious blind spots. Disadvantages, it's also difficult to investigate the internal situation from outside, and also. Gua. Other disadvantages are that the caster themselves aren't exempt, and it's completely incompatible with any other techniques. Go copy it 100 times. Next week, I'll test you directly on practical application. Stepping forward and lunging, he swung his baton and struck number 183, who had stammered for ages without managing to produce a new answer, right in the stomach. With one blow, he shattered the barrier the men had instinctively created, and following through, sent him flying. Hiiragi flicked his wrist and pointed his baton at the next student. Next. Then I'll ask you. Standing at the entrance to the barrier team's large conference room, Karura covered her mouth with wide, innocent eyes, her other hand resting on the door handle. She looked like she wasn't sure whether she should open the door or not. If she wasn't mishearing things, that vigorous, scolding voice seemed to be Hiiragi's. And if it wasn't her imagination, aside from that, had she just heard sounds that really shouldn't be coming from in there, like the swinging of a baton, barriers shattering, and someone getting smacked flying and slamming into a wall? Gua. Another sound of someone flying through the air, immediately followed by the door visibly shaking. Karura paused, blinking, and took a deep breath. She knocked on the door anyway and turned the handle. And was immediately encased in a crimson, triangular pyramid-shaped barrier. See, this is the effect of a trap-type barrier. At the podium, Hiiragi extended his baton and poked the barrier, trapping Karura inside. His expression was completely calm as he explained to the trainees, simply put, it's an autonomous technique that ignores all other conditions and only follows the rule of, if something happens, it triggers. Tell me, what are its advantages and disadvantages? It can be used to set traps on its own. And because fixed trigger conditions are established, the technique redundancy originally meant for fine control can be exchanged for various other effects, such as increased strength, additional curses, enhanced concealment, and so on. Number 183, who had just been smacked flying by the baton, nonchalantly raised his hand from the ground as if nothing had happened, dusting himself off while answering the question. The only problem is that, because the trigger conditions are fixed, it could be set off by something unforeseen. If you want to keep it going for a long time, you'll need to set up a backup energy supply system. Was I pushing too hard just now? Your brain seems to work pretty well. Tapping his back with the baton, Hiiragi raised a hand to scratch his fluffy hair and casually dispelled the barrier trapping Karura. It had been over 3 months since he took over the barrier team. After being tortured for a while in the early stages by the terrifying reality that, these people really can't learn calculus, he had finally found the teaching method best suited for this barrier team. The baton. Education. Simply put, it was a teaching method where he used various types of barrier techniques to form the shape of the baton he was accustomed to, then pointed it at the students' noses and asked questions. If they couldn't answer, he'd swing the baton at them. He had to say, the results were remarkable. In just 3 months, these students with perfectly smooth cerebral cortices had rapidly become masters of barrier techniques, truly adept at them. Well, adept, but not quite adroit. Never mind whether they understood the theory, being able to use it was enough. If they were really curious and motivated, they could come to him for tutoring afterward. During this time, he felt his own teaching abilities had improved quite a bit too. Of course, there had been a few ninja who couldn't stand this rough teaching style and applied for resignation, but such people numbered less than 5. It wasn't like they'd never been hit while learning ninjutsu before. Everyone actually had a pretty high tolerance for this thrilling, exciting, life or death style of course. It was a mutual understanding, really. So, coming to find me during work hours, is something up? Straightening the woolen cap on Karura's head that had slipped slightly from her startlement, Hiiragi's expression softened a few degrees as he pinched her still round cheek and asked quietly. Shukone gave birth. It's a boy. Upon hearing this, Hiirag's expression turned serious. He let the barrier baton fall to the ground, smoothed out the wrinkles in his clothes caused by his intense activity, and straightened his back. To the others, his whole art style looked much rougher, with lines that were much more intense. Simply put, it was like he had walked straight off the set of Fist of the North Star as an end-of-century tyrant. Next week's class is cancelled, but there will be a pop quiz the week after. Go prepare properly. Oh, right, remember to notify the people in the sealing team too. With this as his class dismissal announcement, Hiiragi took Karura's hand and rushed out, leaving behind the barrier team members watching him go with affectionate smiles. Shuko was Mataza's girlfriend of 5 or 6 years, now his wife. The two had gotten married at the beginning of the year and immediately caused a life, spending the last few months at home focusing on preparing for the birth. Because of this, Mataza's application for Jonin promotion had also been postponed. Actually, Shuko wasn't due to give birth until next week. If not for that, Hiiragi wouldn't have scheduled class today, and he wouldn't have needed Karura, who worked in the medical corps, to come and tell him. By the time the two arrived at the hospital, Shuko had already been wheeled back to her room to rest and recover. Mataza stood in the nursery, both hands resting gently on the incubator as he gazed tenderly at his son. Have you picked a name yet? Standing beside his older brother figure, Hiiragi examined the little ugly thing in the box, keeping his voice very, very soft. Sasori. What do you think? It has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Sasori. Scorpion, huh? They're actually quite common creatures in the desert. Ah, yeah. They're common life forms. I just hope this kid can grow up ordinary and healthy, like those creatures. The man who had once lived in prolonged low self-esteem because of his parents' brilliance sincerely bestowed this wish upon his child. There was no need to become a dazzling genius. As long as he could live happily, that was enough. Yeah, it's good. Actually, that's even better. For some reason, Hiiragi thought of his original body's parents. This feeling was probably something all parents shared, once they had children. Turning to look at Mataza's profile, Hiiragi showed the most peaceful smile he had worn since arriving in this world. Family, it's really something special. Did Kori say something just now? Nothing. I was just wondering when Shukone will be able to see the child. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 52, 14 years old. It's snowing. Pushing open the window of his room and leaning out, Hiiragi watched the snowflakes falling silently and took a deep breath of the icy air. He raised his hand to catch one, feeling the cold gradually melted in his palm, and showed a pleased smile, the first snow. That's a good omen. For years had passed since he graduated early and became a chunin. At the end of his 7th year in Sunagakure, he was seeing the first snowfall since arriving in this world. Good morning, Kori. A short, light whimper squeezed from her nose, seemingly chilled by the cold air seeping in through the window. Karura sat up from the futon with messy hair, rubbing her sleepy eyes and greeting her lover by the window. Haven't you been getting lazier lately, little rabbit? Hiiragi walked back to the bedside, adjusted the collar of her clothes left and right to cover the red marks on her collarbone, then gave her a not too light, not too heavy tap on the head, causing the still not quite awake girl to let out adorable whimpering sounds. It's the holidays at the hospital are really precious. Languidly lying in her lover's arms, rubbing her face against his neck and acting spoiled, the little rabbit grumbled in a muffled voice. That was actually reasonable. The village hospital was never not busy. And because Sunagakure was especially skilled in the use of poisons, the medical corps was even busier, whether it was researching new toxins or treating the unlucky ones who accidentally knocked themselves out, it was all extra work. Where's Pakura-chan? After sufficiently replenishing her Kori element, Karura finally noticed that someone seemed to be missing from the bedding. Pakura woke up much earlier than you stamina weakling. She should be out getting the morning newspaper. Bound by the curse of sleeplessness, Hiiragi had taken a shower after their nighttime battle and gone to the study to continue his research. He only returned to the bedroom when he calculated that dawn was approaching. The so-called morning newspaper was something he had developed over these past few years. It concisely informed ordinary villagers about what had been happening in the ninja world recently and what their village had been doing, very suitable for internal propaganda. Placing ads in the newspaper was also another means of stimulating consumption. After all, money only had value when it circulated. Hiiragi occasionally published miscellaneous musings in it as well, advertising for his workshop. It was worth mentioning that Sakaki Tatsuma had come straight to work at his workshop after graduation. Although he couldn't quite cut it as a ninja, Ahahakuin was genuinely talented in finance and trade. Thanks to him, Hiiragi was making a killing, to the point where he could even subsidize Sunagakure's finances. Leaving aside the mass-produced puppets, ninja tools, custom services, storage scrolls, various teaching materials, and new technology exhibitions for internal use, the tin toys, ninja dolls, and ninja card blind boxes he exported were selling like crazy. After developing the core technology of permanent magnet drive, based on extensions of magnet release and creating semi-autonomous puppets, Hiiragaki's productivity, and indeed Sunagakure's as a whole, had increased exponentially. Of course, limited by the output of permanent magnet cores from the third Kazekage, Vegeta, and Bunpuku, the number of these semi-autonomous puppets wasn't large. Depending on the type of puppet, they could only produce somewhere from a few to about a dozen per month. Moreover, these puppets' capabilities weren't sufficient for particularly complex work, and using them in combat was even less feasible. But what it meant for technological development to have productivity liberated to a certain extent, well, anyone who aspired to be a master farmer would surely understand. Take it slow, take it slow. Resources couldn't be conjured out of thin air, they had to snowball gradually. Of course, foreign trade was handled through layers of shell companies. The round-trip security for transporting goods was evenly distributed among several major hidden villages, with the specific assignment depending on the destination. It wasn't that they expected to gather intelligence through these means, the main goal was to obscure the connection to Sunagakure, whether concerning other villages or the daimyo of the country of wind. Starting your own trade, having resource circulation channels, making money, even having labor, what you plan to do next, I dare not even imagine. JPG. What, is Sunagakure planning a rebellion? JPG. Therefore, very few people within Sunagakure itself even knew about this trading company and assembly line. In short, with money and productivity now available, many of Hiiragaki's concepts could be put into practice. His workshop on the outskirts of Sunagakure, beyond the 3 floors above ground used for living, entertaining guests, and displaying results, extended 5 levels of enormous space underground. A research institute, proving grounds, an assembly plant, a hangar for large puppets, and a library that shared the upper 4 levels with the previous 4 and could be moved via sliding rails or stairs. Elevators were out of the question, just the wiring for lighting and energy consumption already gave Hiiragi headaches, adding elevators would be even more troublesome. After all, he might expand this place again at any time. Now that his bibliophilia had been aroused, he probably wouldn't be satisfied so easily. Novels, comics, travel guides, cookbooks, educational materials for specialized knowledge, he collected all types of books indiscriminately, and if there was anything related to ninjutsu or mythology, all the better. Before he knew it, he was deep in reading. As for how he, Karura, and Pakura had ended up in this situation, that was probably due to an accident. Because of the birth of his nephew, Sasori, Hiiragaki's psychological state had undergone a certain degree of change. Simply put, he became gentler and more considerate, very adapted to family life. This change further made Karura feel the possibility of securing Hiiragi. During this period, Miss Pakura happened to develop her Kekei Genkai, Scorch Release. Karura had long been subtly and openly reminded by Chio to use a woman with excellent bloodlines to continue Hiiragaki's Uzumaki lineage within Sunagakure. Therefore, she had thoroughly prepared for this, hoping to seize the championship throne by virtue of her family's excellent chakra control abilities. Then Pakura smashed all her plans with a single fireball. Yes, that's right. A Kekei Genkai, what better bloodline could there be than that? Fun fact, rabbits really hate being lonely. So, self-abandoning little rabbit dug out the strong liquor her family had hidden, got completely drunk, and ran to the workshop's training ground to wail like a loser. At that moment, Pakura was showing Hiiragi her Kekei Genkai. To Karura's tearful emotional outpouring, Hiiragaki's response was, "You've come at just the right time." Obviously, with the atmosphere having reached that point, how could he possibly choose just one? Besides, since they wanted to continue the bloodline, of course the more the better. On this point, Sunagakure's higher-ups couldn't agree more. Trivia: rabbits actually have tempers fiercer than many common animals. So, bolstered by the courage alcohol gives the timid, the little rabbit challenged the great demon king. And then, if you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 53, 2 Kage, checked in. Tobarama Senju is dead. Just as Hiiragi was scooping fried eggs and meat skewers from the frying pan, preparing to handle the third breakfast serving, Pakura, who should have been out buying the morning newspaper, slammed open the kitchen door and told him this, panting breathlessly. As an elite chunin specializing in taijutsu, for Pakura's breathing to be so unsteady was proof enough of just how urgent her news was. This could also be seen from the snowflakes not yet melted among her hair. Huh. So that old bastard, the second Raikage, did manage to ambush him after all. Hiiragi wasn't particularly surprised by this, though. He had known several days ago that Tobarama Senju was going to the country of lightning to sign a peace agreement with Kimogakure, even earlier than most of the Jonin squad knew. After all, his foster uncle Ebizo was, shall we say, the highest authority in Sunagakure's intelligence division. This level of lead time was guaranteed. I always said those black-hearted guys in Kimogakure couldn't be trusted. Treachery and betrayal are just routine for them. Tobarama Senju must have gotten senile to go to the country of lightning and sign a treaty with them. When he first learned of this intelligence, Hiiragi thought it was a stupid move. Although there was some subjective dissatisfaction with Kimogakure on his part, it was more based on stereotypes from their long record of misdeeds. As one of the 5 great hidden villages, Kimogakure's reputation with clients was passable. But as a buyer or partner, these people were way too Indian. The trading company under Hiiragi's name had been robbed several times over there, to the point where Sakaki Tatsuma wanted to completely cut off business with the country of lightning. But considering that the country of lightning really was too suitable for building factories, they had to endure it in the end, protesting a few more times as a consolation. The money lost was just considered feeding watermelons to the black guys, although he didn't understand the humor in this Ice Guy classic joke his boss told. Just imagining the scene was enough to make Sakaki Tatsuma, whose humor threshold wasn't high to begin with, lose it. Anyway, Hiiragi wasn't at all surprised that the second Hokage had been assassinated in Kimogakure territory. Even if Tobarama Senju was the fastest shinobi in the world, the country of lightning was still Kimogakure's home turf. What if they really had set up some little tool that could block the flying thunder god technique? Don't forget, those famous 6 paths tools had all been gradually recovered by Kimogakure. Next, Konoha should go to war with Kimogakure, right? In terms of national relations, Suna should probably support Konoha, but the geographical location isn't great. Iwagakure's attitude is also hard to predict. No. The second Raikage, A, seems to be dead too. This time, it was a coup launched by Kimogakure's Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers. Just as Hiiragi was guessing about the movements of the other villages, Pakura, who had downed the warm water he handed her in one gulp, added another piece of information. Who? Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Hiiragi set down the third batch of fried eggs and meat skewers with a surprised expression, handing the first 2 portions, now at the right temperature, to Pakura and Karura, who had just entered. It wasn't that he hadn't heard of these two, quite the opposite. As veteran figures from Kimogakure's founding era, the Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers had earned brilliant military exploits with their fierce personalities and formidable strength. They were quite famous in the ninja world. In the past, after these two were swallowed by the Nine-Tails, they had instead eaten the Nine-Tails' flesh and gained its chakra, allowing them to maintain a semi-tailed beast transformation to some extent. As for what Kinkaku and Ginkaku were most proud of, the Sage of 6 Paths bloodline. Hard to judge. Looking through the ancient texts he had collected, one could find that quite a few ninja clans in the ninja world claimed their ancestors were the Sage of 6 Paths. Considering the Sage was a figure from 1,000 years ago, these claims weren't necessarily all self-aggrandizement. But after so many years of branching out, how much of those clans' bloodlines had actually been passed down was also unknown. The most famous 6 Paths bloodlines with verifiable records were actually in Konoha. Among them, the Uchiha clan had indeed been active in the country of lightning before Konoha's founding. Long before Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were born, a daughter of the Shinobi clan from the country of lightning had married the daimyo of the country of lightning as a concubine. The girl had a gentle disposition and beautiful features, but this provoked the jealousy of the principal wife. Soon after marrying the girl, the daimyo fell ill and died. The principal wife falsely accused the concubine of being involved in the daimyo's death, resulting in the Shinobi clan being exiled to Hell Valley. The clan responsible for overseeing the Shinobi clan at that time was the Uchiha clan. This mission was considered a long-term meal ticket for the Uchiha back then. Since the Uchiha clan had neither refuted Kinkaku and Ginkaku's claims in the past nor the present, and since Kimogakure had indeed been collecting 6 Paths tools for them, their bloodline was probably quite pure. If it was a case of the prepared striking the unprepared, the probability of these two brutes suddenly killing the big black guy wasn't low. Add in possibly wonderful little tools, taking down Tobarama Senju wasn't impossible. After all, calculating the timing, Tobarama Senju was about 60 years old, past his prime. A significant decline in strength was normal. But they'd need more detailed intelligence to analyze the specific situation. No, wait, how many people do they even have under them to launch a coup? This was actually the point of strong doubt for Hiiragi. Could there really be 30 people willing to follow those two? Even if they did kill the Raikage in the end, do those two really think they can take the top position? Despite their strength, because they had become increasingly arrogant after obtaining Nine-Tails chakra, these two brothers apparently weren't particularly well liked. Although the Kage was generally the strongest person in the village, once seated in that position, they became a sacrifice for the village. In a hidden village, the overwhelming majority were ordinary ninja not holding public office. Perhaps in peacetime, ninja with official duties enjoyed various privileges, but ultimately, a ninja village was ultimately a military base, everything in it existed for the ninja. Compared to the ordinary ninja who made up the vast majority, ninja with official duties weren't actually that important. Civilians, departments, and institutions, even the Kage himself, all served the collective of ninja and acted to maintain the structure of the ninja village. Granted, a living Kage aside, a dead Kage wasn't much in the face of village interests, that much was true. But what benefits could Kinkaku and Ginkaku bring to Sunagakure, I'd like to ask. Unprovoked, interrupting the treaty signing process with Konoha and killing their Kage in the process, who exactly would consider that a benefit? So after their reputation completely collapsed among the Chunin and Jonin, did Kinkaku and Ginkaku really think they could become the next Raikage with the support of their few die-hard followers? Could it be the tailed beast chakra fries the brain? I haven't noticed that. I've used Shikaku's chakra without these symptoms. With his triple core, 27-thread brain nearly smoking from overwork, Hiiragi still couldn't figure out where Kinkaku and Ginkaku got their confidence. For every 100 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 54, A Losing Proposition. After breakfast, Hiiragi didn't continue his research. With such a major incident occurring in the ninja world, the village was bound to react. Even if he tried to research, it wouldn't be peaceful. Sure enough, not long after, an umbu pushed open the workshop door to notify him of a meeting. Taking the dedicated channel, using body flicker technique a few times, he arrived at the Kazekage building's conference room. Pushing open the door and entering, quite a few people were somewhat surprised by his arrival. Hiiragi had been promoted to Jonin 2 years ago. As the youngest Jonin in Sunagakure's history, and indeed in the entire ninja world's history, Hiiragi rarely participated in Jonin squad meetings. He didn't participate in any of the bickering matters like decision voting or policy discussions. His votes were directly counted under Chio's name. When it came down to it, the broad framework of those policy resolutions had probably been worked out directly with Chio, who had become an elder, and the third Kazekage at the dinner table or when he went to the office to feed the supermagnetic escapeman. The vast majority of occasions when Hiiragi showed up at Jonin squad meetings were to snatch people, snatch money, snatch resources. Usually, at times like this, the Jonin from the Sealing team and Puppeteer team would also stand behind him. In the end, the situation would generally evolve into him and Chio, representing the medical corps, slamming tables and yelling at each other, making people exclaim at such a fine display of motherly kindness and filial piety. The barrier team, having no consumables and not being particularly short of funding, would stay out of it. Because of this, Hiiragi had earned the playful nickname, Suna's Little Bandit Chief. Of course, the other Jonin had no objections to this. Although over 90% of his mission resumes were village-issued internal missions, which smacked a bit of padding performance metrics, and some Jonin might have doubts about Hiiragi's actual strength, no one would ever question his brain. The trilogy of textbooks, Barrier Technique Basics that even boars can understand, Detailed Explanation of Barrier Technique Practical Application and Principles that even monkeys can learn, and Advanced Barrier Technique Skills that humans can attempt, or the Evolution of Barrier Techniques trilogy, hadn't just been read by Barrier Team Ninja. After being educated by Barrier Team students that not everyone can learn calculus before 14, Hiiragi had practically crushed those general knowledge into pieces and recompiled this set of textbooks. For ordinary ninja, even if they didn't plan to learn barrier techniques, they could still use these 3 textbooks to learn to distinguish barrier types and response methods. Besides that, there were reinforced tattoos and cursed tools based on sealing techniques, a compendium of wind release techniques simplified and organized for Genin, Chunin, and Jonin levels respectively, high-transparency reinforced glass for the outer layers of vegetable greenhouses. Whether civilian or ninja, there was no doubt that everyone had benefited from Hiiragi's research. So what if he padded performance metrics? A research and development Jonin was still a Jonin. So what if he grabbed funding? That money damn well should go to him. Shut up and take my money. But this time, with Sunagakure stirring up such a huge disturbance, even Hiiragi couldn't ignore it. The second Raikage was ambushed and killed by the Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers at the alliance signing venue. Tobarama Senju, to cover his subordinates' retreat, fought the Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers and their 20-plus elite Jonin alone before perishing. He took the distributed incident summary and flipped through it, his expression gradually became subtle. Although the briefly summarized content was quite abstract, thinking carefully, it wasn't incomprehensible. As veterans of Sunagakure, monsters bearing the 6 Paths tools and 9 Tails chakra, the Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers were undoubtedly also Kage-level powerhouses. Similarly, their understanding of the second Raikage must have been quite deep. With the prepared striking the unprepared, it was normal for 2 Kage-level sneak attack on the second Raikage to succeed. The situation at the time was probably that the second Raikage was ambushed and severely wounded, killed on the spot without putting up much of a fight, while Tobarama Senju took the opportunity to retreat with his subordinates amidst the chaos. If it were just him alone, with the Flying Thunder God technique, the space-time ninjutsu that earned him the title of fastest shinobi in the world, Tobarama Senju could indeed have escaped. But this alliance, he seemed to have brought 6 disciples serving as his guard. With their speed, it would probably have been difficult for them to escape from Shimogakure ninja specializing in lightning release. That must be why Tobarama Senju decided to hold the rear himself. After all, Tobarama Senju was 60 years old. Judging by future value, his disciples were more important to Konoha. And this was the part that most made Hiiragi lose it. Wait, those two brothers really only had 20-some people under them. A Kage whose physical condition had declined for years, whose strength was long past its peak, actually single-handedly held 20-some elite jonin and 2 semi-nine-tails jinchuriki in place, and even managed to take Kinkaku down with him in the end. At first glance, this seemed somewhat outrageous. After all, even colors can't just go around soloing in one level, but applied to Tobarama Senju, it was understandable. Everyone in the ninja world knew that Tobarama Senju was packed with forbidden techniques. With those bizarre forbidden techniques, even if not at peak condition, he was still the Kage-level strongest at fighting one against many in the current ninja world. After all, among the forbidden techniques he invented, there were hardly any that could be used with allies around. And this was also the best demonstration of how utterly crap the Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers' tactical planning was. Considering Tobarama Senju only brought 6 disciples, and the Raikage people weren't numerous either, the alliance venue must have been small. If the Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers had brought more people, even just Chunin who would be cut down like cabbages by elite jonin, at least they could have served to delay time. If they could have surrounded the venue, with their numerical advantage in elite jonin, they could have completely confined the battlefield to that location, preventing Tobarama Senju from fleeing with his disciples, and ultimately creating a battlefield where he wildly unleashed forbidden techniques to buy time. And the result was that Kinkaku mutually destroyed with Tobarama Senju, while Ginkaku was immediately arrested by reinforcements from Shimogakure. Judging by these two's performance, it was totally a case of slapping their foreheads on a whim and calling people out for a coup. Thinking even more darkly, it was even possible they'd been instigated by someone into pulling this stunt. So, should we make a move on Konoha now? The conference room gradually grew noisy, with quite a few jonin making similar proposals. After the First Shinobi World War, economic disparities between nations had widened, and the influence of militarist factions had gradually expanded in each major village. Sunagakure's local customs were inherently fierce, and with the natural geographical advantages and resource disadvantages that no one wants to fight over, the number of militarists was particularly outstanding. I don't think now is a good time to start a war. Thinking along these lines, Hiiragi propped his cheek with one hand while tapping the other on the table, using a calm tone to pour cold water on the entire conference room's atmosphere. Rather, starting a war now would be a completely losing proposition. For every 100 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 55, Daimyo, do you think I'm stupid or something? Why do you all have that, what is this guy talking about, expression? Is there something hard to understand in what I said? Hiiragi propped his cheek with one hand while tapping the other on the table, using a calm tone to pour cold water on the entire conference room's atmosphere. Sensing everyone's gazes, detecting among them several long unseen but familiar looks, specifically, the kind he'd often seen when he first started teaching those guys in the barrier team and ceiling team, clear eyes tinged with stupidity, Hiiragi's mood instantly plummeted. PTSD triggered. Flipping his wrist, he pulled a pen from a scroll and set it spinning on his fingertip. Then he turned his head, using the pen tip to point at the sources of those gazes, and continued explaining in a dry tone. Tobarama Senju died so suddenly, and the next Hokage hasn't been chosen yet. Even if he left a will before dying designing a successor, the words of 6 guards who failed to complete their mission of protecting the Kage would have difficulty convincing people. At this time, Konoha internally will definitely become unstable, that's what you're all thinking, right? Since you know that, how can you still say that? A man who looked somewhat unfamiliar, seemingly one of the recently promoted jonin, slammed the table quite theatrically as he stood up and questioned him like this. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Opportunity? What's so good about it, I'd like to ask? Aren't you considering whether we can even win? His eyes had practically become dead by now. Hiiragi couldn't even be bothered to look at him again. It's just one Kage in his 60s who died, even if he hadn't, he'd have retired in a couple of years anyway. You don't seriously think Konoha has lost all ability to resist, do you? If Konoha were that easy to take, would we still be holed up in this desert that even dogs don't want? Shimogakure's Raikage is dead too. Whether the Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers were incited or just acted on impulse, to calm internal emotions and respect the second Raikage's dying wish to sign a peace agreement, Shimogakure won't be dispatching troops at a time like this. Hiiragi, they're too far from the mainland, too many variables. But calculating the seasons and ocean currents, they couldn't land until next spring or summer at the earliest. So they're out too. Iwagakure might actually get involved, but given Inoki's personality, Iwa definitely won't be the first to move. Counting off on his fingers one by one, Hiiragi let out a heavy sigh. If we really calculated, Just us alone can't beat Konoha. We might even end up getting kicked by IWA in the end. Making the first move, playing the villain, probably still losing to the opponent, with potential reinforcements possibly backstabbing us because of the unfavorable situation, and ultimately helping the other side instead, that kind of deal just sounds like a losing proposition. Anyway, my analysis is done. Who agrees, who opposes? Having said his piece, Hiiragi leaned back boringly in his chair, finding it quite uncomfortable to lie in, and immediately started pondering the texture of new upholstery materials. I have a question. What you said before, I can mostly understand, but what do you mean by ultimately helping the other side instead? This question came from a member of administrative staff in the resource department who was mainly responsible for material dispatch, accounting, and statistics. He didn't really know much about the status of other villages. Simple. If we actively dispatch troops right now, when the second Hokage has just died, wouldn't that give Konoha's top brass a perfect opportunity to relieve their internal pressure? Since this colleague frequently picked up supplies from him and was a relatively familiar co-worker, and since he genuinely lacked knowledge in this area, Hiiragi's tone was much more peaceful. Those guys were hoping Konoha would fall into severe internal strife from losing their leader, but that's absolutely impossible. Konoha has more ninja clans than Suna, and they're more independent too. This leads to a rather complex relationship network among Konoha's top brass, basically in a state where pulling one hair affects the whole body. No matter which faction, at a time like this, they can't make any high-profile moves that would leave leverage. Although he vaguely remembered from the manga that the Uchiha clan seemed to be annihilated for attempting rebellion, judging from the intelligence gathered so far, while the Uchiha were relatively independent within Konoha, they were still worlds away from rebellion. There was even an Uchiha among Tobirama Senju's disciples and guards. Expecting them to cause much trouble under these circumstances was unlikely. Thinking along these lines, Hiiragi's speculation continued. On the other hand, Tobirama Senju had been handling much of Konoha's internal affairs even while Hashirama Senju was alive. The larger AS system, the more it runs on inertia. Even if he's dead and a new Hokage hasn't been chosen, the systems he built can run stably for quite a while. Moreover, Konoha has vast resources. They could easily shift internal conflicts to external war, convert interest disputes into post-war military merit settlements, and simultaneously give Konoha ninja, fired up by their Kage's death, an outlet for their emotions. Just thinking about it makes them hard to beat. In summary, I don't see any benefit to making a move on Konoha now. Casualties from war are inevitable, but taking unnecessary losses would be too stupid. Rather than that, I think it's better to see how big Konoha's fire burns, take opportunities to add fuel, and make a move once we're prepared. At this point, his expression suddenly changed. Wait, I recall that Ebizo-sama should regularly compile intelligence on other villages and distribute it. Didn't you all read it? Since this was a meeting convened for multiple jonin, Hiiragi didn't use familiar terms of address. We read it, but even so, analyzing all this as quickly as you did is too difficult. Thus questioned, the other jonin were somewhat embarrassed. And besides, isn't this just your speculation? The specific situation will depend on intelligence from spies later, right? Fine. Then I have another reason. Completely losing interest in responding to this stubborn argument, Hiiragi tilted his head toward his acquaintance from the resource department. Come on, tell him how much stuff Suna imports from the country of fire each month, and how much cheaper it is than market price. The latter immediately showed a look of realization, then reported a long string of precise figures. Understand? If you don't, that's fine too. What these numbers represent is simple: the country of wind and the country of fire are currently in a honeymoon period, trade is in full swing. If we go to the daimyo right now and tell him we want to attack Konoha, guess whether he'll allocate funds. The red-haired youth's expression was wooden as he struck quite a mercenary gesture and asked meaningfully. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 56, The Country of Wind's Plan. Those guys were arranged by you, weren't they? In the underground office once called the Cell but now a place where the third Kazekage and those close to him rested and chatted, Hiiragi nested in the sofa, squinting as he looked up and down at Vegeta's face, trying to detect some clue in his expression. Getting to the level of jonin, no matter what, they couldn't be that dull. You overdid it with the acting. Don't look at me like that. I did arrange it. The man writing the Kazekage's handwritten directive on special paper was quite unabashed that he hadn't discussed this with Hiiragi before asking him to put on an act. Anyway, the effect was pretty good, wasn't it? Couldn't you find people who could act a little more convincingly? Hiiragi said disdainfully. Where am I supposed to find people who are so naturally stupid? Vegeta replied without looking up. Getting them to exhaust their minds scheming against enemies on the battlefield is much easier than getting them to play dumb. Will it work? With that poor acting, isn't the job a bit too rough? Rough or not doesn't matter. It's just an excuse to use. Having finished writing that stack of paper, the third Kazekage called over an umbu, gave a few instructions, and handed the papers to him. The masked umbu's expression was unreadable, but from the cautious body language, it was clear this matter was quite important. And that was exactly what Hiiragi and the third Kazekage had just mentioned, raiding the ninja clan's assets. Unlike Konoha, Suna's ninja clans didn't have such great influence. Clan secret techniques? Forget it. Suna's most famous secret techniques were actually the sand manipulation techniques derived from Shaman's research on Shikaku. As long as one had talent, even a dog could be permitted to learn this line of techniques. As for assets, once you're in Sunagakure, what assets are there to speak of? The so-called raid was merely carrying the Kazekage's handwritten directive to request they provide some texts and unique ninjutsu insights. Although they didn't have much influence, a large portion of the elders in leadership did come from these clans. Before this, the third Kazekage had wanted to completely oust these old folks from the decision-making level. It's not the elderly who create a new era. The third Kazekage deeply agreed with this phrase Hiiragi had casually uttered before, and he could also understand Tobarama Senju covering for his guards. Those 6 guards were Tobarama Senju's disciples before they were guards. Compared to himself, aging and advanced in years, his disciples in their prime were what Konoha needed more. Similarly, the third Kazekage was quite grateful to Tobarama Senju for taking the initiative going to his death this time. If not for the turmoil caused by his death, the third Kazekage wouldn't have found an excuse to make a move within the village. Look. Our jonin can't even analyze conclusions like this, they're practically becoming morons. Study. They must study. As ninja clans in the village, shouldn't you provide some assistance? Once they've studied well, you old folks who've dedicated yourselves wholeheartedly to your posts, well, seen your predecessors, can you retire and enjoy family happiness? Everyone's happy, everyone's satisfied. Anyone with discerning eyes could see the third Kazekage was seizing on a pretext, but so what? By this point in development, my authority as Kazekage is limitless, was no longer just a joke in Suna. Him finding an excuse and going through the motions now was actually giving these clans, who didn't have much heritage anyway, a face-saving way out. Thinking about it this way, the Kazekage's job was much easier than the Hokage's. How long do you think until a real chance for war? After seeing off the umbu, the third Kazekage opened his desk drawer, pulled out a bag of corn crackers, and distributed them to Raza, who was serving nearby as secretary. Hiiragi. That kid had way more delicious than this, these crackers were actually samples Hai had given him to taste test. 1 year. 2 years. About that long. Hiiragi, rapidly sketching new blueprints, pausing every few seconds to modify them, responded in a flat tone without looking up. Don't explain yet. Raza, you guessed the reason. The third Kazekage's gaze was burning as he looked at his disciple beside him. Probably because of the daimyo. Briefly recalling the details mentioned in the previous meeting, the mysterious gold-making guy, whose face had become even sourer with age, rubbed his chin and answered tentatively. Seeing that neither the Kazekage nor Hiiragi interrupted him, Raza continued to elaborate on his views. Although our country's trade with the country of fire is quite close, even increasingly intensive, it also shows that our country's resources heavily rely on imports from the country of fire. If the country of fire suddenly broke off trade at this point, our country would surely be in a very difficult position. Judging from our country's recent situation and Konoha's state, trade should collapse before long, right? Judging from the country of fire's side, that's probably the case. Upon hearing this, Hiiragi nodded noncommittally, then began to fill in the gaps. But the daimyo of our country has actually anticipated this. The current increasing resource imports is probably preparing stocks in advance for after trade collapses. In fact, if you could get documents from the daimyo's estate and do some calculations, you'd find that domestic resources aren't even a fraction of imported resources. But actually, with the push of breeding and planting techniques, our country's grain and vegetable yields have long increased by more than one grade. And the attrition rate for imported supplies is also inflated. While corruption can't be ruled out, the order of magnitude difference is just too large. These details are things we Suna ninja, who often come into contact with similar data, can discover after careful calculation, but for foreign spies, they're completely impossible to detect. Adopting his signature pose with hands propping his face, the third Kazekage then added. Although the country of Wind's land may not be the most barren, it's definitely the hardest to utilize among the 5 great nations. Yet despite this, the country of Wind has long promoted a high birth rate policy and even raised the largest population among the 5 great nations. A population far exceeding the land's carrying capacity, on one hand, covering the abnormally high resource imports, and on the other, provides more labor force to transform the country of Wind's land and build more hidden underground cities. Relying on stored supplies and a massive labor force to transform the land, this was probably a fundamental strategy established decades ago, or even earlier. Hiiragi tapped the table with his pen, somewhat amazed. It's just that no one expected that men to die so early, directly causing the nation shifting to proxy war mode before stable situations could be constructed. Now the daimyo of the country of wind is probably planning to stockpile one more wave of resources, taking advantage of this last opportunity, and then implement land transformation as soon as possible. We Suna are just the cover for launching foreign wars, on one hand to divert attention, on the other to consume the surplus population. The third Kazekage rested his head on his hands, leaning back in his chair, tilting the front two legs high up as he swayed to maintain balance. Plus the country of wind's vast deserts, it's enough for the daimyo to covertly pursue his plans. Sigh, the people sitting firmly in high positions in this era are all frighteningly smart. Doesn't this make me look really dumb? If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 57, The Side Effect of EAN Release. Hey, I'm talking to you. You've been working non-stop for 3 or 4 days now, haven't you? Aren't you planning to rest at all? In the maintenance room of the hangar on the 5th basement level of Hiirag's workshop, or rather, one, Tanuki-style mechanical beast stood quite humanly on its hind legs on the railing, arms crossed as it complained to Hiiragi, who was inspecting the condition of a large puppet. Now 16 years old, Hiiragi was in his golden period for height growth, easily surpassing 170 centimeters and heading toward 180 centimeters. This growth rate often made his clothes no longer fit properly. So for the last 2 years, his clothing style had become quite loose. Aside from that perpetually unchanged beige turtleneck, everything looked a size too large. Whether it was the rolled-up pant cuffs and sleeves, or the white coat slightly too big in the shoulders, it all made the young man, who should have been quite tall, seems not so tall. Add to that his half-length red, slightly curly hair that had been neglected for a long time and his glasses framed with mottled peeling paint, and he looked even more slovenly. Yeah, you're right. I'll rest once I'm done here. Hiiragi, with a lollipop in his mouth, casually brushed it off. Seeming a bit out of breath, he tugged at the collar of his perpetually unchanged beige turtleneck. Through the gap at the collar, layers of bandages wrapped around him could be seen. Then, while lifting the mechanical beast that had climbed onto his white coat, he rapidly recorded the indices flashing on the glowing green screen. Fine. Unlike conventional puppets, whether the combat marionettes equipped with various devices or the autonomous puppets on Hiiragi's factory assembly line that could act independently but had quite rigid movement logic, this mechanical tanuki was different. This mechanical beast's movements were quite agile, and from its modulated tone, one could judge that this machine possessed consciousness. Of course, this didn't mean Hiiragi had touched upon the highest realm of EAN release, creating something from nothing. Actually, it was just a trivial little experiment on his part in the area of EAN release. As the beast's form suggested, the consciousness now housed within it belongs to Shikaku, the one-tail. By processing Shikaku's chakra into the permanent magnet cores used for autonomous puppets, and then using EAN release to further establish a connection between this chakra and the original body, as long as it didn't exceed a certain distance, Shikaku could transfer his consciousness from within Bunpuku to this mechanical beast. Of course, as price and insurance, within this puppet, Shikaku couldn't use any chakra. Moreover, when his consciousness first entered the mechanical beast, that botched control method made Shikaku hilariously fell over quite a bit. But even so, Shikaku was still very happy. Even though Bunpuku could move freely now, and Shikaku could see many things through his Jinchuriki's eyes, the feeling of actually being able to grasp something tangible still made the long-sealed-tailed beast quite pleased. Of course, the fact that, even though the voice device had been modified and they publicly claimed this was a living puppet from a dying summoning beast, the third Kazekage, who had actually seen Shikaku, nearly had a heart attack on the spot when he saw this thing, well, that didn't need mentioning. Although Hiiragi repeatedly emphasized that this technology wasn't specifically developed for Shikaku, that he was just using Shikaku's durability for experiments, the big-tailed tanuki still regarded him as one of the humans closest to him. To be honest, this really wasn't Hiiragi playing some game of retreating to advance. Under normal circumstances, with chakra unable to be freely manipulated over extreme distances, creating autonomous puppets like Mechamaras required other ways. Besides consciousness transfer, he had also prepared plans to improve chakra threads, but the latter wasn't very feasible. Materials science research was like that, even with a sufficiently solid foundation, it still felt like gambling. But Shikaku didn't care about any of that. Like was like. If you didn't treat them as monsters, didn't unilaterally exert meaningless pity, didn't control or use them from on high, tailed beasts were actually quite easy to coax. Of course, if you could slap them until they cried, all the above conditions were bullshit. Times. Speaking of which, you still haven't learned lightning release. After a while, Shikaku, watching Hiiragi paralysis in his chair putting eye drops in his eyes, asked this. Nope. What the hell? I really can't understand this at all. How the hell did you master magnet release while being unable to learn lightning release? Receiving the expected dry response, Shikaku looked speechless, jumped into Hiirag's arms, and lay down lazily. Previously, after confirming that Hiirag's magnet release still hadn't progressed, Shikaku had simply asked Bunpuku to assist by giving Hiiragi a large portion of his own chakra, hoping to help him master magnet release this way. After ingesting a certain amount of tailed beast chakra, although not as much as a Jinchuriki, one could still achieve semi-tailed beast transformation. This was similar to how, after being incarnated by a cursed spirit, the curse technique would also be inscribed on the person serving as the vessel. Relying on this method, Hiiragi could indeed master Shikaku's magnet release. That this kid could maintain a quite stable mental state even while releasing a tailed beast chakra cloak, or even in semi-tailed beast transformation, was something Shikaku had long ceased to find surprising. But, what did he mean by saying that during the brief semi-tailed beast transformation state, he had calculated the chakra ratio for his magnet release using approximate comparison, and then calculated 3 other different magnet release ratios? Okay, buddy. Your goddamn brain plus divided thinking really is overpowered, really something else. But when you've reached this point, why the hell can't you learn lightning release? This is completely unreasonable. Shikaku, who had served as Hiiragi's sparring partner within Bunpuku's consciousness space, had firsthand experienced him gradually mastering fire and earth nature transformations. But when it came to lightning release, which should have been mastered due to magnet release's existence, Hiiragi suddenly hit a wall. To this, the big-tailed Tanuki could only say, I've really never seen this before. And them, probably influenced by my spirit. The red-haired young man closed his eyes, relieving the dryness, but actually understood this. Due to having further reached the realm of triple-layered divided thinking, Hiiragi's mental energy output and total volume had now even surpassed his life force, and his yin release intensity had surged accordingly. To avoid upsetting the finally achieved yin-yang balance, he had been consciously regulating his yin and yang cores. The bandages now wrapped around him existed for this purpose. But even so, the spiritual power inevitably had some influence on him. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 58, the Second Shinobi World War begins. First, there was the rejuvenation of his mindset. Although live and learn is a broad consensus in human society, statistically derived data actually yields the conclusion that the golden period for human learning is from birth to youth, completely opposite to common sense. Of course, such statistics might be unfair if applied to the Naruto world. After all, until just over 40 years ago, the average life expectancy for ninja in this world hadn't exceeded 30. Civilians far from the battlefield might have fared slightly better, but still couldn't expect to surpass 40. Without even a widespread existence of old people, talk of learning until old was even more irrelevant. But considering only physiological and psychological factors, humans indeed have the most active thinking, the highest receptivity, and the strongest comprehension when young. As a researcher, experience accumulation was certainly extremely important, but that light mindset belonging to youth was undoubtedly even more crucial. Not being confined by past experience, occasional flashes of inspiration, sparks of creativity from life's details, these were abilities that those who increasingly became steadfast, increasingly difficult to stir, increasingly sinking into hopeless senility, could never possess. Hiiragi was someone who believed in the romance of research and could truly appreciate its charm. Treating research as a pleasure, he never wanted to lose that lightness of heart. Because the pursuit of pleasure should itself be endless. A firm and pure will was a form of power, and yin release was the means to forge that will into a blade. If you so desire, you shall receive a powerful response. On the other hand, there were the real negative effects. Just as Hiiragi had gained wind and water nature transformations due to his soul's strong inclinations, yin release had probably solidified his understanding of energy systems onto his body. Of course. He knew being bound by previous life knowledge was foolish, but some things, even when recognized, were difficult to change. Subconscious cognition, amplified by suddenly strengthened yin release, then affecting the body, even Hiiragi hadn't anticipated this. His current treatment method was to rely on chakra suppression bandages wrapped around his entire body to slow yin release chakra's circulation efficiency, while simultaneously using cursed energy to shield external influences, allowing yang release chakra to operate normally, attempting to pull yin and yang back into balance. Chakra suppression bandages were originally developed by him to pair with Tenketsu unlocking technique, a medical ninjutsu that temporarily opened chakra points through external stimulation to adjust physical condition. By partially blocking chakra circulation, the amount of chakra released by the Tenketsu unlocking technique could be controlled within a smaller range. Through subtle adjustments paired with his computational ability, he could suppress chakra flow throughout his entire body. Ironically, his yin release had gone berserk because he achieved triple-layer divided thinking, and now the solution also came from the further increased computational ability from divided thinking. Within 7 steps, the antidote is always found. As for the reason he couldn't learn lightning release, The 5 elements, the 7 luminaries, the 4 elements theory, none of the elemental interaction cycle systems Hiiragi had encountered in his past life included lightning as a basic element. From an occult perspective, lightning was regarded as fire from heaven. From a physics perspective, lightning was caused by charge separation from collision and friction of small suspended particles. Starting from the former, lightning would be induction under an extension of fire. Starting from the latter, it was generally regarded as derivative of wind. Not to mention in the 8 trigram system, the Jin trigram was attributed to wood. But regardless, lightning itself was never included as a fundamental element in cyclical systems. Moreover, although Hiiragi was someone who wanted to toy with mathematical statistics, he had to admit that many things in mathematics couldn't be denied by sheer passion alone. Mathematics cannot prove its own correctness using mathematics. Within the same system, one can only prove non-contradiction. Gödel's incompleteness theorems were clearly not limited to mathematics but possessed universality elsewhere. Especially after he could already use earth, water, fire, and wind nature transformations to construct a simple cycle, the existence of the lightning attribute became even more subtle. Like, bro, why are you even here? Even now, he sincerely believed this. So learning lightning release would obviously have to wait until his yang release balanced with yin release again, eliminating yin's negative effects. I never understand the stuff you say, kid. Many abilities in this world were used vaguely even by their users, like the Uzumaki clan's adamantine sealing chains, or Shikaku's own magnet release. As a talented player, the big-tailed Tanuki had never understood Hiiragi's rambling principle explanations. But not understanding didn't matter, Shikaku just liked listening to Hiiragi chat. He didn't understand Bunpuku's sutra chanting either, but that didn't stop him from liking Bunpuku, same principle. Kori, new intelligence has arrived. The door to the maintenance room slowly opened and Pakura's tall, slender figure emerged, handing Hiiragi a stack of intelligence reports. Seeing this, Shikaku jumped down from Hiirag's lap, vaulted over the railing and ran off towards the outer levels. Clearly, the ensuing conversation would be nothing more than repetitive nonsense about war and plans, something he had heard countless times before. The big-tailed Tanuki had no interest in any of it. Doesn't seem worth reading. Casually flipping through a couple of pages, he tossed the stack of detailed records documenting each nation's recent movements onto a nearby table. Hiiragi grasped Pakura's wrist and pulled her into his embrace. These are clearly important intelligence, aren't they? With careful analysis, you could always find something useful. Sitting on her lover's lap, Pakura had long grown accustomed to this level of contact. After all, the three of them had already done everything they should and shouldn't do. For modern intelligence agencies, the trouble has never been lack of intelligence, but rather too much information obtained through various channels. In fact, if you predicated the timing of war outbreak at any point from the beginning of the year to now, you could always shoot the arrow first and then draw the target, finding corresponding intelligence to support that view. Arms wrapped around his lover's waist, his face buried in her bare back, Hiiragi marveled at how chakra had remarkable effects on softening skin while elaborating his philosophy in a muffled voice. Just as a certain British intelligence officer after World War II said, in the 20 years between 1919 and 1939, we received a lot of intelligence every year about the imminent outbreak of the next World War, and we were wrong only once. Besides, all the preparations we could make are already done. What we're waiting for now is just notification from the daimyo. Is that so? After all, if we're to strike first, we need to choose a suitable season. Just as Hiiragi judged in that moment, 2 months later, Sunagakure, having received instructions from the daimyo, officially declared war on Konoha. The same year, Iwagakure also announced its entry into the war. Konoha Year 38, the Second Shinobi World War began. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 59, Garbage Time. Having prepared for war in advance, Sunagakure's movements were remarkably swift. That said, in the early stages of the war, Suna and Konoha fought quite conservatively on the Country of Rivers battlefield. Although on the surface they were competing for mission contracts and weakening Konoha's influence, Suna's true mission had always been to disrupt the situation, creating free development time for the Country of Wind's native land. Theoretically, for Suna, the longer this war dragged on, the better. Moreover, from the beginning, Suna never thought it could take down Konoha single-handedly. If they had that kind of ability, they would have long since spammed troops and shoved them up the entire ninja world's ass. The whole world looked down on the Country of Wind's crappy land. Did the Country of Wind itself think it was any better? Unfortunately, just like mathematics, if you can't do it, you can't do it. As the vanguard, Suna's lackadaisical fighting style was clearly waiting for IWA to enter the fray. Hey, what a coincidence. Konoha was also waiting for IWA to enter the fray. Rather, if any one of Suna, IWA, or Kimo made a move, Konoha had to guard against the other two. After all, invading the Country of Fire could be considered the whole world's common desire. If it weren't for the fact that Kimo was already in the wrong and had also lost their Kage, with various unresolved messy issues in the village preventing them from causing trouble for the time being, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who succeeded as the third Hokage, would have had to worry about Konoha fighting 1 against 3 again. Having followed Tobarama Senju for over 30 years, he was already all too familiar with Kimo and Iwa's modus operandi. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, mainly an abundantly martial artist. Although the IWA he led would definitely not be the first to start a war, once fighting broke out, it was only a matter of time before this little short guy stuck his foot in. Even if, compared to Konoha, IWA might also take this opportunity to go after Kimo, which also had some internal issues, Hiruzen still couldn't avoid preparing for a two-front war. So when IWA also declared war on Konoha a month after Suna and Konoha started fighting, even though it was anticipated, Hiruzen's hanging heart still died. Konoha's location was slightly southwest of the center of the Country of Fire. It was hard to say whether Hashirama Senju had considered similar issues when choosing this land back then, but this geographical location was indeed quite favorable for Konoha ninja to conduct troop deployment. Although the distances from any of the wind, earth, or lightning countries to Konoha varied, judging by marching speed, the time needed to reinforce the front lines was roughly similar. The isolated overseas country of water was an exception, but Kiri's offensive against the mainland was ultimately limited by the seasons. If the ocean currents were unfavorable, troops simply couldn't be transported out. Moreover, in that direction, Konoha's ally, Sunagakure in the country of whirlpools, stood blocking Kiri's must route. Relying on their favorable geographical location and strongest military force, ever since Hashirama Senju died, Konoha had maintained a military strategy of closely watching the other 3 major nations on the continent. Therefore, even after IWA joined the war, Konoha, having long prepared for being outnumbered, still withstood the pressure. Under the tacit understanding of the 3 parties, the battlefields in 2 separate locations gradually converged into the Country of Rain, a small nation located between fire, wind, and earth. Suna and IWA operated on the notion that fighting on the same battlefield would allow them to support each other, while Konoha no longer needed to disperse their forces. As for what would become of the Country of Rain, serving as the battlefield, that was beyond the consideration of the great nation ninja. If it were an allied nation, the great power ninja might have some scruples, but without such a relationship, the ninja had no scruples whatsoever. In the Shinobi World Wars, those who died most were never ninja, let alone civilians of the great nations. This was the cruelest reality of the current era. But although the Country of Rain was a small nation, Amigakure was renowned in the ninja world, even sitting firmly on the top spot beneath the 5 great hidden villages. And the man responsible for all this was the one now leading Amigakure, Hanzo of the Salamander. Relying on cautious and meticulous strategy, and with strength such that in the current era after Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha's deaths, no one in the entire ninja world would dare claim they could hold him in one-on-one combat, Hanzo maneuvered between the great villages and was even regarded by ninja of the great nations as the pinnacle of shinobi, called the demigod. Also because of Hanzo's existence and the Amigakure he commanded, the originally united Suna IWA front against Konoha was divided into 3 parts. Konoha vs Suna, Konoha vs Amigakure, and Suna vs Amigakure. As for IWA, which had already taken advantage of others' intentions, although they hadn't withdrawn from the battlefield, they shifted to edge observation mode. So this is how the situation evolved into. Sitting on a small stool at the tent entrance, Hikori cast his gaze through a narrow slit in the curtain, looking out at the leaden sky filled with rain clouds. The sky over the Country of Rain was always gloomy, as if the entire nation were shrouded in a sad atmosphere. The entire territory was almost perpetually in rainy season, simply overcast weather like this could already be considered good. When Suna ninja first arrived here, many were somewhat unaccustomed to it. Quite a few fell ill due to the suddenly multiplied humidity. The damp environment not only caused preserved dried food to easily mold but also soaked the sand, making it difficult for sand manipulation technique users to exert their full strength. But compared to puppeteers, sand manipulation users were relatively better off. Wooden structures swelling and molding, metal parts rusting, chakra threads becoming heavy from adhering moisture, such problems were common. After all, Sunagakure was located in the Country of Winds desert. Even if they waterproofed puppets for outing missions, it was hard to cope with an environment like the Country of Rains, where average humidity never dropped below 95%. When first arriving in the Country of Rain, due to various adverse factors, Suna suffered quite miserably. However, as corresponding medicinal herbs, drying devices, and further waterproofing kits arrived, these issues were relatively well resolved. As for the sand, users had to overcome that themselves. Even if dried in advance, it would still become damp after a short while on the battlefield. But even so, facing the Rain Army, especially skilled in water release techniques, both puppet technique and sand manipulation remained relatively difficult to apply. Under these circumstances, Suna's choice was to first engage in small-scale skirmishes for temptation and attrition. Even if regarded as the top beneath the 5 great villages, Amigakure's forces couldn't compare with the 5 great ninja villages. A war of attrition favored Suna and would also facilitate a subsequent transition to piecemeal commitment tactics. Although this fighting style would inevitably result in many deaths, consuming surplus population was itself one of Suna's objectives in this war. One's nature could be moderate, one's views could be moderate, but in actual action, one absolutely could not be indecisive. This was a necessary condition for a Kage, as the leader of a military organization like a ninja village. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 60, it's not like they can chase me for copyright fees anyway. Although this was garbage time spent conducting attrition warfare through batch, small scale, and continuous investment of small units, Suna couldn't simply send their own people out to die. Various equipment that Hiiragi had overtime designed in the 2 years before the war were issued to participating Suna ninja in batches. For example, scaled multi-layer armor placed under the tactical vests ninja commonly wore. While reducing thickness, it compensated for insufficient strength through multiple overlapping structures, and lowered costs enough to be distributed to more ninja. Foot protection was similar. Although ninja from all nations chose sandals for reasons of lightness, agility, and ease of releasing chakra for tree climbing and water walking, in an environment like the country of rain where wounds healed with difficulty, it was indeed better to avoid such injuries altogether rather than trouble the already overworked medical ninja with tiny foot wounds. But compared to armor, weapons were more likely to be enthusiastically received by the ninja. Fake explosive tags, which didn't explode and only had a simple light-emitting function, were issued in even higher per-person quantities than real explosive tags. When Hiiragi first introduced these things, even Chio had been fooled by them. They were excellent props for creating openings to seize the initiative, or for distracting attention at critical moments. Although some survivors had brought intelligence about these items back to Amigakure and Konoha, what good would that do? After all, the person throwing them knew whether they were real or fake, but would the person having them shoved in their face dare to gamble? Because they didn't need to have explosive techniques sealed into them, these things were far cheaper to produce than explosive tags. Even with an ignition function added to prevent enemy recycling, the average cost of fake explosive tags was only 1/5 that of high-quality explosive tags, and just over 1/3 that of ordinary explosive tags. Good and cheap, good and cheap. Shuriken launchers had been optimized and now came in many versions. The versions for mass-projecting poison Senbon and projecting irregular shuriken were currently the most commonly used. The former needed no elaboration, not pursuing lethality, instead opting for paralysis toxins with several hundred Senbon per second for large area coverage strikes. Targets could easily be hit and incapacitated, then finished off one by one with kunai to the throat. The latter's ammunition was much more twisted than regular shuriken. While difficult to throw by hand, they could also create wounds that were hard to suture. Their main purpose was also not killing, but consuming the enemy's medical resources. Earlier, on the Country of Rivers battlefield, projectile devices for kunai with explosive tags attached were quite commonly used. Raza, who had inherited the third Kazakage's magnet release, could use gold sand to form footholds, carrying multiple people airborne to conduct fire strikes with these devices. But the reason they didn't do this in the Country of Rain was simple: considering the weather here, flying too high made one prone to lightning strikes. Especially when their mount was something like gold sand clouds. Hiiragi actually liked the climate here. Not only did his skin and eyes not feel dry, but the main factor was that he could use water release with greater ease. As a practitioner of yang release, his environmental tolerance had always been much higher than ordinary ninja. Factors like temperature and humidity might at best be displeasing, but they rarely had particularly significant substantive effects on him. But the broadening of tactical space was extremely important to him. He hadn't expected the village to be willing to let him participate in this war at all, given that previously he hadn't even been allowed to leave the village for missions. But when he went to ask Chio, his cheap foster mother's answer left him with nothing to say. Your evaluation actually ended long ago. The reason we didn't assign you missions wasn't because we were afraid you'd run away, but because the village felt that keeping you at ease researching was more valuable than sending you on missions. And when it comes down to it, didn't you want to go anyway? To be fair, that was true. Compared to catering to clients, staying in the village doing research was far more comfortable. Money. Plenty. Time. Plenty. No drawbacks except for being really short on manpower. The reason Hiiragi participated in this war was precisely because his mind was more important. It would have miraculous effects in tactical planning and countermeasures. Or, as recently, when Chio suddenly withdrew from the battlefield with a group of jonin and several teams of chunin, he could replace her in command. At the time, no matter how he asked, he only got perfunctory answers like, "Special mission, you little brat, stop asking," and just obediently take over command for a month or two. What else could Hiiragi say? Anyway, they were still engaged in small-scale skirmishes, so fine command wasn't really needed. Besides that, in the year since arriving on this battlefield, He had even used transformation technique and small disguise props to respectively disguise themselves as three familiar faces who didn't exist in this world: Wind and Water Release Master Gojo Satoru, Puppet Technique Master Yorozuko Kichi, and Taijutsu Expert Fushiguro Toji, active on the battlefield. After taking down 6 Amigakure and 3 Konoha Jonin, no one questioned his status as a research Jonin who padded his stats. As for why he disguised himself as others, on one hand, it was to confuse the enemy with false intelligence, on the other, he didn't want to expose himself. Fame. What use was fame? Hiiragi didn't rely on being a ninja taking missions to make money anyway. Those mission fees, tossed into the bottomless pit of research, couldn't even splash a ripple, not to mention the missions themselves were often long, tedious, and time-wasting. Moreover, if he became particularly famous as a ninja, wouldn't that make it harder for him to go elsewhere for funding? No, to solicit sponsorships. Just then, an autonomous puppet disguised as a blackbird fluttered down and landed back at the entrance of Hiiragi's tent. He reached out, retrieved the puppet, opened its belly, and reviewed the recorded footage. Taijutsu squad, prepare. After a moment, having drained the last mouthful of tea from his cup and feeling his state was sufficiently adjusted, Hiiragi called out, then skillfully began his disguise. The so-called Taijutsu squad wasn't an action team specializing in taijutsu, but rather a team whose combat style was relatively compatible with him when operating as the taijutsu expert. A few minutes later, a strongman with short black hair, pupils as small as Raza's, and a scar at the corner of his mouth walked out of the tent. Rolling his neck and rotating his arms, he took out a 3-section staff from a scroll and tucked it at his waist. The heavenly tyrant, Fushiguro Toji, entering battle. Borrowing the appearance of an old client who had died years before him, Hiiragi returned to the battlefield. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 61, Ambush. After a year of fierce fighting, most of the towns within the country of Rain had become dilapidated and ruined. Hiiragi and his group, draped in cloaks covered with patches of colors difficult to describe, silently skirted past a town whose very walls were riddled with holes. Their figures vanished in an instant amidst the rain, making one wonder if they were merely an illusion. Only a few shallow footprints left on the rain-soaked, extremely damp soil marked their passage, soon obscured by the rain once more. At their destination ahead, an Amigakure unit was moving in the opposite direction. Clearly, this rain unit's target was Suna's encampment. Even for ninja who possessed far superior physical strength and had mastered techniques like tree climbing and water walking, rendering most terrain no obstacle, when assaulting an enemy position, they would still not waste too much physical strength rushing through difficult, rugged terrain. This was also the underlying defensive logic when ninja formed armies for battle. The more people forced march through difficult terrain, the easier it was for mistakes to occur and for them to be discovered in advance. Moreover, you couldn't expect the enemy's formation to completely lack sensor-type ninja. Rugged terrain wouldn't hinder perception of chakra, unless there was some massive energy source like a dragon pulse or a gram stone in the area. As for single individuals assaulting enemy formations, well, if someone had the ability or guts to assault alone, they could go anywhere. As the local powers familiar with the terrain in the country of Rain, it was actually quite normal for Amigakure ninja to master some paths that Suna and Konoha hadn't discovered. Take this small path hidden in the ruins outside the town, for example. If Hiiragi hadn't detected these Rain ninjas' movements through continuous surveillance by his flying puppets, Suna still wouldn't have found it. To be honest, this wasn't him being overly sensitive. It was normal for them to maintain a low-intensity, small-scale probing engagement with Konoha. But what did it mean that the Rain ninja, whose homeland was being repeatedly ravaged as a battlefield, were fighting more and more timidly? You guys clearly haven't been beaten to that point yet, right? As the saying goes, when children are quiet, they're definitely up to mischief. Rain had to be cooking up something big. Racing along, Hiiragi silently gestured behind him. The Suna ninja following him silently dispersed, rapidly heading toward their targets according to the prearranged plan, while Hiiragi himself gradually slowed his pace. The weather in the country of Rain was good precisely because Hiiragi was a sensor-type ninja who had mastered water-nature transformation. Using the misty water vapor as a medium, Hiiragi's already quite broad perception radius had expanded by nearly 30% compared to when he was in Sunagakure. So he could easily detect the enemy's movements, numbers, and chakra levels before coming into contact with the Rain forces. 5 Jonin, 22 are similar to Jonin, 118 Chunin, Genin, none. Confirming once more, an awkward middle ground number. As a small team, this was undoubtedly excessive, but for a large-scale operation, it was too few. No, considering Amigakure was a village specializing in assassination missions, it was an accepted fact that they pushed each ninja's abilities to the limit. For them, this number was enough to do many things. But however he thought about it, this didn't seem like the big plan Rain was cooking up. Thinking this, calculating that his subordinate ninja should be in position by now, Hiiragi began sprinting once more. The enhancement tattoos inked along his chakra meridians and muscle fibers would activate the formulas etched into his flesh when chakra was released through tenketsu. Their effects varied, but the most basic was physical enhancement. Leg strength, temporary liberation. The patterns on his legs, wrapped beneath the chakra suppression bandages, faintly glowed. The men disguised as the Heavenly Tyrant stomped hard on the muddy ground, kicking up a large chunk of mud while transforming into a fierce gale that roared past. The distance to the Rain Ninja in his perception rapidly closed. When it was close enough that they would surely detect him. Since I borrowed this guy's appearance, I should at least display similar physical abilities. Sensing a certain charm in freely exerting his physical capabilities, Hiiragaki's thoughts even seemed to become a bit frivolous. The previously hidden enhancement tattoos all lit up. The formulas activated by chakra further propelled Yang Release's operation. Every muscle tensed, even his veins becoming clearly visible. Arm strength, full enhancement. The 3-section staff at his waist was drawn to his hand by chakra threads. With chakra infusion, the chain connecting the staff section suddenly tightened, transforming into a 4-meter-long staff. A heavy stomping sound rang out. His disguised, narrow pupils contracted even smaller. The Heavenly Tyrant suddenly twisted his body, his speed even blurring his quite ferocious smile into a comical afterimage. Speed coalesced with the burst of power from all his muscles during the spin, becoming tremendous momentum as he hurled the staff, wrapped in surging, restless chakra, forward. Water release, water formation wall. The Rain Ninja's reaction speed indeed lived up to their reputation. Even attacked at this speed, they could still react. The Jonin and Tokubetsu Jonin at the front and sides of the unit teamed up to perform this defensive technique. Wall after wall of water rose from the ground, attempting to disrupt the trajectory of this unidentified flying object, with turbulent currents. But the unstable chakra ratio wrapped around the staff, modeled after a runaway-tailed beast ball, possessed even more rage-destructive power. The hastily erected water walls layered upon each other, yet were still torn apart completely without effect. The piercing sound of tearing air and the bursting rain curtain drowned out the Rain Jonin's shouts, then were swallowed by the deafening roar. The overburdened, decrepit buildings collapsed piece by piece, becoming miserable wreckage. Thanks to the increasingly heavy rain, this scene of demolition-level explosion didn't kick up much dust. But the few ninja who had half their bodies blown off, or who were splashed with fragments of their comrades, probably wouldn't be grateful for that. Yo, everyone. In such a hurry, where are you off to feast? The reverse summoning technique inscribed on the staff activated. Hiiragi materialized amidst the crowd, casually grabbing the still-flying 3-section staff as he bent low, spun, and swung violently, cutting over a dozen nearby chunin in half like grass blades struck by a branch. Their soft torsos, containing only a spinal column and internal organs, burst into foul blood mist. The upper halves of their bodies were hurled high into the air by this brutal force. Confusion still lingered in their eyes, they completely hadn't processed what had just happened. Their remaining consciousness even instinctively reached for their waists, trying to draw kunai to face the enemy, before Hiiragaki's thrown kunai pierced their skulls, killing them completely. Ah, how about letting me join in too? He tugged at his collar, rolling his neck, then swung the 3-section staff downward, cleanly flinging off the bloodstains. This action, combined with Fushiguro Toji's appearance, imbued his tone with an indelible cruel and vicious aura. It was rusted steel, withered grass, a blood-soaked wilderness, sending chills down the spine. Fushiguro. But even more chilling was the hatred in the Rain Ninja's words. Just gnashing their teeth to spit out the surname of the man Hiiragi was impersonating, that word alone seemed like a bloody curse. Hiiragi could completely understand this hatred. After all, they were the bastards who had stormed into someone else's homeland, creating this mess. As perpetrators of such evil, being hated to this degree was deserved. Here, I'm right here. But so what? In this messed up world, the stances one could afford to consider weren't so rich. The moment that name was called out with such hatred, 2 Rain Jonin's forms instantly dissolved into pools of water. The next moment, they appeared with kunai on either side of Hiiragi, thrusting backhand inward. This was Amagakure's quite famous water body flicker technique. Although it had the limitation of requiring a water source to use, in the pouring rain of the country of rain, that condition was virtually non-existent. Simultaneously, a 3rd Jonin drew the ninja sword at his waist and slashed down at Hiiragi from behind. From this tacit 3-way pincer attack and their crisp movements, it was clear that Amagakure's Jonin were on an entirely different level from those perfunctory Jonin of other small villages. Ninja physiques were strong, they could easily perform various actions ordinary people couldn't hope to achieve. Ninja physiques were also weak, shuriken, kunai, blades, these weapons that could kill ordinary people could also easily take a ninja's life. Most of the assassinations Amagakure ninja specialized in were actually accomplished through taijutsu and ninja tools. Having long anticipated this almost natural attack, Hiiragaki's figure vanished from beneath his cloak with a poof, replaced by a wooden stake plastered with explosive tags. TCH. Although they already knew about the existence of those non-explosive fake tags, at this critical moment, no one had the luxury to distinguish. One or two they could endure, but this quantity, even a jonin specializing in taijutsu would be seriously injured. The sword-wielding jonin and another used body flicker to retreat, while a dark-skinned rain jonin raised his hands to form seals, seemingly about to use water prison technique to contain the wooden stake. But as he instinctively raised his hands, he sensed something wrong. This rain jonin suddenly realized that Hiiragi hadn't fled far after the substitution, the brute was standing right behind him. Water prison technique, already seen. Hiiragi moved with inconceivable speed. The man, bursting with blue-black flames, swept his staff and sent the jonin's head flying, then kicked the headless remains together with the wooden stake toward the rain chunin, followed by boom. This time, all his explosive tags were real. Even in such a torrential downpour, the tags plastered on the stake could still unleash a grand blaze of fire. With this as the signal, one after another cyan curtain rose around the ruins, sealing the entire battlefield tightly. A barrier? The jonin directing the chunin to withdraw from this battlefield they couldn't intervene was quite puzzled. As neighbors, they knew very well what level Suna's barrier techniques were. A barrier like this, no way Suna could have developed this themselves. Of course, no one would answer that question. The ninja under Hiiragi's command, after activating the barriers, rapidly arrived on the battlefield, slaughtering the rain ninja below with large-scale wind release techniques. As long as they faced a direction without allies, they could wash the area with ninjutsu with impunity. This was also one of the reasons Hiiragi had them disperse early, besides setting up barriers. Ninja with little chakra weren't necessarily weak, but ninja with lots of chakra were certainly strong. As everyone knew, ninjutsu ranks only indicated learning difficulty, while power was directly linked to chakra quantity. With enough chakra poured in, any technique could be stacked into extra large cup. This principle especially applied to the 5 elemental escape techniques. Water and wind had no elemental relationship, but water release, tending toward physical impact, did have a physical disadvantage against wind release, which focuses on cutting. The front formation had already been disrupted by Hiiragi. The scattered jonin and tokubetsu jonin couldn't protect all the chunin. With the prepared striking the unprepared, the rain forces suffered heavy casualties in an instant amidst the howling gales. And Hiiragi, who was also within the wind release bombardment range. That burst of chakra he'd released wasn't just for ambushing the jonin. If I could avoid it, I wouldn't want to waste like this. The medical corps is always short of corpses for dissection, but your numbers are a bit too many. Just our group alone couldn't quite handle it. Amidst the flying flesh and blood, Hiiragi, tapping his back with the 3-section staff, grinned provocatively and crooked his finger at the jonin who had shielded his subordinates from the wind release. Come on, our team only has about 10 people. We're at an overwhelming numerical disadvantage. This was a lie. As soon as interim commander against Rain, once he detected Rain's movements, how could he come with just one team without making any arrangements? In fact, even with the prearranged ambush, relying on just these 12 people under his command, he couldn't completely annihilate these Rain forces here. If these jonin and tokubetsu jonin were willing to abandon the chunin, at least escaping would be possible. But when they first encountered Hiiragi alone, there was no way those 5 jonin-led teams would retreat. Even now, surrounded by an ambush squad, they still had the numerical advantage. The option of retreat simply wasn't in the Rain ninja's consideration. And this was precisely Hiiragi's goal. Killing was far simpler than capturing. Even with a certain strength disparity, trying to take a jonin alive was extremely difficult. The ambush, the barriers, including the provocation now, all were meant to keep these Rain ninja here until the sealing team he had arrived arranged to take them alive. Then they could interrogate the Rain ninja's plans from them. Extracting memories from corpses was too random. That method was generally used to reverse engineer their body modification techniques or other secret arts. You bastard. But judging from the current situation, the provocation was working quite well. Don't shout so loudly. It makes you seem like you lack confidence. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 62, 7 Essence Release Gates. Kurian, the Rain jonin fighting Fushiguro Toji, had never thought so clearly. The black-haired man's movements before him, the splashing mud, even the entire world. His heartfelt hatred and anger seemed to transform into a blazing fire that burned away all distractions, allowing him to perceive everything before him with unprecedented clarity, dragging long trails like time-lapse photographs. Legend had it that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan awakened under the stimulation of extreme emotions. Perhaps his current state was similar to theirs. Thinking this, Kurian sidestepped a staff thrust from Fushiguro Toji, crouched low, and suddenly burst forward across the water's surface. Water release, wave riding strike, a technique that created a water-rich environment and then used it for rapid sliding. In the country of Rain's environment, the first step could be omitted, and its execution could easily be mistaken for an improved version of water walking and overlooked. Relying on the superior mobility of this non-lethal technique, Kiryu had killed countless enemies. It could be said that compared to those powerful water release techniques, this move was his most reliable trump card. Ninjutsu was never simply about bigger being better. Die, you Suna bastard. Hiya. Crystal clear water twines around his kunai, forming a thin blade. Dodging the staff strikes raining down like a sudden storm, Kiryu accelerated further, a low growl like an enraged beast squeezing from his throat as he slashed at his enemy with a blade as brilliant as scattered light. Water release, water blade slash. Although it was quite suspicious that a jonin of Fushiguro Toji's caliber had never appeared in any intelligence before this war, he was after all from Suna, that godforsaken place where ninja wanting to conceal themselves indeed had it easier than ninja from other villages. Correspondingly, Kiryu believed that his proud assassination combination technique was something this man had never encountered. Desert hyenas should just go eat corpses. To maintain stable breathing and conceal their traces, many ninja developed the habit of not speaking during battle. Kiryu was certainly no exception. But just roaring in his heart made Kiryu's expression unconsciously contort, even a hint of anticipation for killing his enemy flickering in his eyes. However, the killing blow he envisioned achieved no notable result. Ah, so that's how it is. The black-haired man with the dangerous smile relaxed his tensed legs at the last possible moment, leaning backward to avoid Kiryu's horizontal water blade slash. He then thrust his three-section staff into the ground, flattened by his burst of chakra, using it as a pivot to kick upward with a perfectly executed scissors kick. Although he couldn't instantly copy techniques like the Uchiha's Sharingan or strike so dramatically, with his meticulous perception ability, Fushiguro Toji could still record how others' chakra transformed and flowed when they used techniques. Leaving aside the possibility of subsequently reverse engineering the technique, during battle he could judge from chakra changes whether the opponent had used a technique and roughly what category it fell into. Both the wave riding strike, using the water film for flexible high-speed sliding, and the water blade slash, creating a thin water blade, he had seen clearly. Like this, right? One kick sent Kiryu's kunai flying, nearly shattering his wrist in the process. As he flipped to land, Fushiguro Toji sneered and manipulated the water flow to create a foothold in midair. He stomped down hard, the stagnant water sphere exploding under the heavy impact, and his form shot toward Kiryu using the recoil. The ends of his three-section staff swept through the pooled water, splashing two arcs of spray while wide water blades formed at their tips like padao blades, making Kiryu's temples throb. According to intelligence from the past year, Fushiguro Toji was supposedly a pure taijutsu-type ninja. Aside from some moves that didn't require nature transformation, he had never used release techniques. Kiryu didn't think anyone could conceal their abilities to this extent on the battlefield, especially since Fushiguro Toji already had 3 Rain Jonin kills to his name. So, from that brief contact just now, this bastard had learned water blade slash. This was the drawback of having an active mind. Even in battle, Kiryu's thoughts transcended his ninja instincts, raising this disturbing possibility. This wasn't even intentionally done by Fushiguro Toji. Although wind and water release had different underlying logics, they shared the same aspects in application. Having received Matazaburo's direct teachings, even without learning the other's water release techniques, imitation a passable approximation wasn't difficult. Moreover, his three-section staff originally had similar functionality for applying wind nature chakra, he just hadn't used it to maintain his disguise as a taijutsu expert. When it came to messing with people's heads, jujitsu sorcerers have always been highly skilled. They never needed elaborate schemes, they acted on instinct and achieved flawless results. Of course, he had done some other underhanded things as well. But thinking aside, in such a life-or-death battle, Kiryu's movements couldn't stop just because of one thought. Using water body flicker again to avoid the heavy, crashing slash, Kiryu forcefully reset his dislocated, swollen right hand, using the sharp pain to suppress extraneous thoughts. But before he could remove bandages for temporary treatment, he saw Fushiguro Toji charging toward another part of the battlefield. Although regulations and systems varied between countries and villages, the promotion channels for ninja were similar. Generally, graduating from the ninja academy made one a genin. Chunin promotions mostly occurred through the Chunin exams or direct appointment by village leaders, the latter being extremely rare, as even the smallest village couldn't constantly monitor genin performance. In fact, simply grinding seniority would allow any genin not particularly incompetent or unsuitable to become Chunin. And starting at the Chunin level, the strength floating between villages became extremely huge. Small villages often used low-difficulty exams to inflate their Chunin numbers, thereby attracting more missions. As hard signs represent village strength, this applied even more to Jonin and Tokubetsu Jonin. In reality, many small village Jonin would need to fight half a day to win or lose against any random Chunin from the 5 great villages, but ninja from the 5 great villages were happy to admit them as Jonin, at least when counting their heads for payment. As Amigakure sat firmly in the recognized top spot beneath the 5 great villages, Kiryu, as a veteran Jonin, had a clear perception of his fellow ninja's strength. Among the rain ninja present, only the few true jonin could stop Fushiguro Toji. Those Tokubetsu jonin wouldn't last more than a few exchanges against him. Gritting his teeth, ignoring the possibility of lasting damage to his right hand, Kiryu formed seals again despite the pain. Water release, rushing torrent. A rapid torrent surged forward, engulfing Fushiguro Toji as he hurled his three-section staff toward a rain Tokubetsu jonin, attempting to force him to defend. But the latter just sneered, spurting out a stream of water from his palm that struck the rear section of the staff, pushing it forward an extra distance and easily piercing the Tokubetsu jonin's skull. A flash of crimson rose to the surface, mocking Kiryu's futile effort, then instantly washed away without a trace. Leaping from his hiding place onto the water's surface, Kiryu looked down at his comrade sinking to the bottom, silent. Standing on the water as well, Fushiguro Toji leisurely swung his three-section staff, watching him with a mocking expression. Then Kiryu looked around. Ambushed by Suna, the 100-plus Chunin were down to less than half. Of the 5 jonin, besides himself and the one already killed by Fushiguro Toji, the remaining 3 were crumbling under siege from Suna ninja. As for Tokubetsu jonin, they weren't much different from Chunin, just exceptionally outstanding in one particular area. Amigakyu's main business was assassination, and this plan to ambush Suna's camp via the hidden path naturally involved assassination-specialized Tokubetsu jonin. But an assassin whose traces had been discovered was nothing. Even if they had accepted them from the beginning might not return alive, wasting comrades' lives like this was too heartbreaking. But at the very least, make this bastard pay. With this resolve of burning his bridges, Kiryu silently drew a new kunai, black flames burning in his eyes. So no other tricks? That sliding around technique of yours was quite interesting. Fushiguro Toji rolled his shoulders, his gaze gradually turning dangerous. In that case, these guys are useless. A presence that seemed to make the very air tremble suddenly erupted from Fushiguro Toji, his form even becoming unstable. Maximum conversion of yang release chakra. Using Tenketsu unlocking technique to open several major Tenketsu's chakra release limits and dump chakra outward, then using the enhancement tattoos all over his body to restrain it externally, forming a chakra outer shell similar to a tailed beast coat. Simultaneously, the chakra outer shell could bypass the internal chakra circulation, directly stimulating the meridian system from outside, maximally activating cells throughout his body without affecting yin release circulation, multiplying yang release's effects exponentially. This was Hiiragi yang release secret technique, 7 essence release gates. Reading the implication in his words, Kiryu, who had intended to make a final desperate struggle, could no longer maintain his silence. He frantically chased after the retreating black-haired men, letting out a mournful cry like a cuckoo weeping blood, "Come back." But with his speed, how could he possibly catch up to Fushiguro Toji now? And then, hell descended. In an instant, a nauseating stench of blood filled the barrier-sealed battlefield. Taijutsu, although there were types requiring chakra usage, the vast majority were purely fighting skills relying on chakra-enhanced bodies. In terms of striking range, attack distance, and application scope, taijutsu had no advantage over ninjutsu. Ninja trained taijutsu merely to maintain physical flexibility and establish a foundation for refining chakra. In most ninjas' eyes, this was undeniable common sense. But, what was this? What was happening? No way. Sounds heralding death hulls echoed within the barrier. Not the familiar clash of kunai or blades, not the click of mechanisms, not the sounds of various release techniques. Just the sound of a swinging staff continuously tearing the air apart. Exaggerated. And terrifying. The black 3-section staff and the black-haired man's arms were almost invisible. Only the cascading sounds of air being rent in the ground, dried and torn by the scorching heat of the staff, proved their existence. Shuriken were beaten into twisted scrap metal, kunai and ninja swords snapped, release techniques were smashed to pieces, bodies caught in the claw-like wind pressure were torn apart, all achieved merely by a reinforced body swinging a 3-section staff. No way. You bastard. Floating helplessly like a withered leaf in a raging river, barely managing to dodge and weave within the storm, Kiryu's eyes no longer held hatred or fighting spirit. All color in his violently trembling pupils was infested by fear. Didn't want to die. Didn't want to be killed by this strange thing. Didn't want to end his life accomplishing nothing, even this most basic cry of life could only be manifested by his body's instinct. What the hell are you? Don't make me sound like some kind of monster. It's just a gap in perception between us. Why did the disparity in view cause such inner turmoil? Like the nose, which should exist but people ignore, so-called vision wasn't merely the images captured by our eyeballs, but the images understood by our brains. Our vision could be protected and obscured by our emotions, environment, knowledge, feelings, common sense, and so on. Human beings are fragile things that cannot survive outside their own boxes. Having absolutely no intention of discussing philosophy with Fushiguro Toji, the verge of collapse, Kiryu let his expanding fear drive him, both hands gripping his kunai as he charged futilely, die. Rapid. Swift. fierce. Years of training were etched into his body. Even if his consciousness collapsed, his trained body would not betray him. But such a simple thrust was full of flaws to a ninja accustomed to high-speed combat. One staff strike knocked Kiryu into the ground, removing his jaw, then crushing his shoulders and knees, eliminating his ability to commit suicide or move. Fushiguro Toji carried this cripple toward the barrier's edge. Quite a haul, isn't it? If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 63, Curse. Back at the camp, Suna began intensive preparations to interrogate the Rain prisoners. Besides Kiryu, who had been captured alone by Fushiguro Toji, after the sealing team arrived, they had also caught over 30 chunin and 8 tokubetsu jonin. Even with fairly adequate preparations, having only the single jonin capture was a bit disappointing. But considering Rain's specialty, they probably had ample experience in killing themselves before capture, so he let it go. With so many assassination contracts pried from the 5 great villages, Emigakure's operational capabilities were indeed outstanding. Fushiguro Toji carried Kiryu, his limbs and torso tightly bound with enhanced chakra suppression bandages, looking like a human stump, into a tent arranged early as an interrogation room. He hung the latter on an X-shaped rack, then raised several barriers. Everyone had worked hard all day and was tired, they couldn't have prisoners' cries disturbing their rest. Seeing this, although Kiryu's jaw was dislocated, his eyes clearly conveyed, "You know barrier techniques too." Surprised. "Actually, that barrier was also set up by me." Replying casually, Fushiguro Toji noticed a slight strange feeling in his nasal cavity. Blowing hard, a clump of already coagulated blood dropped onto a tissue. Composedly wiping away the blood trail under his nose and burning the tissue to ashes, he was somewhat surprised internally. After all, the 7 essence release gates, this yang release ultimate technique, didn't actually impose excessive burden on the body. And this was precisely why, although its concept resembled the taijutsu ultimate technique that would later become famous in the ninja world, the 8 gates released formation, Hiiragi still classified the 7 essence release gates as a yang release secret technique. Although both involved opening chakra tenketsu, the former's core principle relied on liberating the 8 gate suppression of chakra to obtain several-fold or even dozens of fold strength in a short time. His 7 essence release gates opened tenketsu with more emphasis on functionality and coherence. Its essential purpose was to maximize yang release's properties through internal-external coordination to activate the body's state, enhancing physical performance rather than forcibly intensify with chakra. Activating the body, sharply increasing life force conversion rate, thereby generating more yang release chakra, further strengthening the effect. This technique was actually the type that snowballed its effects. In terms of multiplier, the 7 essence release gates certainly couldn't compare to the 8 gates, but in other aspects, it was far superior. Excellent defensive power from the chakra coat, comprehensively enhanced physical abilities and neural reaction speed from bodily activation, enhanced self-healing from yang release's properties, and durability from the low burden. Most importantly, almost no side effects, and it significantly accelerated his yang release training progress. If there was any defect, it was probably that the overly exuberant yang release made his personality slightly more hot-blooded. The physical burden he endured came mostly from the enhancement tattoos operating for long periods of time to simulate Fushiguro Toji's physique. Even with similar height, the gap in muscle mass and physical constitution was still too significant. That guy Fushiguro Toji had apparently taken a red and only suffered superficial wounds. Heavenly restriction really was an unreasonable thing. Thinking this, Fushiguro Toji gradually lifted his body strength and state, his entire silhouette becoming much slimmer. Reaching behind his head, fumbling tentatively for a moment, he slowly peeled off a human skin mask. Phew, this really is more comfortable. Let me introduce myself properly, my real name is Hiiragi. The swelling power gradually receded, taking with it the hyperactive spirit. Returning to a steady state of mind, Hiiragi felt that choosing to fight disguised as someone else was absolutely the right decision. A non-existent person naturally generated no intelligence, and lack of intelligence led to uncertainty. Uncertainty created crisis, crisis created panic, panic created recklessness, recklessness created mistakes. And seizing every opportunity to magnify small mistakes into big errors, worsen big errors into fatal wounds, Hiiragi was quite skilled at this. Alright, I'm rather pressed for time, so let's get straight to the point. Taking gloves and pliers from a scroll on his wrist, putting on his non-prescription glasses again, Hiiragi stepped forward as if unconcerned, leisurely gripping Kiryu's dislocated jaw with pliers, clamping onto a tooth, and pulling forcefully. Don't worry, I won't let you die, at least not until I've completely squeezed out your value. Holding the prisoner, who rattled his chains, with one hand, Hiiragi rapidly injected some in-release chakra into his brain to stabilize his spirit, then pulled out a second tooth. In-release stabilizing the spirit, medical ninjutsu ensuring survival. Pliers extracting teeth without anesthesia, 32 teeth cleared in just a few minutes. You used ninjutsu, didn't you? Kiryu, his teeth completely pulled and speech whistling through the gaps, lowered his head and asked in a dead tone of utter despair. Repeatedly stabilized by release like a mental patient after medication, Kiryu only now realized that during that battle, his emotions, and those of all Rain Ninja present, had been somewhat off. The hatred, the anger, the despair, all had been excessively magnified. Sort of. Just think of it that way. Washing the blood from his hands, Hiiragi paused mid-motion, seeming to consider the exact answer, then replied somewhat uncertainly. He was quite adept at dispelling genjutsu, but in casting genjutsu, he was indeed rather unskilled. Although he had done similar things in the previous battle, Hiiragi still found it hard to say whether what he used counted as genjutsu. In his previous world, places like schools and hospitals, laden with memories, easily accumulated curses. Whenever people awakened those bad memories, these places became vessels for emotions. That's why most such places placed powerful cursed objects to ward off evil. The principle was the same as the yin release and yang release chakra cores he created within his body, relying on the massive curse itself to gather accumulated curses. And on this battlefield, Rain Ninja inevitably harbored strong negative emotions toward Suna as invaders. In open areas, it was hard to say, but in enclosed environments, like within barriers, diffusing a trace amount of cursed energy, to the point where it was almost undetectable like filth, was enough to inflame their negative emotions. While excessive emotions could enhance power to some extent, they also exposed vulnerabilities. Indeed, so-called obsession was what enabled people to cross boundaries. Precisely because they harbored firm ideals, humans could transcend the illusion called reality and obtain abilities beyond that boundary. Even though humans remained beings that couldn't survive reality, the power of heart would become a permanent beacon, be engraved forever. However, if one remained trapped in overly narrow boundaries, they would only cocoon themselves, like an elephant tied in place by a thin rope. Unable to see beyond the boundary, obsession had nowhere to guide them. Hiiragi didn't think the anger and resentment Rain harbored was wrong. But Konoha, as one of the parties invading the country of Rain, was also a victim besieged by two great nations. Suna declaring war on Konoha was equally for their own people. Since Hashirama Senju's death, the peace he had briefly maintained had already collapsed. In this era, every side was doing their best to protect their own people's interests. If one simply poured hatred onto enemies without seeing this reality, without thinking how to change it all, that obsession was merely hatred. Well, from a small nation's standpoint, rather than saying Rain had taken the wrong path, it was more accurate to say there had never been a right path before them from the beginning. Expecting them, caught between three great nations, often becoming battlefields, to think about changing the era was too harsh. But regardless of Rain's predicament, it didn't prevent Hiiragi from exploiting it. The best way to deal with impurities is to let impurities handle impurities themselves. Because no matter who, trying to clear impurities will inevitably be stained by them. This an auspicious cycle we call a curse. Someone in the jujitsu world had once said this, and Hiiragi deeply agreed. And Kiryu, who had been engaged in direct combat with Hiiragi, endured not only the cursed energy as attached by the barrier, but also the cursed energy and spiritual shock Hiiragi released during attacks, and even some unstable yin release chakra discharged along with the 7 essence release gates. The malice Hiiragi unreservedly poured out, mixed with the poison of inability to kill the enemy that Kiryu inflicted on himself, that was the curse Kiryu had been contaminated. That was why, in the end, with his spirit shattered, Kiryu collapsed to that extent. As for why the Suna ninja under Hiiragi's command were unaffected. One of the constituent elements of their enhancement tattoos was Hiiragi's cursed energy. Of course, he had preventive measures in advance. Snake oil. Want some? It's high-grade stuff I refined myself, quite effective. Taking a small box of salve from his wrist scroll, Hiiragi applied it to his philtrum and temples, inhaling deeply. With his development of yang release, he no longer needed to take those strong drugs to maintain his physical state. This level of salve was sufficient. He shook the box at Kiryu, hanging in midair like a roast duck, and unsurprisingly received no response. No. That's fine. Then, before the interrogation, is there anything you want to confess? Kiryu remained silent. I figured. The red-haired youth nodded, completely understanding this Rain Jonin's attitude of refusing to respond to enemies ravaging his homeland. Actually, Hiiragi asked this question merely as a formality. He hadn't expected to pry any information from the other's mouth at all. Completely different from being captured after mission failure, Rain now faced a situation of foreign invasion. If Kiryu, as a Jonin, didn't even have this much backbone, Rain would have collapsed long ago. What Hiiragi needed to do was simply wear down Kiryu's spirit through torture, facilitating subsequent extraction of memories from his brain using other means. During the Warring States period, the Yamanaka clan's mind techniques were already quite famous. Other ninja clans and organizations had each developed similar technologies for extracting memories and reading consciousness. Although most such techniques had fairly harsh application conditions and uncertain effects, hardly comparing to the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques. Correspondingly, as countermeasures against such techniques and genjutsu, means for sealing consciousness or processing memories weren't particularly rare in the current ninja world, at least fairly common among jonin. But those methods were basically based on the individual's willpower and spirit. If you could destroy the opponent's will, the effect of memory extraction techniques could be maximized. However, this would surely be a protracted tug-of-war. As the only surviving jonin prisoner, if Kiryu could hold out until Amigakure began its real action, he would achieve complete victory. Hiiragi needed to wear down his will before then. The victory conditions for both sides were clear at a glance. Hiiragi's favored operations with clear objectives like this. And so, the interrogation began. Why? When Kiryu's fingernails were pulled out for the third time, and then, like squeezing out jelly, his fingers, bones and flesh were squeezed out from the skin, this anguished man finally uttered something beyond heavy panting and grunts. What are you referring to? Thoughtfully wiping away the saliva mixed with blood dripping from Kiryu's mouth corner with gauze, then casually using a chakra scalpel to peel the skin at the corner of his mouth, tearing off the entire jaw along with the neck skin, Hiiragi asked back with an unchanged expression. Why do you have this kind of strength at such a young age? Why can you commit such cruel acts without changing expression? Why can you soon a ninja ravage my homeland without any concern? Or why, until now, do you still show no other emotions? Perhaps even Kiryu himself didn't know what exactly he was asking, but Hiiragi was happy to give him an answer. After all, inflicting physical torture on others was purely mechanical labor for him, he derived absolutely no pleasure from it. But since he had already allocated a thread to focus on the other situation, just lifelessly cutting flesh and applying torture would be too wasteful. His brain power was quite precious, and besides, some words could indeed only be spoken to a stranger destined to die. As a companion I'll be spending quite some time with, I'll gladly answer your questions. Chapter 64, Hiiragi's Melancholy. Although people in the village call me a genius, I don't really think so. I've always felt that only those who can take a flash of inspiration as fact, identify that as the correct direction and propose solutions, only those guys can be called geniuses. I'm actually just someone who simply envisions all situations, evaluates them equally one by one, and finds the only solution, a mediocre talent with a bit of ability. Hiiragi deftly peeled back the skin on Kiryu's arm, traced cuts along the muscle fibers, then meticulously poured in strong acid solvent. Amidst the rain jonin's short, heavy screams, he reached out again and forcibly pushed his fingers through the other's navel and into the abdominal cavity. If I could confine myself to a specific field, that would be fine. But mediocre talents like me also like to let their imaginations run wild. That's truly pathetic. The more I want to verify something, the more I have to think. The more I think, the more new problems arise. In the end, I realize there are many problems I can't solve, and those worries were just a waste of time. Although many people believe in and admire the idea that, if you think positively, humans can create and enjoy beautiful things no matter their circumstances, I'm not that positive. While manipulating Kiryu's internal organs, feeling that warm, slippery texture so different from corpses, and complaining, Hiiragi showed an expression that those familiar with him could never imagine appearing on his face. He should be forever proud, forever confident, forever flaunt his talents, that's what everyone who knew him thought. My foster parents, who aren't exactly serious people, my foster brother and sister-in-law, my cute little nephew, my lovers, and Vegeta and Master Bunpoku, the existence of these people is already enough to fill the void in my life. Even now, I feel there are too many people, so many that I'm at a loss and scrambling, so many that I don't have extra thoughts to consider those unimportant things. So I'm different from you. Villages, nations, those things don't matter either way. Although the old woman selling dates on the street corner and the uncle at the dried fruit shop are also pretty good people, they're not so good that I'd be willing to give everything to protect the village for them. I'm just trying to meet their expectations. Life is a huge lie, tricking people into signing unequal contracts early. Birth, living environment, there's no right to choose any of it. In the end, you can only take it for granted and ignorantly rush toward the path before you, searching for an ending, good or bad. Someone once said that since the Babylonian era when people created wisdom, humans have become increasingly dull. But thinking carefully, this might also be an act of helplessness. The end of wars brought apparent peace, but the dissipation of battle smoke also took away the remaining warmth of the fierce flames ignited by revolutionary tides. What remained for people was only an increasingly solid, stagnant, and chaotic era. For people born in that other world, general tranquility was naturally something to be thankful for, even prayed for. But the apathy and stagnation in the steel jungle also allowed people to perceive their own insignificance from a perspective different from the battlefield's bloodbath. The powerlessness derives from this confusion. How could it not overwhelm people with the force of toppling mountains and overturning seas? If one didn't become dull-witted, it was easy to lose the courage and energy to live. In the world where Hiiragi once lived, this ridiculous paradox had instead become a commonplace sorrow. Perhaps that was another reason, besides Ting and Sama's barrier, why cursed spirits are constantly born in that twisted and stagnant country. Precisely because he had once been in that world he couldn't change, only using anything you want experiments to cover up the tedium of seeing through the torrent of the times. Hiiragi hated that atmosphere even more. But dull and ordinary life was still life. Even if it was rotting, as long as you weren't aware of it, you could still live a rotting life that might encounter some fun. Even if you had already realized you'd been molded into a twisted and rotting form by this goddamn society, if you hadn't been exposed to distinct enough things, you could barely comfort yourself and continue living in decay. But if that gloomy, heavy rain cloud really did one day dispel to reveal the sun. There are many things and principles in this world that each have their own logic. Figuring all that out can be exhausting, and finding a balance between various concepts is even more annoyingly troublesome. I've never intended to get involved. As long as I can find a concept that convinces myself, that's enough. Cutting open Kurian's ribs, using the sharp bones to scratch his abdominal cavity again and again, then repairing his body with medical ninjutsu and yang release, Hiiragi exhaled words carrying a deep cold in this damp country. The rancid smell now floating in this world was different from the stagnant, old atmosphere of his previous life. In fact, for him, such a messed up world was even more like a fish in water. But that was only when he was alone. Just as the third Kazekage judged, life in Sunagakure had indeed created many bonds for Hiiragi. Although different from the former's expected love for the village, this still made Hiiragi much softer. Desires that made people's eyes gleam were merely shallow wants. True longing was a throbbing that spread from the bones to every limb. If this itch hadn't been satisfied, Hiiragi could still endure it. But having truly been enveloped and nourished by that warmth, he could never let go no matter what. As Bunpuku concluded back then, Hiiragi was simply a person deeply burdened by desires. Actually, I think if we left the village and stopped being ninja, with our strength and minds, we could live quite well. Open a small shop in the capital of the country of fire, sell some weird little trinkets, spend our remaining years leisurely, that wouldn't be bad either. But no can do, because the people I care about are all ninja. So for them, I have to work a little harder too. Abruptly crushing Kurian's gallbladder, slowly spreading the bitter yellow-green juice into the throat of the man whose eyes had already rolled back from unimaginable pain, Hiiragi applied yang release medical ninjutsu to him again. Come on, buddy. We still have plenty of time. After all, I don't need to sleep. Chapter 65, Concern leads to confusion. Kurian held out for even less time than Hiiragi had imagined. Of course, this was also partly because he could use yang release to enhance his medical ninjutsu's effectiveness, allowing him to inflict torture with even fewer scruples. As a user of the reverse curse technique, Hiiragi's understanding of the human body was quite profound. On one hand, this provided an excellent foundation for his training in medical ninjutsu, yang release, and taijutsu. On the other hand, it also made him intimately aware of how to inflict the most intense pain. Of course, medical ninjutsu, a technique meant to heal others, being used in the realm of torture was probably something its creator never imagined, nor wished to see. Sad as it was, that's how technology worked. Once created, how it would be used was no longer any concern of its originator. To be honest, Hiiragi was actually quite grateful to Kurian. Serving as an emotional outlet, being a practice subject for yang release, yin release, and medical ninjutsu, contributing intelligence and a pile of water release insights, and after death, having his nerves stripped and made into little tools. There would never be another brother this good, sheds tears. The latter obviously didn't see him as a brother, though. Even when his spirit was almost broken by torture, he still found the strength to curse him, in a sense, that counted as remembering. And the intelligence Hiiragi obtained from Kurian didn't really surprise him. The so-called big operation was naturally just relying on proactive attack to force the small-scale skirmishes between Suna and Konoha to transform into large-scale battles, allowing Hanzo to massively annihilate the enemy nation's ninja. When it came down to it, Amagakure's strategic leeway wasn't large. Although they had home field advantage, their numbers were overwhelmingly insufficient compared to the other participating sides. Moreover, the battlefield was their own country. The longer things dragged on, the more severe the destruction to the country of rain. Their previous choice to fight small-scale skirmishes with Suna and Konoha was essentially to mobilize sufficient resources. With the goal of driving the enemy out of the country of rain, they had to inflict unbearable losses on the other sides in as short a time as possible. Of course, in Hiiragi's view, Amagakure actually had other choices, like siding with Konoha or Suna. Judging from an interest perspective, that might even be the superior choice. But Amagakure under Hanzo's leadership had always held high the banner of independence. With this stance, his prestige in the country of rain actually surpassed the daimyo's. Having reaped the benefits of this stance, Hanzo also had to bear its consequences. At least for now, he absolutely could not compromise with any hidden village. So Hiiragi could roughly speculate on Amagakure's strategy. The intelligence extracted from Kurian's brain was mostly about the country of Rain's secret geographical conditions, Amagakure's material dispatch, and data on other Rain Jonin. As for where Hanzo planned to ignite the flames of large-scale war, even Kurian didn't know. After all, Amagakure were the local powers here. Although their strategic leeway was limited, their tactical space was always broader than Suna's and Konoha's. And after obtaining that intelligence, aside from holding a few meetings for analysis and study, Suna had no other room for preparation. What else could they do? It wasn't like they could send someone to solo Hanzo. Can't be done, wiggles finger. Moreover, Suna had always been prepared for large-scale engagements. Not to mention other things, Hiiragi strategic weapon-class large puppets hadn't been deployed at all. And the various equipment he'd prepared for army group battles couldn't be revealed on such a small-scale battlefield either. Not just weapons, ninjutsu, techniques, and such, once exposed, they would definitely be studied by the enemy. In one-on-one situations, you could keep playing trump cards and continue hiding them by killing the opponent. But in war, you could never kill them all cleanly. Since they'd be cracked sooner or later, of course you'd want to deploy them when they could cause the most casualties. And during this phase of wind sweeping through the tower heralding a rising storm, Chio, who had mysteriously withdrawn an elite group from the battlefield, finally returned to the country of Rain, bringing with her news that Konoha is about to officially launch a large-scale counterattack. Hiiragi had wanted to ask Chio where she'd gone, but now he had an idea and decided not to pursue it further. After changing into his alias and returning to camp after a mission, he found Pakura, who had gone with Chio on that secret mission, waiting for him in his tent. Pakura, who had already made quite a name for herself as the scorch-release ninja, was now pacing anxiously in the tent, completely uncharacteristically. When Hiiragi lifted the tent flap and entered, the kunoichi, clearly lost in thought, was startled and subconsciously hid something behind her back. Even when Hiiragi asked what was wrong, she only spoke vaguely, biting her lip. But after hesitating again and again, she finally handed what was behind her back to her lover. "This is something Chio-sama asked me to give you." It was the Uzumaki clan's ninjutsu insights. That old woman really, if she wasn't going to tell me from the beginning, why give this to me now? Sitting on the bed and taking the thick stack of books, flipping through a couple of pages, Hiiragi casually tossed them into the scroll on his wrist. But contrary to Pakura's expectations, he didn't have any violent reaction, just complained ordinarily, like when he teased Chio about her pranks. Seems Konoha's intelligence department isn't up to par anymore. Sure enough, without its original heart, just relying on inertia can't maintain its original functions. "Kori, you're not angry." Seeing her lover instead focus his attention on Konoha's intelligence department, Pakura couldn't quite read his emotions. She timidly sat beside Hiiragi and incoherently began explaining, "Chio-sama was just carrying out village missions." "If you're really angry, Kori, don't blame Chio-sama." "Angry? Of course I'm angry. Keeping this from me for over 2 months over something like this, not even considering how much extra work it added for me." Pushing up his slightly slipping non-prescription glasses, Hiiragi's expression instantly turned cold and hard. He looked down at Pakura from a dominant position, his gaze making the girl, usually as dominant outside as her bloodline, grow increasingly cramped, almost shredding the corner of her clothes. Although the sealing team and barrier team skills are pretty good now, compared to the Uzumaki clan, they're still far behind. If I'd gone, casualties would have been much lower. "Huh? But Kori, those were your clansmen." Pakura was first startled by his tone and expression, then finally caught on and asked a bit stupidly. Is there any possibility that from the day I was born, my surname wasn't Uzumaki, but Hai?" The descendant of a First War deserter, Hiiragi squinted and teased, "Maybe my biological parents would have thoughts about that, but I've never even met these so-called clansmen before. Even if they really didn't want me involved, I could just pretend not to know." "Really? You're not just comforting me, are you?" With some concern clouding her judgment, Pakura cupped her lover's face in both hands and looked into his eyes, trying to find some trace. To this, Hiiragi let out a rather dull sigh, then simply pushed Pakura down beneath him, casually raising a soundproof barrier in the tent. "Since you're so convinced I'm angry, then properly apologize to me, Pakura." Wait a minute. At least let me take a bath or, MMPH. Chapter 66, The Movements of All Sides. Although the rank of a ninjutsu only depends on its learning difficulty, this measure isn't absolute. Understanding, learning, and being able to use, there's no necessary connection between these three. High-level ninjutsu, if you can't learn it, you can't learn it. But even ordinary ninjutsu have considerable floating space. For example, Tobarama Senju could optimize the B-rank water dragon bullet technique from 44 hand seals down to 3, but that doesn't mean others can use it with 3 seals. In fact, most of the techniques optimized by Tobarama Senju actually increased in learning difficulty rather than decreasing. This was because they were essentially improvements based on his own abilities, not considering the technique's universality. The same applied to most clan secret techniques. These techniques, created based on a clan's bloodline, characteristics, and abilities, had completely different learning difficulties for clan members versus outsiders. A considerable portion couldn't be learned at all by non-clan members. In such cases, the rank of a secret technique meant nothing to outsiders. And among this category of secret techniques were the Uzumaki clan's barrier techniques and sealing techniques. The former were manageable, but the latter were like Hashirama Senju's would release or the tailed beast's natural special attributes, full of black boxes. For instance, the adamantine sealing chains, which could whip tailed beasts around like spinning tops, its specific description was something like, first you do this, then you do that, and then whoosh you can swing it out. It sounded like the technique just grew out of the ground. Who can understand that kind of talk? If not for historical records of outsiders learning Uzumaki sealing techniques, classifying them as physical constitution-type Kekei Genkai would probably face little opposition. And it was precisely because of this power, combined with their status as Konoha's allies, that brought overwhelming catastrophe upon the Uzumaki clan and the entire country of whirlpools. The timing was just too perfect. After Tobarama Senju's death, although Konoha didn't ostensibly experience violent turmoil, the exchange of interests among senior officials entangled too many troubles. Just dealing with this mess had Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others bogged down. 2 years after the founder and top leader's death, Konoha's intelligence agency finally hit a plateau. Coinciding with Suna and IWA declaring war on Konoha, and then dragging the battlefield to the country of rain, further consuming Konoha's intelligence agency's energy, making it difficult for them to maintain sensitivity against external threats while dealing with Suna, IWA, and rain. Although there was some spur-of-the-moment aspect, the other 4 great villages reached a consensus at this time, each dispatching forces to raid the country of whirlpools, directly annihilating the Uzumaki clan. Dead men tell no tales. Even if Konoha knew it was them, what could they do? Without conclusive evidence, it wasn't them. Of course, Suna and IWA, already at war with Konoha, would definitely face a surge in pressure. When distributing the Uzumaki inheritance, they used this reason to forcefully claim a larger share. IWA took a lot of cultivation essentials for yang release. Techniques that could be widely applied to improve collective quality were extremely important to IWA, which had always lacked decisive genius ninja. Although Sunagakure only took various dangerous creatures sealed by the Uzumaki, who would believe they didn't hide something else? Kiri symbolically took some belongings and medical materials. For them, losing the country of whirlpools meant the continent was now open to them, that itself was the greatest value. Normally, the other 3 would probably demand payment from Kiri. And what Suna seized were, of course, the core information on sealing techniques. Everyone knew Suna's sealing techniques were garbage. Whether they could learn this stuff or not, if you fought them for it now, Suna would really fight you to the death. As for other fragments and property, the 4 villages split them 50-50. The process was very quick and enjoyable. They'd only had the opportunity to destroy the Uzumaki clan because Konoha hadn't reacted in time. If they wasted time bickering over the spoils and got caught red-handed, it would be hard to explain to both Konoha and their own daimyo. After all, villages couldn't privately engage in things like massacring cities or annihilating nations. So you kept this from me for over 2 months, and in the end, you still gave it to me. In Chio's tent, Hiiragi, having easily laid Pakura out with dragon vehicle repetition, sat backwards on a stool, dangling his arms over the backrest, squinting as he teased his foster mother. Ugh, what can I say? Can't understand it, so I can't understand it. Slurping down dampness-dispelling ginger tea, then sticking out her tongue from the heat, Chio smacked her lips and awkwardly looked away. Even with her old and unrestrained nature, being called out like this made her lose face by her foster son. At first, she'd gone to every possible means to hide the union of 3 other great nations in wiping out Sunagakure from Hiiragi. Yet in the end, she eagerly handed over the heritage carved up from the Uzumaki clan. As if, once the rice was cooked, she could ignore his feelings. But honestly, Chio hadn't meant it that way. She'd hidden this operation from Hiiragi solely out of concern it might burden him psychologically. But handing over the Uzumaki legacy now was a last resort choice. With their allies attacked and annihilated, Konoha absolutely couldn't swallow their pride. Before long, pressure on the main battlefield would surge. At this time, even a slight increase in their own high-level combat power was good. As for the Uzumaki clan's techniques, the basics, and what could be taught to outsiders had already been crushed and compiled into textbooks by Hiiragi. The remaining content wasn't something outsiders could master. Sorry. Feeling this was rather unscrupulous, Chio rarely apologized obediently. Well, as overall commander, you have much more to consider than usual. You were never particularly qualified parents anyway. Acting rashly like this is normal. Hiiragi rolled his eyes, not intending to continue interrogate her. Hey, you little brat, whatever. How are your big toys coming along? They won't fail halfway, will they? Feeling she had no room for rebuttal on the unqualified parent front, Chio decisively changed the subject. Although she'd seen Hiirari's large puppets in the underground hangar and even manipulated them a few times, without actual combat experience, she inevitably harbored some worries. The larger the system, the more complex the organization, the easier it was for subtle problems to prevent it from functioning properly, even causing shutdown or collapse. This principle wasn't limited to human departments, it applied even more to machinery. Relax. I'm more worried about Hanzo than my mechanical beasts. The name, Hanzo of the Salamander, sounds too intimidating. In large-scale mechanical equipment, Hiirari's manufacturing experience was richer than all of Suna combined. Such basic mistakes were impossible for him. Not saying things like absolutely, but from the start that absolutely no problem, in any field, this was the inevitable pursued by those with rich experience. In comparison, Hiirari was more worried about Hanzo's poison. After implanting the salamander's poison sac in his body, even Hanzo's breath could plunge those around him into intense paralysis. And his salamander summoning creature's venom spray range was terrifyingly large, enough to deliver devastating blow to entire army groups on the battlefield. Although poison mist could be blown back with wind release, considering factors like effectiveness speed, reaction time, and coverage area, most Suna ninja wouldn't have the opportunity to use such countermeasures. If Chio couldn't handle it, he might need to deploy large puppets early to fight that summoning creature. Air circulation filtration system plus yang release versus extra large cup biological toxin. Would he win? Hiirari didn't know. But him trying alone was better than everyone throwing in the towel. TCH. Who do you think I am? That old man with the breathing tube, I don't give a damn about his poison. He might be prestigious now, but in another 10 or 20 years, he won't be able to hold up. But Chio apparently had confidence in her own skills. This wasn't just empty talk, as a fellow poison expert, she must have studied their neighbors' methods. Moreover, Hanzo had been traversing the ninja world for decades. Although he was famous across the entire ninja world, correspondingly, his methods had been mostly figured out. Even revered as a demigod, Hanzo ultimately wasn't the true god of Shinobi or the Azura of the ninja world. He couldn't, like them, just use spiritual pressure, chakra to crush enemies even with his cards exposed. Nor could he, like Tobarama Senju, pull out an endless stream of Meow Meow forbidden technique combos and go back and forth with 2 semi-Jinchuriki and 20-plus elite Jonin in his 60s. Hanzo's previous choice to simultaneously declare war on Suna and Konoha so tough probably included factors of wanting to fight for more interests and time for Amigakure while he could still keep things under control. But this raid on the country of whirlpools has indirectly caused Hanzo's plans to fail. Stirring the ginger tea he'd gotten from Chio, Hiirari looked up and analyzed, although the final impact on the situation is similar, the different order makes completely different results for Amigakure. As mentioned earlier, the 4 villages didn't squabble over the spoils, so their withdrawal was faster. Chio's 2+ months away were mostly spent traveling to and from the country of whirlpools. Avoiding Konoha's recon, setting up rapid withdrawal devices along the way, that took over 2 months. The 4 villages meeting took a few more days. The actual raid of the country of whirlpools to complete withdrawal took less than 2 days. Reverse summoning technique was really useful for escaping. So by the time Chio returned to the country of rain camp, Konoha had probably just received news of the country of whirlpools' annihilation. I bet Hanzo is in a mess right now. Actively raising the war intensity to inflict heavy damage and drive enemies out, versus being forced to counterattack after enemies expand the front first, those sound completely different. And predictably, Konoha's mobilized forces will definitely be larger than before. More than our side, I'm worried about whether the Konoha front can hold. Chio sipped her ginger tea, waiting until it was cool enough before drinking. But even using this action to hide it, Hiirari could tell she was worrying about Mataza and Shuko, stationed on the Konoha front. That can't be helped. There's no foolproof plan in this world. Having eliminated a major Konoha asset, bearing their fury is only natural. Moreover, this war itself was meant to consume the surplus population, such words couldn't be spoken even in Chio's tent. They'd have to remain secret for 10 or 20 years after the war. If worrying helped, I'd have worried myself sick before you adopted me. Konoha and Amigakure's reactions are easy to judge, but what will IWA do afterward? That bald, red-nosed old potato definitely plans to wash his hands clean, shrink back, then come out to make a fortune when the fighting's done. Chuckling at her foster son's somewhat masochistic joke, Chio upturned her cup and concluded in a mocking tone. Meanwhile, in Iwagakure's conference room, the third Tsuchika Janoki, dismissively known as Ubisoft Potato by Chio, was overjoyed, slapping the table. Finally going to war. This old man has waited a long time. Having also received news of the country of whirlpools flattening and anticipating Konoha's subsequent reaction, how could he not be overjoyed? When Amigakure first declared war on Suna, Konoha, and IWA, Inoki had ordered IWA forces to converge, only maintaining minimum surveillance of the battlefield. But did that mean he was cowardly? No way. He, Inoki, had faced that Asura of the ninja world with his teacher when young. Thinking some demigod could scare him was wishful thinking. Ever since Suna declared war on Konoha, he'd had this plan to sit back and reap the spoils. Even if Suna and Konoha lacked the inclination, he'd have proactively moved the battlefield to the country of rain, using Amigakure to further intensify war intensity and weaken both Konoha and Suna. Wasn't all this waiting for today? As for whether this counted as betraying allies. Allies? Who? Suna. Since when did IWA have allies in this war? From the beginning, IWA had simply declared war on Konoha. They'd never signed any alliance agreement with Suna, not even verbally. Of course, Inoki hadn't initially envisioned the four villages jointly destroying the Uzumaki clan. But even with the shallow accomplice relationship, none of the four would admit to it. Inoki certainly wouldn't give up his plan over such a superficial connection. At most, he'd consider it a bonus. They say only names are misnamed, never nicknames. The epithet, 2 scales, representing shrewdness in handling village affairs and securing best interests for IWA, was truly well deserved for Inoki. Chapter 67, Amigakure's defeat. Under pressure beyond his plans, Hanzo still chose to take the initiative. As Hikori had said, the symbolic meaning created by order of precedence was very important. For the country of rain at this point, all they could pursue was that one spiritual banner. Inoki, just as Chio had predicted, immediately declared after Hanzo stepped down as the first Kaga-level powerhouse to personally participate in battle that Iwagakure was only forced to set foot in the country of rain, had no intention of opposing Amigakure, and then Amigakure retreated back into hiding. As for whether the demigod who had roamed the ninja world for decades saw through Inoki's intentions, that no longer mattered. Just as he had to rush to act before Konoha's massive offensive, he also had to tacitly accept Inoki's explanation. Launching large-scale offensives against both Konoha and Suna simultaneously had already left Amigakure quite exhausted. Even knowing that Iwagakure was playing the waiting game, Hanzo could only ignore it. The same was true for Suna. The countries of wind and earth were directly adjacent, they understood each other quite well, the temperaments of each other's village leaders. Anyway, they hadn't expected Iwagakure to play much of a role from the beginning. Whether they retreated or not didn't matter. At the very least, in terms of acting as agitators, Iwagakure had done quite well. The only one who might have objected to this was probably Konoha. They had declared war, destroyed the alliance, and then, after just starting to fight, Iwagakure had been fishing in troubled waters, and now just ran away. How the hell did Iwagakure get all the good deals? Fight. They had to kick their little asses. Of course, this was just empty bluster. Anyone who opened a map could see that attacking Iwagakure, located in the east-central part of the country of Earth and protected by cascading mountains, was extremely difficult. Neither material transportation nor troop dispatching could be guaranteed. The country of grass did have 2 large bridges convenient for material transportation, but the country of grass was close to the country of rain. If Amigakure wanted to cause trouble, Konoha's transport teams wouldn't have a single peaceful day. As for the country of waterfalls, with its terrain full of elevation changes and waterfalls everywhere, it obviously wasn't friendly to large-scale marching. And most importantly, whether passing through the country of grass or the country of waterfalls, what lay before Konoha were insurmountable mountains. Konoha's geographical location was convenient for defense when other nations invaded, but not convenient for launching powerful offensives outward. That was the essence of so-called overt schemes. Even if everyone knew what you planned to do, they had to act according to your wishes. In this regard, Inoki could indeed be called a master. On the battlefield against Suna, Hanzo had planned to rely on the massive poison fog from his salamander summoning animal to decisively secure victory. The result was that Chio, who had also personally deployed, neutralized it on the spot with experience accumulated from past encounters with salamander toxins, and even deduced the defect that the salamander needed 5 minutes to replenish its poison gas. Hanzo naturally found this quite troubling. But even so, Chio was marked by him. If, in their one-on-one battle, Chio had the intention of sending puppets to support Suna, Hanzo, with reduced pressure, could summon his salamander and unleash a big one. And then, if Chio, distracted during the fight with Hanzo and slightly relaxed her control over a few puppets, also tried to deal with Hanzo's poison fog, she would probably be breached and killed on the spot. After all, Hanzo had been active alone in the country of iron for a while back in the day, and in taijutsu, he completely overwhelmed Chio. But by driving Chikamatsu's 10 puppets with the supreme puppeteer technique, the 10-finger technique, and with the advantage of puppet durability and numbers, Chio could completely hold Hanzo in place. So after several rounds of confrontation, neither side could easily gain an advantage. In the end, Hanzo and Chio both began silently waiting for opportunities to strike, trying to create decisive enough to secure victory. Of course, that was just the surface reason. What Chio was actually waiting for was news from Hiiragi. Even with the obvious defect of needing 5 minutes to accumulate toxin, the horrific toxin coverage rate of Hanzo's summoning animal, which exceeded their initial estimates, was enough to compensate for this. Additionally, since they hadn't initially considered that the battlefield would shift to the country of rain, provoking Hanzo, although Chio could handle the salamander's poison fog, the consumption of herbs for making antidotes couldn't quite keep up. And Hiiragi, during this period, had been working overtime to modify the support automatons he had designed for the battlefield, devices that were essentially charging mechanisms. These small machines, which gained short-term mobility by charging chakra into their cores, were generally used for short-distance material transport. Kanzai reading chakra conversion rates, core production costs, and mass production difficulty, these automatons, only the size of an adult's foot, had not been compatible with more functions at the design stage. To be able to deploy them on a large scale to collect herbs, the design would need modification. Of course, the country of wind would also provide herbal support, but using local materials was always faster. After all, antidotes were something you couldn't have too many of. Being able to distribute them widely was always better than having Chio handle it every time. Although wearing gas masks was useless against that level of poison fog, inhalation antidotes through nebulizers was still quite effective. On the other hand, on the battlefield against Konoha, Hanzo's poison fog strategy had been extremely successful. The Konoha ninja present at the time were basically all taken down, leaving only Hiruzen Sarutobi's 3 disciples barely holding on. It was hard to say whether Hanzo's sparing of them counted as a master persona, but it was certainly true that he didn't want to completely ruin relations with Konoha. After all, his essential demand was simply for Konoha and Suna to get the hell out of the country of rain. Having, in the current situation where the first Hokage's wife's clan had been wiped out, additionally chopped down the first Hokage's granddaughter in public, no matter how you thought about it, that wasn't very sensible. As for other ninja casualties. Everyone says all people are equal, but surely some are more equal than others. 10. Anyway, with overall strategy impossible to win, and only local victory on Hanzo's personal battlefield. Hanzo certainly didn't want to attract Konoha's firepower on Suna's behalf. Holding to this philosophy, he conveniently bestowed upon them the title, Legendary Sannin of Konoha, and spared their lives. But although Hanzo's active figure on both battlefields did provide ample support for achieving his goals, this also proved Amigakure's predicament from the side. Amigakure did have quite a few capable jonin, but the only one who could truly hold up the scene as a Kage-level powerhouse was Hanzo alone. Under these circumstances, Konoha was willing to step back, do Hanzo a favor, and turn around to bash Suna's demon brat, but Suna certainly wasn't happy about that. After ensuring sufficient antidote supply, Hanzo's anti-army means became ineffective. With Hanzo himself held in place by Chio, lacking decisive powerhouses and with their jonin intelligence completely compromised, Amigakure no longer had any advantage against Suna. So, just 1 week later, Amigakure, which had initially declared war on both Konoha and Suna, formally withdrew from this great ninja war. Chapter 68, Mataza's death. But although with Amigakure's full-scale retreat, the main battlefield suddenly dropped sharply from a 3-way battle to 1-on-1, the situation did not become simpler, instead, it grew more complex. Centered on the original Suna vs Konoha battlefield, the troops from both sides that had been fighting Amigakure frequently encountered each other while converging on this location, sparking small-scale conflicts each time. If it were a one-sided victory, that would be one thing. But once a stalemate developed and reinforcements arrived from both sides, small-scale conflicts rapidly expanded, and the entire front line further lengthened. Konoha was, after all, Konoha. Their deep heritage was undeniable. Even though they needed to guard against attacks from other villages and couldn't pour most of their assets onto the battlefield like Suna, whose homeland no one wanted to bother with, they still had far more abundant high-end combat capabilities than Suna, and their functionality was far richer. The Hyuga clan, even at just Chunin level, could maintain the Byakugan for considerable periods. On the battlefield, the value of their beyond horizon clairvoyance capable of penetrating terrain obstacles and observing chakra flow was simply too immense. Combined with the Inuzuka clan's ninja hounds and the Aburame clan's insects, Konoha had virtually no blind spots in scouting. In terms of combat, the tactical space created by the endless variety of secret techniques and diverse nature transformation combinations was also deeper and broader than Suna's, where, due to geographical factors, the vast majority of ninja were more inclined toward wind release, with other nature transformations requiring acquired learning. In this regard, however, Raza's magnet release and Pakura's scorch release did somewhat reclaim board advantage for Suna. Actually, when he first learned magnet release, Raza had still been habitually manipulating large amounts of gold dust for flexible mass attacks, based on the experience he accumulated from using sand manipulation techniques. Hiiraga's comment of this was rigid, too rigid. Why keep obsessing over that pile of gold dust? If you like gold that much, go be a gold miner. Can't you just use that magnet release to grab the enemy's ninja tools and stab them? Leaving aside ninja who wield special tools, for convenience, the vast majority of ordinary ninja carried their tool pouches on their waists, thighs, or arms. These three locations were either close to internal organs or near major arteries. You didn't need meticulous control, just yank a kunai or shuriken from the tool pouch and give it a go, and there was a high probability the injured party would quit combat entirely. Insidious, vicious, and efficient. It sounded very ninja enough to make even the Buddha close his eyes. After all, no matter what, ninja couldn't go without kunai and shuriken. For the chunin who made up the majority of ninja forces, ninjutsu wasn't something you could just freely spam either. And someone like Raza, who could influence the battlefield on a large scale, should be in the thick of it, slaughtering those ordinary chunin. Haven't you seen Hanzo, that super old man, spreading poison all over the battlefield? Ninja, don't blame me for being mean. Moreover, besides this tactic of manipulating enemy tools, Raza seemed to have awakened some strange quirks from his experiences in the country of rivers. Simply put, bombing. As one of the very few ninja in the world who had mastered flight capability, although he was somewhat afraid of getting struck by lightning in Amigakure's core areas and didn't dare ascend much, in the edge areas of the country of rain, where the weather was much better, he had far fewer concerns. High ground beats low ground, beat them stupid. Crude as the saying was, it held true. Look, people are just like trash. As for Pakura's Scorch Release, although she had only developed one move so far, Steam Kill, the flexibility of this technique was simply too high. That fireball, which could evaporate all moisture on contact, could freely divide and expand to various sizes. Its trajectory was exceptionally flexible, acceleration, deceleration, sudden stops, and turns all at will. Combined with the taijutsu level that Hikori had single-handedly trained out of Pakura, although she lacked means of mass destruction, her performance in squad assaults was outstanding to the extreme. Meanwhile, the large summoning animals from Konoha's side that could have a huge impact on the battlefield were driven out of the main battlefield by Hikori, piloting his large puppet under the alias Yoroza Kokichi. When that theory validation prototype, modeled after Shikaku's form, debuted, it caused quite the dramatic impact was felt by both enemy and ally alike. The various new equipment that Suna had kept hidden while fighting Amigakure was now fully unleashed. Leaving aside the standardized armaments with multiplied firepower on puppets, the biggest enhancement for puppeteers was actually the new type of chakra threads that Hikori had mass-produced using degraded technology, based on the large puppet's neural connection system. Not only were they tougher, more stealthy, and finer, but they also brought an even better control method, pre-embedding neural connection interfaces in the body, then directly manipulating puppets through neural reactions. For the vast majority of puppeteers, this control method not only improved their operation accuracy by several notches but also allowed simultaneous control of multiple puppets. The only defect was that connecting too many puppets could easily lead to thinking overload and burn out the brain. The stimulant bandages, reverse products derived from chakra suppression bandages that kept the body in a highly active state, played a significant role in life or death situations. Smoke bombs producing large amounts of pungent, colored smoke, and flashbangs releasing noise and intense light in extremely short periods, could in turn suppress Konoha's sense-type ninja, who relied on the five senses, in close combat. The mechanical bracers, capable of releasing ninjutsu by switching between different modes and loading corresponding ammunition, also compensate to some extent Suna ninja's relative lack of nature transformation options. The ammunition came in three types: fire, water, and lightning, with release modes roughly divided into diffuse, focused, and standard modes. Not much, but enough. Brother, this was truly a transcendent product. The great thing about firearms was how simple they were to use. Even a child who just learned to walk could slaughter fully armed adults with a gun. For ninja who had fought through blood and storm, the value of equipment that could broaden their tactical space needed no explanation. Although limited by materials and production capacity, the performance of the latter equipment had been compromised to some extent, and quantities weren't particularly large, basically only capable of limited deployment at squad or even battalion level. But it was precisely with the assistance of this equipment that Suna's strategic flexibility became abundant enough to fight a prolonged war of attrition with Konoha. After all, Suna's supply lines were far more difficult to attack than Konoha's. Adhering to the philosophy of not pursuing kills, only causing trauma, Suna's forces are already skilled in using toxins, abandoning lethal poisons in favor of mixed toxins that cause various adverse effects. People about to die weren't worth saving, they'd instead inspired the enemy's hatred. But wounded and poisoned comrades couldn't be ignored. From top to bottom, Suna was clear that even fighting with all their might, they couldn't beat Konoha. But so what? There had never been a rule in this world that you had to surrender just because you couldn't win. Even if they lost, Suna wouldn't let Konoha off easy. And then, in this bloody, restless atmosphere, a falling leaf brought news. Mataza and Shuko have fallen in battle. Chapter 69, Pitch Black Fire, Burning Silently. A certain town in the country of rain had now become a Suna stronghold. In the open area outside the town, a massive tanuki-shaped machine sat quietly. Even crouching in a lowered posture, this puppet was over 10 meters tall. If it stood up completely, it might exceed 20 meters. Around the puppet, a framework spliced from wood neatly encased it in the center, with the remaining space divided into 6 levels of platforms for material storage and convenient maintenance personnel to stand. As the first large-scale puppet Hiiragi had been hand-built in this world, the so-called theory validation prototype, the Shikaku Zero was equipped throughout with data recording functionality, allowing him to record the operating status of each system and make adjustments and optimizations. After formal hostilities began, Hiiragi spent nearly 60% of his time each day here. Whether it was calibrating body performance from collected data and analyzing intelligence on Konoha Ninja, or wanting to think and rest in a quiet place, the cockpit of this machine was a good spot for him. Just as he quite liked Vegeta's underground office on the 5th basement level. So when the ninja delivering the message came clambering up the stairs, calling out as he searched for Hiiragi's whereabouts, Hiiragi, still calibrating in the cockpit, suddenly thrust out his head and nearly sent the former flying. What? The external neural wires behind Hiiragi's neck stretched taut, nearly snapping without him noticing. Upon hearing the intelligence-bearing ninja's words, he frowned deeply, his expression one of disbelief. Jonin Mataza and Jonin Shuko were attacked by Konoha's White Fang. The Puppeteer unit they were with, all personnel killed. Over the past year or so, Suna's ninja had come to thoroughly understand their prodigy's temperament. If he hadn't heard clearly, he would definitely use precise phrasing like, "Sorry, I didn't catch that." Words like "what" require more detailed explanation. Quickly regulating his breathing, the intelligence-bearing ninja rapidly expanded on his previous statement, then handed over a more detailed written intelligence summary. Konoha's White Fang, that explains it, yeah, that explains it. Hiiragi's movements halted for a moment, then he yanked off the connectors behind his neck, removed his plain glasses, and lowered his head, continuously wiping the lenses with his sleeve, lenses that actually didn't have a speck of dust. After all, it's that White Fang. Accompanied by obviously intense breathing, he muttered quietly to himself, as if convincing himself. Both being ninja specializing in taijutsu, Hiiragi couldn't deny the common belief of taijutsu in the ninja world. Human arms, or rather palms, evolved over long ages to facilitate the use of tools, eventually becoming the flexible and convenient appendages they were today. Correspondingly, this evolution also made human hands unsuitable as weapons, unsuitable for bare-handed combat. Every outstanding taijutsu master had to endure pain, take risks, day and night continuously honing themselves, dull their sense of pain, blunt their bodies, and then reforging their limbs into the weapons best suited for themselves. How much effort it took to complete such a work was probably unimaginable for those not involved in this path. And the training of wielding weapons was no easier than honing fists and feet. Compared to abilities like ninjutsu and genjutsu, taijutsu, which requires longer and repeated polishing, was indeed quite cost-effective. Of course, this was also partly because ninja in the past generally didn't live that long. But accordingly, if a ninja could become a jonin or even gain a notorious reputation by virtue of taijutsu techniques alone, what this represented went without saying. Talent far exceeds ordinary people, the effort to realize the talent, and even some luck, someone who took all these things into their palm and ground them to the extreme was definitely not someone to trifle with. Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, was such a man with nothing but a single style of fierce swordsmanship. He shocked the entire ninja world. Hiiragi knew very well the capabilities of his cheap brother. Even if Mataza considered himself lacking in talent, that was only in comparison to Chio. In fact, Mataza's skill as a puppeteer was completely first-class level. If not, he wouldn't have been promoted to elite jonin in just a few years. Although such a rank didn't officially exist, jonin assumed important functions in the village generally had something commendable about them. After Chio became Suna's new elder, authority over the medical corps and puppeteer team was transferred out, with the puppeteer team being taken over by Mataza. You could certainly call this hereditary succession of authority, but among regular puppeteers, there truly was no one stronger or more knowledgeable about puppet technology. After all, Mataza was a man who had been struck by his mother's skill and his adopted brother's talent for so many years, yet never gave up on puppetry. And Shuko, as Mataza's wife and deputy, although not outstanding among Suna's jonin, was anything but mediocre. But if the opponent was that man, and they were ambushed by him, defeat was unavoidable, right? Silently putting his plain glasses back on, flipping through the records over and over, Hiiragi nearly crushed the report in his hands into fragments. Although from the not completely destroyed recorders on several puppets, it could be determined that Tsukumo Hatake had been injured in both arms during the puppet unit's counterattack, and his left eye was suspected to be blinded. Was this something to be proud of? If his machines had been better, if his protective gear had been more effective, if. The subtle sound of teeth grinding was masked by the tearing of paper, leaving only a slight tremor. The old woman. Does she know? After a moment, Hiiragi raised his head, slightly twitching his nostrils, then asked quietly in a flat tone with absolutely no inflection, almost mechanical. The weather was good today. The sunlight, usually hard to find in the country of rain, rarely showed itself. Those large round plain glasses were dazzling in the sun, making it impossible to see Hiiragik's eyes. But this sunlight, even bright, couldn't bring the intelligence-bearing Suna ninja the slightest warmth. Even surrounded by that brightness, he still felt an inexplicable unease. A chill slowly spreads from the soles of his feet, as if determined to take all his warmth. Yes. Chio-sama, she already knows. Taking a deep breath to calm the uneasiness in his heart, the Suna ninja answered in a trembling voice he himself didn't notice. Good. Thank you for your hard work. Hiiragi nodded, then meticulously sorted out the documents that had scattered slightly when he'd hurriedly leaned out, handed them to the ninja before him, and quietly entrusted, I need to go see her. Please put these in the box over there for me. Then he turned and jumped out of the cockpit, walking away softly. His steps were very, very light, just like his tone. But in that Suna ninja's eyes, at this moment, Hiiragi seemed to be burning with a flame. A blazing, pitch-black, frigid flame. Chapter 70, If grief worked, I could cry right now. Hiiragi quickly and silently floated into the town now serving as Suna's stronghold. The intense, gloomy aura radiating from within made him resemble a lonely ghost. Patrolling Suna ninja along the way were all startled by this powerful aura, and he had to proactively approach and verify his identity each time. Arriving before Chio's room, he didn't knock but quietly slid the door open and entered. Chio didn't look up from her desk. She just stared at the photograph on the table, silent. In just one night, the Chio who had been full of vitality, as if she were still a lively 20-year-old, had become stooped, as if she had aged teenagers. It was at this moment that Hiiragi realized his foster mother, usually as playful as a cat and always smiling, was already 45 years old. In this world, she was already considered elderly. Hiiragi pulled out a chair and sat down just as silently, then produced a flask of water from the scroll on his wrist and placed it beside Chio's hand. Drink some water. Even though the humidity in the country of rain is much higher than in the village, going so long without water isn't good. Leave. Let me calm down for a while. Even her adopted son's concern couldn't make Chio look up. She paused for 2 or 3 seconds like a rusty gear before squeezing out this response. Her voice was extremely hoarse, no different from the sound of a dead branch scratching across sandy soil. Next, because of the loss of Big Brother's Puppeteer unit, the troops near the country of rivers will be under a lot of pressure. Considering that, to pin down our forces and prevent us from sending reinforcements, the attacks from the Moon Lake direction will probably become much more intense. Seeing Chio's reaction, Hiiragi began analyzing the possible battlefield situation on his own. He had quickly read through the written report delivered by the intelligence-bearing Suna ninja on the way over. The loss of so many puppeteers was a significant blow to Suna. If they didn't respond in time, they would be very passive. I said, let me calm down for a while. Just one day. Now get out. Chio obviously couldn't listen to any of this right now. She randomly waved her arm at Hiiragi, trying to shoo away this guy who kept chattering at such an inappropriate time. No. But this completely uncoordinated and powerless wave couldn't do anything except knock over the water flask Hiiragi had placed beside her. He easily caught his foster mother's wrist and faced her with quite firm force and an even firmer tone. It's not just Big Brother and sister-in-law who died on the battlefield, there are many more Suna ninja. You're Suna's overall commander now, you can't only see Big Brother and the others' deaths. Although it could have been an accident, we can't ignore the possibility that Konoha dispatched a master of White Fang's level to attack that area precisely because Mataza was your son. If you collapse now, that would be playing right into Konoha's hands. Hiiragi's speech grew faster and faster, until his monotonous tone sounded like he was pressing Chio. How can you say such things, you wretched boy? Mataza wasn't. The increasingly annoyed Chio suddenly snatched her arm back from Hiiragi's grip, angrily slammed the table, and turned around. And saw Hiiragi's dead, empty eyes. That gray color was exactly like scorched earth left after all excess emotions had been burned away. If grief worked, I promise I'd cry louder than anyone. Hiiragi let out a soft breath, turned to look at the sunlight outside the window, which seemed even pale, and spoke in an extremely bland tone. Chio's breath caught, and then her entire body slumped. Large chunks of words suddenly seemed to gain physical form, all choking together in her throat. 11 or 12 years ago, before Hiiragi was brought to Suna, when facing his biological parents' bodies, this was exactly what he had said. And compared to you and me, this hurts Sasori more. Picking up the fallen water flask from the table, unscrewing it and taking a drink, Hiiragi's already unfocused gaze became even more hollow, as if across thousands of miles projecting onto Sunagakure. Whether it's you and me, or Big Brother and sister-in-law, having acted as ninja for so many years, we're all mentally prepared for this kind of thing, right? The dead can't speak, and no matter how much grief we feel, we can bear it. But Sasori, how is that child supposed to face this? Hiiragi had always been very attentive to his little nephew, to whom he had no blood relation. Maybe it was because of that red hair so similar to his own, or maybe it was the throbbing he felt when witnessing the child's birth, or the way he had stayed quietly and obediently by his side over the years. There were countless such reasons. But ultimately, it was probably just because Sasori was family by his side. Hikori could easily ignore those clan members he had never met, even the ones who had actively abandoned his original body's parents, but he would never ignore the family right in front of him. Hey, old woman. Normally I could take over your command. I can rely on my brain to command small-scale skirmishes. But not now. I have no experience handling wars involving tens of thousands of people. Any mistake, even a decision that's not correct enough, could cost dozens or hundreds of their lives. Hikori's expression was calm. Even though war itself brings endless grief, at the very least, we can't let the dead's lives be wasted due to wrong decisions. You're right. Chio raised a hand and patted her own cheek, revealing a self-deprecating smile. To be taught a lesson by you, brat. I really am getting old. Old. Isn't it a bit early to be saying that? Cheer up. Don't make such an ugly face. Your most pressing task now is to quickly prepare some jokes like usual, and then live as long as possible, so that when you die, you can surprise Big Brother, who's been waiting for you for decades. Squinting as he teased her, Hikori stood up and headed for the door. Now wash your face, comb your hair, mobilize everyone, and smash the hell out of those Konoha bastards' ugly mugs. Brat, then where are you going? Detecting the hidden meaning in her adopted son's words, Chio frowned, sensing things weren't simple. To do what I'm better at, of course. Stopping at the door, Hikori responded with a tone of righteousness. To bet everything with the enemy. And then he stepped into the pale sunlight. Cursing each other. For every 100 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 71, One Last Kiss. Kori. On the platform leading to the giant Tanuki's cockpit, Pakura called out her lover's name, her expression complex. But at this moment, her voice, so light it seemed ready to shatter, was more like she was confirming that the existence standing there was still the person she knew. Resentment, hatred, lamentation, obsession. The ominous aura around Hikori was like the precipitation of a deep and fierce curse. Emotions so intense they nearly became substance intertwined, tangled, and coalesced into a heavy, massive anomaly. Even though Pakura wasn't skilled in spiritual perception, she could clearly sense this from her lover, or rather, it was precisely because of this that she was so worried. I'm here. Hikori, who was performing the final adjustments on Shikaku Zero, looked up and met Pakura's gaze with calm eyes. What's wrong? Does the old lady have some plan that needs my cooperation? No. I'm just a little worried about you. Pakura's gaze fell on the cockpit interior. The discarded chakra suppression bindings tossed carelessly to the side might explain the source of the atmosphere twining around Hikori right now. Just how far would the released chakra, further intensified by such swelling of negative emotions, condense? What kind of effect would that crystallization have on Hikori? Probably no one but himself could know. But just approaching him, Pakura could feel an intense wave of sadness and another indescribable emotion. If it's about Big Brother's matter, don't worry. When all's said and done, if you're doing work like being a ninja that invites grudges, everyone encounters something like this sooner or later, right? Killing and being killed. That's all. Showing a smile that was hard to read, Hikori's hands never stopped tapping on the keyboard. But this level of reassurance clearly couldn't soothe Pakura's heart, which was affected by the gloom he exuded. But I can tell from your face that's not what you mean. I just thought through some things clearly, and I'm going to act in a way I'm better suited for. Why make that kind of face? At this, Hikori was genuinely a little puzzled. Because, Kori, your whole body is giving off an aura like you're going somewhere far away. Is that what you think? No helping it then, MMPH. With a short sigh, Hikori suddenly reached out, somewhat forcefully grabbed Pakura by the collar, and seized her lips in a highly aggressive manner. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Only after several dozen seconds did Pakura, with an instinctively watery mist in her eyes, get freed from this almost suffocating deep kiss, then off balance fall into Hikori's embrace. What are you suddenly doing? A slight timidity mixed in with the wet breaths, Pakura's tone carrying a fair amount of anger. Of all the serious occasions to pull such an underhanded move, what was that supposed to mean? Though saying that while being someone who got completely routed by a single deep kiss was a bit lacking in confidence. Didn't you feel my feelings? That's strange. From what I read in picture books and stories, just by kissing you could feel each other's thoughts and such. Both hands pinching Pakura's flushed cheeks, he made her look at him. There's no such thing. Pakura, who was always no match for these staring contests, turned her reddened face away, shouting quite angrily. Yeah, because there's no such thing, I wasn't planning on making anyone understand. Making a slightly rising tone, Hiiraga's expression could hardly be called a smile. My head is sober, in fact, it's so clear it's almost sickening. For you and Karura, the old lady and Sasori. I have no intention of pulling a suicide attack. Upon hearing the news of Mataza and Shuko's deaths, he had indeed felt immense grief. That overwhelming emotion had almost completely breached his cursed energy defenses. Yet this wanton burst of spiritual energy had also prompted him to complete the fourth layer of divided thinking. 256 parallel thought streams of processing power instantly allowed him to rein in the runaway cursed energy, but at the same time, this exponentially increased computing power also suppressed his emotions. Using this grief to rapidly increase cursed energy and Yin release, further optimizing the operation of the 7 essence release gates and continuously keep it open to balance Yin and Yang releases. Plans such as these sprung forth almost instinctively, even surpassing his own thoughts to want to think. He even felt as though his emotions and thoughts were completely fragmented, as if the former was only retained because it was still useful to his thinking. At this, Hiiragi felt an intense aversion. That's why he had undone the bindings inhibiting his Yin release, allowing that immense gloom to flow wantonly. At least at this moment, let him be driven by emotion to do something, rather than subconsciously using this very emotion. If that's the case, at least let me go with you. I'm afraid not. It's not that I think you're weak and can't help, it's just that you're simply not strong enough yet. Lifting Pakura by the waist, he walked out of the cockpit. After giving the door a kick to shut it, ensuring no one else could get in, Hiiragi pressed another kiss to her forehead, then without hesitation pressed a spot on the back of her neck. After losing Big Brother, I don't want to part with someone I love again in such a short time. He placed the unconscious Pakura on a chair on the platform, pulled a blanket from the scroll on his wrist, and draped it over her, carefully tucking in every gap. Hiiragi's claim that he couldn't command army battles wasn't a lie. In his previous life, the entire jiu-jitsu world didn't even have enough people combined to talk about army battles. And now as a ninja, he also tended towards solo breakthrough, at most leading a squad of no more than 20. Moreover, whether in the past or present, he had always positioned himself as a researcher. But if he really had to do something, after all, it was only when alone that he could fully stretch his limbs, or rather, only when it was just himself. Magnet release, iron sand clone. Ninja art, transformation technique. Gojo Satoru, Yorozu Kokichi, and Fushiguro Toji, a trio that didn't exist, at this moment. Let's raise some hell. Feeling the anger surging through his body, an anger that felt like it was boiling his very blood dry, the three beings with completely different appearances revealed identical, vicious grins. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 72, Boiling Over. Before the sun could sink below the horizon, it had already vanished behind the renewed clouds. 3 figures silently flashed through the dim tree canopies. Having traveled this far, the original and his 2 clones had temporarily sealed their chakra using a superior technique derived from the mind's eye of the Kagura, relying solely on physical prowess and cursed energy reinforcement to press forward. This forest, located southeast of Moon Lake, was currently one of the main battlefields between Sunagakure and Konoha. Passing through the forest, a town beyond marked one of Konoha's more important strongholds. Thus, the density of Konoha's surveillance ninjas here was unprecedented. This is the limit. Any further, if we encounter ninjas, we might not have time to switch to combat mode. Yorozu Kokichi rolled his neck, estimating based on intelligence gathered from both the information squeezed out of Korin and Sunagakure's own sources. He then jumped down from the canopy and unsealed his chakra. Gojo Satoru and Fushiguro Toji likewise reverted to combat readiness, prepared to strike. With the full liberation of his Yin release, the cursed energy flames within Hiiragi, once restrained by logic and processing power, once again burned with self-abandon. That gnawing, bone-deep gloom would likely be perceptible even to ninjas lacking sensory abilities. Since it was impossible to completely conceal no matter what, and he was already intent on raising hell in this state, why not take it to an even more extreme degree? Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, summoning technique, Shikaku 0. The moment the 10-meter-tall giant puppet appeared, it crushed vast swathes of surrounding trees. The calamitous roar and colossal figure were enough to seize anyone's attention. But that's exactly why it's good. Whether it's Yorozu Kokichi sitting in the cockpit or Gojo Satoru and Fushiguro Toji perched on the puppet's shoulders, at this moment, the expressions on their faces likely hold not a shred of fear. Instead, they were the grins of model citizens, like the 3 of us can combine with our eyes closed. My ship's gonna be a rough ride. Crudely tapping even more external neural wires into his body, Yorozu Kokichi shoved the control lever to its maximum, his bloodshot eyes widening as he let out an almost frantic roar. The massive tail, designed to mimic Shikaku's tail and composed of dozens of stacked structures, now unfolded segment by segment, revealing numerous concealed nozzles. The steel beast's limbs adjusted their stance, then violently leaped forward. Restrictions, all lifted. Machine damage, ignored. Thrust output, maximize. Everyone in Konoha, obediently sink with me into the shining abyss. Soil flew skyward as the dense cluster of propulsion nozzles erupted with scorching tail flames. Propelled by this immense force, the behemoth achieved terrifying speed, crashing toward Konoha's stronghold like a missile, pure brute force overwhelming. The heavy G-forces at this moment weren't a burden, they were the perfect antidote, stimulating the dulled nerves paralyzed by logic. Feeling the pain coursing through his body, Yorozu Kokichi laughed and punched the panel before him. Shikaku Zero's limbs, spine, even the beast's head slowly unfolded amidst the howling gale, revealing dark cannon muzzles. The vast cursed energy and extremely gloomy chakra, which proliferated too quickly to be fully converted and stored in the pendant, were continuously drained by the mimetic neural pathways, transformed into thick, rough scorching beams. Then, searing beams that could sear the eyes of any onlooker carved elegant arcs through the air, slicing everything in their trajectory to shreds. It was like cutting tofu with a red-hot knife, no hesitation whatsoever. Anything touched instantly vaporized, not even leaving time to burn. No matter how slow, Konoha couldn't remain unresponsive after witnessing this. Earth-style wall, water-style wall, barrier ninjutsu after another rose in succession, followed by layers of advanced barriers. As true allies of the Uzumaki clan, the barrier techniques mastered by Konoha were absolutely not something Sunagakure could match, despite Hiiragi instruction over these past few years. Among those barriers, there were even several that Hiiragi himself couldn't immediately identify. Just crushed through with firepower. Clenching his jaw until his gums bled, Yorozu Kokichi tapped into even more neural lines, furiously venting cursed energy and chakra that had nowhere to go. However, the cannons, originally designed as test weapons, couldn't withstand this level of output. Before completely shattering those barriers, they melted and collapsed in the blazing rays themselves. See. This is why materials science. Just as he was complaining, a massive two-headed dog seized the moment to leap from Shikaku Zero's flank. It was a combined transformation technique performed by the Inuzuka clan working in tandem with their ninja hounds. When the Sannin summoned animals weren't available, it was often them who stepped in to intercept Hiirari's Shikaku Zero. Judging by their positioning, they were probably jonin who had been performing reconnaissance in the forest. What an eyesore, you stray dogs. Fushiguro Toji's pupils, contracted to their limit, seemed to take on a bloody gleam. He had no leisure for data collection right now. Disappear. Before the beast-like roar had even fully left his mouth, Fushiguro Toji's figure vanished from Shikaku Zero's shoulder. Wreathed in nearly tangible black flames, the figure streaked through the air like a living meteor. In the next instant, the massive two-headed dog shattered into fragmented pieces of flesh, falling limply from midair to become meaningless gore. Unable to withstand such intense chakra and mana reinforcement, Fushiguro Toji's limbs simultaneously disintegrated into masses of iron sand, then were immediately reconstituted. Without returning to Shikaku Zero's shoulder, the heavenly restriction tyrant grabbed his three-section staff and charged forward, using compressed air footholds to propel himself onward. Simultaneously, Gojo Satoru also roared from another direction, wrapped in swift gale force. Hiirari's iron sand clones could partially replenish energy using natural magnetic fields, coupled with a steady stream of magical support. This was naturally the optimal approach. Fine. If you're so unwilling to trade firepower with me, then let's do close combat. He swiftly switched output modes, covering Shikaku Zero's exterior with cursed energy to construct a barrier similar to a tailed beast chakra cloak, then crashed into the remnants of the barriers with a thunderous impact. Amidst the grinding, bone-chilling sounds of shattering that made Konoha's ninja's blood run cold, Shikaku Zero forcibly burst through the layers of barriers and landed before them with a ground-shaking boom. Its outer shell was scorched black from the intense friction, but those green eyes, which should have held no emotion whatsoever, clearly conveyed the pilot's killing intent. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 73, Question, what do you get when large amounts of water meet ultra-high temperatures? Night had fallen, yet this town in the land of rain was far from dark. Blazing firelight illuminated every street and alley, burning the flowing blood and scattered corpses into a foul, smelly stench. Wind release, Enma split. A gaunt man with white hair and pale pupils laughed maniacally as he wielded a vortex like thousands of swirling blades. This wind technique, named Enma Split, lived up to its title, mercilessly tearing and shredding everything in its vicinity, stripping body heat and soul from enemy frames along with their blood. Leveraging the flexibility and range advantages of wind and water releases, Gojo Satoru, though unable to truly fly, could briefly remain airborne using jet points and forced maneuvers, raining down ninjutsu from above. Alone, he pinned down dozens of Konoha ninjas below, leaving them unable to lift their heads. Securing a degree of aerial supremacy meant Raza's bombardment style was directly learned from him, a high-intensity suppression of enemies below. Not limited to Konoha ninjas alone, all of the town's infrastructure was also within his attack range. Under these circumstances, Gojo Satoru, disregarding chakra depletion, fought with even more reckless abandon. At the other end, Fushiguro Toji embodied an even purer form of physical violence. The black-haired giant, his body radiating condensed chakra, was like an out-of-control runaway locomotive, charging wildly through the town. Splintered beams, collapsed walls, captured ninjas, swords, clubs, everything within reach became his weapon. Compared to dying from wind or water techniques, Death's ninjas had grown accustomed to being brutally smashed into a blood mist by this laughing man, exploding into dissipation, then evaporated by the scorching heatwave was far too much. Horrifying. Two ninjas coordinating with one giant puppet. In just over 20 minutes, they had inflicted nearly 300 casualties on the Konoha camp and caused extensive damage to the facilities. Consider that this camp only housed around 3,000 personnel total. A 10% casualty rate was scary enough. However, correspondingly, their current state was also nearing its limit. Seeing Gojo Satoru and Fushiguro Toji's auras gradually weakened as they apparently retreated towards the giant puppet, Konoha's commander judged. Capture them. This jonin from the Sarutobi clan, as he watched Gojo Satoru's retreating back, nearly screamed himself hoarse. Letting the enemy sneak this close to the stronghold due to his own oversight, and causing such huge losses returning to the village, there'd definitely be no good fruit juice waiting for him that he could ignore. But if his mistake implicated Hiruzen Sarutobi and destabilized the village's hard one to stabilize the situation, 10 lives wouldn't be enough to compensate. At the very least, at minimum, he had to capture these 3 culprits. 3 living Sand Jonin, who had risen to fame during the Second Shinobi World War, surely that would offset some of Konoha's losses, right? Just as he was thinking this, Shikaka Zero, its joints mostly destroyed, finally ceased movement nearby. Then, Yorozu Kokichi emerged from the cockpit, waved nonchalantly at the Sarutobi Jonin, and laughed as he pressed a switch in full view of everyone. The next moment, he collapsed into a pile of iron sand. In the brief instant before the ninjas surrounding the giant machine could even turn their heads, the massive puppet exploded from within. But what burst from it wasn't fiery, a tremendous flash and a deafening noise followed. Obviously, after loading various experimental mechanisms, there was hardly any space left in the puppet for powerful explosive charges. At most, it could accommodate a detonation system designed to destroy the core system. The reason Hiiragi had deliberately adjusted this oversized flashbang was to buy enough time. Enough time to unleash a massive water escape. Amidst the violent tremor, Fushiguro Toji's figure also collapsed into iron sand. And Gojo Satoru could no longer maintain his current appearance, reverting to Hiiragi. He caught the 3-section staff tossed by his iron sand clone, his figure flickering as he leaped high into the air. Bye-bye. This is a parting gift. Though his hearing hadn't yet recovered, the Sarutobi Jonin clearly read this meaning from his lips. Water release, drowning, tsunami. A huge wave, like a burst river, descended from the heavens. Ha, ha. On a crooked tree deep in the distant forest, Hiiragi, having just swapped positions with his shadow clone via the technique on his 3-section staff, felt the emptiness and exhaustion transmitted after his 2 clones collapsed, gasping heavily. But, it doesn't matter. His hand swept across the scrolls on his wrists. The personal weapon system he had once demonstrated to Chio materialized beside him. External neural fibers mixed in his hair extended outward, sequentially installed the device onto his right arm, then inserted as connecting lines into the device's ports. Chakra pathways connected. Cursed energy pathways connected. Full system self-check, complete. As though his own brain had become part of the device, Hiiragi's eyes gleamed with icy light as he softly recited the steps. And then, this. Remote component docking successful. Activation complete. The shield-like mechanism on the gun talon's exterior reversed and deployed, docking to form a gun barrel-like structure. Device at the front. Red and green indicator lights illuminated, confirming smooth operation. Angle calculation complete. Attitude control auxiliary mechanism, deploy. Offensive defense shield, deploy. Confirming the orientation through the triple sight, Hiiragi assumed his stance. Brackets popped out from his shoulder and the tip of the talon, while another cluster of neural fibers condensed into sharp shuttles using magnet release at their tips, wrapping around his waist and pinning him in place. The outer shell, constructed from barrier and sealing techniques, tightly enveloped Hiiragi, like an insect frozen in amber. First to third restrictions released. Chakra conversion restrictions released. 7 essence release gates, open. Yang release secret technique was unleashed to its maximum extent. Not limited to the acupoints he had meticulously planned according to his own circumstances, almost all acupoints were opened, unleashing life force at maximum capacity, mixing with expanding spiritual energy into unaffiliated chakra. His red hair, blown high by this immense force, rapidly died. Withered pale from the tips downward at a visible rate. Yet Hiiragi ignored it all, continuing in a calm tone. Canon curse released. Authorization granted. Curse, accumulate. The numerous runes inscribed on the cannon lit up in sequence. An extremely ominous black mist coiled around the scorch release light wheel, resembling a tiny sun, condensing into the most intense curse. Pseudo-scorch release chakra, full conversion, regardless of loss. Barrel preheating countdown. 3.2.1. Loading complete. Pseudo-scorch release cursed fire cannon, focused discharge. The scorching light, entwined with a deep curse, pierced through the raging torrent. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 74, Chapter 74, Cost and Gains. Agony. The agony of tendons being ripped out and stretched infinitely. The agony of skin being peeled away, wind and sand eroding raw muscle. The agony of organs being gouged out, the abdominal cavity filled with boiling mercury. The agony of bones being cracked, fragments shifting chaotically within the body. The agony of the skull being pried open, electrodes stirring the brain wantonly. Ah. Hiiragi curled up among the branches, his body twitching involuntarily. At this moment, his red, slightly wavy long hair, though usually neglected, its texture had always been the envy of many women, was now mottled with patches of wanness. Unlike natural white hair, this was a lifeless, withered, bleak gray-white. The cord he'd used to haphazardly tie his hair had long since snapped. His red and white streaked hair, soaked with sweat, tangled messily together. With each tremor, his now fragile ends shattered like withered grass on the wilderness, turning to dust. Drip. 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 His right arm, equipped with the composite weapon system, had probably snapped into several pieces. Flesh and blood had melted, adhering to the inner walls. The burnt cross-sections of his wounds split open from his subconscious movements, blood gushes from the cracks, dripping through the gaps in the weapon system. The intense pain radiating from every part of his body would be enough to render unconscious anyone who prided themselves on their willpower. Yet Hiiragi's mind remained exceptionally clear. The plan he had executed was this. First, using the alternate identities he'd cultivated over the past year, attacking Konoha's stronghold, feigning the goal of destroying infrastructure and supplies while causing maximum casualties. Then, before appearing to exhaust his chakra, withdraw toward the giant puppet, giving the impression of preparing to retreat, thereby drawing Konoha's ninjas to concentrate within a certain range. Finally, detonate the puppet to buy enough time to unleash a large-scale water release, while simultaneously firing a scorch release beam cannon from his distant original body. This would evaporate the large water source into high-temperature steam, using the steam explosion's impact, temperature, the scorch release beam itself, and the curses within to inflict large-scale damage on the assembled Konoha ninjas. That was Hiiragi's plan. Honestly, at first glance, it had quite a few vulnerabilities. Several steps required the enemy's coordination to succeed. But plans should be simple. The more intricately designed, the easier they fall apart due to minor details. A rough framework was indeed necessary, but execution required flexibility and adaptability. You didn't necessarily need Plan A through Plan Z, but Plan A, 1 through A7 was still essential. Hiiragi had indeed prepared numerous branch plans, including demonstrating the high school's personally transmitted magnet release secret technique, shuriken manipulation on the spot. Fortunately, the deviation wasn't significant. It only shifted from A1 to A5. Considering that these alternate identities of Hiiragi's had already earned quite a fearsome reputation, the biggest suspicion was why such caliber operatives had never surfaced before. But this very suspicion became a considerable advantage within this plan. Hiiragi had always adhered to one principle: when adopting pseudonyms, be sure to be casual. If a name was too meaningful, sounding like something an author would name a character in a novel, laden with allusion and metaphor, it was far too easy to see through. This was valuable experience accumulated from his days disguised various identities, scouring the world's black markets for materials or selling dangerous goods. Moreover, to disguise multiple identities, having them appear simultaneously was also necessary. The fact that Konoha had only received news of the attack on the land of whirlpools after a considerable delay gave Hiiragi ample confidence in their lackluster intelligence capabilities. Clearly, Konoha had indeed been deceived. Thus, when 3 enemy soldiers with no prior activity independently attacked their camp, it was inevitable that Konoha's ninjas would consider attempting to capture them. His current state was equally expected. Undoubtedly, this was his body's retribution for being overexploited. Due to overexploiting all his chakra tenketsu, he could clearly feel his meridian system, spread throughout his body to every cell, now crumbling like abandoned factory machinery exposed to wind and sun for over a decade, seemingly on the verge of rusting into useless waste. Under these circumstances, neither medical ninjutsu nor yang release could be relied upon. For a ninja, this was undoubtedly a state of every strategy is exhausted. But at times like this, even I have to be grateful for my past life as a jujitsu sorcerer. Biting back the strange feeling, like having a lively, writhing octopus stuffed into his stomach, Hiiragi skillfully activated the reverse curse technique. Multiplying negative, cursed energy produced positive cursed energy, enabling treatment of almost all physical injuries, including brain damage. It was arguably the strongest healing technique barring off-specification abilities like immortality or resurrection. However, no amount of healing could remedy depleted life force, which wasn't even a symptom, just aging. Probably aged a few years, still acceptable. Retracting the sparking composite weapon system into his scroll, Hiiragi, his physical state somewhat recovered, tasted the blood in his mouth as he gazed at the distant, billowing steam, assessing the effectiveness of his operation. The essence of conventional escaping techniques was converting chakra into the corresponding property to cast ninjutsu. That is, the fire, water, etc., created by chakra couldn't persist indefinitely. Once the released chakra was exhausted, the corresponding technique would terminate and disappear. But the extended effects of the technique itself weren't affected. Smoke and campfires ignited by fire release wouldn't extinguish. Terrain modified by earth release wouldn't recover. Similarly, water gathering. The water release wouldn't have made it disappear. Thanks to the Land of Rain's climate, Hiiragi could easily unleash such a large-scale water technique. Even though ninjas could unleash various powerful or wondrous techniques and scale walls and cliffs with ease, their bodies, even enhanced by chakra, weren't particularly resilient. Thus, high-temperature steam could certainly inflict sufficient damage. Additionally, that scorch release beam, infused with a large amount of cursed energy, was capable of inflicting continuous and subtle mental wounds on the wounded while also draining their vitality like a curse. The variant genjutsu Hiiragi had experimented with on Korin was now applied to the Konoha ninjas who had also invaded his homeland. Surely this good brother from Amigakure could rest easy in the afterlife. Probably. Even though the shadow clone that released the water release had erupted and scattered in the boiling steam on the spot, before dissipating it had confirmed the tragedy of nearby Konoha ninjas. Of course, these weren't immediately fatal injuries. The few Konoha ninjas who died on the spot were those caught directly in his scorch release beam. However, compared to those in the high-temperature steam, being burned to ash on the spot was actually the kinder fate. Deep steam burns weren't something one could lightly brush off. Ninjas with injured legs and arms, unable to form hand seals or escape, could only collapse helplessly in the steam, wailing before their throats, too, were burned, slowly dying in pain from within. And the survivors certainly had nothing to celebrate either. Though medical ninjutsu could achieve detoxification, attack, and other effects through form changes, its essence still relied on chakra-stimulating cells to promote wound healing. This treatment method was quite effective for tears, penetrations, etc., but far less useful for deep burns, injuries highly likely to cause large area tissue necrosis. Improper treatment, especially in the damnable environment of the Land of Rain, could easily lead to widespread infection. Even if treatable, eyesight might severely deteriorate. As for that little princess of the Senju clan's summoned animal, she currently lacked the ability to summon healing for so many people. Whether medical ninjutsu or herbal medicine, treating these 1,000+ extensive burn cases would be a heavy burden on Konoha's logistics. Moreover, after Hiiragi's attack, this Konoha stronghold's supplies were essentially scrapped. One could only call the war fruitful. As for what Hiiragi hadn't anticipated, probably his current mental state. Relief or satisfaction at avenging his brother? No. The so-called emptiness after revenge? No. Forced to describe it, at most it was, this is handled. Time to deal with other matters. As mundane as frying eggs and bacon, preparing to eat breakfast. The reason, perhaps, was that he had temporarily consumed his chakra to near exhaustion, and release could no longer interfere with his 4-core, 256-thread brain. People remember unfinished tasks more vividly than completed ones. In social psychology, this concept is referred to by the technical term, Zeigarnik memory effect. To put it more artistically, regret is an emotion more lingering than love or hate. Of course Hiiragi wondered, if he had been with Mataza back then, would things have turned out differently? But everyone knows such what-ifs are meaningless. So that regret didn't even last 7 seconds in his mind. His almost nauseating brain even told him that so-called revenge was meaningless too. Whether Mataza lived or died wouldn't affect Sunagakure's hostility with Konoha. Nor would it prevent them from reconciling later due to mutual interests. Sasori's upbringing after losing parents, Chio's psychological state, how to protect those he valued from further harm, were to obtain research materials on techniques that could resurrect his eldest brother and sister-in-law, whether he could seize this opportunity to severely bruise Konoha's forces. Compared to these thoughts popping up in his mind one after another, so-called revenge seemed utterly insignificant. Hiiragi had to admit, yes, these thoughts in his mind were all correct. Even narrowly speaking, if he wanted revenge, he should directly target Konoha's White Fang. Attacking this Konoha stronghold was, at best, a somewhat excessive action driven by emotion. But so what? As a former jujitsu sorcerer, a Yin release practitioner, shouldn't he be allowed some emotionality? With such high processing power, if his emotions grew thin, who would supplement his cursed energy and Yin release chakra? Let him see how the alchemists of Atlas Institute solved their emotional issues. Oh. They didn't. Damn. Still somewhat weak in the legs, Hiiragi thought wildly as he collected the remaining traces, meticulously burning away every drop of spilled blood. Then he prepared to evacuate. Though based on his visual range, I'm afraid fewer than 1 in 10 Konoha ninjas hadn't been caught in his attack. But considering Konoha ninjas' overall quality and richness of technique mastery, even on that steam, some could probably cope. After all, that beam's trajectory was so conspicuous. If any Konoha ninja could ignore their companions' wails and come check on him, in his current state he'd likely be unable to defeat them. However, arriving before Konoha's ninjas were Sunagakure's reinforcements. So reckless, you brat. Accompanied by a blame laden with mixed emotions, Chio somewhat tenderly lifted Hiiragi from the half-shattered branches. Though she couldn't have spoken obstruction against her foster son in that atmosphere, neither would she let her remaining son do anything dangerous alone. Just exhausted from chakra depletion. Nothing serious. Patting his foster mother's shoulder, Hiiragi casually comforted, instead of worrying about me, see if there are any captives or supplies worth taking over there. Already sent people. Normally, Chio would have retorted, saying something like, if I needed you to remind me of such things, I might as well hand over command to you. After all, Sunagakure specialized in using poison to neutralize enemy combat effectiveness and burden their logistics. But though she'd now pulled herself together, she apparently couldn't return to her usual state. Glancing at the unbroken blockbuster steam, Chio muttered quietly, hope we find some lightly injured or unharmed secret technique users and bloodline users. Be a Kugan, Sharingan the more the better. Don't be so greedy, you old hag. Trading 1 test unit for such fruit and still picky. Hiiragi narrowed his eyes. I don't have the ability to precisely control who gets hurt and who doesn't. You little brat, won't even let me dream. Dream on. Better yet, dream up some expert who can use impure world reincarnation. I'd happen to be researching the resurrection technique. Resurrection, huh? If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 75, Crimson of Agony. By the time Konoha's reinforcements arrived, all that remained for them was a scene of utter devastation. Or rather, hell. Wave after wave of the support Konoha ninjas vomited. Even accustomed to battlefields piled with corpses and seas of blood, this scene like stacked nightmares it was too irritating. In any era, as long as one could find rhetoric to give one's actions legitimacy, it was always possible to rally one's own strength. After all, humans are beings who need something to prop themselves up to fight. Those numb in war are easily manipulated by such rhetoric. It's difficult for humans to contemplate reality in the gap between life and death, their spirits become paralyzed by continuous killing. Yet from a certain extreme angle, numb people are fortunate. Because the clearer one's mind, the more easily one drowns in the guilt of killing one's own kind caught in the vortex of war, ultimately miserable perishing. And on this foundation, the intense dissonance between killing one's own kind and cooking one's own kind can easily tear the fig leaf of legitimacy, cleanly crush the paralysis brought by slaughter. Those lucky unscathed survivors and lightly wounded are also paralyzed in confusion, their companions' wails and struggles perhaps having not just the skin of the dead and injured, but also their spirits. All Konoha ninjas were naturally deeply shocked by the sight before them. Except for Orochimaru. This pale-skinned ninja, radiating cold breath, merely slightly furrowed his brow, then stepped without scruple into this hell on earth. Ever since that student of his, eager for merit, had ignored his command in a skirmish and charged straight into a trap, fatally wounded by exploding tags, Orochimaru had become even more acutely aware of one fact. Regardless of original purpose, so-called war is merely something that causes everything to collapse and destroy. And life already fragile to the extreme, in war is even more like the vast fields of withered grass crushed by a passing breeze. His parents were like this, his disciple was the same. Identity, status on the battlefield, there was no distinction. People might hesitate due to these things, but weapons do not. His view of life and death grew increasingly extreme, his temperament increasingly gloomy. A mere hellscape, what did it matter in his eyes now? From the traces, it's a technique similar to boil release. The Five Tails Jinchuriki from IWA. Or someone from Kiri. No. However, the village's intelligence division, they wouldn't let IWA or Kiri slip into this area. In the current land of rain, Iwa's numbers were at best, remnant party. With Inoki the old potato's personality, if he dispatched a Jinchuriki, he absolutely wouldn't send only this few support troops. Moreover, entering now wasn't Iwa's style either. And after the land of whirlpools was destroyed, losing its overseas barrier, Konoha's vigilance toward Kirigakure had increased manifold. Though practically crushed by Hanzo on the rain front, the very fact that they hadn't been killed by Hanzo still at his peak in a single encounter was itself proof of their strength. So when the war with Rain concluded and Suna suddenly produced long-hidden new equipment, the three, originally planning to return to the village for rest, headed to the Suna front instead. Among the three dubbed the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru was undoubtedly currently the strongest and most battlefield adapted. Even with reservations about the village's intelligence division, he wouldn't question they failed at even this most basic work. So, a similar effect achieved by combining a technique that generates instant high heat with large-scale water release. Suna's Gojo Satoru and Pakura. Considered by Hiruzen Sarutobi to possess talent surpassing his own, Orochimaru's understanding and acumen of ninjutsu were second to none in all Konoha. After overturning his initial speculation, he immediately thought of one among Suna's three rising jonin. Though not having fought them due to different battlefronts, Orochimaru had still reviewed relevant information. Puppeteer Yorozu Kokichi and Taijutsu Master Fushiguro Toji, two different systems, he had no interest in them. But Suna's Water Release Master prefix greatly attracted Orochimaru. Abilities honed in the desert to the level recorded in reports, it was abnormal he could achieve something like this. The only questionable point was that Scorch Release user, how did she evaporate all this water and escape unscathed? Though Pakura's Scorch Release fireballs could indeed be released remotely, the range clearly hadn't reached this extent, spanning almost half the town, let alone the scale. As for escaping unscathed, obviously. Even Konoha, with resources to this extent, didn't use their mass-produced bloodline limited users as Scorch Releases. Would Suna sacrifice their only Scorch Release user? Interesting. Even Orochimaru, without questioning others, relying solely on observation of the scene and casualties, could only deduce this far. Even guessing the method required hearing specific details before further judgment. Relying solely on experience to arbitrarily make judgments was always a researcher's cardinal sin. Moreover, he felt this horrific hell still lingered with an unusual odor. Not the air's physiologically unacceptable smell, but a more subtle, harder to describe atmosphere. As is well known, snakes without external ear openings aren't particularly sensitive to airborne sound. Conversely, they are particularly sensitive to vibrations transmitted through objects via bone conduction. Combining cheek pit temperature perception with bone conduction could even achieve near mind-reading physiological state control. Simply closing their mouths and pheromone intrusion allowed them to effortlessly achieve selective acceptance and isolation of specific information. Snakes are natural information processing experts. Without outstanding performance, they couldn't survive brutal natural competition. Orochimaru, inseparable from snakes in name, temperament, and ninjutsu, was naturally a master in this regard. Though never exposed to similar power, the residue of cursed energy's lingering fragrance still constantly teased his nerves. Like a snake hissing outside a wall, a spider pacing across a wrist, some beast yawning in a distant tree, claws sharpening on bark, subtle sounds that seemed both present and absent. This novel sensation, it was hard for Orochimaru not to be interested. If Hikori were still here, he'd likely be quite pleased. Even meeting on the battlefield and separating on the battlefield, it wouldn't preclude mutual attraction due to certain similarities. But to outsiders, Orochimaru standing in this meat soup smiling was far too goddamn twisted. How long will you stand there? By the time you finish vomiting, who knows how many more of these survivors will die? Sensing the gaze from behind, he turned and scraped a glance increasingly snake-like at the Konoha ninjas, reproaching in his instantly recognizable hoarse voice. If alone, he'd probably find a few relatively healthy people to question, then simply ignore the other wounded. From his perspective, considering treatment costs and success rates, nearly 80% of these survivors were simply wasting medical resources. And among those who could successfully survive, probably 5 to 7 out of 10 would be cut off from ninja life forever. Injuries to hands and feet, eyes, throat, even internal organs, any of these was a fatal blow to a ninja. Instead of using already scarce supplies on them, better to conserve them. But such words lacking, will of fire, couldn't be spoken to village comrades. Unknown who he inwardly sneered at, Orochimaru reached the center and suddenly noticed an unexpected little bump on the ground. Cracking it open, a ninja covered in burn blisters, hair nearly all fallen out, half deadly lying inside. It was that Sarutobi clan commander who'd pursued Gojo Satoru unsuccessfully, then took his water release and been the first hit by steam. Before the steam scorched him, he'd cast earth release to wrap himself. Though now like a beggar's chicken, the effect-wise it had indeed protected his life. You're saying 2 of the 3 who attacked the camp were special clones, and that Gojo Satoru changed into a red-haired appearance at the end. Moments later, in a makeshift tent, he asked with great interest from the hospital bed where the Sarutobi jonin, bound like a mummy in gauze, lay. The latter, barely regaining consciousness, nodded laboriously, then collapsed onto the bed as if using his last strength. Iron Sand clones, red hair. Hey, interesting. Though initially seeking more information to clarify the situation, after obtaining a precise description, the whole affair became even more exaggerated and confusing. In a ninja's career, this is certainly not rare, but when actually encountered, it's enough to make the person involved feel a kind of yes. A red-haired guy, using special cloning techniques to disguise himself as soon as 3 currently prominent jonin, single-handedly attacking this stronghold. Did that make sense? On second thought, perhaps not so unreasonable. If viewed from the perspective that those 3 jonin were disguised by that red-haired ninja alone from the beginning, many things instead made sense. For instance, why there had been no intelligence on those 3 jonin before. Or why, despite records of simultaneous appearances, they were always in the same battle zone. They 3 were like bricks wherever needed, moved there. Suna, even more lacking in talent, how could they so inefficiently utilize 3 quite capable jonin? Problem solved, wasn't it? As for how one ninja mastered so many different tendencies abilities. Don't ask. Geniuses do exist in this world. Though possibly boastful, he himself was also a versatile. His teacher Hiruzen Sarutobi, his teacher's teacher Tobarama Senju the same. Rather than the Sarutobi jonin fabricating lies to escape responsibility, Orochimaru instead found his account more credible. After all, this could be verified by asking other survivors. Not to mention whether the Sarutobi jonin could collude with others under these circumstances. Even if he couldn't fabricate such a premise even sci-fi novels wouldn't adopt. Red hair, skilled in puppetry, taijutsu, wind and water releases, suspected of mastering magnet release Kekkei Genkai. For now, let the intelligence division investigate based on these characteristics. Summoning a messenger ninja and assigning this task, even Orochimaru found it a bit hard to maintain composure. Due to sight distorted by water release flow, the Sarutobi jonin could only judge red hair details like appearance, height, weight entirely unprovidable. Sending the intelligence division to investigate based solely on red hair was indeed too much to ask. After all, in the land of wind, red-haired people outnumbered stray dogs. As for good at techniques, also hard to treat as valuable intelligence, especially regarding Sunagakure. Though among the 5 countries, besides Fire Country, the other 4's territories each have their own grooves, Wind Country was also the most outstanding in Wasteland. Water Country's islands weren't actually too harsh an environment. Lightning Country's plateaus were tolerable, just a bit noisy. Earth Country's cascading mountains hindered external communication, but for those seeking stability, it wasn't bad as a secluded spot. Sending spies to these countries was relatively easy to justify. Well then, pressure now on the Wind Country spy teams. The most important thing about long-term espionage was a plausible identity. But what kind of illness would you have to want to settle in Wind Country? Fell in love with a Wind Country girl. Possible, but this excuse couldn't be overused. Business. Possible, but everyone knows Wind Country's business environment. Going in to make money was normal, but staying long-term, opening a shop there. Was that not thinking straight? Even setting aside all that, say, opening a tea house near trade routes still hard to approach Sunagakure, let alone infiltrate and gather ninja intelligence. Originally established relay stations and intelligence points still existed, but with trade collapse between wind and fire, getting intelligence out to Konoha became difficult, switching to stealth mode. Developing local agents was also possible, but the same problem as relay stations, now it is difficult to send intelligence. Geographical advantage. What can I say? Geographical advantage. Though experiencing just how stagnant an intelligence apparatus repeatedly without core could be, this was the first time Orochimaru so desperately wanted to replace an expert truly skilled in this area to control the intelligence division. Alright. So what should we call this guy? The messenger ninja apparently also thought of this issue, his expression somewhat at odds with his concern for comrades. To preserve his bottom line, he seized an excuse to change the subject. Considering the injuries of Konoha ninjas outside, and the red-haired ninja's only physical features, Orochimaru settled on his code name. For now, let's call that guy Crimson of Agony. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, if the process falls apart, then the result must be even better. 3 days later. What was Hiiragi doing? The one who, having single-handedly inflicted over 2,500 casualties on Konoha's forces, earned the fearsome alias, Crimson of Agony, and undoubtedly been placed at the top of Konoha's most wanted list. He was lying on his bed in just his underwear, stuck full of needles like a hedgehog. Even after treatment with the reverse curse technique, his chakra meridian and tenketsu had mostly recovered, but the deficit from chakra exhaustion wouldn't be replenished anytime soon. His yin-release chakra core had burned away, assisting the cursed energy in applying the curse. His yang-release chakra core, however, thanks to the 7 essence release gates, could still be salvaged. Taking this opportunity, Hiiragi planned to readjust and optimize his yin-yang chakra circulation pathways, and by the way resolve the yin-yang balance issues that had been difficult to address before. The external mimetic nerve spirit thread nerves hidden in his hair precisely inserted slender silver needles along his chakra meridian to regulate chakra flow, then rolled up the nearby report and flipped through it, replacing his temporarily immobilized arms. These spirit thread nerves and the neural connection system installed in his giant puppet were two products from the same lineage, differently adjusted for different usage scenarios. Though initially designed with ether light fiber as the prototype, in the Naruto world, Hiiragi simply couldn't produce the fifth pseudo-element, ether. Though Ein release did have the property of turning imagination into substance, creating something from nothing, the precision required to create needed materials was far too high. Probably easier to brute force construct a Susanoo with pure Ein release chakra, times. So, considering materials science factors and application scope in the Naruto world, Hiiragi had drastically reconstructed the design philosophy of this weapon system. He peeled off biological neural tissue, processed it with Ein release chakra, stretched to micrometer dimensions, then wrapped the exterior with chakra thread fibers and soaked it again in Ein release chakra to ensure conduction and strength for spiritual energy. This not only replaces chakra threads to control puppets, but physical strength and ductility were also greatly enhanced. Hiiragi chose to directly connect these to his cranial nerves, enabling not only more control over these spirit thread nerves, expanding sensory range and spiritual energy influence, but also serving as auxiliary cooling device when divided thinking operated at full capacity. He'd even begun trying to use them to free ninjutsu. Honestly, at this point, they had little connection to the original prototype. But since it was the inspiration, Hiiragi kept the name. The neural connection system, as the core operating system for giant puppets, didn't pursue flexible movement or other functionality, only the fastest transmission efficiency needed. Though personal preference influenced Hiiragi's giant puppet design, more consideration went to situational assessment. Sunagakure possessed only the one tail. Large summoned beasts were a complete blind spot. In this regard, Suna's disadvantage was quite huge. Though large creature combat power couldn't be measured by quantity alone, to the vast majority of ordinary ninjas, any large ninja beast was a natural disaster that was difficult to fight against. Countless examples from previous battles confirm this. Assuming giant ninjutsu could also master ninjutsu, the weapons carried by giant puppets offered no real advantage. And puppets, as machines, are necessarily inferior to living beings in reaction speed and movement flexibility. Under these circumstances, Hiiragi's proposed solution was full surround screen man-machine integrated system, times. Correction, a puppet framework closer to human body structure, operated via direct neural connection. Directly transmitting human brain thinking and reactions to the puppet, though inevitable delays remained, was still the optimal current solution. What Hiiragi was now reviewing was the final data downloaded before detonating Shikaku 0, occasionally using spirit thread nerves to roll up a pen and annotate. Since Shikaku 0's various parameters were all set based on Hiiragi himself, basically unusable by normal people, he was now adjusting it, e.g., installing auxiliary G-force reduction devices, adjusting neural connection system conduction rate, limiting intelligence data return volume. After all, downgrading from performance monster to normal unit was always easier than strengthening a normal unit to godly levels. This was also Hiiragi's experience talk. If worried about waste, just configure the original functionality as some last-ditch maximum output liberation mode. Working on some more high-end technology, genius. With a creak, Chio pushed open the door, wearing her usual teasing smile. Back in the village, she'd often disturb him like this in his workshop. But for Hiiragi, whose Ein release proficiency had once again improved to the point of slightly reading emotions, Chio's forced was almost too pathetic to witness. How long had she wandered outside composing her expression? He could see it clearly. Since I'm preparing to leave the front, I need to leave something behind. Not revealing his foster mother's disguise, Hiiragi responded as usual. This is the modification plan for Unit 1. I've prepared the corresponding components in advance. Follow these instructions to adjust, and find a jonin in the puppet core, they should be able to pilot it. And this, key point summary for communicating with Shikaku. With Master Bunpuku there, coax him a bit and that big tanuki will be willing to help. After handing the modified giant puppet piloting guide to Chio, Hiiragi pulled a booklet from a scroll on the cabinet. Also, remember to apologize to Shikaku for me. Blowing up the puppet modeled after him, he'll probably sulk for a while. And then, seems that's all I have to leave. Oh, regarding the prisoners, did we get any secret techniques or blood succession limits? Actually, yes. The Nara clan's shadow imitation technique. Perfect for you to see if you can learn it. Chio cooperates with exaggerated mouth sounds, pulling a small booklet from her pocket and presenting it to Hiiragi with a showy expression. Wow, seriously. Something actually useful. This wasn't cooperative. Hiiragi genuinely hadn't expected to extract anything good from the prisoners brought back. Nice. Once my in release efficiency recovers, I'll try practicing it and see what's up. I'm sorry. Her forced smile gradually dissolved. Chio lowered her head, gently stroking Hikori's mottled curly hair as she abruptly apologized. As the pinnacle of Sunagakure's medical ninjutsu, how could she not see how much her foster son's body had aged? Even when she found him, his chakra had been nearly exhausted, and even now he'd only barely recovered. The Uzumaki clan lives long. I might not live to old age anyway, so using a little doesn't matter. This kind of conversation I know you know was far too awkward, but they had no way to switch to a more normal state. Hikori's teaching level had improved alongside instructing the barrier and sealing core, but his comfort skills remained as terrible as ever. Rather, having only gradually found a sense of home here, and constantly needing to maintain extreme emotions, Hikori was the one who needed comforting. When it came to expressing positive emotions, he was pretty clumsy. You always say such negative things so challengingly. That's probably because I've never been a very positive person. Otherwise, as an Uzumaki, I wouldn't be so good at in release, would I? Chio remained silent. Do you really have to go? After a long silence, she muttered quietly, head still down. Hikori had requested to leave the front line citing poor physical condition. Naturally, no one in command disagreed. After all, Hikori had already created enough results. Considering the effect of various equipment he'd prepared in advance, many felt keeping him off the battlefield and in the rear would actually create greater gains. But Chio knew Hikori probably wasn't returning to Sunagakure at all. Compared to revenge, there was something more important to do. What Hikori had meant probably wasn't just about her commanding troops. And what he meant by doing what he was better at wasn't limited to single-handedly attacking Konoha's stronghold. Only now did Chio realize this. Resurrection techniques, though mentioned casually like a joke when returning to base, obviously, neither Chio nor Hikori probably treated it as any joke. After all, resurrection techniques had precedence in this world. Tobirama Senju's impure world reincarnation, paired with his mutual explosive tags, was notorious across the ninja world. And Hikori himself was a genuine Isekai reincarnator. You know you can't stop me now. Closing his eyes, feeling the touch through his hair, Hikori admitted this quite frankly. And old hag, you have no reason to refuse, do you? How could there be no reason? After losing Mataza, I don't want to lose another son. Mataza was my big brother too. A curse user who had lost family, with these words pierced the heart of a mother who had lost a child. If you're worried about me, then you should work even harder, commanding Suna. A smile playing at his lips, Hikori tilted his head to meet Chio's gaze, elaborating on his sophistry understatement. The more pressure you put on Konoha here, the safer I am operating alone, right, Mom? Don't call me that. You know I can't refuse. Don't make me even more mean, Kori. She should detain him as a mother, not wanting to lose another child. She should order him as a commander. Suna can't lose his bloodline. But as Hikori said, deep in Chio's heart, she also hoped Hikori could find a way to bring back Mataza. This contradiction and suffering, how could it not leave Chio feeling powerless? She was Suna's elder, inheritor of puppetry secret techniques, yet now she felt she could do nothing, achieve nothing. What are you saying? Even if we're talking mean, that's my responsibility. Expelling all the silver needles from his body, manipulating the spirit thread nerves to roll up a blanket around his waist, Hikori sat up and gently pulled Chio's shoulders, letting out a demonic whisper. I'm the one forcing you to push others and Suna as chips onto the table, buying me time to find a way to resurrect Big Brother. Freshly refined Y and release chakra mixed with cursed energy, transforming into bewitching curse. This is my selfishness. Nothing to do with you. Sense of responsibility, professional ethics, moral bottom line as a human, personal feelings. If you can't balance these aspects, sooner or later the ninja life will drive you crazy. Everyone is a prisoner of their own emotions. Trapped by thoughts and sensibilities, no one has time for others. But in human connections, all love and hate are just shackles confined to appearance. Love and hate, joy and anger, in blind venting, the source often can't be found. Only that caring itself is visible to the naked eye. Just as Chio was now so entangled, just as Hikori abandoned the war situation and chose to act alone, just as he now used such drastic measures to reverse Chio's mental state. Of course, such handling does carry the risk that, though temporarily solving the problem, it could come back doubled, but such developments often result from not resolving the source of worry even after getting through the period. But since doing nothing and just internal friction wouldn't bring good results anyway, might as well try some emergency measures first. It wasn't that Hikori was so bloated that he aimed to directly steal impure world reincarnation from Konoha's main village. His actual target was Konoha's spirit transformation technique. As it happened, the elite Jonin who mastered spirit transformation was active on this very battlefield. Conducting a solo raid was more stealthy than commanding large-scale army operations, and more ninja-like. If the process falls apart, then the result must be even better, right? If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 77, Yahiko, Nagato, Conan. When time and space are too distant, they sever people's perception, trapping them within the confines reachable by their five senses. This can make people recognize their own insignificance, but conversely, it can also lead to intense desires matching that grand scale. What enables people to survive in such poignant circumstances, aside from intense pleasure, is only personal value. However, overly narrow boundaries can also hinder all perception, yet conversely limit all possibilities of extension. Not feeling one's own insignificance, but rather shrinking along with the world itself. People often say a world shrouded in heavy rain is like weeping. But for the land of rain, this is no romantic poetry, it's a reality no one can laugh at. The rain in the land of rain is an endless rainstorm, also the tears its inhabitants no longer have time to shed, but which rivers wantonly flow through their hearts. In this heavy rain obscuring the path ahead, three small figures wearing bulky old diving helmets walked hand in hand, trudging side by side along the mountain path. Whether the severe road conditions under the heavy rain, or the heavy diving equipment, for children of 6 or 7 who hadn't eaten a full meal in a long time, it was quite a huge burden. But there was no help for it. Lightweight waterproof equipment wasn't something war orphans like them could obtain or keep. And in the land of rain, if you got chilled from the rain, you'd likely never get up again. Just a little further. I remember there's a cave ahead where we can rest. Feeling his companion's steps growing increasingly sluggish, the strength in their hands fading, Yahiki gasped heavily as he turned his head to comfort them. Okay. Through the bulky diving helmet, the boy's already somewhat muffled voice grew even more distorted in the heavy rain. Yet even so, hearing his voice, the two children on either side, Conan and Nagato, responded in tired and faint voices. Like the ubiquitous war orphans of today's land of rain, they too had met while wandering. Since then, having lost their family's care and possessing no other survival skills, they had survived by stealing food. Logically, precisely because they needed to wander everywhere, seeking relatively stable places to live, they shouldn't have come to such a wilderness, remote from towns, lacking food. But that's just how so-called fate works. Back then, these three children had accidentally passed near a battlefield between Konoha and Amagakure, nearly being hit by kunai with a detonator falling from the sky. After surviving the attack, they witnessed from high ground Hanzo's battle with the ninjas later dubbed the legendary Sannin. Touched by that fierce battle, the desire to become strong sprouted in their hearts. Whether to change the war-torn status quo of the land of rain, or simply to survive, they needed strength. In other words, they needed to find powerful ninjas to teach them ninjutsu. Hanzo, as the leader of Amagakure, naturally wasn't accessible to war orphans like them, so they targeted the 3 ninjas who fought him. Though they had no way to convince anyone to teach them ninjutsu, ultimately, they had no choice either. However, due to the pressure from Hikori's creations, the Konoha Sannin, who should have returned to the village to rest after that battle, did not head home but instead, after a short break, departed for different battlefronts to reinforce. Thus, these 3 children failed to catch up to their targets, and moreover, having wandered too far from towns, couldn't find their way back. By now, Yahiko was well aware he had led his companions down a dead end. But aside from meaningless apologies and bland encouragement, possessing nothing, he could give nothing. However, as fellow survival companions, Nagato and Conan couldn't blame him for this. The precocity forced by their environment allowed these 3 children to see their situation clearly. Ultimately, their actions weren't solely dictated by Yahiko alone, they had acted together but failed to achieve the desired result. If they died like this, it could only be chalked up to bad luck. For those struggling to survive by all means, there's no room even for sadness and regret. This is truly what's called sadder than sadness. We made it. Exhausting all their strength to cross that muddy slope, the cave Yahiko mentioned came into view. Merely a rain shelter cave, yet it was already the greatest wish they could imagine. Uplifted by this, the 3 children erupted with all their remaining strength, fleeing as if the falling rain weren't water but knives that would chop them into pieces, rushing toward the cave. Until, at the cave entrance, they saw slightly obscured light flickering by the cave's mouth. The light of a campfire. Instantly, the 3 children froze in place. Encountering others in such an environment was nothing to be moved by. Countless war orphans had proven this with their lives. Come in, brats. If I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't even have had the chance to notice me. The empty cave echoed with a voice devoid of emotion. Hearing such cold words, the 3 children's movements grew even stiffer. After a moment, Yahiko nodded vigorously to his companions, then walked into the cave without hesitation. What met his eyes was a young man sitting on a small stool by the campfire, bowing his head and reading a book. His red and white streaked hair, tied in a fluffy braid, was quite memorable. The other 2. Come in too. Just as the boy stood at a loss, unsure how to react, the men added without looking up, standing foolishly at the entrance. If other ninjas discover you and expose our position, I'll kill you first, then fight them. Nagato, Conan, come in quickly. Hearing this, Yahiko slowly removed his bulky diving helmet. Not bothering to shake off the water droplets on his head, he turned to call his companions outside the cave. After all, the men could determine their numbers without even looking up. If he truly meant harm, they couldn't escape anyway. In that case, they might as well come in and warm themselves by the fire. Even if they were going to die, at least they could die comfortably. Whether it was Yahiko's imagination, when the men spoke those words, the temperature in the cave seemed to drop a few degrees, and the shadows cast on the rock wall by the campfire twisted a few times like living things. Nagato and Conan, hearing this, also entered. After removing their soaking wet waterproof gear, the three children timidly huddled together warming themselves by the fire, occasionally stealing glances at the reading men with what they thought were hidden glances. For a moment, the only sounds in the cave were the crackling of firewood and the rain outside. Chapter 78, Crimson-Haired Karma. In Hikori's habits, rainy days and reading were always the best match. In his previous life, when running his shop, if a heavy rain came, he'd lazily flip the sign to closed and curl up in his recliner with a book and some drink to while away the entire day. This was his favorite pastime outside of research. Unfortunately, once he arrived in the land of wind, he could rarely experience that leisurely atmosphere. The land of rain had rain almost every day, and with his divided thinking ability, he'd gladly sit reading every day. But such a life would be far too decadent, and circumstances didn't permit it anyway. Neither the previous war, nor his current solo search for the spirit transformation technique user, were conditions allowing leisurely days. In fact, in the nearly 2 weeks since withdrawing from the front lines, this was the first time Hikori had encountered such heavy rain. Thus, he interrupted his travel and searching to quietly read in this cave, properly flipping through the booklet recording the Nara secret technique that Chio had given him. After all, operating alone, he couldn't carry much experimental equipment. Subjects like this, requiring little assistance, were perfect for killing time. Since obtained through interrogation and memory extraction, the booklet was full of fragmented, incoherent passages. The only saving grace was that in occasional readings while traveling, he hadn't yet encountered contradictions. Though fragmented, a coherent thread of thought was discernible. However, piecing this together into a usable, secret technique would certainly take considerable time. To this, Hikori was quite intrigued. Shadows are where the soul resides. At first glance, this statement is rather subtle. In his previous life, such claims were numerous: blood is the soul's currency, the heart is the soul's dwelling, and so on. After the wheel was invented, some claimed the world was a wheel. After books were invented, some claimed the world was a book. After computers were invented, some claimed the world was a computer, somewhat trend-chasing, like that Miwa classmate. But unlike claims arising from vampire literature's popularity, or boring chatter of lovelorn youths, the notion that shadows harbor something indeed has points worth discussing. As an extension of darkness, humanity's oldest, most fundamental fear, shadows naturally inspire infinite imagination. In jujitsu circles, it's commonly believed that dark places are suitable for cursed energy accumulation. Quite a few cursed spirits and anomalies, before being understood, manifested as shadows. And in other mystical systems, literature, and fantasy works, shadows are almost never absent. Of course, in jujitsu circles, the technique most associated with shadows is the Zenin clan's hereditary technique, the 10 Shadows technique. Summoning corresponding shikigami through hand shadows, storing things in shadows. This technique had once made Hikori quite envious, mainly for the latter effect. But now, with storage scrolls as substitutes, he didn't mind. However, though both utilize shadows, the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique and the 10 Shadows technique differ quite obviously. From a modern scientific perspective, shadows are dark regions formed when light is blocked by opaque objects. Areas hit by light are depressed due to light pressure and material hardness, making shadow areas protrude in thickness. Yet shadows themselves aren't matter but an optical effect, thus traditionally considered thicknessless phenomena. As an extension of release, the shadow imitation technique is the art of imparting such phenomena, one's own or other shadows, with substance and manipulating them. Creatively speaking, the Nara clan's ancestors were quite imaginative and pioneering. But that said, mere manipulation shadows held little significance for Hikori, who already possessed spirit thread nerves. After all, the Nara's shadow technique was created based on their own constitution as a clan secret. It naturally wouldn't consider universality or development beyond their capabilities. But Hikori's release adaptability and output rate far exceeded the Nara clan's, so he intended to try something new. Namely, referring to the 10 Shadows technique's logic, transforming shadows into conscious beasts. Not summoning shikigami, but something in between type that could be either manually manipulated or left to move freely. Hikori had also reflected whether his obsession with autonomization was too strong due to always being overwhelmed. But this wasn't a decisive flaw, so he didn't plan to change. Rather, it was precisely this obsession that allowed him to advance by leaps and bounds in many first-time areas. Honestly, while this technique's application logic built upon the 10 shadows and shadow imitation techniques, its source of inspiration was actually Rashomon. Akutagawa Ryunosuke's ability from Bungo Stray Dogs, transforming clothing into a shape-shifting black beast capable of cutting through anything, including space. Hiikori was quite impressed by this, not just Rashomon's versatility, but also that manga's inverse 10-gang relationship setting where Akutagawa Ryunosuke admired Dazai Osamu. As mentioned previously, probably due to a confrontational mentality, he greatly disliked the decadent school writer's works. Even if pathological, twisted, one must still hold one's head high, even if gums bleed from clenching, one must grit teeth and press forward. Society, other circumstances, and social trends, he cared nothing for them. He had no inclination to strike at anything, no time for reflection. But reading those books now might yield new insights. While trying to infuse pure in-release chakra into shadows and annotating his notes, Hiikori thought thus, as another thread of his consciousness locked onto 3 figures approaching this cave from afar. No chakra, life energy is also weak, war orphans, then. Using water as a medium, Hiikori's perception could be considerably expanded. Even without closing his eyes and focusing entirely on mind's eye of the Kagura, he could discern this much. Thinking of war orphans' tragic circumstances, Hiikori initially considered sending these 3 children directly from this world to be too harsh for them. But recalling his own experiences upon first arriving in this world, and Sasori waiting back in Suna for family to return, his raised hand lowered. Forget it. Let it be. Come in, brats. If I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't even have the chance to notice me. Sighing inwardly, Hiikori greeted thus. Are you a ninja too? After a long, actually not long, time in Hiikori's view about the time to read 5 pages of notes in silence, Yahiki pursed his lips, worked up the courage to brew for a long time, and asked. Still immersed in the Nara shadow imitation technique notes, Hiikori merely responded with a low hum. But that said, he had actually been observing these 3 children all along through their shadows. Fully reverse engineering the complete Nara shadow imitation technique from that manual in under 2 weeks was undoubtedly a fantasy. But he wasn't trying to directly learn it anyway, which didn't prevent him from absorbing some concepts for secondary creation. Filtering out the more negative components of in-release chakra as pure negative force-cursed energy, then injecting pure in-release chakra into shadows, nurturing connected yet relatively independent consciousness, and achieving limited shadow materialization. This was the result of Hiikori's current research. For now, unable to manipulate as freely as the shadow imitation technique, but sufficient as a sensory extension. However, the hazy consciousness, bred in shadows, though inclined to inertia due to pure in-release chakra, would occasionally stretch unconsciously, causing Hiikori's shadow to agitate. Through shadows, Hiikori could clearly see the 3 children huddled together, and among them, the orange-haired child mustered up the courage to address him. Red hair, quiet demeanor quite similar to Sasori. Grr. But just as Yahiko was about to speak further, his stomach embarrassingly growled. Having not eaten properly in a long time, plus chilled from the rain, all 3 were starving. Not just Yahiko, Nagato and Konan in the corner also awkwardly clutched their stomachs, trying not to let sound escape. Thus interrupted, Yahiko's accumulated momentum was completely drained. The legend of courage in the land of rain, gloriously concluded. Though Hiikori was younger than many ninjas Yahiko had seen, he felt a strong sense of strangeness from him. As if surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood, making speech difficult. Eat. Hiikori looked up, glanced at the cramped Yahiko, then at Nagato and Konan huddled together. He clicked his tongue tediously, tossed his notes back into the scroll, taking out several compressed rations and a water flask, tossing them at Yahiko's feet. Can't guarantee the taste, and dry as hell, but at least it's decent at filling stomachs. Thank you. Completely unexpected this reaction from Hiikori, Yahiko momentarily stunned, then bowed deeply before picking up the food and water at his feet, trotting back to share with Nagato and Konan. Though, maybe he's a good person. The 3 children gnawed on the ultra-compressed biscuits like 3 hamsters, somehow eating the bland dry food with the momentum of a full banquet. No longer in the mood for reading, Hiikori propped his chin on his hand, quietly observing the thinking that if Chio hadn't found him and brought him to Sunagakure, his first few years in this world might have been like theirs. Oh, there was some difference. He could find a blacksmith shop in another town to apprentice at. Red-haired people should smith. This was an ancestral tradition. Yanagita Kunio, the founder of Japanese folklore studies, proposed a highly important concept in Japanese folklore about 50 or 60 years ago: the mountain people. He believed the recorded mountain people weren't yokai as commonly perceived, but another human race, ancient indigenous inhabitants of Japan dwelling deep in mountains and forests, whose civilization gradually declined, historically pushed to extinction by dominant ethnic groups. Yanagita divided mountain people history into 5 eras, from the mythological period to the relocation of the capital to Yamashiro, the era of national deities, Heian to Kamakura, the era of demons, Kamakura to Edo, the era of mountain deities, Edo to Meiji, the era of monkeys, and post-Meiji, the modern era. The mountain people, originally an indigenous race hostile to the Yamato people, gradually retreated into the mountains, disappearing. The Japanese initially called their chiefs Aragami, evil deities, later became demons and monsters, and eventually were reduced to lower than baboons. This concept was built upon the nation's mythological evolution. Izumo province had long been renowned for ironworking. 3 major forces once existed there. The Izumumi clan in the east, the Kazuki clan in the western region, origin of the Izumo mythology, and the Susa clan, originating from Susa. Japan's most famous monster, the Aragami. The description of Yamata no Orochi includes blood seeping from its abdomen, precisely the imagery of red iron sand. Susanoo slaying Yamata no Orochi. In some mythological versions, Okinanushi does the slaying. But mainstream legends hold Okinanushi as Susanoo's descendant. Their symbolism is fundamentally identical, essentially both representing the Susa clan's erosion of original serpent faith tribes. Susanoo discovering the Kusanagi sword from Orochi's tail likely suggests absorbing some people, thereby obtaining iron sand and smelting technology. Later, however, the Izumo region was absorbed by the Yamato people. Consequently, in subsequent myths, Susanoo became Amaterasu's exiled younger brother. The myth of Okinanushi yielding the realm essentially resembled Susanoo slaying Orochi, both products of one people absorbing another and culturally transforming them. This was a terrifying food chain. Primitive faith mountain deities, serpent deities similar to mountain people, nations and cultures vanished into history. Then Susanoo, Okinanushi, the Susa clan. Finally, the Amatsukami, Yamato people, succeed all. Serpent deity, mountain deity faiths, demon races, various mountain monsters. This was also the process of mountain people legends and faith being gradually demonized. The folkloric, red-haired Oni, and the notion that Oni were born as serpent deity offspring, also stemmed from Izumo's long-standing ironworking renown, iron sand being red. Though Tengu, incidentally, were instead accepted as mountain faith survivals, but that's another story. In summary, Yanagita Kunio for a time believed the Japanese had driven mountain people nearly to extinction, mortal enemies, you might say. But after several years' research, his view of mountain people versus the lowland people's opposition gradually softened. Though insisting mountain people legends weren't monsters but actual humans, he largely acknowledged their extinction. Yanagita attributed mountain people extinction to various causes: conquest, absorption, extermination, but most commonly, gradual assimilation into lowland populations. Their unique cultural environment disappears, eventually assimilating with the Japanese. Haikori's folklore studies weren't in depth, but in his previous life, he had benefited from this karma. Precisely because he too had blazing red hair in his previous life, he learned various shugendo and geomancy trivia from genuine, pure mountain people who survived as yamabushi, mountain ascetics, practicing one branch of shugendo. Later, they'd even occasionally send ores from different regions. Awakening in this world as a child from a red-haired blacksmith family, with a foster father, older brother, and nephew all red-haired, this fact made it hard for Haikori not to feel nostalgic for this karma, and thus extend some compassion to this small group containing one red-haired child. Red-haired kid. Come here. Nagato, thus addressed, startled, apparently hadn't expected this. He looked down at his nearly finished ration, glanced at his companions, then took a deep breath and walked over with the momentum of one resigned to death. A few steps in, he could no longer sustain that momentum, reverting to cowardice and demeanor. You and them, still some difference. Ignoring Nagato's stammering, Haikori merely reached out and ruffled his hair, sighing with a somewhat complex tone. Due to the campfire, he'd slightly misjudged this child's hair color. Sensing the 3 children's restless gazes, Haikori gently patted Nagato's shoulder, explaining slightly, "My nephew also has red hair. His shade is brighter, though. Yours is actually more similar to mine. Were either of your parents from the Uzumaki clan?" Chapter 79, A Big Catch. Uzumaki. I don't really understand, but if you mean red hair, I got it from my mother. Not sensing any hostility in Haikori's attitude, Nagato's tone gradually steadied. I see. If you don't know, then no need to learn. Haikori nodded, vaguely glossing over the topic. Since Nagato was unaware of the Uzumaki clan, either his mother was an early branch exiled from Shinobi, or like Haikori's original body's parents, she had fled. In any case, Nagato's mother hadn't revealed her lineage to him, so the Uzumaki clan's destruction likely didn't concern Nagato much. As for whether Haikori had mistaken, that life force circulation pattern, distinct from ordinary people, was the Uzumaki clan's most easily identifiable characteristic. Even with Nagato's life force somewhat diminished from prolonged malnutrition, with Haikori this close, he couldn't fail to recognize a clansman's characteristic life vortex. Honestly, in Hiikori's view, the so-called Sage of Six Paths bloodline's existence form wasn't much different from the mountain people. Essentially an alien, the Sage of Six Paths' direct descendants were hard to find, yet the entire ninja world was filled with bloodlines related to him, just like mountain people mixed into the Japanese. Or perhaps infiltration would be more accurate. After all, the Sage of Six Paths bloodline and mountain people blood differed significantly in manifestation. Physical traits didn't equal power, but if one inherited corresponding powers, they'd necessarily inherit the clan's physical traits along with it. Considering that many manga artists had habits of quoting classics in their works and possessed remarkably rich reserves of knowledge in subtle areas. The later stage techniques in that manga were loaded with names referencing mythological systems quite obscure to ordinary readers, plus connecting Tengu with Susanoo, it was hard to say whether the original manga had referenced folklore in this regard. Perhaps there really was some pure Six Paths bloodline hidden somewhere in this world, like the mountain people Hiikori encountered in his previous life. As for the deeper, which came first the manga or this world, question, Hiikori didn't intend to investigate. After all, philosophical conundrums like chicken and egg, if dwelled upon, would never end. Anyway, Hiikori added investigating Six Paths descendants to his long-term schedule. What does that mean? But Nagato clearly cared deeply about family matters. He instinctively grabbed Hiikori's sleeve, his tone carrying a pleading note, could you please tell me? Even with his eyes hidden by long bangs, that eager desire clearly conveyed itself. It means we can roughly be considered homogeneous. Letting Nagato tug his sleeve, Hiikori's tone lifted slightly, though he still didn't intend to explain in detail. Humans cannot endure, or fear, things without meaning, without logic, cannot be determined. Yet reality often presents matters far beyond human rational logic, or rather, these things have so many motivations and causes that human logic cannot possibly sort out and summarize them all. Just like this war raging through the Land of Rain, the Uzumaki clan's annihilation, and all parties' purposes and strategies. Explaining all this to these children to the point they could understand would be far too troublesome. In 3 or 4 years of teaching, Hiikori's most useful accumulated experience was, many things don't require explaining the process and principles, just students understanding what actions produce what effects is enough. Judging by your state, your family is gone. Yes, father, mother, were, by ninjas. Mentioning this, Nagato still trembled with resentment. Hiikori gently patted his shoulder soothingly, continuing in a flat voice, and your families too. Hearing this, Konan bit her lip and sadly lowered her head, while Yahiko nodded and answered simply, yes. All right. Things like this really are everywhere. Though Hiikori's plan to find another Uzumaki clansman to bring back to Suna had fallen through, he wouldn't feel lost over something so unexpected. For the sake of shared clan ties, I'll contact the village and arrange to take you out of the Land of Rain after some time. Whether you 3 or me, our luck isn't too bad. Hopefully, subsequent operations will go smoother too. Though saying this to 3 war orphans might sound far too mocking, this exclamation contained absolutely no irony. It was a genuine exclamation. With the Uzumaki clan now extinct, the value of scattered Uzumaki descendants was infinitely magnified in the eyes of the 4 villages that divided Uzushigakure's heritage. Though each openly took different portions, no one believed the 4 villages didn't secretly covet each other's spoils. But Suna had the sealing corps he'd trained, and had brought back Uzumaki sealing technique records. Teaching would not be misleading students anyway. Moreover, these 3 children seemed to be around Sasori's age. Bringing them back would give him companions. Could we not leave the Land of Rain? This time, Yahiko spoke again, somewhat hesitant. He knew that opportunities to leave this increasingly chaotic Land of Rain were what countless war orphans desperately sought. Refusing Hiikori's kindness like this risked provoking him. But regardless, he didn't want to leave his homeland. Reason. Though his rare kindness was rejected, Hiikori wasn't particularly angry. He could see this child was forcing himself to say this, with a will that he couldn't let go of. Some might call this character inflexible and stubborn, but Hiikori preferred to call it willing to sacrifice everything to carry out one's convictions. He'd always had quite a liking for people with this character. Seeing him not angry, Yahiko licked his lips and quickly replied, we want to learn ninjutsu from you. That's not a reason. Once you reach Sunagakure, someone will teach you ninjutsu there too. And I'm busy as hell searching for someone here, no time to teach you. Hiikori propped his cheek on his hand, flipped his wrist to produce a kunai, and flipped it with his fingertip with interest. But, let me ask anyway, why do you want to learn ninjutsu? If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 80, Plot Twist, An Even Bigger Fish. I want to change the status quo of the Land of Rain. Without enough power, surely that's impossible. Yahiko clenched his teeth and gave this answer. I just want the power to protect everyone. If I could help Yahiko too, that would be even better. Conan said this hesitantly, seemingly worried her answer might be too unambitious. Me too. Nagato merely echoed like this, unclear whether he meant the same as Yahiko or Conan. If you're looking for someone, we can help you too. Seeing Hiirari's expression unchanged, Yahiko clenched his fists and added as if increase the stakes, "We're orphans like us, it's not strange for us to appear anywhere, right? We'd definitely be more convenient for finding people than you. So, please don't make us leave the land of rain. Let us learn ninjutsu from you." "So, you're not afraid I'm a ninja from the village that killed your families?" Casually pulling out a Suna forehead protector he'd never actually worn himself, Hiirari teasingly waved it before them. "Even if you were, we have no other choice." Yahiko grabbed Nagato's hand and responded lowly, "Of course, we hate ninjas from other countries. But mere hatred is meaningless. Without power, we can do nothing, let alone revenge. Even giving everyone stable lives is impossible." Fine. Hiirari pushed his glasses atop his head, raised a hand to pinch the bridge of his nose where the frames had left marks, and hummed. His gaze swept over Conan and Nagato, making this judgment, "You too. 8 points. Wanting to eat enough, wanting to be warm, wanting peaceful lives, wanting to be happy, wanting to protect important people. In a word, so-called desire is simply the impulse to want something. And this seemingly within-reach desire is the most direct motivation for growth. So-called talent must also have motivation to inspire. As for you, 0 points." Then, Hiirari formed a knife hand and chopped Yahiko on the head, scolding him, "Change the country. Take revenge on other countries. Certainly aspiration, but that absolutely cannot be your current primary goal. Survive. However ugly the struggle, survive. Only the living have the right to discuss ideals and futures. Idealists captivated by overly grand goals, unable to see other things, they always die quickly." Having said this, Hiirari had more or less matched these 3 children to the original work's characters. Simply put, Rinnegan, culture medium, and his 2 little companions. Though not specially prepared, the latter could anytime transform into stimulants for the former spirit-like friends ready with elder signs in Call of Cthulhu. Honestly, in this education-lacking ninja world, twisting someone's spirit was far too easy. Though for an instant, Hiirari considered cultivating Nagato then tricking him into casting Rinne Rebirth to resurrect Mataza, this thought was immediately dismissed. Whether exploiting such a child was despicable he didn't care, but Hiirari felt that if he actually did that, it would be equivalent to admitting defeat himself. Since techniques for reincarnation and resurrection existed in this world, he could surely research them himself. If he lost even that confidence, Hiirari felt he might as well be dead. As for the number 1 filial son saving his mother in the ninja world, who should periodically come observe Nagato, Hiirari wasn't particularly worried. After all, if that little black had any particularly powerful techniques, he'd surely remember them. Like that long skill list of the Rinnegan. But apparently, none of the little black's powerful techniques came to mind. Seemed all its abilities focused on possession, concealment, and mind control. Thinking about it, the men behind this was actually kind of dish. Next, don't simply distinguish ninjas as good or bad, and especially don't foolishly pour out all your thoughts. This is the first lesson I'm teaching you. By now, whatever Hiirari was thinking no longer showed on his face. While scolding Yahiko, he expanded his perception, searching for traces of the little black nearby. Dish though it might be, the little black's existence was genuinely the most valuable thing in the entire ninja world to Hiirari. As something born when the 3-eyed girl was sealed, it surely knew and had seen countless things. Calling it the encyclopedia of the ninja world wouldn't be an overstatement. Moreover, it seemed to be a genuine yin-yang release creation. For Hiirari, who had been researching yin and yang releases, this was even more rare. Thinking about it, maybe he shouldn't send these 3 children to Sunagakure right now. Wanting to fish out the little black for communication was one aspect, not trusting others' strength in the village was another. If the little black seized the chance to possess someone and infiltrate the village, Sunagakure would have no stable life left. First lesson: does that mean the teacher is willing to teach us ninjutsu? But what he was thinking, Yahiko had no way of knowing. Hearing this, the orange-haired boy, still somewhat indignant, first paused, then revealed a bright smile. "Don't call me teacher. This is at best a benefit exchange." Hiirari stood up, rolling his shoulders, casually fabricating a pretext. "What you said makes some sense. Children like you are indeed better suited for intelligence gathering than I. In that case, I need to teach you something as compensation. This is also the most basic logic of being a ninja. No good or bad, whether killing or trading, as long as it's for your own or your village's interests, anything can be done." Then, arms crossed against the rock wall, he looked down at the 3 happy children with a sharp gaze. "Without power, nothing is possible. Wanting revenge just because of such words, you could easily die on the spot. Understood? You understood, teacher?" Feeling that sharp gaze that seemed to pierce him riddled with holes, Yahiko's eyes instead grew brighter. He had a premonition. This time, the teacher they'd found seemed like he would teach them more than just ninjutsu. TCH, told you not to call me teacher. Makes my stomach hurt. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 81, The Becoming a Ninja Ceremony. Hiiraga's training life with his students thus began. Though calling it training, in the first month, Hiiragi spent most of his time traveling while explaining various bits of knowledge to Yahiko and the others. Such as the nature and transformations of chakra, methods of training the body, various knowledge useful for wilderness survival, as well as the logic and characteristics of ninjas from different villages, and analysis of the current situation. As refugees who often couldn't eat enough, these three children's physical conditions were far from good. Attempting to refine chakra in this state would not only be inefficient but could also damage their bodies. Hiiragi had warned them of this when explaining chakra's nature and body training methods. This month of running around, besides basic intelligence exploration, mainly aimed to help them improve their physical fitness while practicing wilderness survival knowledge. Leveraging experience accumulated from playing 3 roles simultaneously, Hiiragi simply used makeup techniques to disguise himself as a weathered old man appearing 40 or 50 years old. This method of disguising oneself as another person using just bottles of powders and creams greatly amazed Yahiko and the others. With this elderly appearance, genuinely withered white hair, and chakra sealed using mind's eye of the Kagura, Hiiraga's group traveled unimpeded, successfully sneaking into positions closer to Konoha. After all, unless a large-scale attack or accidental injury occurred, no matter how fiercely the ninjas fought, they wouldn't particularly target civilians without special circumstances. Who knew if they might be potential future clients? Kill 1 civilian today, lose 1 order tomorrow. As ninjas from the most powerful of the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha's confidence from this identity allowed them such leeway even in war. Moreover, even if looting supplies, why target someone who clearly had nothing to loot, right? An old man taking 3 kids around digging rocks and wild vegetables, or fishing with branches and fishing rods, what supplies could he possibly have worth taking? Though in Hiiraga's view, this was also a manifestation of arrogance and laziness. But as a beneficiary of this attitude, what reason did he have to criticize? As for Yahiko and the others, they had no trouble adapting to this running life either. Forests and rivers provided plenty of edible things. Combined with Hiiraga's dried rations and nutritional supplements, the children's nutritional needs were met. The only issue was the bland taste due to lack of seasonings. But children who had wandered as refugees for nearly a year didn't care about such things. Days with enough food were good days. With Hiiragi able to cast earth release, even their accommodation improved considerably. Even when heavy rain came, he could create elevated caves with earth release, enough to shelter from wind and rain. However now, whether to facilitate follow-up teaching or cover intelligence gathering, they needed a base. After finding a broken-down hut near a river, the 4 of them repaired it and temporarily settled there. After a period of conditioning, the 3 children's physical conditions had mostly recovered, naturally allowing the next step of training. Nagato's chakra nature was, as it should be, undetectable yang. Yahiko's was water. Conan's were wind and water. Worth mentioning, this girl Conan's physical fitness even surpassed Yahiko's. Perhaps she had talent for yang release training as well. The following days passed relatively peacefully. Hiiragi taught them the 3 basic techniques and ultra-combat style techniques, occasionally venturing out to gather intelligence on that spirit transformation technique user, while experimenting on Konoha ninjas. But this was still a war zone no matter what, life couldn't be entirely uneventful. Like now. There was this persistent IWA team that had somehow gotten lost near the land of rivers, apparently intending to make some big news. Hiiragi knew exactly what these IWA ninjas were plotting. Nothing more than causing trouble behind various lines, framing others, fanning flames to intensify conflicts while ruining Konoha and Suna's reputations. Soldiers trained by that old potato Inoki always had this tune. Truth be told, IWA and AIM were quite similar. Not that they lacked talent, but besides Inoki himself, few top players could hold up the scene. To Jinchuriki not particularly harmonious with the village, maybe Inoki's son counted, then that was it. Iwa's Explosion Corps member Kazura was quite famous, but he was a specialized ninja, not a top expert. For the 5 great ninja villages, although this number is not rare, it is not flexible enough. This situation, combined with Inoki's personality, directly shaped Iwa's current combat style. Hiiragi was deeply moved by this ally's behavior behind enemy lines. Then he extended spirit thread nerves, piercing through these IWA ninjas' spines and cervical vertebrae without hesitation. With their brain and spinal cord the 2 action centers invaded and forcibly connected by spirit thread nerves, this IWA team instantly became Hiiraga's marionettes. The entire process took less time than Yahiko and the others needed to understand what happened. Moved. Of course, moved, traveling thousands of miles to deliver earth release technique manuals right to him. He was so grateful to these international friends. Booty if he let these IWA ninjas cause trouble nearby, the base he finally found would become unusable. So they just had to die. Hey, teacher, if you were to compare with Lord Hanzo, which of you is stronger? But such an overwhelming victory made it hard for the children to recognize his true strength level. After all, they were only 7-year-old children, formerly ordinary civilians. Their horizons naturally differed from those of ninja children. A ninja's strength is hard to explain and evaluate in a few words. As he explained this while harshly extracting ninjutsu knowledge and intelligence from these IWA ninjas' minds, Hiikori's voice suddenly paused. In these IWA ninjas' memories, he read information about Iwa's explosion core beginning operations as well. But this made sense after all, Suna had already started fire coverage. Other areas aside, now when anyone in AIM or the Konoha forces in the Land of Rain mentioned explosion, the first thing they thought of wasn't Iwa's explosion core, but Suna's big air raid. Even Hiikori himself hadn't initially imagined that improved sealing techniques would indirectly reduce production costs for exploding tags. Cheap, good quality exploding tags, Raza threw a whole box at once. It would be strange if Iwa's explosion core missed this chance to explode while beautifully shifting blame. This team was meant to disrupt the situation. Quickly clarifying the logic, Hiikori continued explaining to the 3 children about combat logic that seemed simple but actually had many influencing factors. Abilities mastered, compatibility with enemies, environment, weather, psychological factors. Under different conditions, conclusions drawn can be worlds apart. For example, Konoha's White Fang is a sneak attack ninja with extreme speed. In one-on-one situations, sneak attacks, or against Suna's puppeteers, his advantages are infinitely amplified. If facing another ninja of roughly the same level but lacking the ability to quickly close distance, in the same environment, they could never single-handedly eliminate an entire puppeteer unit. As for Hanzo, he's probably quite representative as an all-rounder. Even including Kiri's ninjas, his water release is second to none. His taijutsu foundation is quite solid, and his weapon the Kusarigama is relatively uncommon, making him even harder to deal with. Combined with his large summon beast and poison, he has almost no shortcomings. If pressed, his only flaw is probably that his methods have been figured out. Without new tricks, both he and AIM will have a hard time going forward. Hiikori also explained to Yahiko that this war between Konoha, Suna, and IWA essentially had nothing to do with AIM. Rather, Hanzo was half voluntary, half coerced by AIM and the Land of Rain's public opinion dilemma to proactively declare war on these 3 villages. Though Yahiko's emotions were quite intense at first, after calming down, he accepted this reasoning. As for AIM and Hanzo's dilemma, Yahiko and the others could understand. In great power conflicts, ninjas from weak allied nations largely served as advance forces cannon fodder. But considering AIM's fighting power, if AIM tilted toward any side in this war and thoroughly declared an alliance, the great power wouldn't treat them too badly. However, the Land of Rain's geographical location meant that even if they favored any of fire, wind, or earth, they'd actually receive little effective shelter, instead becoming that country's barrier. Admittedly, AIM, as a village specializing in assassination, wouldn't be deployed as advanced forces in armies. But the lives of the Land of Rain's citizens equally couldn't be guaranteed, and moreover, Hanzo's lifelong independence banner would be folded. Since they couldn't prosper either way, better make everyone suffer. So teacher, in a fair one-on-one, would you lose to Lord Hanzo? Truth be told, after receiving the promise that they could later go to Suna for training and learning, and then return to the Land of Rain to rebuild their homeland, Yahiko's obsession wasn't so deep anymore. For 3 children whose families had all died, they were each other's only reliance. Yahiko held such intense dreams partly to guide his softer companion's direction. Now, there would also be Hiikori as their teacher. If it's now, probably wouldn't lose. Tilting his head thinking for a few seconds, Hiikori responded vaguely. More importantly, let's take this opportunity to hold your coming-of-age ceremony. Pulling over those IWA ninjas, Hiikori flipped his wrist, producing 3 kunai. He crouched down to eye level with Yahiko and the others, speaking in a calm tone, this is your last chance. If you don't want to kill, don't want to become ninjas, stop here. Even if you quit, it's fine. I'll still take you to Suna. Despite appearances, I have some influence in the village, raising you till you're fat and happy wouldn't be much burden. In a suffocation silence, Nagato, originally the most timid of the 3, was first to take the kunai from Hiikori's hand, slitting 2 IWA ninjas' throats. Feeling the warm blood splashing on his hands, he tremblingly took a deep breath, then followed Hiikori's teaching, stabbed their hearts twice more. Seeing this, Yahiko and Konan no longer hesitated, finishing the remaining IWA ninjas together. Yet after the brief shock and adrenaline surge, Yahiko and Konan, never having killed before, collapsed to the ground as if with all their strength, gasping heavily. In this era, killing is a very low-cost behavior. The test is merely one's own inner contradiction. After all, humans acquire greatest wisdom not to take fellow humans' lives, but to create something. Wanting to extract oneself from cruel things is also understandable human nature, right? When killing, if your hands don't touch blood, you won't know the pain. Without real feeling, you can treat it as unrelated to yourself. Hiiragi didn't pull them up. He manipulated shadows to devour the corpses and blood-stained earth cleanly, ensuring no trace of blood smell remained, then returned to his disciples, looking down on them from above. Welcome to the realm of ninjas. Though there's nothing congratulatory about devoting yourself to this profession that stains hands with blood, for you, this is an unavoidable step. Well, thinking about it for killers, ninjutsu really is convenient. The Sage of Six Paths, who created ninjutsu, probably never envisioned it evolving into this situation. What if he did? Somehow, Nagato, who had wanted to say something to Hiiragi, instead asked this. When Hiiragi looked at him, he realized what he'd said and turned away rather uneasily. Then the Sage of Six Paths is a bastard. Hiiragi's expression unchanged, he calmly and confidently repeated, if he foresaw this, he's the most bastard dog in the entire world. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 82, Rinnegan. Before his words had even faded, Hiiragi suddenly sensed an unnatural spiritual wave from afar. Even as he turned, he formed more than 10 hand seals, raised his hand, and flung a fine black thread toward the spirit wave's location. That black line shot through everything in its path like the seam of a photograph neatly cut and reassembled trees, gravel, all pierced with tiny holes. Magnet release, divine dust. This was a ninjutsu Hiiragi had developed referencing sandblasting equipment principle, giving fine iron sand powerful cutting ability at super high speed. Quite excellent in piercing power and speed. What's wrong, teacher? The three children naturally noticed Hiiragi's obvious movement. Still somewhat weak, Yahiko climbed up from the ground, kunai in hand, warily scanning surroundings. With me here, it's not your turn to act, rookie. A hand chop, neither light nor heavy, struck Yahiko's head, sending the orange-haired boy still not freed from the limb numbness after his first kill sprawling back down. Hiiragi then picked up Yahiko and Conan one in each arm, tucked them under his armpits, and gently nudged Nagato's calf with his toe, signaling him to rest inside. No lessons today. Just take time to adjust your state. If anything troubles you, come ask me. Don't bottle it up. Okay. Meanwhile, the iron sand thread that had pierced through forest and hill spread out over this empty wilderness, then reorganized into an iron sand clone. The iron sand clone rolled its neck, then maneuvered iron sand sinking into the earth, searching inch by inch meticulously but found nothing. A mistake. I definitely sensed something here. After nearly plowing the entire area, the iron sand clone muttered this way, then dispelled the technique slightly, collapsing into iron sand scattered on the ground. Whoa, isn't this guy a little too sharp? And his aim was incredible. Moments later, a yin-yang-faced head emerged from the ground. The more human-like white side looked at the tiny holes where they'd just been, and exclaimed quite excitedly, first time I've been discovered like this. I saw it. No need to repeat. The darker, more purely shadow-like side's voice spoke, gazing deeply at the riverside hut before sinking back into the earth. When Nagato encountered Hiiragi, Black Zetsu, monitoring Nagato, had sensed the latter's massive yin chakra and spiritual energy. Despite priding himself on top-notch stealth technology, millennia of cautious character instinctively made Black Zetsu widen observation distance. This past month, he trailed Hiiragi's group until they reached that rundown hut, then found an opportunity to use spore technique to lurk in surrounding trees and rooms. The so-called spore technique was actually a special clone technique or division ability unique to White Zetsu. Before spores are activated and grow, they're almost indistinguishable from dead matter, impossible to detect. And even if the user dies, the tiny spores that emerge remain around perfected. This technique's usual application was activating latent spores to wrap parasitized targets, absorbing their chakra for added value or transfer supplementing others. But with Black Zetsu's abilities, using spores as cameras was feasible. Yet Black Zetsu hadn't expected that even from afar, the emotional fluctuation he experienced upon hearing Hiiragi curse the Sage of Six Paths would be captured by Hiiragi. If White Zetsu's technique hadn't escaped fast enough and cut off all breath, he might really have been cornered by Hiiragi's iron sand clone. Going by bloodline, this guy should be an Uzumaki leaning toward yang release, so why was he so adept with yin release? Had Indra's chakra reincarnation wrong lineage? That couldn't be right, Uchiha Madara wasn't dead yet. Undoubtedly, Black Zetsu's age exceeded even the history of the ninja profession. Since the Sage of Six Paths Otsutsuki Hagoromo established ninjutsu, he'd witnessed chakra bursting with infinite possibilities in human hands. He had to admit, human creativity exceeded his imagination. After 1,000 years of evolution, the ninja clans surviving into the late Warring States period had each accumulated rich ninjutsu development experience. Back then, almost every month saw the birth of new ninjutsu, with endless effects. Yet even so, among ninjas who had become weapons of war, those standing at the apex remained the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Or rather, Uchiha possessing Mangekyo Sharingan, close to the source, Otsutsuki. But across these 1,000 years, truly genius had occasionally been born into this world. One was Hashirama Senju, whom Black Zetsu inwardly exclaimed as, quite the throne usurper, role reversal, mirror flower water moon. Few of Ashura's chakra reincarnations before he could single-handedly defeat Indra's chakra reincarnations, one who overwhelmed him from childhood like this had never existed. The other was Tobarama Senju, whose sheer talent surpassed Mangekyo Sharingan. Even now, Black Zetsu felt those brothers had something evil about them. Perhaps this guy's in-release talent even surpasses Uchiha, another Tobarama Senju. Thinking thus, Black Zetsu began weighing whether to find an excuse to contact Hiiragi. In the lakeside hut, Hiiragi, simultaneously writing and drawing on 6 notebooks via spirit thread nerves in his hair, felt the iron sand clone's transmitted memories. His expression unchanged, his writing hand didn't even pause. After all, Black Zetsu was also an ultra-elderly being with negligible combat ability who'd over 1,000 years. Without this acumen and caution, that would be strange. But his stance was clear, Nagato was with him. The bait was cast, the other party would bite sooner or later. No need to rush. More importantly, now he needed to guide his disciple. Teacher, could I ask you something? By the door he'd left open, Nagato was peeking in at Hiiragi, hair disheveled, writing a bunch of notes. Come in. Psychological burden after first kill is normal, ask whatever troubles you. Putting down his pen, Hiiragi patted the space beside him, signaling Nagato to sit. Earlier, why did you say that? Isn't the Sage of Six Paths a great person? Sitting beside Hiiragi, Nagato, who'd seemed to want to say something else, first paused, then pinched his sleeve rather uncomfortably, hesitantly whispering. This was also a question Nagato was curious about. When accepting missions, choosing work, you could judge by personal preference or emotions. But when executing missions, working, don't bring personal feelinga. Without joy, you won't indulge in gain. Without anger, you have no killing intent. Without sorrow, you feel no pity. Without pleasure, you leave no weakness. Though specific situations require specific analysis, in the vast majority of cases, this approach won't go wrong. This was Hiiragi's consistent philosophy, and how he taught Yahiko and the others. In Nagato's view, Hiiragi was someone who rarely showed emotion even normally. Of course, attacking the Konoha stronghold was exceptional. His purpose then included pursuing intense emotions to counteract the mechanized thinking from overpowering processing power. Balancing passionate emotions and combat awareness was basic literacy for jujitsu sorcerers. So even if his tone was quite bland, to Nagato, who'd spent over a month with him, those words themselves were quite emotional. Why indeed? What I said was merely literal. Tapping his chin with one finger, Hiiragi looked up thoughtfully, then gave an example. Have you noticed ants? Ants. Nagato's tone was puzzled, obviously not understanding why teacher suddenly brought up something so unrelated, but with his always soft character, he obediently answered, I've seen them. Have you seen ants fight among themselves? This question exceeds the awareness of a child who'd only seen ants marching in lines carrying food back to their nests. This is actually quite complex. Some ant species fight coexist over territory, to the point of corpses covering the ground. Others choose to avoid, or coexist without hindrance. Some constantly attack coexist yet coexist peacefully with different species. Some simply prey on other species. Hiiragi casually tore off a sheet of paper, drawing circles as he spoke, finally enclosing all circles with a larger circle labeled ants. Teacher means, even ants have so many types, making so many different choices. Looking down at the paper, Nagato reached out to touch those circles, seeming to see reflections of various nations within. Yes. Even ants have such complex ways of survival, humans are even harder to pin down. Propping his cheek on one hand, Hiiragi narrowed his eyes toward the window, sighing meaningfully. Humans, other animals, the creatures of this world are driven by a fighting spirit. This isn't belittling or sarcastic, but a natural conclusion. Wanting to grow, wanting to survive, wanting to advance, so they begin competing for limited resources, until fighting to extinction or selecting the strongest, then repeating this process on larger scale. In this respect, humans and other animals are no different. But humans and beasts should differ. Human wisdom should let the power of chakra flourish in more fields, opening up wilderness, transforming the environment, developing new technologies, in any case, better than simply using it to kill. Though I've seen records that he established ninjutsu aiming to maintain peace, empty slogans alone cannot sustain peace. Thought, culture, productivity, acquiring power far beyond the capacity of the times before various aspects have matured, society will inevitably be driven by power. But even wielding purest violence cannot solve all problems. In the real world, you can't, like in fairy tales, attribute all problems to a concrete enemy, then resolve everything happily by eliminating them. Unable to unify, unable to completely eliminate all enemies, so this world naturally decayed and rotted like this. So I think the Sage of Six Paths is either stupid or evil, or both. Pass on wisdom and thought, then rely on your own strength to guide the whole world to progress. Very capable indeed. Grant wisdom and power simultaneously. Also feasible dual-track development, switch to chakrapunk style, fine. But leaving only strength to transcend the times while withholding wisdom, what's that supposed to mean? Breeding insects in a jar. Turns out the Aburame clan are the purest Six Paths descendants. Anyway, you're not one to dwell on such things. So you had something else to tell me. Having said this, Hiiragi didn't intend to continue exploring this temporarily unsolvable topic. I have something I want you to see, teacher. Taking a deep breath, Nagato seemed determined, raised his hand to push back the bangs hanging below his eyes, then slowly opened them. Those eyes, iris and sclera, indistinguishable, both lavender, with concentric ring patterns. The so-called. The sage's eyes. Rinnegan. Teacher doesn't seem very surprised. Nagato blinked, slightly puzzled. I sensed it when you refine chakra, a considerable portion flows to your eyes. First shoot the arrow, then draw the target around it, an excellent excuse. Hiiragi had taught Nagato to use Uzumaki sensory abilities. This reason was quite convincing. Glasses are wonderful. Wear them, and even if you're just thinking about lunch, to outsiders you'll appear quite intellectual, as if pondering important questions. Hiiragi removed his own wide round-frame glasses and placed them on Nagato's face. Most importantly, they conveniently obscure vision. A bit big now, but someday they'll fit. These were a gift from teacher's older brother. I can't. The round-frame glasses, which covered half Hiirag's face, looked quite funny on Nagato. The boy with the sage's eyes scrambled to catch the slipping frames, wanting to return this special item to Hiiragi. I personally dislike pantheism. Tools are just tools, whether stored away or discarded, it's all the same. Entrusting emotions to objects is just self-soothing. I don't really need that anymore. Patting Nagato's head, Hiiragi showed a gentle smile. Wait a bit. I'll make you something to disguise normal-looking eyes. After that, you won't need to hide them with your hair. Thank you, teacher. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 83, Chapter 83, I shall sortie in pitch black mute form. Kids, don't run off. I'm going to handle some business. One morning, Hiiragi walked out of the hut they'd all come to call home, as usual. Before leaving, he held the doorframe and turned to his three disciples, still eating breakfast. Okay. Yahiko's voice drew as he ate fried eggs while carefully not getting oil on the notes in his hand, his gaze never leaving the pages. That was a gift he'd wheedled out of Hiiragi after seeing Nagato wearing his glasses, Hiiragi's water release technique notes. Since they were loose records from Hiiragi's own water release training, they often had erasures, the recording style was quite jumpy, and many things were omitted, hard to understand without explanation. Yahiko couldn't remember his expression when he first opened them. At least Hiiragi had laughed quite happily back then, and Nagato and Conan had enjoyed themselves for quite a while. But now, having some understanding of teachers' recording habits, Yahiko could roughly comprehend the notes, though some of the ideas in them were still too unconstrained for him. Nagato, wearing glasses, remained reserved as ever, merely silently nodding to Hiiragi. In his eye sockets now, the gray-purple of the Rinnegan was invisible, replaced by gray similar to Hiiragi's. Though as transplanted dojutsu, once activated they couldn't be deactivated, the disguised appearance was simple enough. All manner of skills. This is color contacts. Though prolonged wear had side effects of eye discomfort, don't forget Hiiragi was someone who could go without sleep in a place like Sunagakure, reading all day. The world's best eye drop formula was in his hands, combined with yang release medical techniques working on a two-pronged approach. Eye fatigue. Non-existent. Though only 8, Nagato had already mastered all 5 basic nature transformations and yang release essentials. While boosted by the Rinnegan, it still showed his talent was indeed considerable. Especially Uzumaki sealing techniques, he used them quite smoothly. In terms of strength, with regular escape alone he could easily handle the 5 great villages Chunin, and even ordinary Jonin could be matched. Using Rinnegan abilities, his upper limit was completely unknown. Hiiragi's advice on this was, don't use them unless necessary. Even having begun training yang release, a child's body still couldn't withstand the consumption from recklessly using Rinnegan dojutsu. After all, with his configuration, he could learn almost all of Hiiragi's abilities except yin release and taijutsu. Such a promising seedling Hiiragi couldn't bear to see him waste away. People often say they don't care, aren't concerned, but once actually becoming a teacher, who can really let go of their disciples. As for Nagato, he naturally complied with teacher's guidance without question. "Teacher, this is for you." Konan, having finished breakfast, took out a paper crane from her collar and stood on tiptoe, smiling as she handed it to Hiiragi. "It's a good luck charm." Her yang release talent manifested in quite fantastic paper manipulation technique, an ability to control paper and temporarily transform parts of her body into paper. Judging by chakra nature, this apparently wasn't an elemental Kekii Genkai. Considering Conan's yang release talent, it could only be a physical-type bloodline. Hiiragi had searched through all the texts in his memory but couldn't find where this ability originated. Still, from practical observation, it was quite ninja-like. Compared to Yahiko specializing in water release, and Nagato who could directly copy Hiiragi's training methods, Conan's teaching was actually the most troublesome for Hiiragi, and the one he paid most attention to. Such interesting and potential ability, it was hard not to be interested. Of course, this also made Conan, who easily gets close to others, more dependent on and trusting of Hiiragi than Nagato and Yahiko. Though Hiiragi always vaguely said he was handling some business, all three children knew he was going to attack Konoha ninjas. After several months together, they knew he'd come alone to this area specifically searching for a Konoha ninja with a unique technique. If anything, it was their existence slowing his progress. Aware of this, Nagato and the others felt some subtle guilt, but Hiiragi didn't mind at all. Ultimately, deciding to teach them ninjutsu was his own choice. Therefore, the risks and costs should rightfully be borne by him. Business is business. Ninjas are also merchants. If you can't keep such matters straight, you'll easily make losing deals. As for Yahiko's initial offer to help find clues to his enemy as payment for learning ninjutsu, Hiiragi had never taken it seriously. Partly he didn't trust their abilities, partly he felt he hadn't fallen that low. Children raised as ninjas in villages from the start were one thing, but using petty gains to drive war orphans to work for him, that would be too excessive. Even in his previous life, when his stance could unconsciously become a curse user at any moment, the main component of his soul was still someone from civilized society. After Geto Suguru became a curse user, he didn't make his two adopted daughters go out to work either. Is that so? Then I'll treasure it properly. Gently ruffling the girl's hair, Hiiragi tucked the paper crane into his loose sleeve, then stepped out the door. Well then. Taking a pitch-black mask from his sleeve with no detail whatsoever and putting it on, Hiiragi's presence instantly became blurry, difficult to discern. This was a cognitive blocking mask made from part of his shadow, capable of blurring others' perception of Hiiragi through chakra of the same origin but completely different operational logic and approach. It could help him gain advantage in combat while hindering enemies from gathering intelligence about him, quite useful equipment in every sense. But his purpose in bringing it out now was singular, completing the necessary preconditions for the ritual. The comrades on the front lines have been helping for so long, I need to give them a return gift. Even his voice became vague, grotesque, like a voice that might echo in memories but could not identify whose acquaintance it was. Grinning, Hai raised his hand and began forming seals slowly and deliberately, as if ensuring not a single error. Cursed Genjutsu, Demonic Descent. -for 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 84, Demonic Descent. A Konoha team was racing through the forest. Die. Abruptly, from within the team, such a low roar suddenly rang out. The team leader turned to look and was shocked to see two of his subordinates, with twisted faces, flipped out kunai and stabbed at their nearby comrades. This sudden defection caught them completely off guard. The two ninjas nearest to them were immediately pierced through heart and kidney by the kunai, clearly beyond saving. Caught in genjutsu. When? Everyone on alert. Suna may have discovered us. The leader's voice was filled with urgency. While warning his team members, he instantly shunshined toward the out-of-control comrades, attempting to first subdue them and try to dispel the genjutsu. Yet in these two ninjas' bloodshot eyes, their vision filled with nothing but madness, what they saw was not their leader's appearance, but the Suna ninja who had caused 2,000 or 3,000 comrades casualties and was now under Konoha's highest alert and wanted the Crimson of Agony. Knowing the Crimson of Agony's taijutsu prowess, the two ninjas kicked the enemy they'd fatally stabbed down from the treetops, then without hesitation leaped back, their hands rapidly forming seals. Your position is exposed, Crimson of Agony. Not good. Though completely unable to understand what they were saying, the leader saw their movements and realized this infiltration mission had completely failed. Fire release, fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. The huge fireball transformed into a sky full of fire amidst the gale, piercing through the dense canopy toward the sky. Then, as if having completed their mission and ready to die bravely, the two ninjas revealed serene smiles and joined battle again with their surrounding comrades. Such scenes were seen across the entire southeastern side of the Konoha-Suna front. Meanwhile, in Konoha's temporary medical area, pungent medicine smells and blood rust permeate the air. Survivors who had, luckily survived, Hiiragikuri's attack were housed here. Medical conditions here are clearly insufficient to treat so many wounded, but Konoha couldn't guarantee their safety transporting them back to Konoha village, especially in the Land of Rain's environment, and rashly moving so many severe burn patients was itself extremely risky. Though under proper treatment, severe burn patients might recover in 3 to 4 weeks. But with insufficient medicine, personnel, and treatment methods, Konoha's medical teams, after treating some lightly wounded who could quickly return to combat, were at their wits' end. More than the strange smell of disinfectant mixed with blood, the muffled moans emitted from time to time by severe patients were an even more severe torture to medical staff watching them suffer. This fact made many jonin reflect on whether they should have supported Tsunade's proposal to mass-equip medical ninjas in units. Yet at this moment, those severe patients injected with anesthetics to alleviate body pain, sunk in sleep, seemed haunted by nightmares, sent out painful cries one after another. Moments later, a thin figure silently appeared in the medical area. Orochimaru's narrow snake eyes swept across the surrounding chaos, thoughtfully. With his 2 teammates deployed to different battlefronts, and himself actually taking on defense and control duties in the original team, Orochimaru couldn't immediately find suitable teammates. Possessing considerable command talent, he withdrew from the front lines and took command of this battle zone. Back when reinforcing the attack's stronghold, in that hell of scattered flesh and blood, Orochimaru had faintly sensed a subtle atmosphere. Though unable to find other traces then, he could only attribute that sinister atmosphere to the victim's collective mental state. But now this collective madness couldn't be explained as normal. Orochimaru crouched beside a ninja frantically writhing, oblivious even to burst blisters, casually summoned several large snakes to tie him firmly to the bed, then reached out and buckled his face, meticulously probing this frenzied ninja's condition. As expected, this ninja's mental state was obviously stimulated by something, producing intense fear and negative emotions. As a ninja who hadn't trained in Yin release, such violent abnormal spiritual energy couldn't be utilized, instead causing damage. This is also the Crimson of Agony's doing. Orochimaru stood and looked outside. Doctors and nurses bustled back and forth, nearly running their medicine cartwheels to smoke. Having lamented the Crimson of Agony's vicious tactics, Orochimaru slightly furrowed his brow, yet unconsciously curled his lips into a chilling arc. I'd really like to meet you. Whether dojutsu or non-dojutsu ordinary genjutsu, the vast majority use the 5 senses as a medium, manipulating the target's cerebral neural chakra flow to achieve psychic attacks. Hiiragi wasn't skilled at this, but he always had his own solutions. During this period, he'd been using encountered Konoha ninjas as test subjects. Since attacking the Konoha stronghold and attaching cursed energy to all survivors in the steam, Hiiragi could faintly sense the cursed target's states on some level. Using this as an opportunity, he found another direction for genjutsu. By injecting his own chakra and cursed energy into targets, mixed with their chakra, using cursed energy as medium to gradually make circulating chakra itself part of the curse. The more they used chakra, the more they inscribed the cursed energy's information within themselves, eventually evolving into the target cursing themselves. Though requiring lengthy preparation, making this technique essentially useless in actual combat, if not limited to momentary battles, its effects became quite significant. Moreover, due to this mode of operation, conventional genjutsu dispelling methods couldn't work. What he obtained was this technique. Cursed genjutsu, demonic descent. As the name suggests, it's a technique to place a tsukemono within others' hearts, letting them see and hear hallucinations only they can confirm. The hallucination he recorded in this technique was very simple: the Crimson of Agony is right before you. Nothing else, no other details. Though he didn't particularly like this title Konoha had slapped on him out of thin air, that didn't prevent Hiiragi from exploiting it. To Konoha ninjas, all they knew was this title and some scattered traits and abilities. Once Hiiragi activated the technique, targets would perfect their conception of Crimson of Agony, conflated with the recorded image of Hiiragi himself. Ultimately, people always deeply believe conclusions they draw themselves. Fabricated intelligence might be questioned, but after glimpsing partial truth, letting them themselves draw conclusions convinces themselves. This is the world's most real information. And because the figure appearing in the hallucination is Hiiragi, by hiding himself, making Hiiragi an individual not present here, thus achieving the conceptual substitution of Hiiragi could be anywhere, this genjutsu can affect all curse targets. Under the hallucinatory, Hiiragi's provocation and stimulation, targets' incomprehensible actions appear to outsiders like possession by some demon. Though as the first large-scale activation, precision is hard to guarantee, still caused you plenty of trouble. Wearing a pitch-black mask, his entire being wrapped by indistinguishable ambiguous aura, Hiiragi slowly emerged from behind a lush tree, standing quite calmly before Kato Dan's team, who had just endured a hard fight. First meeting, Kato. Dan, right. Please completely hand over the spirit transformation technique training method to me, and I'll dispel this genjutsu. How about it? A good deal, no. For 100 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 85. Chapter 85. I said if you can fight at range, don't engage in melee. Are you deaf or something? Words from someone hiding their face who would believe them. Kato Dan, his breathing not yet calmed down, reversed his grip on a kunai and assumed a combat stance, his gaze locked on this uninvited guest, his expression full of vigilance. Just moments ago, 3 ninjas in their team had suddenly gone mad, attacking empty corners and even mistaking their comrades for enemies, showing no mercy in their strikes. Subduing them had taken considerable effort. Yet when they tried to dispel the genjutsu on these 3 ninjas, they found no traces of genjutsu interference no matter what. After much deliberation, Kato Dan could only seal the 3 ninjas for later processing. Judging by the chakra fluctuations and occasional bursts of flame in the distance, apparently similar events were occurring elsewhere. Even with the most optimistic estimates, Konoha's infiltration plan was as good as ruined. And the culprit was likely this mask-wearing person. Not good. I can't sense him at all. Sweat unconsciously beaded on Kato Dan's forehead. As the only ninja in Konoha to have successfully mastered the spirit transformation technique, he prided himself on first-rate perception. Yet this figure in the black mask gave him a feeling of helplessness. At first glance, just an ordinary figure. But the more he tried to perceive this person's state deeply, the more that indescribable ambiguity grew thick and intense. Forget chakra level, by now, he couldn't even discern height, weight, body posture, or even whether the voice was male or female. As if this weren't a person at all, but a meaningless stroke of black abruptly painted onto a scene. This intense sense of abnormality nearly made Kato Den sick. Anyway, first delay time, see if I can trick out more information. As for his mastery of the spirit transformation technique, it was hardly a secret in the ninja world. No surprise someone would want this forbidden technique. Extremely difficult to master, quite limited in use, equally high risk. Yet in exchange, the spirit transformation technique also possesses extremely powerful effects. After separating one's spirit as a living soul from the body, the spiritual aggregate, as a spirit body, could not only ignore distance and most obstacles to move freely, but also be immune to purely physical attacks. Though it could also possess others to forcibly control their actions or simply crush their spirits, and Kato Den had indeed killed countless enemies this way. The spirit transformation technique's greater value lay in perception. In spirit form, one could sense other souls, easily detecting even individuals without prior intelligence, and rapidly reach their location. Strategically, this technique's value was immense. Regardless, this technique could never be handed to an enemy. Forcibly suppressing stomach spasms, Kato Dan's expression grew increasingly condensed. Just as he was about to speak, the other interrupted. Ah, I see. Though originally designed to obstruct perception, the effect being even more pronounced on perception ninjas is quite unexpected. The black figure raised a hand and lightly tapped his featureless mask, emitting a chuckle indistinct in pitch but with obvious amusement. Thank you very much for providing this example. As compensation, I'll let you all return alive. How's that? Quite a generous offer. Nonsense, I don't understand a word. Kato Dan abruptly raised his voice, scolding the shadow. At the same time, his arm tensed as he flung several kunai forward to divert attention. If I kill you, that'll solve the problem too, won't it? Assisted by kunai blockade movement trajectories, 2 Konoha Jonin who had quietly moved slightly using forest shadows found good angles and charged from both flanks. The not-so-distant distance was instantly closed by Shunshin. Icy blade light carved cold arcs through the forest. Simultaneously, Kato Den slammed his palms against the ground. Earth release, splitting earth palm. Who knows? Maybe my technique is the type that, once released, has nothing to do with me anymore. Wide cracks rapidly spread beneath the shadow's feet, great chunks of earth upheaving and crumbling. Yet even so, the shadow remained perfectly composed atop, a layer of iron sand floating in midair. Fall back. Kato Dan felt an inexplicable chill wind around him. Even before the other's words fully emerged, he realized the mistake in this trial attack. But it was too late. Well, I suppose this means negotiations have broken down. A torrent of black iron sand gushes from the cracks torn by splitting earth palm, coalescing into dozens of arms tightly gripping the 2 Konoha ninjas' limbs. When your physical strength is insufficient and you lack defensive capabilities, choosing kenjutsu against an unknown enemy, do you think you're Konoha's White Fang? Thus taunting, Hiiragi divided the iron sand into more than 20 streams, rapidly wrapping the 2 ninjas, then churned like grinding media. Not even leaving room for a dying cry. Finely crafted short swords, clothing, flesh, blood, bones, indiscriminately, all ground to indistinguishable residue within seconds. Magnet release, the crimson of agony. Seeing such cruel methods in iron sand manipulation, Kato Dan immediately thought of that Suna ninja notorious in Konoha, silently acknowledging this temptation's price was far too great, yet his hands never paused. Earth release, earth return. Slapping the ground again, raising a large stone slab to obscure the view, Kato-dan retreated unhesitatingly. His teammates similarly understood his intent, shunshin to disengage from the battlefield, leaving only one burly man to confront or rather, stall for time. Given that Crimson of Agony's displayed methods, mere numerical advantage meant nothing. Thus, they'd have to rely on Kato-dan finishing this with spirit transformation. Come. Crimson of Agony. The rearguard ninja roared as he charged Hiiragi, his body continuously expanded. I don't much like that title, makes it sound like I've done something particularly excessive. I've merely killed people. What difference is there between you and me? Leaving these cold words, Hiiragi rode his iron sand cloud swiftly back, evading the giant palm that had swollen to over twice human size. Mastering expansion technique, capable of greatly enhancing size and physical abilities, the Akimichi clan member was indeed the most suited among those present to stall time here. But Crimson Blood Manipulation. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 86, Metal Implement. Crimson Blood Manipulation, Hundredfold Convergence. Viscous blood plasma seeped from the iron sand mass that had crushed the two ninjas, then condensed into scarlet droplets in Hiirag's palm, compressed into tiny blood beads. Simultaneously, the scattered iron sand, under Hiirag's manipulation, transformed into a vortex that charged at the Akimichi clan jonin, as if to pierce his body and extract blood. Though borrowing the name of the Kamo clan's inherited curse technique from his previous life, this was essentially an application of water release. The name was merely a guise to mislead the opponent. Still, using blood to cast water release did indeed have a bit of crimson blood manipulation's shadow. If using the corpses of their comrades to fight could anger the opponent and make them reveal openings, all the better. You bastard. But this Akimichi clan jonin was ultimately a battle-hardened veteran. Seeing this, though anger was evident on his face, his movements showed not the slightest deviation. The Akimichi, as a yin release secret technique clan, truly exemplified the enhancement of physical abilities through yang release. Converting food energy into fat stored in the body not only further improved physical durability but also served as chakra reserves for secret techniques. This was also manifested in the Valley King, Hikifune Kiryu. The Akimichi clan's physique was extremely tough, able to adapt to such intense energy consumption, replenishment and conversion. Enhanced by secret techniques and chakra reinforcement, ordinary blades or piercing ninjutsu were ineffective against them. The Akimichi jonin crossed his arms in front of him, then swept them left and right, shattering the iron sand vortex to pieces. Super Palm Strike. Already having cast expansion technique and transformed into a giant, the enraged Akimichi jonin roared, the mere shout shaking the surrounding trees. He used partial expansion technique on his hands, further enlarging them. Visible chakra flares rose from his huge palms as they crushed trees in their path, thundering forth like a toppling jade mountain with decisive momentum. Such thick, tough palms were indeed a barrier that fine iron sand could not waver. Yet Hiiragi was not merely a magnet release ninja. Crimson Blood Manipulation. Riding his iron sand cloud, Hiiragi could have chosen to abandon this Akimichi jonin and directly pursue Kato-dan's group. But if an enemy could be killed, why let them go? It wouldn't take much time anyway. While rapidly retreating, Hiiragi pressed his palms together, compressing the blood bead, then piercing blood. His voice, twisted and eerie from the perception obstruction mask's effects, seemed to seep out blood-drenched aura. Whoosh. The ultra-compressed blood bead suddenly spurted, propelled by chakra, transforming into a crimson streak that cut through everything. This thin blood line, with initial speed rivaling sound, already exceeded the Akimichi jonin's visual capture limit. Long before the technique's name reached his ears, it pierced through his thick, solid palm with a sharp shriek. Have you pissed yourself? Prayed to the gods. Prepared yourself mentally to tremble in some dark corner begging for mercy. Before the Akimichi jonin could realize the source of the slight sting in his palm, Hiiragi's words, full of sharp killing intent, pierced into his consciousness like blades. The next instant, the superfast bloodline, like a wire saw cutting through stone, sliced a striking eye mark across his enormous palm, like a hot knife through butter. Through the wound piercing his palm, the Akimichi jonin could even see the surging ring of iron sand and water behind Hiiragi. Die. The 2 persons' worth of blood now exhausted, Hiiragi manipulated the water flow into iron sand into a deadly water blade, slashing horizontally. The battle-hardened Akimichi jonin instantly realized his huge body now made him a target. He rapidly cancelled the expansion technique, yet the buffer reserved to allow his body to withstand the transformation prevented him from completely dodging this water blade that seemed about to sever his legs. Even as he retreated while shrinking, the iron sand-laced water blade still severed 3 of his fingers and carved a massive gash across his chest. Ugh! The mutilated limbs and wound nearly severing his ribs brought severe pain, forcing a muffled groan from the Akimichi jonin. Even for a yang release clan renowned for physical toughness, this was no injury to be ignored. Even reinforced with chakra and cursed energy, palms still hurt a lot. Before the kneeling Akimichi Jonin could rise, the masked Hikori had already unhurriedly floated nearby, seemingly mocking holding up his palm, dramatically blowing on his overheated palm from jet iron sand friction. Cursed energy. Is that the means he uses to cast undispellable genjutsu? The Akimichi Jonin narrowed his eyes, noting this unfamiliar term in his speech. But the next moment, his thoughts were interrupted by Hikori's next words. Anyway, it's already really blended in. The iron sand attached in the Akimichi Jonin's wounds, under Hikori's manipulation, rapidly squeezed into his body, wildly rushing through blood vessels, nerves, muscle fibers, and chakra pathways. The traces of surging iron sand beneath his skin looked like surging veins in rage. GHH. The deliberate agitation of his entire meridian, the agony of being flayed alive, instantly robbed the Akimichi Jonin of any resistance. He sprawled unnaturally on the ground, writhing like an electrocuted insect. Bleg. Churned viscera and fat, mixed with iron sand and blood, splattered from his ruptured skin. His eyes blood-red, the Akimichi Jonin vomited great gouts of blood mixed with organ fragments, yet forcibly suppressed any sound. Not letting the enemy achieve their goal. This was the most basic principle of ninja combat philosophy. Hikori claimed his goal was the spirit transformation technique. Torturing him now was of course also to exert mental pressure on Kato-dan. Judging thus, the Akimichi Jonin, knowingly doomed, how could he comply with Hikori's wishes? Actually, ever since learning magnet release, I've always wanted to try this technique. Finding this quite tedious yet obliged, Hikori yawned, slowly crouched beside the Akimichi Jonin, and reached out to lightly touch his forehead. He sensed Kato-dan's group had stayed somewhere for a while. Time-wise, they should have had enough to cast spirit transformation and arrive. Metallica. Countless blades, screws, all at once squeezed out from the Akimichi Jonin's 7 orifices, tumbling with his life into the blood-mixed muddy water. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 87, Change of Plans switching to assault. In the dim light of the rainy forest, the very air seemed to grow thick and heavy. But at this moment, a nearly transparent figure, wrapped in boundless rage, tore through the stagnant air like an icebreaker. The instant the cold metal, still carrying the lingering warmth of life, fell into the muddy water, Hikori had no time to think. His body instinctively drove him to Shunshin left. This speed. Though he had expected the speed of the spirit separated via spirit transformation, facing this spirit assault surpassing sound speed, he still felt a trace of pressure. Yet the nearly invisible spirit did not continue pursuit. Instead, it slowly revealed its outline, blurring in the realm of divine speed, hovering in place. It was Kato-dan's living soul. So this is the spirit transformation technique. To have cultivated such a technique, you're a genuine genius, Kato-kun. Standing atop a nearby canopy, Hikori looked down at Kato-dan's spirit, thus commenting. This detached living soul seemed able to adjust its transparency, freely choosing whether to be seen. While moving, at most it revealed a faint outline. Combined with the spirit's extremely restrained chakra operation, with Hikori's perception and related experience, capturing traces of this soul was no simple task. And for over 99% of ninjas in this world, it was simply impossible. Truth be told, the spirit transformation technique wielding Kato-dan might pose a greater threat than even Konoha's White Fang. That the former hadn't established particularly fearsome reputation instead proved this technique's strength. The victories of skilled warriors bear no reputation for wisdom, no merit for valor. But, still within plan. Flipping his mental plan to Plan D, Hikori casually undid his hair tie and shrugged off his loose coat to his waist, activating spirit thread nerves and strengthening tattoos to maximum. I'll subdue you and bring you back to Konoha. Before extracting every bit of intelligence from your mind, don't expect to die easily. Sensing Hikori's aura was significantly enhanced by several levels, Kato-dan, having briefly mourned farewell to his friend, looked up and declared thus in a deep voice suppressing strong murderous intent. I understand. Seeing comrades tortured to death like this, dying to kill me but having to consider village interests and capture me alive instead, right? Rolling his wrists in sequence, warming up like students before actual combat, Hikori's tone dripped with provocation. Lone wolf rogue ninjas, missing mean, they can care for no one but themselves. But village ninjas must consider such things. So won't you reconsider? My offer still stands. Hand over spirit transformation, and you can all go home safely. But that's impossible, isn't it? Save your dreams for prison, tell them to the Uchiha. Nearly overlapping voices announced this battle's resumption. Kato-dan's spirit once again became an invisible twisted silhouette, ignoring dense branches as it headed straight for Hikori. Having shed physical limitations, no longer recognized by appearance or chakra but sensing via soul outline, Kato-dan could completely ignore the perception mask's interference. Hiiragi instantly liberated all strength and tattoos, his body flowing with cyan patterns as he transformed into a bright streak of light, howling through the forest like a storm. Even the mere wind from his passage was enough to shred sturdy branches to pieces. Yet even so, he remained slightly slower in speed. However, the complex terrain Kato-dan had expected would hinder movement and instead provided Hiiragi more maneuvering room. Using spirit thread nerves extending from fingertips and hair as cables, combined with jet points and footholds created by wind release, Hiiragi nimbly swerves through dense canopies, even easily executing extreme maneuvers beyond ninja imagination. With his brain operating at full processing power, coupled with the sensory abilities expanded and enhanced by spirit thread nerves, Hiiragi could even achieve something akin to future sight. Based on predictive calculation and extraordinary maneuvers, even though Kato-dan's straight-line speed slightly exceeded Hiiragi's, for now he couldn't touch him. Such speed and mobility must place quite a heavy burden on his body. Watching the cyan streak carve sharp turns midair, shaking off again and again, he is about to catch up with pursuit, the concealed spirit thought thus, his face unconsciously twisted. The squad's infiltration failure, his comrade's miserable death every time he recalled these things, uncontrollable irritation surged within him. Seeing Hiiragi's cables whip up powerful air pressure, reducing nearby trunks shattered by the gale to even finer fragments, and even igniting them into flying flames rushing toward him, Kato-dan's spirit didn't even blink as he let them pass through his body. Then, having discerned Hiiragi's habits in these seconds of high-speed chase, he anticipated his movements and dropped downward first. Physical attacks completely immune, ninjutsu effects almost nil, as expected, I suppose. Feeling the feedback from spirit thread nerves deliberately left in his trajectory passing through the spirit, Hiiragi inwardly complained with displeasure. But, curses are still quite effective. Souls are easily infected by curses and transform into cursed spirits, common knowledge in jujitsu circles. Though that usually concerns the dead's ghosts, living souls and ghosts are both disembodied souls, aren't they? In the realm of curses, no difference. Flipping midair as he descended, Hiiragi watched Kato-dan's increasingly ferocious expression draw nearer, revealing an equally grim smile. First step, complete. What's wrong? Didn't you want my spirit transformation technique? His voice stretched nearly distorted in this world of extreme speed, yet Kato-dan's hatred and resentment remained clearly audible. Stop and face me. Hey, who didn't hear ghost stories as a kid? With obvious provocation, Hiiragi laughed thus. With this mobility yet thrusting at me, not attempting other techniques, your main attack method now is possession, isn't it? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Grinning, Hiiragi flung 3 kunai with exploding tags, detonating dazzling fire between man and spirit. Even though Kato-dan no longer relied on the 5 senses for perception and wouldn't be harmed by such explosions, Hiiragi merely needed to obstruct his vision momentarily. Through the explosion of fire, what met Kato-dan's eyes were 3 figures galloping toward different directions. Iron Sand clones. Since arriving on the battlefield, Hiiragi hadn't used his magnet release Iron Sand. Kato-dan had assumed Hiiragi deemed it ineffective and shelved it, turns out he was saving it for now. You think this will help? But regardless of clone type, what resides in clones is merely consciousness, not soul. In Kato-dan's soul vision, Hiiragi's original body was unmistakably conspicuous. I never claimed to deceive you, did I? Hiiragi directly tossed his wrist scroll to 2 Iron Sand clones, judging with absolute certainty. Though physical damage and regular ninjutsu are ineffective against your spirit form, since your soul is here, your physical body is empty. You didn't have your teammates attack me because they need to guard the fragile bod vulnerable to any random stone, don't they? Let's see, as I disembowel your teammates and crush their organs in order, whether you'll beg on your knees to hand over spirit transformation, Konoha's elite jonin, Kato-dan. You won't get the chance. Under Hiiragi's provocation, Kato-dan found it increasingly difficult to control his emotions. Not only his teammates, but even the image of his sister, who had died a tragic death in war, seemed to appear before his eyes. Konoha indeed knew little intelligence about Hiiragi. But his simultaneous activity under different identities on the battlefield, even attacking Konoha's camp as 3-in-1, was quite widely known. With such precedent, how could Kato-dan underestimate his chakra reserves? Even just his 2 Iron Sand clones were no easy opponent. Anxious for his teammates, Kato-dan's killing intent can no longer be contained. Because I'll make you breathe your last before that. Immediately. Right now. This instant. Methods to dispel the genjutsu. Leave that to Orochimaru to study. Suna intelligence. Didn't interrogation and corpses have memory extraction techniques too? Even fragmented memories would suffice. Ha, as if you can catch me. Thus taunting, Hiiragi's pace, propelled by spirit thread nerves, suddenly seemed somewhat disheveled, and the light traces enveloping him flickered almost imperceptibly. Taking all this in, the keen Kato-dan naturally wouldn't miss such details. Having allocated most chakra to his Iron Sand clones, momentarily unable to maintain the stability of this enhanced posture. Thinking thus, Kato Dan, nearly transformed into a raging spirit, how could he pass up this opening? Though a ninja maintaining such combat effectiveness after splitting 3 ways showing such openings was somewhat questionable, pre-prepared techniques and improvised clones necessarily differ in preparation and stability, no. Moreover, that enhanced state should already place considerable burden on his body. Wasn't his own spirit transformation only usable in stable conditions? Whether exhausted or simply fluctuating, this weakness was real. He must not give this bastard any breathing room. With this conviction, Kato Dan accelerates again. No time even to conceal his form, his nearly tinged his spirit with blazing crimson. That demonic vengeful posture twisted the surrounding air like a sweltering summer afternoon. His silver-gray hair wildly flew like an enraged lion's mane, seemingly about to devour this bastard before him. TCH. Seemingly to ensure safety on the other front, Hiiragi had given all carrying equipment to his iron sand clones. In the nick of time, instinctively reaching for his wrist, he remembered his prior actions and could only remove an apparently half-finished device from the scroll around his waist. Half a shell, cluttered with cables and gears, even the central core is obviously missing its cover, not something to trust anyway. But coming from the creator of giant puppets rivaling large summoned beasts, it demanded caution. Thinking this, Kato Dan suddenly felt he might be overreaching. Come to think of it, hadn't this guy claimed at the start that the genjutsu affecting most of the front was his work? In a flash, Kato Dan saw Hiiragi, whom he just deemed exhausted, toss that grotesque device toward him. His heart seized. Dodge. Soul Sealing Barrier Method, activate. His soul's instinct whispered thus as he instinctively rose to evade the strange sphere. Simultaneously, Hiiragi's voice rose with the barrier encapsulating everything within a 4 or 5 meter radius. Ah, so close. Sure enough, a master of the soul realm. Though I was very careful to exert influence, you still noticed at this moment. Looking up at Kato Dan outside the barrier, Hiiragi's previously inciting and defiant tone instantly collapsed. Though barrier techniques capable of restraining even tailed beasts, chakra incarnations, were equally effective against spirit transformation, Kato Dan's spirit speed made catching him with barriers in combat nearly impossible. Thus Hiiragi had created that device, its shell completely meaningless, merely serving as a barrier technique container. All the while deceiving Kato Dan into thinking he was just grasping at straws. Well, it doesn't matter. Dispelling the soul-sealing barrier method, condensing a combat staff of barrier technique in his hand, casually twirling it twice before slamming it into the ground, Hiiragi's tone grew quite cold. Everything needing confirmation is confirmed. I'll just beat you down and take you away. For 100 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 88, Plunged into Darkness. Honestly, though my earlier proposal was genuinely sincere, ultimately, even if you'd actually agreed to the deal and handed over spirit transformation, I probably wouldn't dare believe it was accurate. Accompanying Hiiragi's suddenly cold tone as if he'd become a different person, the barrier-constructed combat staff hummed faintly, emitting a blood-like glow. Techniques concerning the soul, the slightest bias is enough to lead to unspeakable tragedy. Even I'm starting to doubt the very act of trading. This era truly is hopeless. Don't you think, Kato-kun? Not a trace of sarcasm or provocation in those words, instead, a puzzling melancholy. If the earlier frenzy and brutality were merely disguised, then the Crimson of Agony, as an enemy, was far too terrifying. Not in terms of strength, but mentally. Realizing his actions had been consistently influenced by the other, Kato Dan's expression darkened. As we all know, chakra is a versatile, three-dimensional, collective, mass damage, nation-building force, quite convenient energy. Depending on the user's preferences, tendencies, and development methods, it can achieve almost anything imaginable. And because spiritual energy is mixed into its composition, even without bias in release, chakra itself possesses to some degree the property of mind over matter. Barrier techniques and sealing techniques epitomize this property. Despite various constraints and conditions, barrier and sealing techniques remain effective against opponents far beyond the user's strength. Without knowing the relief method, before reaching a cliff-like gap in power, a barrier's obstructive effect is nearly absolute. Even Kato Dan's spirit form couldn't save this. The barrier erupting from the device Hiiragi had thrown earlier might be dismissed as a disposable tool. But now, that humming combat staff shattered any illusion. His lover Tsunade's grandmother, Uzumaki Mito, was the current Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the strongest known sealing technique user. Though Tsunade hadn't fully inherited her grandmother's sealing and barrier techniques, she'd learned some of the essence. And Kato Dan, as Tsunade's lover, was quite knowledgeable in this area. This barrier construction alone proved the Crimson of Agony's mastery in barrier techniques. Judging by your expression, you're not in the mood for discussion. Fine. Then let's do this the way ninjas adapt best, shall we? Blackish blue flames slowly ignited on the staff. Hiikori suddenly swung, the staff carving a shrill arc as it smashed down toward Kato-dan. Let's curse each other. Kato-dan sharply dodged sideways, easily evading such a wide swing. Yet the barrier staff, after splitting the earth, rebounded upward as if possessing undue elasticity, then was swept horizontally by Hiikori. TCH. Sensing the almost tangible, bizarre cold energy wrapping around the staff, Kato-dan's expression grew increasingly condensed. By now, how could he not feel that this blackish-blue cold flame was precisely the power that had been influencing his mental state all along? And now, no longer seeking subtle influence, this curse-like power constantly stirred Kato-dan's nerves. Suppressing the increasingly harsh agitation with ninja rationality, Kato-dan still inevitably felt anxious. Armed with a weapon that could touch his spirit, Hiikori's superb taijutsu posed a genuine threat. Kato-dan had no doubt that one solid hit would leave him utterly defenseless under a storm of blows. Conversely, Hiikori was equally in a state where one solid touch from him would result in possession and loss of body control. Thus, this was a one-hit-kill duel. Forget reinforcing the other battlefield, whoever revealed an opening, whether him or Hiikori, would step into irredeemable ruin. But with my spirit provoked by that curse fire, I probably won't have the advantage in neutral combat. Feeling emotions on the verge of ignition, even as a disembodied spirit, Kato-dan couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat. Amid the unrelenting storm of staff strikes like pouring rain, he repeatedly retreated, widening distance, relying on his superior speed to replan his attack. Seizing a moment when Hiikori withdrew his staff, Kato-dan concealed himself and cut in a twisted stance close to the ground, right hand forming a knife hand aimed at his chest. Think I'm unprepared? Ding. Kato-dan's knife hand collided with a small, hexagonal barrier, unable to advance. Strike failed, the still invisible spirit immediately withdrew. Several assaults were blocked by tiny barriers or evaded by sudden displacement. Then Kato-dan ceased attacking rashly, instead launching probing strikes. The swift staff strikes whipped up winds nearly indistinguishable from powerful wind release techniques, carving ferocious scars into the mud, instantly covered by raging slashes. In moments, the dense forest was leveled by this wild staff dance. Even with Kato-dan's agility, he nearly was hit by this unrestrained chaos several times. Yet his goal was achieved. Hiikori's earlier mobility relied partly on full-body enhanced state, partly on those chakra threads for three-dimensional maneuvers and hyperangle re-entry. Without connection points, he couldn't pursue and evade so quickly, Kato-dan judged thus. But a dozen thumbnail-sized iron sand spheres emerged in midair, announcing the failure of his plan. You can maintain stability with just these iron sand. Kato-dan's pupils contracted. He sharply rolled right to evade a barrier-enshrouded knee strike, then dived underground. TCH. Hiikori grunted displeasedly but had to admit this move was quite effective. Once invisible, even his perception struggled to accurately track Kato-dan, and after diving underground, confirming his presence became even harder. Without hesitation, Hiikori buried all remaining iron sand in the earth, forming tiny nuclei at unavoidable intervals. Even if unable to cause damage, when Kato-dan's spirit passed through objects under his control, the chakra within would still be perceived. That time would suffice for reaction. If Kato-dan didn't strike within 5 seconds, Hiikori would immediately have his iron sand clone use reverse summoning to attack the original body's location. Truth be told, after exposing his Crimson of Agony identity, achieving Crimson of Agony like before was difficult. The ninja profession, in a sense, is like Green Lanterns. Solo action is feasible, team coordination even better. As the system is unanimously implemented by major villages, tacit teams maximize member strength. But gathering hundreds or thousands together hinders each other. That's why Hiikori dared to raid an entire camp but didn't want to face Kato-dan's entire squad at once. After witnessing how Hanzo, his cards revealed, was comprehensively countered, Hiikori's need for trump cards was unprecedentedly high. Likewise, he wouldn't hesitate to speculate whether enemies held similar stunts. As the team guarding the spirit transformation user's body, though not all elite jonin, each certainly had unique skills. But isn't that what combat is? Basic hard power, a bit of luck, probing intelligence in battle, then fighting spirit. In this, jujitsu sorcerers and ninjas are no different. Though sorcerers often choose technique revelation for temporary enhancement, revealed intelligence and actual manifestation always differ considerably. Abilities depend on how you use them. Mr. Flamingo's words truly are famous quotes. Of course, Hiikori could also directly lower a curtain, filling the barrier with curses, forcing transforming Kato-dan's spirit into a cursed spirit. But once transformed, soul memories would inevitably suffer irreversible distortion. And this world wasn't his previous life. Large-scale releasing curses in a world constantly at war, littered with corpses, would inevitably or rather, absolutely beget extremely terrifying curses. This was why Hiikori only used cursed energy himself, never teaching similar techniques to others. Even when releasing curses, he chose methods that rapidly spread without accumulation in one spot. Yet Kato Den ultimately didn't give Hiikori 5 seconds. The moment iron sand upturned muddy soil, before mud drops could fall, the barely visible soul struck like a dormant viper, rising from beneath Hiikori's feet. Using wind-released jet points to swoop forward, evading this raid, Hiikori twisted and swept his staff horizontally. But Kato Den didn't continue evade. The hazy spirit sprinted, seized the gap in the staff sweep, and cut again before Hiikori. Tiny barrier fragments reappeared, but this time Kato Den didn't strike Hiikori. Instead, he turned and kicked the staff in his hands. Already exhausted from the swing, enduring this extra force, the staff flew from his grasp. If barriers could obstruct Kato Dan's movement, then his spirit could contact these barrier constructs. Thus, better to disarm Hiikori first. Seeing his strike succeed, Kato Dan's eyes flashed self-satisfaction. He turned and accelerated, attempting to touch Hiikori. But have you forgotten, this weapon was something I casually created. Accompanied by cold muttering, the sheet barrier blocking Hiikori's chest shot out like a shuriken. Simultaneously, 2 blood-red glows rose from his palm as condensed barriers rapidly formed between his fingers, becoming forearm-length, blood-red glowing short rods. This wasn't Kato Den being too slow, even Hiikori's students took over a month to adapt to barrier constructs. Affected by curses, Kato Den being misled by weapon shape and not reacting in time was understandable. Unfortunately, this mistake was quite fatal. You should have kicked my wrist instead. 10+ barrier shuriken all pierced Kato Dan's spirit. Hiikori's arms stabbed like viper fangs, the short rods, more like large awls, wrapped in piercing wind, viciously thrust at Kato Dan's chest. Compared to swinging strikes, Hiikori always preferred this method, opening holes in things. Ugh! Forcibly enduring the barrier shuriken tore his spirit, Kato Den twisted and dove at the last moment, but was blocked by barriers unfolding from iron sand nuclei lurking in the earth. Hiikori's eyes flashed cold light. The staff kicked away was yanked back by spirit thread nerves, crashing down toward Kato Dan's nape and spine with a shriek. Simultaneously, the short rods in his hands, like taiko drumsticks at a festival, ceaselessly beat the invisible wandering soul. Cough. The storm of blows sent Kato Dan's spirit kept trembling, even concealing himself became impossible. Yet, forcibly enduring the repeated forging pain, his eyes churned with indescribable light as he blatantly seized Hiikori's hands. Got you now. Crimson of agony. Seeing the makeshift barrier on Hiikori's wrists nearly crushed by his grip, Kato Dan's spirit seemed to emit black evil spirits, his eyes stained with twisted satisfaction. Thus roaring, Kato Den simply headbutt Hiikori's mask, attempting to possess his body. Yes, you caught me. But I caught you. Nonsense. At this distance, you can't release a barrier in time. The spirit had already begun possession. This almost negative distance fusion meant Kato Dan and Hiikori didn't even need to speak, consciousness alone sufficed for this exchange. Wait. What is this? It also let Kato Den know his defeat was certain. The shadow beneath Hiikori surged, transforming into a living quagmire. Then, the shadow swallowed both Hiikori and Kato Dan, leaving only this bland utterance calling its name. Rashomon. For 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. Sacrifice is worthy of respect, but don't ask others to sacrifice. The smell of iron sand friction mixed with blood, diffusing a faint rustiness through the humid forest air. Broken tree trunks leaned askew in the scarred mud, testament to just how intense the previous battle had been. Beneath a relatively intact tree, Kato Dan's guard squad was bedraggledly recovering. About 2 minutes ago, the 2 iron sand clones attacking them had suddenly collapsed without warning. After much vigilance and probing with no response, they finally relaxed and regrouped. But though all dozen plus were wounded, they still warily scanned their surroundings, guarding against possible next attacks. Compared to outsiders, they naturally understood more about the spirit transformation technique. Though the separated spirit could theoretically act indefinitely, in practice, if separated from the body too long or too far, the connection between soul and body thinned, making return difficult. This was why Kato Den used spirit transformation based on battlefield developments, rather than safely cast from the rear. Likewise, when the soul was detached, the user's body couldn't endure intense stimulation, rash moving also carried considerable risk. And this was the squad's reason for existing. Protect Kato Dan's physical body at all costs. Currently, in the squad's center, a man named Sakura Tomataro and the squad's medical ninja Chiba Aya were receiving the same treatment as Kato Dan's body. As the squad's pure taijutsu specialist, he now paralyzed there like an invalid. His arm temporarily splinted with wooden boards, most of his face wrapped in bandages, only one eye visible, quite bedraggled. Chiba Aya's fingertips glowed faint green, slowly treating his large bruises and lacerations before wrapping fresh bandages. Ha. What the hell, even clones were this troublesome. Sakura gasped heavily, tilting his head to examine his arm with his remaining good eye, unable to stop cursing. God damn it. After the Akimichi Jonin stayed behind to buy time and the two Kenjutsu specialists fell first, as the squad's sole remaining Taijutsu specialist, he naturally assumed frontline duties against those two Iron Sand clones. But no one expected those clones' strength to be nothing like normal clones, they could even reconstitute after being shattered. Sakura's left eye had been injured by flying Iron Sand then, both arms and right leg were broken. His career as a ninja was likely over. Seeing Chiba Aya pause and look at him, Sakura reassured the somewhat bewildered girl, "Not you, keep going. Your medical skills are the best I've seen. It's okay, we all understand." Miwa Sananari, attempting to crack the two storage scrolls, offered comfort, "Once we're back, we'll see about healing your limbs. Lady Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is quite remarkable. Nothing to complain about. Compared to Maruyama and Megato, I'm lucky." Sakura's gaze swept across the battlefield's carnage, muttering, "If those two clones hadn't suddenly collapsed and disintegrated, I might not have made it back alive." Maruyama and Megato were the two Kenjutsu specialists previously crushed to paste by Hiiragi, not even leaving corpses. Mentioning this, the squad's atmosphere sank. Taijutsu can be fully inherited by clones, and with that recombination ability, it's really tricky. But that guy's wind release was absurd. Shimura Masumi, leaning against a tree trunk, rolled his eyes with a look of utter despair. Nearly 30 years training wind release, and I was completely suppressed by a clone, couldn't do a thing. I'm so desperate. Sakura glanced at him, couldn't resist complaining, "Oh come on, that Crimson of Agony guy is a Suna expert. It's a no-brainer that his wind release is better than yours. Besides, you were just suppressed, I got beaten from start to finish like a living sandbag." Shimura Masumi merely touched the wound on his shoulder from wind blades and said nothing more. Chiba Aya packed up her medical kit and stood, her gaze unconsciously drifting toward Kato Dan's physical body. Kato-senpai probably succeeded, right? She bit her lip and murmured, her eyes full of worry. Everyone in the squad knew Chiba Aya had desperately trained in medical ninjutsu out of admiration for Kato Dan, and applied to transfer to this dangerous frontline squad. Probably. Though Dan's soul should have returned, maybe he plans to control the Crimson of Agony and bring him back for interrogation. Shimura Masumi laughed it off, offering this speculation. After all, this collective infiltration mission was basically a complete failure. Capturing a powerful Suna combatant would somewhat make up for the losses. Given Kato Dan's character, it wouldn't be surprising. Not expecting surrender, but Konoha had reliable procedures for intelligence extraction. Just then, the sensor ninja on alert suddenly whispered, "Someone's coming, very unfamiliar chakra, but very faint." Hearing this, the entire squad tensed. Don't worry, it's me." From the dim forest came a voice full of dissonant pauses. Then a figure stumbled over thick tree roots and came into view. A youth of about 17 or 18, with red and white hair. He stiffly raised an arm, shaking the pitch-black mask, the one the Crimson of Agony had worn earlier. His chest and arms were covered in scrapes, as if scratched by trees on the way here. "Kato Dano." Someone unconsciously spoke. "I controlled him, used up most of my chakra, but his soul resisted fiercely, need to seal him first." The possessed youth nodded, haltingly explained, then collapsed on the spot, looking quite exhausted. Though everyone was surprised the Crimson of Agony was this young, the situation obviously didn't allow discussion. After the sensor ninja confirmed this person's chakra was nearly depleted, several squad members helped him toward flatter ground, preparing to assist Kato Dan with sealing. Chiba Aya was among them. "Akimichi-senpai, how is he?" After some hesitation, she found this topic to address Kato-senpai. "Akimichi fell in battle." Hearing this, Chiba Aya froze. She distinctly remembered Kato Dan always called Akimichi Takashi by his given name, Takashi. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly lost control of her body like a marionette. Moments later. "I've been benefited from this thing from start to finish." Hiiragi extracted the keepsake pendant from the wound on his arm. While manipulating moisture to wash away blood, he draws chakra to restore, thus sighing. Imperceptible to sensing, with almost no upper limit on energy storage, such properties were far too convenient. The only flaw was impossibility to replicate. But now, no one could respond. Kato Dan's guard squad had all had their spines and brains invaded by spirit thread nerves, transformed into his marionettes. Aside from their eyeballs, nothing could move. Hiiragi shrugged, one by one sealing their ability to refine chakra, while draining residual chakra into the pendant. As insurance, he severed their tendons. Thoroughly ensuring their helplessness, Hiiragi put the pendant back on. Then he approached Kato Dan's body, did likewise, took out the soul sealed in a sphere from his shadow, and stuffed it back into the body. "Hello, Kato-kun. Can you see? Can you hear? Still awake?" Casually pushing Kato Dan over and using his back as a cushion, Hiiragi lightly patted his cheek. Getting no response, he grabbed that silver-gray hair and slammed his face into the ground several times, stopping only when he heard Kato Dan instinctively inhale. Now, I'll ask again. Will you hand over spirit transformation? Dream on. 2 teeth knocked out, nose bleeding, Kato Dan's speech was slightly slurred, but that didn't prevent maintaining this die-hard attitude. Fine. Hiiragi clicked his tongue, sighing dully. He tapped the ground with his heel, his shadow spread like a living thing, swallowing him, Kato Dan, and those standing Konoha ninjas. Let me declare in advance, before extracting every bit of spirit transformation information from deep in your mind, I'll do anything except let you die. This world was pitch black in all directions, with no light source, yet everyone's figures were clear discernible. Hiiragi lounged in a massive shadow, his tone so bland one wondered if he even had emotions. If Nagato and the others were present, they'd recognize this as Hiiragi's solitary working state. As if consciousness is intimately connected, the shadow mass beneath him smoothly raised him, then surged beside Kato Dan, forming an appropriately sized table, before hanging Kato Dan from spirit thread nerves. Simple torture is a kind of torture to me, mechanical labor. So I plan to use your body for something to pass the time. You don't mind? Hiiragi retrieved a large assortment of tools from the recovered storage scrolls, neatly arranged them on the table, and spoke slowly, word by word. Hard to say if he genuinely thought this or merely applied mental pressure, but either way, Hiiragi apparently wasn't really seeking Kato Dan's opinion. Kato Dan's only response was silence. Good. Since you don't want to talk, don't. Surging shadows like tentacles squeeze into Kato Dan's mouth, then solidified into immovable masses, preventing sound and vomiting from the impending agony. In this pitch-black world, time itself seemed infinitely stretched. The guard squad members, likewise suspended, remained controlled by spirit thread nerves. They could see, could hear, yet couldn't even blink, forced to watch Kato Dan repeatedly tortured with various tools, gradually transformed beyond recognition. Well. Anything to say now? Time unknown, Hiiragi pinched his nose bridge and calmly asked Kato Dan, his limbs replaced with weapons, abdominal cavity stuffed with mechanisms, the whole person like a puppet. Hand over spirit transformation, and I'll let you die quickly, and spare your squad some suffering. That girl seems to admire you, doesn't she? Not good to drag her into suffering, is it? Aya is also Konoha's ninja. His lower face skin peeled, throat torn open, entire jaw and most of neck replaced with beast maw construction, Kato Dan could no longer speak normally. But the vocal cords buried in his neck faithfully repeat his meaning. Good. I'll note that down, as a remark under the awakening of sacrifice deserves respect, but don't make sacrifice decisions for others in my parenting manual. Casually flicking several chakra threads, Hiiragi unhooked the living puppet Kato Dan from the rack and leisurely maneuvered him toward the suspended guard squad. Don't blame me, your captain did this. The infiltration mission had failed, the ongoing fighting couldn't stop. Even worried about Kato Dan's squad, missing for 3 days, Tsunade, who had specially come to this front to counter Chio's poison, couldn't neglect her duties to search for them. But encounters always come unexpectedly. En route to another battlefield hit by Suna's new toxin, Tsunade suddenly smelled rich blood ahead. Cautiously approaching, what met Tsunade's eyes was a scene seemingly deliberately crafted to depict the definition of cruelty. Crushed, snapped, torn, severed, flesh pieces scattered randomly. And at the center of this hell, surrounded by several heads Tsunade found quite familiar, was abdomen ripped open, various parts and cables, limbs seeming forcibly torn off, eye sockets only hollow, jaw torn away. Dan. Kato Dan. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 90, Ninja Dependency Syndrome. The rich blood smell nearly dyed the humid forest air red, making Tsunade even gave the illusion that what clung to her nose wasn't moisture but thick blood. Even though she thought herself accustomed to the cruelty of battlefields, witnessing such tragedy still left her uncontrollably trembling. Among the scattered flesh pieces, over a dozen heads with familiar faces were piled together. The faces of Kato Dan's guard squad. And the figure with those heads was utterly mutilated. Only the blood-stained silver-gray hair and the pendant hanging from his neck allowed her to recognize this as the men who once promised to change Konoha's medical system with her. But she wished she hadn't recognized anything at all. The familiarity mixed with the disorienting blood that blurred her senses, coalescing into intense shock that nearly made Tsunade sick to the point of unable to breathe. Dan. Tsunade barely aware of how she had approached Kato Dan, or rather, this mass of flesh that had once been Kato Dan. Her trembling voice no longer held its usual clarity and vigor, but was rough and hoarse, fragmented like sandpaper. Kneeling in the muddy sewage, she remained oblivious, forgetting her mission to deal with Chio's poison, forgetting possible enemies nearby, even forgetting speech itself. Even without circulating chakra, Her body's instincts conjured a shallow hallucination before her eyes, not this miserable flesh, but the spirited men who had discussed war and future with her. She raised her hand, yet dared not reach forward even slightly, fearing even this illusion would shatter. Her bloodless, pale lips trembled incessantly, mouth opening and closing without a sound. Dan. Dan. I can heal you. I'll heal you. In her daze, Tsunade suddenly felt Kato Dan's heart still faintly beating. Even if illusion, even if only 1,000,000 to 1 chance, she couldn't let go now. In this war that began with her granduncle's death, she had already lost her younger brother. If she lost her lover, the one who supported her, her spirit might truly plummet into the abyss of emptiness. Ha, ha. And it wasn't illusion. As if reacting to Tsunade's presence, Kato Dan, his entire jaw missing, forced out fierce gasps filled with bloody foam from his throat. Clutching at this like a lifeline, she touched his chest, repeatedly confirming the faint pulsations beneath her fingertips, and desperately casting medical ninjutsu. Yet she seemed to have misjudged the meaning of her lover's agonized breathing. Shink. A dozen-odd gears, pins, and other components suddenly tore through Kato Dan's flesh, striking Tsunade's abdomen like scorpion stingers. Though her body instinctively conjured chakra for protection, the force carried by these metal pieces still bearing body warmth far exceeded her expectations. Despite protection, the components pierced her vest and clothing, leaving inconspicuous but genuine wounds on her skin. Wounds sufficient to deliver poison into her body. Ugh. Tsunade grunted, a faint tingling in her abdomen. But the pain quickly faded, replaced by spreading intense numbness and dizziness. Her body stiffened, staggering back a few steps. As one of the foremost experts in medical ninjutsu, Tsunade's body, even before her dazed mind, instinctively activated detoxification medical techniques. Yet even as faint green light emerged from her abdomen, the numbness showed no signs of relief, instead intensifying. Because my cursed killing poison is less a toxin and more solidified curse. Medical ninjutsu that only affects the body naturally has no effect. Rather, the solidified curse spreads faster due to chakra circulation. A calm voice came from directly ahead. Hiiragi emerged from the shadows cast by trees, stepped past the truncated Kato Dan, and stood silently before Tsunade. Ninja combat is intelligence warfare. Considering Gundam pilots wouldn't appear frequently for some time, this was truly famous. Too out of proportion, Princess of the Senju. Well, perhaps it's inappropriate for me to say such things. Recalling his own near loss of control months ago upon hearing of Mataza's death, Hiiragi felt his criticism somewhat lax stance, and shook his head ruefully. Her hearing already blurred from the poison's erosion, Tsunade could barely make out what the abruptly appeared figure before she was saying. Yet still, she clenched her teeth and raised her head, staring at the slightly doubled image, grinding out through gritted teeth. Was it you? Who turned Dan into this? No one else, obviously. Hiiragi shrugged, raised his hand, and used magnet release to retrieve the fallen components. Such components mattered little, with magnet release combined with scorch release, he was already far ahead in the field of handcrafting workpieces. But the cursed killing poison, coating them was a refined product he himself had limited stock of. No reason to waste such premium goods, potent, producing no additional effects, and allowing different effects through secondary blending. Now then. Not intending to waste words on Tsunade, Hiiragi swept his foot in a low kick that connected with her chin. Thud, a dull impact. Brief periods of low blood flow to the brain made it hard for Tsunade to see. The kunoichi was already feeling dizzy from the cursed killing poison, and she collapsed heavily, sinking into unconsciousness. The last image before her eyes closed was Kato Dan, bloody tears streaming from hollow sockets, spraying bloody foam from his throat as if roaring and weeping. Dan. Hiiragi prodded Tsunade's cheek with his toe, confirming unconsciousness, then flipped her over, tore open the clothing at her abdomen, and carved the 5 elements seal. As the most effective human target chakra sealing technique he currently possesses, its usage frequency had been absurdly high lately. Even called one of the Sannin, her feminine sensibility is quite pronounced. Thus sighing, Hiiragi suddenly felt that applying curse to Chio before departing was indeed optimal handling. Don't you think? Turning to Kato Den behind him, he received only hoarse, desperate gasps. He clicked his tongue, then unfolded Rashomon, slowly sinking into shadow. MMPH. When Tsunade gradually regained consciousness, the awkward posture left her quite uncomfortable, unconsciously letting out annoyed groans. Instinctively twisting to adjust position, she found herself firmly restrained, unable to move. This abnormal state instantly wakes her up. Opening her eyes, everything was pitch black, distance impossible to gauge. She lay on some angled bed or seat, completely unable to move. With no neck support, her tilted back head allowed her to see how she was bound. Wrists wrapped with seals, additionally cuffed to a horizontal bar. Fingers specially treated, each individually cuffed with some soft cord. Legs raised high, ankles similarly sealed and cuffed to the same bar as her wrists. Without a mirror, Tsunade could imagine how obscene her posture was. She instinctively mobilized chakra, and felt nothing. Looking down, her torn clothing revealed traces of sealing formula. You bastard. Let me go. Recalling everything before unconsciousness, how could Tsunade not realize her situation? Red-eyed, she struggled fiercely, cursing hoarsely even as her cracked lips grew parched. Impressive, inheriting both Senju and Uzumaki physiques. I thought you'd take longer to wake. Accompanied by this remark, whether teasing or sighing, the darkness before Tsunade gradually dissolves, revealing wider space beyond. Standing before the suspended Kato Dan, adjusting some device, Hiiragi glanced at Tsunade, then manipulated shadow to form a gag while comforting flatly, "Don't rush." In a moment. The next scene would be meaningless if Kato-kun can't see clearly. After Hiiragi manipulated this living puppet, had methodically torn his teammates apart alive piece by piece, the redundant prosthetic armaments, chosen to maximize suffering, placing enormous burden on nerves, were removed to preserve Kato Dan's life. Kato Dan's eyes had ruptured from excessive congestion during the hand slaughter of every familiar teammate, overwhelmed by grief and rage. Thus his appearance before Tsunade. But as Hiiragi said, what happens next is meaningless without Kato Dan witnessing. In human immune systems, eyes exist in a relatively independent state. This is because normal individuals receive over 70% of sensory information visually. Visual impairment essentially renders one disabled. Immune reactions causing tissue edema, cell aggregation, etc., severely affect retinal and optic nerve impulse formation and transmission. Frequent intraocular immune responses would mean frequent visual offline. To avoid this, eyes possess immune privilege. This property makes Dojutsu Kekkai Genkai easier to transplant than other physical type bloodlines, and body modification simpler. Alright, can you see? After connecting two cameras in Kato Dan's eye sockets, Hiiragi waved his hand before his eyes like debugging machinery, then stepped aside, revealing the bound Tsunade behind him. Ha! Seeing this, dirty blood streaked from Kato Dan's cable-inserted sockets. He shook his head violently, emitting hoarse gasps as if cursing Hiiragi. Don't get so excited. Ultimately, isn't all this your own doing? Speaking seemingly calmly, Hiiragi turned and slammed a fist-cursed energy into Kato Dan's face. Reduced to this state. Your fault. Your comrades dying so miserably. Also your fault. And now, your lover suffering. What's next? Still your fault. His calm tone carried shrill chill. Hiiragi sneered, flicking blood from his fist, then turned toward Tsunade. Taking the riding crop formed from rising shadow, he teasingly slid it along Tsunade's thigh, then. Crack. A sharp whip crack echoed. Tsunade's tensed abdomen flushed with a red stripe. MNGH. With chakra sealed, riddled with toxins and curses, Tsunade's tolerance naturally diminished. Yet stung by this sudden lash, she sharply inhaled, only muffled groan through the gag. Hiiragi's expression unchanged. He circled Tsunade, teasing her tense body with the crop. The shadow recliner suddenly dissolved into the bracket supporting the bars binding her limbs. Tsunade, formerly reclining, swung backward like a pendulum. 3 nearly overlapping whip cracks, accompanied by tearing cloth. The fabric, protective gear removed, offered no defense, shredding into tatters. 3 more marks on her pale, upright back. Tsunade, prepared, bit down on the gag, revealing not a sound. Continuous lashes fell on her back, the body's most durable region. With preparation, how could this battle-hardened kunoichi be forced into pathetic cries? Red marks gradually overlapped on her pale back, even swelling from simple blood marks. Still Tsunade made no sound, though sweat grew noticeable. Sighed. Then the crop suddenly struck her waist. This sudden blow made Tsunade shudder violently. She instinctively twisted away, the next strike landed on her other side, as if she actively offered herself to Hiiragi's abuse. Speaking of which, you might misunderstand something. From my personal perspective, I have no appeal against the Senju princess. Whether captured by ambush, or so ingloriously tortured and humiliated, it's only because Kato-kun is too stubborn, needing someone more significant to him to break his spirit. After these 2 lashes, Hiiragi scraped the crop along Tsunade's swollen welts, leaning down to her shoulder, listening to her increasingly heavy breathing, calmly explaining. So, anything to say to Kato-kun? If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 91. Chapter 91. I schemed, planned, and racked my brains for this. It's okay. I'll hold on until others find us. Not even deigning to glance at Hiiragi, Tsunade looked toward Kato Dan, comforting him in a slightly trembling voice. Love is the best medicine for everything. I don't dislike that romantic notion, but isn't there also the saying, every medicine has side effects? Though unsurprised by Tsunade's response, Hiiragi's tone carried a hint of amusement. The line between love and curse is often quite blurry. He'd seen similar examples, he'd even taught Okatsu Yuta how to use a longsword. So-called comfort often fails to achieve what the speaker intends. Ultimately, without understanding the other's position, comfort becomes mere self-satisfaction. For Tsunade now, she was probably thinking only of bringing Kato Dan back and healing him. But from Kato Dan's perspective, knowing more of the situation, he could completely conclude that hope was unrealistic. Even if support arrived, Tsunade might be rescued, but he absolutely wouldn't survive. Kato Dan certainly understood Tsunade was being tough and determined to give him confidence. Yet from his stance, everything Tsunade endured was entirely unnecessary. For Kato Dan, his spirit already riddled with holes from watching his teammates tortured to death, and continuously infected by the curse's negative emotions, his lover's comfort was instead an unforgettable agony. But he could no longer voice this, nor even close his eyes or turn away. He could only watch. What do you know, huh? Tsunade tried to retort sharply, but unexpectedly, while she spoke, he struck her inner thighs with the crop several times. Her retorted cut short, turning into a short cry of pain. Her toes curled in her sandals, her pale feet scrunching together. I know quite well. In the area of destroying other spirits. Thanks to Corinne for the valuable experience. Even without any preference for torture, Hiiragi was quite adept at it. Shadows rose at his feet, tearing away Tsunade's remaining tattered clothing, then formed a blindfold over her eyes. The crop immediately fell mercilessly on her luxurious body. Waist, back. NNGH, damn you. Inner thighs. Just, this level of humiliation, what's there to be proud of, MMPH. Soles of feet, armpits. Bastard, bastard. I'll kill you, I'll definitely kill you. Abdomen. Ugh, backs of knees. This much. Continuously changing target areas, Tsunade couldn't predict where the next strike would land. A depressed flush crept up her cheeks, her breathing grew heavier. Yet still she forcibly suppressed cries, cursing Hiiragi intermittently. I'm tired of hearing such harsh words. Roughly gripping Tsunade's chin with his left hand, he shoved 2 fingers into her mouth, stirring violently. Frothy saliva gushes between fingers and lips until Tsunade couldn't help retching. Manipulating shadow to form a ring gag again, Hiiragi wiped his saliva-coated fingers on her disheveled hair, then dragged the meat rack before Kato Dan, marking Tsunade's abdomen with red pigment. Honestly, Tsunade's figure was undoubtedly the most perfect Hiiragi had ever seen. Her Senju and Uzumaki yang release lineage filled her body with shapely muscle. From arms to back to waist and legs, the wild beauty muscle lines outline the taut yet not stiff curves. Even with not so low body fat, she maintained the lithe predator temperament of a lioness. Her back, forced tense by her bound position, clearly showed each effort, the dimples at her waist float with each struggle, an exquisite accompaniment. Her tapered waist drew the eye to her abdomen, and the outline of abdominal muscle was faintly visible, quite alluring. Combined with medical ninjutsu and yang release maintaining her body, what met the eye was perfection. Even without any superfluous thoughts towards Tsunade, viewing her solely as a tool to destroy Kato Dan's psychological defenses, Hiiragi still felt a flicker of satisfaction in destroying something beautiful. Please, stop. Begging for mercy. Such a thing doesn't exist in this world. Sensing Kato Dan's moan through the spirit thread nerves, Hiiragi's gaze dropped as he poured forth his vicious rhetoric. You kept refusing my goodwill. If only you'd handed over spirit transformation after defeat, you could have died cleanly without pain. People are such irredeemable creatures, they derive pleasure from other suffering. Now, it's no longer your choice when this stops. Placing the keepsake pendant in his palm, he pressed his fingers one by one, clenched his fist, and punched, deeply in the bullseye he'd drawn on Tsunade's abdomen. Gah. The heavy blow sent the body hanging on the rack swinging high. Even with her mouth gagged and vision lost, Tsunade still emitted cries, even her wrists and ankles twisted swollen from the strain. I'll make you taste hell, then let you die. Simple. Feeling the cursed energy pouring into Tsunade's chakra core, Hiiragi twisted his wrist, removed the dazed, nearly unconscious Tsunade from the rack and casually tossed her onto the newly risen table. After all, without thoroughly cursing you like this, I can hardly have peace of mind. MNGH. The wounds on her body were sharply slapped, collapsed on the table, Tsunade couldn't help groaning. Hiiragi slowly removed his loose clothing, adjusted Tsunade's position on the table, cleared the debris from her face, and before she could react, thrust violently. GHH. MMGH. NNGH, GHH. A strong sense of suffocation forced tears from Tsunade's eyes. As if displaying this miserable scene, Hiiragi gripped the crossbar, turning her over to lie supine on the platform. Her head was tilted back, facing him directly, limbs fixed, utterly unable to resist. She could only emit broken cries in the brief moments she was allowed to breathe. Even using the Senju princess as a bargaining chip, you couldn't get impure world reincarnation or your spirit transformation from Konoha. Amid uncontrollable movement, Hikori's fingers pressed Tsunade's saliva-coated chin, sliding down her throat, over her body covered in miserable red marks and sweat, stirring unbridled in the mire. After all, being Senju means knowing exactly what impure world reincarnation is. Compared to that, a mere princess is worthless. Ultimately, there's no longer any Senju clan in Konoha anyway. Yet even in such rough intercourse, Hikori's expression remained flat, as if feeling no pleasure, discussing quite realistic topics. Dissolving the clan, integrating into the village, in Konoha's environment, this was indeed a masterstroke. With Konoha established, dissolving the Senju not only won civilian hearts but also reassured other clans. The clan that founded Konoha dissolved for the village, proof enough to put others at ease. Not requiring them to go as far as the Senju, but at minimum, they must devote themselves to the village. But likewise, with the Senju name now a symbol, its appeal naturally diminished. And precisely because Tsunade was the Senju princess, the Senju people were even more restrained. But what if I cut her up like you now, and sold her to Kumo as breeding stock? How much would those guys pay? As if struck by inspiration, Hikori drew lines at Tsunade's limb roots with his mucus-coated fingers, as if about to sever her limbs as he described. Kumo plundering bloodline ninjas for breeding was no secret in the ninja world. Yet even the offspring of captured bloodline ninjas had no complaint. Abandoning individual identity, retaining only the stance of Kumo ninja, as if expressing this philosophy, Kumo's leadership actively abandoned their names, adopting codenames like A, B, C. This highly seditious act gave Kumo unparalleled unity among the 5 major villages. Though Tsunade inherited no Kekei Genkai, Senju and Uzumaki Yang release bloodlines were inherently valuable. Moreover, she was the direct descendant within 3 generations of the god of Shinobi, Hashirama Senju, who knew if would-release genes lurked. If sold to Kumo in her position, her fate needed no elaboration. Ha, joking. After all, I have blood feuds with Kumo, no way I'd help them. Stepping back, freeing Tsunade from intense suffocation, Hikori narrowed his eyes, telling a joke even he didn't find funny. Then he flipped the limp Tsunade over, making her face Kato-dan. I know. Now you have a mortal enemy with me too. Elite Jonin Kato-dan would never hand spirit transformation to someone as dangerous and despicable as me, right? Pulling Tsunade's disheveled honey-blonde hair like reins, forcing the disheveled Tsunade to face Kato-dan, he sensed Kato-dan's incoherent pleas and, as if not hearing, lamented affectedly. So powerless me can only vent hatred like this. Right, Kato-kun. Entering that muddy swamp with his clone, Hikori's movements were extra gentle. The dull flesh impacts like precise drumbeats matched Tsunade's increasingly irrepressible, nearly moan-cryings as pleasure spread. Come now. I'm in no hurry. Until you can't even groan, I won't stop. Even in Kato-dan's eyes, Hikori's majestic malice nearly became black evil aura, swallowing him whole. Stop. Let her go. I'll give you whatever you want. Please, stop. Spirit exhausted, unable to form complete sentences, Kato-den waited inwardly, repeating this monotonous plea, especially pathetic against Tsunade's increasingly high-pitched cries. Until Tsunade's voice went hoarse, her spirit completely depleted. Ideals, past, resolve, emotions, beautiful or regrettable, aspirations and will, everything that once constituted Kato-dan as an individual was washed away by that monstrous malice. Leaving only an emptiness where even despair was forbidden. What a long detour. Gripping Kato-dan's head, reviewing the knowledge in his brain through the spirit thread nerves connected to it, Hikori sighed quite tiredly. Not just the physical exertion, but these days of exhaustive scheming. With Corinne, though somewhat restrained when interrogating him as a bonus, since he never expected complete intelligence, ensuring maximum intelligence in the shortest time sufficed. The survivors captured from the Konoha stronghold, after 3 days of intensive interrogation, the Nara shadow imitation technique was revealed, pure stream of consciousness word puzzles, fragmented and contextless, with coherent passages numbering under 20. To accurately and completely extract knowledge of spirit transformation from Kato-dan's mind, Hikori had practically prayed to Valhalla for his release to respond. But now, all the hard work has come to an end. So now. What to do with you, Senju princess? Casually tossing the flesh mass into distant shadow, Hikori's gaze fell upon Tsunade, covered in wounds, curled into a ball. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 92, a picnic isn't over until you step through the door. Well, never mind. Ultimately, disposing of Tsunade was a post-war matter, no point considering it now. Though countless organizations in the ninja world coveted would release power, from Hikori's perspective, this made little sense. Putting aside that the legend was only 20 or 30 years old, from a more realistic perspective, wood release was just another elemental Kekii Genkai. Hashirama Senju wasn't strong because he had wood release, he was strong because he was such a monster that he could use wood release to that extent. Without wood release, with his chakra reserves, he could treat others like dogs using water release or earth release. Not understanding this sequence, blindly pursuing wood release alone was laughable. Yes, the land of wind needed afforestation for windbreaks and sand fixation. But unless wood release could summon vast forests with a clap like Hashirama, it was meaningless. Not the scale of the technique, but the more important expression. The trees Hashirama's wood release summoned could survive long as living plants, even massive forests. This side proved these trees were essentially brute forced by his unparalleled chakra and life force, barely consuming soil fertility. With insufficient life force, either consume soil fertility or summon dead wood. Then the land of wind might as well breed its own sand-fixing plants, sea buckthorn and such could at least be eaten. Expecting would release clones, cyborgs, or atavistic descendants to reach Hashirama's level. You might as well hope for a meteor from heaven to send the other 4 villages to hell. Don't give up your dream, keep sleeping. JPG. From this perspective, keeping Tsunade in Suna brought far less benefit than the harm of Konoha. As for selling the Hashirama Senju's direct descendant gimmick to other villages, not even considering whether this aided enemies, you could hardly guarantee buyers wouldn't turn around and betray Suna. Thus, Tsunade's main purpose was probably as hostage, exchanging something from Konoha post-war, likely resources, mission shares, and regular jutsu manuals. After all, Suna's casus belli was Fire Country unilaterally cutting trade with Wind Country. Even if acting, there must be a beginning and an end. As for forbidden techniques, no one would expect trading Tsunade alone for anything particularly useful. So-called forbidden techniques can be roughly divided into 3 categories. First, evil techniques violating human ethics. Second, difficult-to-control techniques that could harm comrades. Third, techniques whose training or use easily causes severe self-harm. Notorious impure world reincarnation is first, Tobarama's mutual explosive tags used to take Kinkaku with him, blowing up 20-odd elite jonin, is second, Kato Dan's spirit transformation is third. Even trading for forbidden techniques, Konoha would likely offer only third-class ones. Beyond such considerations, Hiiragi found it hard to maintain a harsh attitude toward a woman he'd just been intimate with. Though he'd used Tsunade solely as a tool to break Kato Dan, emphasizing visual shock and abuse, he himself hadn't enjoyed it. But seeing Tsunade's miserable state now, he felt some guilt, mostly toward Pakura and Karura. No matter how much he emphasized utilitarianism, it sounded like an excuse. Accused of cheating, he'd have no defense. Yet he couldn't kill her to silence her now. That would be too wasteful. Letting these thoughts cool his overheated brain, Hiiragi slowly approached Tsunade. Seeing him draw near, her throat still swollen, Tsunade instinctively made a silent cry, tears in her eyes, shuffling back. Ignoring her reaction, Hiiragi casually summoned a water current, warmed it slightly, and transformed it into a warm water snake, flowing over every inch of her skin. The subtle sensation of water touched her whipped and abused marks made Tsunade tremble slightly. She tightly shut her eyes and turned away, unwilling to meet his gaze. After washing away sweat and filth, the water snake coalesced into a ball and evaporated in scorch releases heat. Hiiragi enjoyed such little tricks usable in daily life. Killing was simple, techniques developed solely for that were nothing to be proud of. Seeing Tsunade's attitude, Hiiragi didn't plan to speak. He took out the salve from his scroll, slowly applied it to her whip marks, and carefully rubbed it to loosen the dye. Legs, chest, armpits, the cool medicine gradually took effect with his massage, dispelling the burning sting. Then he squeezed the entire tube onto her whip-marked back, pressed at her waist, pushed up sharply with his palm, then squeezed and rubbed thoroughly. Back and forth several times, the salve covered her back. The cool sensation mixed with the tingling of wounds being rubbed created an unbearable overwhelming shock, not pleasure, but indeed unbearable, making the already trembling Kunoichi emit pathetic faint cries. What a cute sound, Senju princess. Hiiragi teasingly patted her rear, then gripped her wrist, treating the obvious swelling. Tsunade suddenly stood up as he was finishing up with her left ankle, and trapped his neck between her legs, trying to twist it off. Ah. I knew it. A seasoned battlefield ninja, Tsunade's acting was quite good. Indeed, a common kunoichi witnessing her lover tortured so miserably, then violated before him, would likely collapse completely. What Hiiragi sensed from Tsunade wasn't that fragile weakness, but more pure and concentrated hatred. Perhaps the curse spread while eroding Kato Dan had affected Tsunade too. Her state was exactly like Chio's before his departure. Ah, no, it's more radical mania. Chio wouldn't try killing a taijutsu master with bare hands while chakra sealed. But understandable. After all, your enemy is right before you. In an instant, Hiiragi thrust his arm into the gap between her legs, suddenly tensed his muscles, easily swung her scissor choke, then grabbed her ankle with his other hand and flung her away. Tsunade's vision spun, then she felt herself slam into the ground. Before she could rise, an impact pinned her down. So, don't do that again. Sitting on Tsunade, Hiiragi gripped her neck with one hand, restraining her arm with the other. Choked, Tsunade glared at him through gritted teeth, her gaze showing no timidity or fear. Even as suffocation grew obvious, her gaze never softened. All right. No need to glare. Even if you want revenge, at least wait until Konoha ransoms you post-war. Feeling somehow losing in momentum to Tsunade, Hiiragi released her neck, lightly patted her cheek twice, consoling thus, his eyes flickering with a glow. Looking like that now instead seems like teasing me. I'd have no qualms enjoying your body again, I am at a passionate age, after all. Whether persuaded by his explicit remarks, Tsunade bit her lip, twisted uneasily, and looked away. Open up. Hold this, your throat should recover soon. Turning her face back, Hiiragi produced a throat lozenge and stuffed it into her mouth. Perhaps traumatized by such actions, Tsunade instinctively pressed her lips tight. After futile resistance, she viciously bit the finger in her mouth, leaving conspicuous tooth marks on his knuckles as final defiance. You really won't give in. Manipulating Shadow to pry open her mouth and withdraw his finger, Hiiragi tediously clicked his tongue, not particularly annoyed. He always liked stubborn people, like Hihiko. He didn't even particularly dislike Kato-dan, their conflict wasn't personal, only position-driven. As for that cruel treatment, that was Hiiragi's proportionate revenge for Kato-dan causing him so much trouble. This liking applied equally to Tsunade. Anticipating the fun of taming a fierce beast, his mood actually picked up a bit. Put these on. I don't mind keeping you locked up as occasional stress relief, but there are children at my base. Not good letting them see you like this. After fiddling at the table for a while, Hiiragi returned to Tsunade, curled in a corner in classic postcoital pose, hugging her knees, and tossed her clothes. Size should fit, I personally measured, after all. Just a brat, yet surprisingly fluent in such vulgar lines. Sensing no room for resistance, Tsunade glanced at Hiiragi without moving, spat, trying to anger me this way. Humiliate me further. Brat. My old hag can say that, but Senju princess, you're not much older than me. In this area of experience, you're far more lacking. He sat on a shadow stool, raised his foot to tilt her chin, again taunting. 32 in previous life, 17 now, combined, older than Hiruzen Sarutobi. Factoring physical influence on mental influence, average 24 or 5, indeed not much younger than 27-year-old Tsunade. Magnetic field arithmetic, you could say. Speaking of which, our compatibility isn't bad. Exclamation point. Slapping away Hiiragi's foot, Tsunade clenched her fists as if about to erupt. But after a moment, she stood and changed clothes before him without scruple. Simple, comfortable, movement-appropriate short coat and pants, no deliberately shameful design. As Hiiragi said, the size were quite suitable. You're not going to lock me up. Tying her disheveled hair, watching Hiiragi write at the table, Tsunade was momentarily surprised. Is there need? You don't think this is inside some barrier, do you? Mental derivation spirit transformation didn't hinder his writing. He rapidly filled a page. Tsunade noticed it was an Earth release training guide, quite detailed at first glance. Not looking up, continuing summarizing techniques looted from IWA, he casually said, this is an alternate space constructed within my shadow. Even space-time ninjutsu users couldn't invade without coordinates. As a prison cell, nothing's more reliable. He glanced at Tsunade, lightly sneered, or do you think, with chakra sealed, you could defeat me? It's only a few months, can you endure? TCH. Though Hiiragi's words as an enemy couldn't be fully accepted, they made Tsunade realize her situation. Unable to resist, unable to escape, completely a prisoner. You said there are children at your base, kids captured as decoys infiltrating the front. The Senju princess took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her raging resentment, deciding to annoy him, at least not let him sort out the notes peacefully, and maybe extract intelligence. Unaware of Hiiragi's quad-core 256-thread brains capabilities, Tsunade apparently tried provoking him with such talk, but her skills were lacking, her mudslinging was blunt. I haven't sunk that low. Just war orphans taken in along the way. Mentioning this, Hiiragi seemed to find it amusing. Leaning back, he nonchalantly tapped his chin, 3 children whose families were all killed by your Konoha ninjas. Lucky I found them before they died in the mountains. Tsunade choked, momentarily at a loss. All right. Almost there. Seeing her awkwardness, Hiiragi's figure gradually dissolved into shadow, swapping with his external shadow clone. From afar, the hut they'd habitually called home still stood quietly by the river, his disciples' chakra signatures equally calm. So tired. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you. Chapter 93, Reunion, but why like this? The rain gradually ceased, leaving only the residual sound of water dripping from the eaves. Inside the hut, Conan was focused on folding a blank sheet of paper into a complex flower shape, seemingly out of thin air. Her Kekii Genkai allowed her not only to transform her body into paper but also to directly manipulate other paper, a composite ability combining physical transformation and elemental release. Therefore, besides yang release training, Hiiragi had devised an additional exercise program for her. For example, using only telekinetic chakra manipulation to fold paper into various complex shapes without using her hands. A person's energy is limited. Even Hiiragi, who no longer slept and could divide his thinking, couldn't master every skill. Compared to yang release, which couldn't be rapidly improved and required years of painstaking effort, prioritizing paper manipulation skills and chakra control precision became the fastest way for Conan to increase her strength. This would not only improve her proficiency in conventional combat methods like wind and water releases but also make her paper ninjutsu, her trump card, more precise and stealthy. Hanzo had repeatedly been held up by Hiiragi as a negative example of a ninja whose methods had been figured out. Conan and the others were quite impressed by this. If the abilities you master aren't the type difficult to counter, don't let too many people know about them. Honestly, this level of chakra control was indeed too difficult for children who had only been studying ninjutsu for a few months. But Conan, who already loved origami, quite enjoyed it. Moreover, she didn't want to disappoint her teacher. Nagato's rapid ascent to peak Chunin realm in less than half a year was thanks not only to his talent but also significantly to those Rinnegan. While Yahiko and Conan weren't mediocre, they were somewhat inferior to Nagato. They were somewhat aware of this, but not particularly anxious. After several mistakes, nearly crumbling the paper, Conan pouted and decided to rest before continuing. But before she could rest long on the table, she suddenly felt a tremor. Teacher's back. Her clear, almost transparent gray eyes widened slightly. With a little hop, Conan jumped down from the slightly too high stool and called out to Yahiko and Nagato, who were huddled together studying water release notes. The paper crane charm she'd given Hiiragi before he left was actually made from paper formed from her hair. Within a certain distance, she could naturally sense it. Though Conan had initially harbored only a little secret hope, being able to confirm teacher's return early was enough to make the simple girl feel joy. Patapatapa, the girl ran to the door. Yahiko and Nagato followed closely, pressing against the gap left in the door to look outside. A figure was unhurriedly crossing the sparse woodland toward the hut. Though his loose clothing from before departure had somehow been changed, Hiirag's white-streaked red hair was quite conspicuous in the dim, rainy day. After theatrically judging for a moment, the three children happily pushed open the wooden door and trotted out to greet their teacher. "Teacher, you're back." Conan's voice carried obvious joy as she clingingly hugged his waist. Hiiragi stopped, habitually reaching up to ruffle her hair. "You child, didn't I tell you not to run around?" "But I sense teacher." Conan explained softly, not letting go at all. Yahiko, who considered himself a man, and the reserved Nagato naturally weren't so clingy. But the former also looked at Hiiragi expectantly. "Teacher, is your business finished?" Clearly, 4 or 5 days of free activities had left Yahiko, already accustomed to studying, bored to death. "Mem, it's more or less settled for now. But lessons won't resume anytime soon." Hiiragi knew exactly what Yahiko was thinking. Holding Conan's hand, he patted Nagato's back with the other as they walked toward the hut, responding. "I mentioned before that I came here to find someone. Though the process was much more troublesome than expected, my objective has tentatively been achieved." Back inside, Hiiragi casually pulled over a chair, lazily sprawled in it, staring at the ceiling. Seeing teacher so tired for the first time, the three children considerately poured a cup of warm water and placed it by his hand. "So, teacher, are you taking us back to Suna now?" Yahiko blinked, naturally understanding Hiiragi's meaning. Plans might have changed a bit. I need to return to the front lines first, then assess the situation to arrange someone to escort you to Suna." Downing the water in one gulp, Hiiragi let out a long breath. He tapped the floor with his heel, and his shadow rippled like water disturbed by a stone. Dark ripples spread. Then, Tsunade, tightly bound with black ropes, was spat out by the shadow. Hands tied behind her back, firmly restrained from head to toe, the disheveled kunoichi squirmed on the floor like a caterpillar. Even with her mouth gagged, her anger could be read from her muffled whimpers and glare. Probably cursing Hiiragi's, going back on his word, hadn't he said earlier there was no need to lock her up? Then he turned around and had his clone bind her like this. Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato were all stunned by this sudden scene. Their eyes darted between Tsunade and Hiiragi, momentarily at a loss for words. Of course, the three children recognized Tsunade. In fact, they had witnessed the Sanin's battle with Hanzo, which was why they tried to chase the Konoha ninjas to learn ninjutsu. Everyone knows what happened next. They didn't catch the Sanin, got lost in the wilderness, and were eventually found by Hiiragi. And now, to reunite like this, even children could feel how complicated this was. Teacher. This is. Consider it spoils of war. Or perhaps bonus is more appropriate. Hiiragi, having poured himself 2 more glasses of water and downed them in one go, sounded somewhat complicated. After all, his original target had only been Kato Dan. He never imagined things would escalate to this point. Capturing Tsunade was truly an unexpected bonus. Thanks to her, this war should end soon. Leaning against the sink, Hiiragi thought for a moment and added, I'll explain the details later. You'll probably be spending quite some time with her inside my shadow. For now, get acquainted. If you're enjoying the novel, please consider leaving a review. Your support is crucial and helps the story grow immensely. Thank you.